TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
But can you believe it? Kurt Angle's in the Impact Zone. Olympic Slam! Olympic Slam by Angle and Samoa Joe!
Think this is funny? No. Why would you do this? Hold to. Get a life! Get a life!
That's Osama bin Laden! I didn't even know he's Al-Qaeda!
Death to ECW. Long live TNA.
I will be the guide that takes you to the labyrinth in your mind.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 53. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we are talking about the month that is October 2006, leading up to Bound for Glory 2006. I am Garrett Kidney, and I am joined by the incomparable Liam Jones.
What's the incomparable mean? Without comparability?
Yes, if you were to line up everybody in the world, nobody compares to you.
It's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
I think it's true.
Well, I guess technically it doesn't need to be a positive.
That's true.
There's nothing stating that my comparisons are good.
Adolf Hitler is incomparable.
Except to you.
Wait a minute. There's me introducing you in a very nice way, and you immediately go to also you're Hitler.
Well, you know, you set them up and knock them out.
That's true. I brought it on myself when you think about it.
Is this relationship toxic?
I just bring like lots of positivity, and then you're like, fuck you, kick you in the balls.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Who could possibly know?
Is that not how most relationships work?
I think so.
Okay.
Just
I'm reassured then.
Different levels.
Just various layers of toxic positivity and negativity.
Yeah. And how they bounce back and forth from each other.
And if you have a relationship where one person brings 100% toxic positivity and another person brings 100% negative toxic, whatever I'm talking about, that balances out to zero. Toxic negativity, that was the word I was looking for. It balances out to an average of neutral, and everything's fine.
Yeah, which is what everyone wants from any interpersonal relationships. A neutral ground.
Just purely equal footing at all times. What is going on with you?
I'm a little sick, but other than that, not a lot. I started playing Lost Records Bloomin' Rage.
I have no idea what that is.
It's by the people who made Life is Strange.
Oh, yeah, because there was, like, the two of them coming out at the same time, wasn't there? There was Life is Strange last year, which, people seem to not like a lot. Not nobody seemed to like, but it seemed to go off the rails in the second half in particular, I heard. And then this one's coming out from the original team.
Yeah, and it's pretty good.
You a big Life is Strange boy?
I think Life is Strange is a really good game that, like, is so of its time that it can only work in that time.
Yeah.
I don't think it, like, ages at all, but for when it came out, and it's, like, weird, and they say hella a lot, it's, like, it's, like, just of its time.
There has been a kind of Twitter poster that has ruined the entire vibe of Life is Strange since, but at the time it was okay.
But it's, like, I think there's a lot of games that are like that. A lot of, like, early PS3 era games that are like, that was just kind of the thing.
And there is a little bit of, like, I think Limbo, the indie game, is a very good game. It's a nice, pleasant game, but it is held up as, like, one of the best games ever made because it was released in a period where there weren't that many good indie games, and now there are a lot. And I think Life is Strange is a little bit the same in that it was released in a period where good narrative games with good writing were a little few and far between, and now they're not. So there's more competition.
I certainly think it's fun. And I think, I mean, I've always, I don't think any of the, like, sequel stuff has ever, like, gripped me, but the original Life is Strange is, like, very fun and, like, a standout of its era.
And so how's this new one feeling to you?
It's good. I like it so far. I like the character interactions, which is like what a game like that is entirely based on.
Yeah.
It's like sort of the sense of community built within it. I'm not crazy about like the photography motif.
I feel like there's a lot of games that have been going for photography. It's obviously like a post Pokemon Snap thing. And
Well, this is like it's like recordings. You make little recordings and then it edits it into a short film based on the quest line of like get 12 different bird shots of different birds, and then it will edit it into like a small like short film. And like the thing I like about it is like, say it's like, oh, this is one area, you need to get 12 recordings in this area to make the short film, but there's actually like 20 options.
All right.
So like you don't have like, it's not just the 12 that you'll find, there's more, and you can be like, oh, I like this one better, and you can take one out that you've got from a different place because it was less interesting.
And then that will change like the story.
It won't change the story, but it will change the end product of the short film you make.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and you're kind of like bouncing around. There's a big mystery, and I don't think the mystery is like obvious. And like that's good. So it's like, you know, like sometimes you get a mystery and you're like, whatever. But like, I guess again, like with Life is Strange originally, the mystery there wasn't like an obvious thing either.
Is this game like out?
Yeah, so it's a two-parter. You pay for one, you get both.
Okay.
But the first one is out, second one is out in like a month.
That's not bad. That's a decent wait time. So I feel like Telltale burned everybody with the like in-part release narrative games. Where you were like, oh, maybe some of them won't come. And then Telltale went out of business because they did far too much stuff. But yeah, a month between them is kind of a nice cadence.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're not waiting a super long amount of time. It's very pretty.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a fun little jaunt. Each episode, I think, is around like the 7-hour mark.
I do feel sorry for the team that is making Life is Strange. Because, I don't know, there was all those reports about the working conditions there and all that kind of stuff, which seemed terrible. And also, they just have to live in the shadow of that first game forever. And,
Yeah.
I don't know, it would be nice if they could make their own thing instead of having to dig up the old characters for the sake of presumably trying to sell some more copies of a game. You're like, hey, the old characters are back. But then you want to do those characters right, and then a whole bunch of bullshit gets in your way.
Yeah, I didn't play the sequel, so I don't know yet. But, I don't know, they did like a bunch of in-universe but not related stuff in the meantime. So we'll see how that develops.
I saw Mickey 17 the other day. It's like last week at this point.
And it was just like weird.
It's weird. It is weird. I can see why it's not quite divisive, but it has like I think a high 3s on Letterboxd, and I'm like, I get that, because there's a thing the movie is about, and then the second half, the movie is not really about that, and it goes in some weird and wacky places that I'm kind of into, because I like when sci-fi does like those big swings and wild reaches, and it's just crazy nonsense for the entire run of a 2-hour, 20-minute film. But there is a little part of me that's like, I do kind of wish the whole movie was about the whole cloning thing. And it's kind of not by the end of it. Like, that's thematically some stuff ties together, but that's more like a plot device than like what the narrative thread is about toward the end of the movie. But then it just goes into wild, wacky sci-fi shit, which I'm not too mad at.
Would you prefer they stuck to their guns on either side of it?
A little bit, but I can't blame somebody taking $100 million of Warner Brothers money and then blowing it on whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, that's what everyone should do.
Mark Ruffalo in that movie.
I'm not a fan in general.
I don't like what he's doing in that movie.
Yeah.
Because, like, he's doing Trump. That is quite transparently what
I didn't even know that he was in that movie.
Yeah, I didn't either. And then when he started talking, I'm like, oh, what is going on here? And then you're like, oh, he's just doing Trump. Okay, all right. Okay, fine.
That man loves his stupid little voice.
There's a film full of stupid little voices because you have Robert Pattinson also doing a stupid little voice in the movie. So you do just gotta get Ed Hardy in there. Tom Hardy. Ed Hardy.
Ed Hardy.
We'll talk about Ed Hardy later in the show with some Christian Cage t-shirts. But you gotta get Tom Hardy in there for the full trifecta of silly little voice.
They are the three goats of that shit.
I will say, whoever cut the trailer, I think cut a better trailer than the movie, because the trailer is like, oh, that's my shit, and then the movie is like, well, it's mostly my shit, and the shit stuff that's not my shit is at least, at least they did. It's
Something.
not boring. Yeah, it's not like they went in a boring direction. It's just like they kind of abandoned the good stuff about the movie and did something else. But yeah, it's worth seeing. It's completely flopped at the box office.
As it should.
Yes, there is nothing better than a director taking a big studio's money, blowing it on a passion project or some dopey thing they want to make, and it making no money whatsoever.
That's the ideal artistic world.
It's like when people were like, oh, Scorsese made Killers of a Flower Moon, and that was a giant flop and lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Sick. That's the best.
Good. That's what we want.
Taking Apple's money, making a fucking gigantic, dense 3-hour movie that no one wants to see, and then it losing hundreds of millions of dollars is the ideal scenario.
Yeah.
For the sake of the free listeners, we were at AEW Grand Slam last month.
We were. And it was good. It was a fun show.
You can hear our extended thoughts about that on Patreon. We talked about it more in the Lucha Underground episode we did last week or the week before last.
Merch. Get it out of the way at the start, because we never do.
We do have a reoccurring bit on the Patreon shows where we forget to mention merch until we are either 1 to 3 hours deep into a recording, in which we are then like, oh, by the way, guys, we have t-shirts. But we do have t-shirts. You can check out the link in the description where there you can go off. You can find our Styles Daniels Joe shirt, our Kevin Nash Graph shirt, and hopefully coming soon we'll have a new t-shirt as well coming up. Maybe not by the time this episode comes out, but shortly after. And also, you can buy posters. All the posters are going up. We have a Sick Angle and Joe poster for this month that's available there on the store as well. So yeah, merch. If you would like a 10% discount, that's there for Patreon supporters as well. If you look at the pinned post on Patreon, there's a link that takes you to the promo code that will give you 10% savings. And as we said before, you can do a little hack. You will actually, if you're buying a t-shirt, you can subscribe on the $1 tier on Patreon, and you'll get a code that will save you more than $1 on the shirt. So you can actually, you can technically rip us off. You're not actually ripping us off because we still come out with money either way. But shh.
Don't tell them that. Let them think they're getting a one-up.
You're meant to think you're stealing from us. That's the way business works. But yeah, link in the description. You can check out all our shirts, all our posters, buy some merch. Subscribe to the Patreon at patreon.com/gettingme or tnachat.com, where you can get many extended shows. I think I think we're over 150 pieces of exclusive audio there sitting on Patreon at this point. Series about New Japan Pro Wrestling, about Ring Cat King, about Lucha Underground, about Global Force Wrestling, about Wrestling Society X, about Pro Wrestling Guerrilla. We covered the 2010 Monday Night Wars. We covered Randy Savage's album. we covered the State of Play, State of Union, whatever the fuck that Chris Rock.
Yeah, not the State of Play.
Yes, the Sony State of Play starring Chris Rock. We covered that. So all of that. We did a watch along for one of the WrestleManias. 2011, I think, was the one. No, 2010. That makes sense because that's the era we were watching. And also watch-alongs for every pay-per-view in TNA history so far, and a bunch of the weekly pay-per-views. All of that sitting there. Patreon.com/gettingme, tnachat.com. My favorite moment from the watch-along we did for this episode, Bound for Glory 2006, is when you were trying to do a 26 County of Ireland Sporkle quiz, and I insisted you go find a 32 County of Ireland Sporkle quiz. Because I do not respect your 26 County quiz. I only respect 32 County quizzes.
A political statement from Garrett 15 minutes in.
Also, my other favorite part of that is because we got so distracted with spelling and you being aghast at pronunciation, I did not, in fact, actually name all 6 northern counties while we were doing it.
You barely got like 12.
Because we spent half the time with you being like, what the fuck is leash?
Well, spell things correctly, and then this wouldn't be an issue, would it?
You saw the spelling of Donegal and you lost your mind.
It's insanity.
You just had to look at the word Fermanagh and you were like, what on earth is going on?
These aren't real places.
Patreon.com/gettingme, tnachat.com, where you can subscribe, support the show, and get a ton of extra content. There's so much there. If you haven't subscribed before, there is now a ton of stuff there. It really is like the best $5 you could ever spend.
Wow.
Ever.
That's our tagline?
Yeah, like if you got like, could you buy drugs for $5? I don't buy drugs.
You
could not buy $5
you wouldn't
drugs
want to.
as good as this. That brings us to the news, starting with more follow-up from Kurt Angle being signed by TNA. On Sunday, after No Surrender, TNA President Dixie Carter responded to the overwhelming negative response from torch readers and, quote-unquote, informed wrestling fans to the signing of Kurt Angle.
Really, I'm gonna have to go deep for this one.
Yeah, Liam is sick, so this is like sick Dixie.
Am I shocked?
Yes, perfect.
Am I shocked by some of the negative response? I'm more saddened by it for Kurt.
Carter told Ross Foreman on TNA's official website.
I know this has hurt him very much.
Carter tried to reassure fans that TNA had performed due diligence researching Kurt's current health situation. She said TNA was comfortable with the indications they received from Angle's doctors and medical staff that had evaluated Angle.
I have personally met with... I'm changing a lot. I've personally met with Kurt and his wife.
Carter said.
All past medical and pain medication issues have been addressed in depth and to my satisfaction. We have assembled a team of doctors around Kurt to monitor past injuries and to also oversee his health on an ongoing basis.
Dixie Carter also addressed when TNA began negotiating with Angle to come to the company. Carter said TNA contacted Angle as soon as he was released from his WWE contract.
Once I knew that Kurt would be available, we immediately wanted to talk to him and hopefully sign him,
she said. Carter added that the company would not sign a wrestler if the company felt the wrestler was in no condition to perform or a potentially dangerous influence on the locker room.
TNA would never sign a talent or allow a talent to be in a situation to harm themselves more than the risk of each of these guys take every time they step into the ring,
she said.
I truly believe that every TNA wrestler, referee, broadcaster, and front office employee knows that their health and their family comes first.
This is where we smash cut to Victory Road 2011.
I know.
She said TNA had already signed Angle to a contract when the MMA rumors circulated the week before TNA's No Surrender pay-per-view when the Angle announcement was made. Carter introduced news on a TNA drug and alcohol policy. She said the infrequent schedule and independent contractor status for its wrestlers precludes the company from instituting a comprehensive wellness policy similar to WWE's, but she claims the company has the right to perform random drug tests for its wrestlers. Citing TNA's private company status, Carter said she cannot disclose the full terms of the policy, but she said,
violations of the policy are spelled out, and a failure to comply or failure to test can result in mandatory drug counseling and treatment, suspension from work without pay, up to and including dismissal.
Carter said the earlier primetime slot on Spike TV was locked up prior to the Angle signing. She said Angle was on board with the company without even knowing about the new primetime clearance.
He wanted to make the leap because he knew the potential was there and he wanted to be part of making it happen,
she said.
That's how much he wants to be a part of TNA.
Carter said there's no doubt Impact would eventually move to 2 hours. Regarding Bill Goldberg, she said the company would be excited to have him on the roster, but he is pursuing other career goals.
An Angle Goldberg back-to-back would be crazy.
The Bald Man Alliance.
Bold Event Mafia.
Yes, that's what the stable would have been called. Ricochet would have joined eventually. So, there are two truths I think I have in mind here. Two things that are true at once. Kurt Angle was not in a good place in 2006. But also, I think a lot of the hand-wringing around Kurt jumping to TNA was defined by what was obviously a fundamental propaganda piece by WWE when they released him.
Yeah, he was clearly the victim of a complete hit job.
If you go back and listen to that No Surrender episode we did where we talked about the weird PR rollout where there was an interview with Angle on WWE.com where he was like, you guys, WWE is great, I love Vince, WWE is the best, everything's great, but I fucked up and I need to take some time for myself and it's all me and WWE's great and nothing's WWE's fault and it's all me. There's that weird PR rollout that defined where people thought Kurt was. That was obviously, as you said, this kind of PR hit job to absolve WWE of any responsibility of anything that might happen to Kurt and maybe what might happen when he leaves WWE. And that kind of framed how people saw him jumping to TNA as TNA is the vulture swooping in on this poor man in his low moment and putting him on TV even though he shouldn't be. When realistically, the bad guy there is just as much as anybody is WWE for doing the most bizarre rollout of a dude being fired I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, they clearly were doing I mean, if there was no TNA, this rollout wouldn't have happened.
Oh, so you think if he was just going to do UFC or Pride or some MMA or something, if there was no like number 2 US company for him to go to, they wouldn't have even cared?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think if there was no like other option or a competitor, they would have just been like, WWE wishes Kurt Angle the best of luck in his future endeavors.
Because we're going to go to talk about some Kurt Angle interviews he did after he signed with TNA, where like the response to it was like, that's not what he said when he left WWE. And I would be like, that was a PR rollout written by WWE.
Yeah.
You know? Of course that's not what he said. He might not have even said it. In response to an inquiry by a PW Torch reader concerning Kurt Angle's health, his agent Dave Hawk wrote, "If Kurt would have stayed with WWE, we would have lost a legend before his time. You have no idea what WWE was doing to him, his family, and his life, and one day that real story will surface. Kurt is in great health and getting healthier daily while preparing for TNA with the full support of his family and friends. If you like Angle at WWE, you are going to love him at TNA. He now has been given a glimmer of hope to truly expand his career and what he does best. You will soon see a more complete athlete than ever before. Also, since he will not have to wrestle 4 days a week and travel daily, he has the time to recover, and you will see a ground and pound killing machine at a higher level than ever before. If Kurt didn't believe this was a serious and perfect move, he would have never made the change and commitment."
Yeah. Shout out to Dave Hawkey, a real one. I do like them like going, oh shit, we have to kind of bite back on this narrative now.
Yeah, it's because like there was a 2-part interview with Dixie on TNAWrestling.com that I'm not sure was it in response to this, but obviously they felt the need to address it in there, which is weird to do. Like that's like part of the main Kurt Angle signed with TNA rollout that Dixie is like, no, wait a minute, don't you be mean to us about this. This is cool.
Yeah, like we're objectively doing something cool. Don't do this.
So, like, while people did worry about Kurt, and I think we're worrying about Kurt from a good place, I think the way they were worrying about Kurt was also defined by a WWE PR agenda.
Yeah.
WWE sent a nasty legal letter to Angle with a series of demands. Dave says he's not sure of all of them, but he was only told the comedy sections, as he puts it. The funniest is that they demanded Angle and TNA never refer to his finisher as the Angle Lock. Angle was joking because he had no idea anyone ever called it the Angle Lock to begin with, thinking it's always just been the Ankle Lock.
What about the Tangle Lock?
No, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
They also demanded that Angle not call himself the Wrestling Machine or the Machine, and that while he can wear a mouthpiece, it can't have Machine written on it. I guess we'll find out next week when he gives Joe the former Angle Slam, if WWE claimed ownership of that. Mike Tenay does call it the Olympic Slam, so there you go.
Then they say, I like this Dave note, of being like, the US Olympic Committee wouldn't allow them to call it the Olympic Slam.
Which they do, because I doubt the Olympic Committee are ever finding out.
Yeah, I like his like subsection of that too, where he's like, even though it's the name used in Noah when Takeshi Segura used the same move, and it's like, yeah, no one in the Olympics is watching Noah.
Yeah, the Japanese Olympic Committee are watching that like a hawk, like a Dave Hawk, some might say, and then being like, no, Olympic Slam not allowed. You must call it the Segura Slam.
You must call it the big event slam.
Kurt Angle spoke to the wrestling media for 90 minutes on Tuesday afternoon, a conference call organized by TNA. During the Q&A, he ripped apart Vince McMahon as a boss, heaped praise on new box Dixie Carter, predicted that TNA, with his help, would overtake WWE in as soon as a year, blamed Triple H politics for his lack of push, says he hasn't taken pain pills since kicking the habit 3 years ago, and boasted numerous times that he was the greatest wrestler in WWE during his years there, if not the best of all time. Hours later, he issued a statement saying that he began taking pain pills 3 years ago and meant to say that he kicked the habit 18 months ago.
Sounds like a crazy press conference.
We have some quotes, but yeah, I would love to actually listen to something like that, just to hear Kurt going off.
Yeah. Again, part of it is he just sounds pissed. Like, he just sounds like he felt really disrespected by them on the way out.
Which, as I said, when you look at what that PR rollout was, they threw him under the bus, man. Like, yeah. If I were him, I would also be pissed. Some quotes from that press conference. In the past, I was never given time to properly heal and rehabilitate, he said. He said that when he made the deal with TNA President Dixie Carter, he said he would only wrestle when he feels 100%, 260 to 300 dates a year with his former employer. He expects to wrestle as much as he can for TNA when they need him the most. He added, I am the new name and face of TNA, therefore I do have responsibilities that I should be at the most important events. At the same time, they're going to give me enough rest so that I can heal up so I can go 100%. He said he's tried to go less than 100% at times, but what I've learned about myself is I can't slow down.
Which is crazy. that's that goat mentality.
I feel like a lot of wrestlers do have that sicko brain, though, where they're like, even if I can't, even if I shouldn't, I'm still going to do it. I'm sorry.
The show must go on.
When asked what frustrated him during his 6 years in WWE, he said he felt he wasn't getting proper medical care or rest. Basically, I felt I was getting buried into the ground. When I'd ask for time off, they'd say, okay, you're getting it. But when that time came, they said they needed me because someone else went down. Regarding his MMA intentions and a huge offer to wrestle Brock Lesnar on the New Year's Eve show for K1 in Japan, he acknowledged that offer was made. He said he received retirement kind of money to work MMA. They obviously feel I'm a very big commodity as an Olympic gold medalist and one of the best known pro wrestlers today, he said. He said timing is important to him. He said he went with TNA instead of accepting an MMA offer at this time because they gave him room to spread his wings and get involved in MMA in the future if he chooses to do so and to take time off to train. There was also talk of them like doing a fight against, I think it was Rolls Gracie. It was one of the Gracies. We'll talk about the UFC as well in a minute. But yeah, there were a lot of MMA offers for Kurt, as you would expect, for a star of his name who's also an Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, I don't think that would have been a great idea.
Him actually shoot fighting?
No.
Yeah.
He's too broken down at this point. And the problem is he would have the same Punk thing, right? Where it's like, if Punk was just doing like really low level shit, it probably would have been fine. But like, if you get Kurt, you're gonna do like Kurt Shamrock, you know what I mean? And like, he's just gonna get fucking mauled.
He is an Olympic gold medalist, though. That's a little above CM Punk.
He's also old and broken. And I'm saying, like, they didn't give Punk any fucking thing real either. But like, I'm saying, like, comparably to his start and to his pedigree, they would throw him in there with like a tippy top name of 2006 MMA, and he would be murdered.
He is quite broken and old.
Like, they would throw Tito Ortiz, they would throw Ken Shamrock, you know?
We'll talk about who they offered him, actually, for his first fight in a second. He said in a separate interview with Bubba the Love Sponge, Triple H hogs the show and has booking power, which makes it tough for others like him. Angle said he had a lot of heat with Triple H because Triple H wouldn't put him over. He explains that he believes Triple H tapped out to Benoit because Benoit has no charisma, and he tapped out to Cena because Cena can't wrestle that well. But he wouldn't tap out to Angle because Angle was the true total package who had charisma and could wrestle and thus was a threat.
That rules.
Angle said he doesn't respect Triple H as a person. Triple H was against Angle getting the belt a few years back because Angle was too small. When Jerry Briscoe suggested Triple H do a shoot fight with Angle to see how much Angle's size really mattered, Triple H backed down on Angle not getting the belt.
That rules.
Kurt Angle was very engaged in everything happening before Bound for Glory on Sunday. He spent time talking to a number of TNA wrestlers such as Abyss, Christian, and Rhino, among others. He was at ringside watching the dry run spots that Jarrett and Sting practiced before the match. The whole time he was chewing tobacco, which surprised those who hadn't been around him, although he had been seen with Chew on at least one WWE DVD before with some backstage footage. Angle seemed healthy and totally clean and sober at the pay-per-view.
Yeah, he's fucking chomping out on that tobacco.
That's what's keeping him happy.
Yeah, you gotta have your replacements.
You go from one addiction to another.
Yeah, well, the ideal like is that you like slowly wean down to less damaging things, but like it's pretty much impossible to just go like to nothing.
My addiction, producing good content.
My addiction, pro fucking wrestling.
What?
New shirt coming soon.
In the Mr. Anderson Pro Wrestling is real,
yeah.
People are fake font, though.
Yeah, my addiction, pro wrestling.
Damn right. Dana White said this week in interviews with both Dave Meltzer and Alex Marvez that you can be an entertainer or you can be a fighter, but he doesn't have any interest in people doing both.
Yeah, that fucking works out for you, doesn't it, you fucking joke of a human being.
He would have no problem with a guy who did pro wrestling with the right background, who then trained and worked full-time at fighting, but expressed no interest in using an active full-time pro wrestler. He noted how Angle had been saying how his body was so damaged by pro wrestling and he wanted to rest and go into fighting. I want guys who want to be real fighters, he said. We had a great meeting when Angle came to Las Vegas, staying at a luxury suite in the Red Rock. Maybe he means Hard Rock, unless Red Rock is a hotel I've never heard of. To work out a deal with UFC a few weeks ago. I honestly thought we had him, said White. White revealed his plans were almost exactly what Angle's side had talked about wanting. The agreement was that Angle would appear on Ultimate Fighter 5, which starts filming in January, as a wrestling coach on one of the teams, while at the same time his role in the show would be to learn the other skills with the fighters. That show would air April through June, and then he would debut most likely with the Daniel Puder fight on next year's June or July pay-per-view show. So Dano said he's a nice guy, but I'm not going to blur the line between pro wrestling and MMA. He told me that pro wrestling ruined his life, and the next thing you know, he tells me he's going back to pro wrestling. White acknowledged by not going any farther with the deal, it could lead potential for Pride or an upstart to use Angle's name to up their profile in North America. While White wouldn't reveal the numbers, he said Angle did come to him with his TNA offer and UFC topped it, but said they have to be paying him a boatload of money.
I take it back. I take everything I said back. I want an Ultimate Fighter season with Kurt, and I want Kurt to fight Daniel Puder and then die.
Yep, die in the octagon.
Yeah.
He lived in a hexagon, but he could have died in a octagon. Octagon.
I wish he did the cage moonsault in the UFC.
Yes, that would be so sick. Who's that dude who did the springboard kick?
Yeah.
Kurt could have innovated.
Should have been.
So those are our Kurt Angle updates. A lot of skepticism, some of it justified, some of it I think slotting into an agenda a company wanted it to slot into. But as we said last time, it, broadly speaking, works out.
Yeah.
As things go, TNA, if he was to continue wrestling or doing anything, TNA was probably the best bet for him in terms of the schedule and all of that. And he seems in a healthy and happy place these days.
Yeah.
Although Kevin Nash hung out at last week's TNA TV taping, there's no indication of any progress with negotiations for a contract renewal. That does change very shortly. In fact, the old booking committee feel they were taken for a ride and have egg on their faces because in the end, egg on their face?
Yeah, his name is Egg now.
Is that his actual name?
No.
Okay.
But that is what we are referring to him as.
Because he is very bald.
Yes.
And he is a very auraless bald man.
Yes.
In fact, it has made him look like 15 years older.
He looks like a shoot turtle.
Sure, yes.
Not a worked one. A shoot turtle.
Yeah, a real turtle. Not a fake turtle. None of those 90s Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle costumes.
Nope.
Real turtle. Like the one in the Michael Bay CGI movie.
Like the one in Master of Disguise.
Uh-huh.
Is Shota Umino turtley enough for the Turtle Club? Yes.
But the old booking committee feel like they have egg on their faces because in the end he made fools of them. The theory with Nash among those who liked him and believed he really did want to help TNA...
They're all talking like it's a foregone conclusion.
Is that he got so frustrated, Liam, with the bad booking in TNA and the lack of any push of Chris Sabin during the weeks his vignettes with Alex Shelley were airing, that he just gave up doing the company any favors because he saw they were too incompetent creatively to make it worthwhile. That's why he didn't put him over, Liam.
He also forgot about all of the copious injuries he suffered that prevented him from working.
Yeah, when he was lifting the thing out of his children's toy box or whatever.
Yeah, it's just bad timing.
Sure. I do love that as an excuse, though. It's just they were not booking Chris Sabin enough for me to do the job to him. I'm actually defending Chris Sabin by not losing to him. Mm-hmm. TNA management strongly denies Nash's story that the original booking of his match with Sabin was booked to make Sabin look like he got a lucky win, and that Nash balked at that. Nash's contention since this fallout seems to be that he wanted to do it right, but the booking team was so scared he'd say no to anything that made sense, but also put him in a position to have to put Sabin over convincingly, that they proposed the weakest scenario possible, hoping he'd at least say yes to that. And once again, instead of going, hey guys, I'll just lose to him, he's like, no, I can't lose them, it's not worth it.
Kevin Nash, he wants to take that cradle shock.
He does. He wants to eat it on his head clean.
Mm-hmm.
One high-profile X Division wrestler says reports that there was heat on Nash among X Division wrestlers are completely blown out of proportion. He said Nash was cool all along with everybody, but when he didn't show up for the pay-per-view, people just shrugged their shoulders and didn't really care because nobody felt at that point Nash doing a job would have meant anything anyway for a variety of reasons. It was what it was, and by that point, it didn't matter anymore to anyone.
That's so funny.
Nash must be the coolest guy on earth.
Yeah.
Because objectively here, he fucked over Chris Sabin by goofing him around for like 3 months and then not losing to him. And everyone's like, that's just Kev being Kev. He's a cool dude.
They're like, yeah, but he has immaculate vibes.
Yeah.
Have we considered the vibes?
I was listening to our Days of Thunder friends as well, where they're talking about how like Kevin Sullivan got the book and like the Radicals wanted to leave. But like no one cared about Kevin Nash potentially getting into booking power because everyone thought Kev was cool.
Yeah.
Kev was their friend, you see.
He's always their friend.
He might be the best politician of all time because like
Yeah.
not only like did he work himself into great positions, but he made everyone feel good about it.
Yeah, that's the thing. His aura too sick. What can you say?
Because like Hogan could politic himself into any money-making position, but people would fucking hate him for it. Nash could politic himself into any money-making position, and everyone would think he was a hero.
Yeah, because he is a hero.
In a move that puts an end to any talk of a DX versus NWO feud, which I didn't realize was a thing people were talking about in 2006.
Shit.
But Kevin Nash re-signed with TNA.
2006 DX versus 2006 Scott Hall and Kevin Nash? Fuck.
It's the
we're
dream,
missing
Liam.
out, bro.
And you can add Sean Waltman and Hulk Hogan to make it a 6-man tag.
Well, yeah, but like Waltman could be like, which side is he on? It's devastating news.
Think of all the comedy skits DX could have done about how the NWO were old.
They could have like put their faces up so many Big Show's assholes.
Oh, it would have been cinema, some might say. They could have dropped black and white goop from the ceiling on them.
Exactly. Nash could have been like slightly out of it.
Yes, slightly off position. In what is still one of my favorite wrestling clips of all time. His contract had expired right after he didn't participate in his scheduled pay-per-view singles match against Chris Sabin. He will now conclude his X Division storyline, which ended midstream when his deal expired. He is still limited on what he can do in the ring. An X Division Invitational Gauntlet Battle Royal has been added to Bound for Glory with Nash, facing a variety of X Division wrestlers of his choosing. He's not in the match.
He certainly does do that.
He does face 20 X Division wrestlers.
Which again, people would have hated because he would have beat them all.
Yeah, he would have beaten D-Ray 3000 and we would have raged.
Mm-hmm.
He would have powerbombed Zach Gowen.
And we all would have been livid.
Dixie Carter said she has heard the concern about bringing Vince Russo on board to help Jeff Jarrett and Dutch Mantel book TV, but she is confident in what Russo can bring to TNA. He really doesn't want to have to say this one.
He truly is one of the most creative people I've ever been around. And with the time slot switch and knowing other exciting things in the company's near future, it was the right time to bring a fresh set of eyes to the creative process. He isn't a fresh set of eyes.
That is the thing.
He's been doing this for fucking 15 years.
When asked if she was concerned about Russo's questionable storyline decisions from the past, Carter said Russo is a different person with a different way of thinking.
Vince Russo is a different man today than when he first joined TNA.
Carter said.
His faith is now the center of his life. He always had an amazing heart, but his priorities over the past few years have shifted tremendously.
Carter did acknowledge Russo's reputation for having a polarizing personality. She also defended Russo's first stint in TNA as a writer when he was blamed for some bad ideas he had nothing to do with.
Vince is a lightning rod, which I guess is good and bad.
She said.
At TNA, he has taken a lot of heat for things he had absolutely nothing to do with. Anytime something questionable happens on our show, it was always attributed to Vince, whether he had anything to do with it or not. And that has already started again.
I do like the idea that Dixie identifies that there are questionable things happening on her show. And the idea is not like to stamp that out. It's like, no, it's not Vince's fault.
Yeah. who she just said like thinks differently than everyone else, and you would equate that to the questionable things and big swings that don't hit. So after all of my lamenting, I will now say that Vince Russo, I am happy with him coming in.
Based on 1 month.
Based on the fact that I think his shows are more interesting than the droll that is the Jeff Jarrett promotion.
Yep.
Based on the fact that I enjoy a more like angle heavy show. I wish the matches were a little like treated with more respect, but I think angle heavy Impact is more interesting. Because like I'm kind of a believer in like TV to me like should be like big things happening and like big angles and stories, and then like you have good matches to like sort of balance that out and create like a harmonious show, with the idea that your like pay-per-views are where your true like match of the year level stuff happens.
Yep.
And like I think Vince does 80% of that. The question being like, you know, he often does big swing angles. The drawback is the matches suffer because of that. So it's like I am okay with it. I will take him over other people that have booked these shows. But it does, like, when you just have the bad taste, like, my problem with Vince is, at this point, I'm just like, I know that he's, like, the end of this company's relevance for, like, a decade. Because, like, he is the reason this company, like, gets off Spike and then is just fucked for, like, 10 years.
Yeah, because as you said, there is one definitive truth about our time covering TNA so far, and that is Vince Russo is, I would say, leaps and bounds a more interesting wrestling creative figure than Jeff Jarrett and Dutch Mantel by like a wide distance.
And nothing about this is like this run, he's not on TV,
which does help.
Even though you know he's a pretty remarkable TV character. It's just like I don't know. I think I would rather feel the Vince Russo than hear and see the Vince Russo, even though like I think he's probably a better character than he is a booker. It's just like I would rather one or the other. And I don't think you can get Vince Russo the character without Vince Russo the writer. So it's like the only real option is Vince Russo the writer without Vince Russo the character. Overall, I'm not super against this decision. I think the other times he gets brought back are worse. I just, like, I get it. I think the religion thing is a fucking joke, though. And, like, like don't justify bad creative with he found God.
He found Jesus, Liam, so he can write wrestling better.
He's doing the alt-right pivot thing of being, like the Kevin Spacey of, yes, I was a pedophile, but I found God.
That is a very funny thing. It's like, he's not going to write all the trash anymore because he likes Jesus.
Yeah, so we'll see how it goes. Like, I guess one thing you can say, I mean, how long does Russo end up staying?
Until 2012.
So it's like, the whole Knockouts boom was under Russo.
And Dutch.
So it's like, yeah, Russo and Dutch. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't necessarily say that, like, this run, he doesn't achieve anything good. Like, he clearly does have, like, things that became synonymous and became the factor in TNA that made it stand out, like, they do happen under Russo. Yeah, we're the Russo Apologist podcast.
I do think the best period of Vince Russo's writing, other than when he's under Vince, and even arguably even accounting for when he was under Vince, I think, like, this isn't the worst. Like, this run, he has, like, broad booking power. He's not the only force in the room. There were other people there.
Which, by the way, I think is what we've always said is when Russo is best. It's like, he needs checks and balances.
Yeah.
Ideally, you have Russo in there with someone who actually enjoys pro wrestling.
Yeah, because that's the problem with having him in there with Vince, is that, like, Vince also hates wrestling, so...
Yeah.
Vince would veto Russo shit, but then put other garbage there in its place.
Yeah.
But, like, this run, which is, like, until Hogan Bischoff come in and then the creative changes to more their vision, like, 2006 to 2009 is not the worst. Like, it's not what you would want TNA to be, and particularly, like, there are characters that stall out, and if you want wrestling on your television show, you are fucking not getting it, even though there is occasionally periods where there's good wrestling on Impact. But, like...
I think it's just because there's, like, old-time pro wrestlers who can make, like, chicken salad out of chicken shit.
You can put Chris Sabin on TV in a 4-minute match, and the 4-minute match will be good.
Yeah, you can have Curtin, like, any number of people, and there's, like, the 6 minutes they get is gonna be, like, kick-ass.
But yeah, the TV it's watchable. It's not like
Yeah.
because that's the thing about the 2014 comeback, and that like I think Russo at least still had a little bit of creative juice here. He clearly had some creative passion. By the time he's brought back in 2014, that shit's gone. It's just like all the bad Russo with none of the juice. There's no like AJ Styles praying to his grandmother about whether or not he should go with Christian or Kurt. There's none of that like fun, silly stuff at that point. All of that's out the window. It's just miserable.
Like, to give credit to ISIS, like a lot of what we want from TNA's identity is things that are going to be developed in this run. You know, the TNA comedy, the knockouts, the rise of certain people. Like, you have to kind of take the bad with the good. And I feel like a lot of the bad happens in like the first year, and then he kind of mellows.
Yeah.
So it's like you have to get rid of like that initial sort of like, you know, the electrified cage and stuff like that, right? But like I think he mellows eventually.
Yeah, like 2008, 2009 has less of the pure nonsense as 2007 does.
Yeah.
But like you watch these shows and you notice, like we did talk about how like philosophically TNA wasn't too far from Russo. It was already a very angle talking heavy show with wrestling being in a back seat. And somehow like in this month, you very, very quickly notice how wrestling takes an even bigger backseat to angles and promos. Like there is a formula to matches on this month where the match will start and within a minute, without fail, somebody will come to ringside, somebody will join commentary, will cut backstage to somebody scheming or watching or doing something. Like he is terrified people will lose their attention. And like the matches are already only 3 or 4 minutes long, but even then he has to go straight to an angle within the first minute. Like wrestling has never meant less on this show. It's kind of crazy how quickly that happens.
My thing is like as long as the line between pay-per-view and TV stays divine, in that like as long as on pay-per-view you're still getting quality matches, like I'm okay with TV not being a match forward presentation, especially on like an hour-long show. Like if you're doing a Dynamite, there's kind of a reason you need like some 15-minute bangers in there. You know what I mean? You're filling up time. But it's like with an hour show, if like the best you could ask for was like a 10-minute like good match, you know what I mean? So I'm okay with like a short 1 hour show not being like we gotta have like banger after banger after banger.
And like I have long lamented the death of TV wrestling. Like TV wrestling as like a philosophy. Like TV wrestling is different from pay-per-view wrestling. You wrestle faster. You're wrestling to like the idea of television, not the idea of like because it's like the difference of attention span, I guess, right? Because if someone bought a pay-per-view, you know they're willing to be taken on that journey. They're sitting down to watch that match, as opposed to television where someone has a remote in their hand at all times and has no commitment to what they're watching. So like that's the philosophy. It has to be faster and attention grabbing.
Again, to give credit to ISIS.
Lots of credit to ISIS today.
You gotta hand it to him. Like, historically, through ratings, where does the drop-off happen in a pro wrestling show? It's during the matches.
Yeah.
Matches don't retain viewership. Except
for AEW. AEW is the weird outlier there. Because... yeah. Ultimately you train your audience, I guess, isn't it? Like if there's because like there has been 60-minute matches on AEW TV, and historically those 60-minute matches have gained audience because AEW has trained their audience to expect better wrestling from television, as opposed to like if you are watching Russo TV, you have trained your audience immediately to be like, wrestling doesn't matter, give me the angle, I'm waiting for the angle.
And I feel like though it's like it is an interesting gambit or interesting like thought process to be like, it was 2006 wrestling TV audiences ready for that?
Probably not.
It's like, and like again, like, you know, train them. Maybe they would be. Maybe that'd be a thing that would help them stand out. But like, I don't know. I can understand the mindset of like, if you're looking at history at that point, to be like, the matches don't matter. We have to keep things happening. Boom, bam, boom, bam, boom.
Mm-hmm. And like that is the Vince Russo television philosophy, like for better or worse. Which actually no, it was the problem with the 2014 stuff, because the 2014 stuff was boring. It's like it was Russo bad and Russo boring, as opposed to like these shows. You do not have time to get bored. It is fundamentally impossible. You are moving to a new thing every 90 seconds.
Which again is like why I'm sort of excited for this era.
Vince Russo was, quote-unquote, in charge of the Bound for Glory pay-per-view behind the scenes. He frequently stepped out into the back of the arena during the pay-per-view to monitor crowd reactions and see the matches in person. Backstage observers say there was no doubt he was in charge at the pay-per-view. Dutch Mantel took a step back in his duties and let Russo handle a lot. He had an answer for everyone, says one wrestler. When he stepped out into the crowd to watch some of the event, he would provide updates on the score of the local baseball team, the Detroit Tigers, who were playing in the World Series game that night.
Okay.
Which, by the way, when TNA booked the venue for Bound for Glory, how pissed do you think that not only did the Detroit Tigers get to the World Series final, they were playing a home game that night head-to-head?
Yeah. But they still, crowd looked good.
Yeah, they drew like 3,700-ish, which was close to sold out.
They were sure to be like, hey, look how we did, even against World Series Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, so they did pretty well in the end. Apparently there was a big uptick when Angle got signed, as you might expect.
Yeah, I mean, that was the saving grace for that building, I guess.
Team 3D signed a 1-year contract extension at the most recent Impact tapings on September 25. As is the case with newly signed contracts, TNA has an option to pick up the second year of the contract. Monty Brown looks to be quitting, as he still hasn't signed his new contract and wasn't on the last TV. Dixie Carter said she is still working on keeping him, but friends of Brown say his contract officially expired on September 30th, and he's not signing a new one. He hasn't decided whether he will try and go to WWE. Brown has a personal training job that gives him a 6-figure income, and he is able to
do not go. What are you doing?
and work TNA since there are so few dates per month. However, he was promised the NWA title before Christian was signed, and Christian basically got his title run, and he felt lied to. Company management tried to get Brown to work more indie dates because he had a good look and had charisma, but his in-ring in general was holding him back, which I still think is bullshit, from being where the company wanted him to be. The feeling is if he worked more indie dates, he'd improve faster, but he didn't want to take so many dates as it interfered with his regular job. You're a bunch of fucking marks. He was awesome.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know, man. Do you want him to be Joe?
And Jarrett's matches sucked. Jarrett's matches weren't good. You can't be like, match quality's important and Jarrett's in those fucking main events.
Yeah, but he's the one saying that.
And he thinks his matches are good. Scott Steiner has been off TV for 2 months as the two sides haven't reached a contract agreement.
I truly did not notice once.
You did not notice that Steiner wasn't here?
Yeah.
Steiner doesn't want independent bookings handled by TNA. Bill Behrens handles all its independent bookings. So the plan originally was Team 3D versus the Steiners at Bound for Glory, and Steiner's contract issues took that off the table.
I did feel like that was kind of where they were building. Like with Team 3D's whole we'll take on any team of the past, present, or future thing.
Oh yeah, and then it just ended up in a random 4-way tag. You will get that Steiner's match next year at Bound for Glory.
Yeah.
They kept that one in mind.
Yeah.
Spanish announcer Moody Jack, or Hector Melendez, quit to take a job helping IWA in Puerto Rico with Savio Vega. Melendez asked for a raise since he's been there now for a few years, and he was given a $100 a week raise that he found insulting, so he left. Willie Urbina, who is the WWC announcer, was brought in to take his place. There had been talk of bringing Ray Gonzalez in to take Conan's place and have Conan just work as a manager, but that hasn't happened yet. Conan and Jeff Jarrett had a confrontation at TV.
Hell yeah.
Conan basically demanded a raise or said he would quit. Jarrett was trying to get Conan to sign the new converted contracts where TNA books all its contracted guys for their house show dates. Conan has refused to switch over, wanting to control his Mexico bookings, which AAA does, and Lucha Libre style independent bookings in North America. Conan's argument is he signed his contract when he wasn't being used well. Now he's not only managing the company's top act, but he's also... You don't think top act?
I don't think LAX is the top act.
They're a top 5 act in the company.
Yeah, of course. The top act. Because there's 5 good acts.
That's true. It's Joe, it's LAX. All right, maybe they are top 2.
Yeah, okay, I take it back.
But he's also doing the... Christian, maybe 3. But he's also doing the Spanish announcing and then was the person who set up the Mexico bookings as well for the Arena Monterrey show that TNA did recently. So he wanted a substantial raise. Jarrett felt that both sides had signed a contract in good faith, and it wasn't in good faith to then renegotiate that contract in the middle of the term. Conan said if he didn't get a raise, he was going to work full-time in Mexico. He was offered a raise to stay, but there's still something of an impasse about TNA wanting to control his bookings in Mexico.
Yeah, they want that fucking cut.
Because he's worth way more in Mexico than he is in America.
Yeah.
The planned TNA Portugal shows, which I believe were set to be in November or late October maybe, was moved to the 5th of January due to problems with getting visas, authorizations, and licenses on time. About 2,500 tickets have been sold, with many people coming from foreign countries. The big negative is with WWE coming for 2 shows in December, the first major shows in the country in more than a decade, a January date may not be the best. It's still going to be in the 7,000-seat Campo Pequeno Bull Ring in Lisbon. There was tons of advertising for the show, including all over the WWE programming. So these shows do happen in January.
That's good, at least.
There is also an interesting historical note about those shows, in that there is one man who has only worked TNA on those shows. Do you know who it is?
No.
He was in a 4-way match with Johnny Storm, Jody Fleisch, and Spud.
Oh.
The man who gravity forgot, Pac.
Oh. Wow, that's kind of crazy.
He has only ever worked 2 TNA dates, 2 shows in Portugal.
Break orbit.
Those shows did really well. One did 5,000 fans, the other did 2,700. So,
how do we not have footage of these fucking shows?
Because it was 2007, man. They didn't film that shit.
That's so stupid. They're like bigger shows than anything else you're running. Bring a goddamn camera.
Even the UK shows, it took them, 3 years to finally start making that stuff TV?
Yeah.
Like, that stuff was doing crazy numbers and, crazy crowds, and they were just doing house shows for, 3 or 4 years before they're finally like, we should film that stuff for television.
It's so stupid.
Steve Borden hosted the Praise the Lord talk show on the TBN network last week. The show opened with Borden, rarely referred to as Sting during the broadcast, Nikita Koloff and Lex Luger standing together to introduce the program. Sting introduced Koloff, who cut a promo on no longer being the Russian Nightmare, but rather referring to himself nowadays as the Devil's Nightmare.
I was going to say the American Nightmare.
No, it's taken. He made a bunch of goofy faces and stuck his tongue out a whole lot while Sting took the mic again. Sting briefly talked about Luger's recent conversion before they went to a break. When the show came back, Sting played the role of Johnny Carson with Luger as his guest. Sting and Luger walked through Lex's career from college on. Luger talked about how he was a standout student athlete and how he had access to everything he wanted. He talked about getting kicked out of the University of Miami for misconduct at a time where it was virtually impossible to do so. Sting talked about how a lot of the other wrestlers resented Luger getting everything handed to him at first in his career, but how he managed to earn it in time and stay near the top for several years. Luger talked about how living a double life as a husband and father at the time and a hard partying star on the road, saying everyone looked to him to find out where the party was. He choked up talking about Miss Elizabeth dying in his arms as he dialed 911 in their townhouse and how it haunts him to this day. Luger's tone was somber during the entire interview as he looked down at the ground during every one of his responses. The only point where he perked up was when he talked about his jail time after being detained at the Canadian border, during which his now pastor came to visit him and won him to Christ. He said he is getting his life back on track, and after recognizing that God is, in his words, the real total package, and said that he is dedicating his life from here on to being
fucking stupid.
to being a warrior for Christ. Sting also interviewed a blind former drug addict from his church and a minister heading up a cruise ship ministry he is working with. He hardly spoke about his wrestling career except how he, Nikita, and Luger still get in the ring once in a while. I tried to find footage of this. I couldn't. I was so mad.
Damn it.
The September 25, 2006 episode is on YouTube, and I was like, oh, sure, this must have been roughly in that period. Nope, couldn't find it. I do not want to mock people finding Christ and the faith people find, but when you come
I'll do it.
When you're like, the real total package is God, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm the devil's nightmare.
And the real total package is Vince Russo, who will now not write his horrible misogynistic shit because he found God in Jesus.
It's so, listen, some people obviously need it. You know, by all accounts, Sting not doing too well before he found the Big J.
Yep.
So I wish him the best.
I kind of get why a lot of wrestlers find Jesus.
Well, because they don't want to take accountability for their own terrible misdeeds.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, I was going to frame it a little better than that, but that's pretty much it. That for all the debauchery they get up to, they probably need something to guide them toward the light.
Yeah, I don't know. And it's a slightly less abhorrent version of anyone who's done a sex crime is like, I found Jesus, don't put me in prison.
Sure.
It's probably a little less cynical.
Yeah, when you see Russell Brand do it, you are like, fuck off.
Yeah, It's like a less cynical version of that because it is mostly for them still. But like it's a way of justifying or absconding oneself from their darkest moments, which again, I guess people need, but like you should probably take accountability at the same time. And some people do. Some people don't just go, wow, like Jesus has saved me and has forgiven me. Some people take that as an opportunity to try and make amends for their mistakes. But I don't know. I'll always roll my eyes a little bit at it just because I am a horrible cynic.
Damn right. Lex Luger is about to be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame.
He is. Along with Triple H.
Yes, along with Triple H and Michelle McCool. What a class. Do you think Sting inducts him?
He should.
Yeah, and if you go back to the TNA Hall of Fame, Lex Luger inducted Sting.
But it's like, Tony.
If you're Tony and you get the request, what do you say?
I say, oh god, that's one of those non-enviable tasks of his position. I would accept it with, I want something in return though.
A little like TNA Gimme Christian for a show?
Yeah, I want, what do I want though? I want Penta to go out on the show and go, I had a great time in AEW.
Do that on Raw on Netflix and you got Sting.
I don't know what I would want in return. Let me, like, I don't know, man.
Cody Rhodes' return to...
Yeah, well, it's like, it has to be something Cody related, you know? But it's like, what would they even allow?
You know what I would ask for?
Oh, actually, I know what I'd ask for. Wait, I want to see if it's the same thing.
I would ask for Bailey.
I see. I was gonna say when Sting comes up to introduce him, I want a lower third that says AEW Superstar or whatever.
Listen, that would be a default. That would be, yes, that would be like a contractual term, not a favor in return.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would ask for Bailey, and I would do something with Bailey and Mercedes.
Okay. I don't think you're getting any I don't think you're getting anyone actually appearing on the show.
No, you're not. But that's what I would ask.
You have to have some sort of like background deal, like, I want to use this music, or I want to use, I want Sting to be able to go up with an AEW pin on his fucking suit, you know, like.
I want him to give Lex Luger an AEW title belt as the Hall of Fame inductee thing.
I want Sting and Darby Allin to induct him. I want them to use his AEW music, you know. Like, I want it, like, that's like things like that, because that's all you're gonna get.
All right, not a full in return. Not even like a Gibby Cody for a day so we can shoot a documentary or something.
I mean, yeah, maybe like that documentary thing, but you're not getting anything. You're not getting any WWE on AEW Dynamite.
But you're giving them a Sting. Sting's not nothing.
Yeah, but also like the part of it is like you kind of want to do it too, because you know you want to be nice to Sting. He's done a lot for you, and he probably wants to do the induction for his friend.
And it's good PR, you know, if you do let him do it.
I say give me fucking some Sting WCW footage.
That would be a good deal, actually. Yeah.
Give me the rights to some Sting WCW footage, so I can use it in video packages in the future. That's what I would ask for.
That's solid.
I would ask for a man called Sting for his kids when they graduate.
That is the news. That brings us to broad topics, starting with the NWA World Title feud, which is, I guess, ostensibly Jeff Jarrett versus Sting, even though Sting is not on TV all month.
The World Title feud of Jeff Jarrett versus Samoa Joe.
The World Title feud of Samoa Joe plays keep away with the NWA title while also being in a Monsters Ball match.
It's a very silly feud. And it, like, I understand that it's like Sting's not here. He's got to get into not wearing a singlet shape. But, and he has to go do a Jesus talk show.
Of course, prior.
But, like, Samoa Joe feels like a very big deal. And it feels like he should just be getting the world title shot. And it's funny, like, he has two really, like, hot programs. One with Kurt and one with Jeff. And then his match is the Monsters Bowl match, which just feels so much, like, below him in comparison.
Yeah, it is the thing. I always say, like, if I could reach back into history, it would be Christian Sting based off the turn at Bound for Glory, and then it would be Joe just beating Jarrett, and Joe's your NWA champion.
Like doing Joe Jarrett with Kurt as the enforcer for that.
And then you spin off into eventually doing Angle Joe down the line as Joe has a real title run. But yeah, it does feel weird. It's not the only program this month where like the go home angle is for a match that's not, because like AMW and the LAX do the same thing where they have a really hot angle on the go home show for a tag title match that's not on Bound for Glory.
Yeah, my guess is like that feels like more just how can we like heat up LAX as the biggest bastards. But it is it's certainly an interesting direction to go with it. I do think having Joe all over these shows and the like Jarrett keep away stuff was entertaining throughout the whole month though. So well, I'm not like against it. It just feels like there should have been a better end point for Joe at Bound for Glory.
So coming out of No Surrender, there are two things coming forward. The world title match is already made. Sting agreed to do title versus career versus Jeff Jarrett, and also Kurt Angle is in TNA. So that's how we open the September 28th Impact. We open with the vignette again. Kurt Angle announces he's coming to TNA. We cut to Mike and Don. Mike is like, we're going prime time on Spike TV on November 16th at 9 p.m. And then Don is like, Kurt Angle's coming to TNA over and over again. He's very excited.
They're all very excited. This is a big coup.
It is. And this is the exact reaction you should have to Kurt Angle coming to TNA.
Yeah, whiny internet fans, torch listeners.
No, they said whatever the words they used were like informed wrestling fans, Liam. Informed.
I hate the informed wrestling fans. That's going to be my new Twitter gimmick.
That's actually going to be my competitor, the Wrestling Observer, the Wrestling Informer.
Wow.
I'm going to take down Dave Meltzer once and for all.
To be fair, Dave is more of an informer than an observer at this point.
That's true. He is not independent. Our opening match doesn't even get started, as it's meant to be Lance Hoyt versus Jeff Jarrett, but Jeff Jarrett, wearing street clothes, jumps Hoyt during his entrance. This is, and it kind of surprised me looking at it, this is Hoyt's first match on Impact since February.
He has been gone for a long time. I did notice it. My first instinct when this was happening was that Jeff Jarrett's getting the Abyss get your win back match. But he's like, I'm skipping that bullshit. I'm just gonna beat the shit out of him.
It's going straight to jumping Hoyt. Yeah, I didn't even really notice Hoyt was gone that long. I knew he wasn't super around. But yeah, first match on Impact since February. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Jarrett chokes Lance with a strap and whips him. Jarrett says the name of our show, because at one point he is like, you've got to be kidding me.
That's Don's classic line.
Yeah, he's stealing it from us and Don. Jarrett shows the belt marks on his back and said he was beaten like a trade slave.
Crazy.
Yeah. He's also mad Joe left with the NWA title at the end of No Surrender. Jarrett demands that Cornette get his belt back by the end of the show. We do have a press conference that runs throughout multiple of the stories that we'll be running back to, because there's multiple different threads coming out of it.
This is the most interconnected month of television for storylines, I think, ever.
Yeah, we're going to cover the three heavyweight stuff back to back to back, but there's a lot of crossover. We could do it as one block, and we kind of are, but we will try and at least keep it story to story, so for some sense of coherence.
Okay, so basically the Christian Rhino stuff is tangentially involved, but we might as well do the Monsters Bowl and the Jarrett stuff all together, because most of that is Samoa Joe related, and Samoa Joe is completely joined up to the Jarrett thing at the same time. So I think for example on this one we cover Joe Raven as well, but we don't cover the Christian Rhino recap stuff.
Makes sense. Yeah, because as you said, it is all bungled together into one kind of mesh of stuff that sometimes doesn't make a lot of sense, but
we're also an Angle show now, baby.
So yeah, at this press conference, we have Bagwell, Luger, LAX, Rhino, JB, and Cornette. This is where Cornette announces a bunch of Bound for Glory matches. Here he announces Joe versus Raven versus Runt versus Abyss at Monsters Ball. Plus, circles back to Jarrett versus Sting, title versus career. Angle will be involved in that match, and by the end of this episode, Cornette will announce how Angle will be involved in that Bound for Glory match. And they did the polite applause all these announcements got.
I was there politely applauding.
You're like, hell yeah, I want that Monsters Ball. Samoa Joe faced Raven.
Raven looks like shit.
He's fallen so far down the pecking order at this point.
Yeah, he's this is a shadow of the man who was the hottest guy in the company for a couple of years.
Because this is Joe beating a former NWA World Champion, and at no point do they treat the idea of Joe beating Raven as important.
No.
This is just a guy for Joe to beat. It is not one of the biggest stars of this company for the last 3 years, which Raven objectively has been. It's just Joe running over some nerd that nobody cares about.
And the fans don't care either.
Joe goes for an elbow suicida, but Raven lifts a chair in his way instead. Jarrett is watching backstage, again going to the reoccurring theme that every match this month, something will happen within the first minute of it. So that, like, you cannot just have Joe against Raven, you have to show Jarrett, even though Jarrett's already been on this show. Joe chokes out Raven for the win. Raven does very egomaniacally spend like a minute in that choke before eventually tapping out. He did like do a very soft tap out. I thought he would pass out, but he did tap out. Runt slaps Joe a couple times, so Joe slaps the shit out of him. Well, Runt shows up, I guess. Rather, Runt did a run-in, sorry, and choked Raven with a chain. To go back to, again, within the first 3 minutes of this match, Jarrett on a monitor, Runt doing a run-in. It's Joe and Raven, and you already have two things happening.
Yeah, it's and like in a match that goes like 3 minutes.
Yeah, the match isn't even that long. But yeah, Runt slaps Joe a couple times, so Joe slaps the shit out of him and then press slams him onto Raven on the floor. Abyss appears behind Joe as they face off, a quick brawl before Joe boots Abyss out of the ring. Raven, Runt, and Abyss brawl as Joe goes to leave with the NWA title. Cornette appears and asks for the belt. Joe says if Corny wants the belt, tell Jarrett or Sting to come and get it.
And I like that Cornette's just really offended, but he's like, what am I gonna do?
It's Samoa Joe, you gonna take it from him?
Exactly.
We have a bunch of features this month on Sting. All of them are spooky. They're usually about he is lost in darkness, but he will find his way to his destiny and overcome Jeff Jarrett and bring the NWA title back into the light. There's a bunch of stuff like that.
That's a pretty good impression.
Thank you. That's my Barry Scott. We go back to the press conference. Lex Luger is Sting's surrogate. He's talking about how Sting is going to bring something Jarrett has never seen before. He's coming into Bound for Glory with a purpose. Bagwell, who is also Sting's surrogate, says Sting will win. He's been away training. So this is our kind of way to get around Sting not being on the show for 2 months. We have a bunch of features and then Bagwell and Luger doing some talking head spots to put over Sting and his renewed effort to win the NWA World title.
Sting's a great friend, getting these boys paydays.
Yeah, what a nice guy. I would rather him not get Bagwell paydays personally, but that's neither here nor there. There's a career retrospective on Sting with comments from Luger and Bagwell. Talks about how TNA is giving Sting the chance to finish his career on a more positive note than WCW. Luger talks about TNA has class, and that's why Sting returned there.
It's very funny that like they basically redo this whole thing for his AEW run too. Like, AEW's here to finally give Sting the ending to his career that he wants.
Yeah, poor boy's been chasing it for a while. And unlike Undertaker, he did in fact get it, so.
He did.
JB has Jarrett. Jarrett calls in Eric Young. And Jarrett is like, EY, I'm giving you a second chance. He has instructed EY to get the NWA World title back from Samoa Joe. It's EY's night of redemption after all his recent failures, after all his lie detector shenanigans. This is EY's chance to redeem himself. EY sheepishly tells Jarrett he can't do that. Jarrett issues an ultimatum. EY firmly says no. Jarrett says he'll deal with him later. He never does, so fair play to EY.
EY's like, I'm a face now. I'm not doing this shit.
And also, probably he's a little scared of Samoa Joe.
It's both.
JB is like, hey, good job, man. You stood up for yourself. And EY's like, what did I do? So EY, once again, standing up to Jeff Jarrett. He's his own man. He has a spine now. And then the press conference finally comes back out to the ring. All of this is in one show, by the way. Luger and Bagwell are there. Cornette announces that Angle will be the special guest enforcer for Sting versus Jarrett at Bound for Glory. Jarrett comes out. He's very mad. He wants his title back, and now we're going to have to do it the hard way. Cornette says if he wants it, he can go through Joe, and that's the hard way. Jarrett says Cornette is an impotent authority figure.
He's kind of right.
Yeah.
Like, it is kind of your job, Cornette.
Maybe that's why Cornette starts, like, issuing ultimatums later in the month, being like, oh, you're fired. Yeah. He's like, he's gotten to by Jarrett questioning his authority.
Or he's just like, yeah, I really need that belt back.
We do need it. It's not yours. Jarrett brawls with Luger and Bagwell. Luger goes straight down. Bagwell has to get some punches in. Even when like Bagwell is thrown out to the floor, he has to do a little like, oh, I'm selling my arm, and that's why I can't get back in. It's like, fuck you, Bagwell.
Hey, he's protecting himself.
It's very important that he protect himself, and his booking his friend got him. Joe makes the save as we go off the air. Joe is still not NWA champion, but holding the NWA title.
He's my NWA champion.
So yeah, all of that one episode. There's like 8 segments about this world title feud.
It's a lot. There's just gonna be a lot more going on now.
October 5th, 2006 Impact. In the show opening segment, we'll talk about the first part where we're talking about people getting fired. But at the end of that, JB asks about Joe and the belt, because Cornette is in the office with some nerds. Abyss and James Mitchell walk in, and they tell Cornette if Abyss can promise to get the NWA title back from Samoa Joe, will Cornette promise to give Abyss the first shot after Bound for Glory? Cornette calls Mitchell the sleaziest man he's ever known, but accepts this deal with the devil.
Hey, to be fair, he is someone who doesn't back out of his deals.
Yeah.
He's a relatively trustworthy individual when it comes to making a deal with... Like, he'll try. He may not work out, but he'll try.
But famously, there may be some side problems with it, with deals with the devil. They're not always the deal you sign on the face of it.
Yeah, it's like a monkey's paw scenario. But, like, you know, Mitchell has no reason to fuck this one up.
I guess.
He has all to gain, and all he has to do is get the belt.
Doesn't even have to beat Samoa Joe. He just has to incapacitate him briefly.
He could just have Abyss distract him, and he could grab the belt.
That is ultimately how Jeff gets it back.
Yeah.
Abyss and Mitchell are in the ring. They call out Joe because they want the NWA title back. Joe comes out with the title. Joe lays the title between them, and then they brawl. Abyss chokeslams Joe and picks up the belt. Jarrett runs out, grabs the belt. Abyss is mad, so Joe and Abyss beat down Jarrett. Joe goes to leave with the belt, but Abyss jumps him again. Joe drops Abyss with a power slam and leaves with the belt.
So it's not working out great.
He had his hands on it at one point.
Yeah, so technically, did he not return the belt? Jarrett just lost it again.
It was Jarrett's fault that like, if Jarrett just left it play out, Abyss probably would have brought that belt back to Cornette, but Jarrett had to stick his nose in it.
I think technically they did regain the belt briefly, so James Mitchell could argue that he deserves a shot.
And Abyss does end up getting the shot after Bound for Glory, so you know what?
On a technical, damn the devil! I take it back. I take it all back.
We get a spooky Sting video.
Once again.
JB has Jarrett and Christian. They're teaming up to face Ron Killings and Christopher Daniels in the main event. Why that team, we'll talk about when we get to the tag title feud. Jarrett is mad that he still doesn't have his title. Jarrett talks so long that Christian gets his own microphone so he can talk instead.
Yeah, I love, like, two cocky heels that are, like, in each other's way. Like, I really like that dynamic whenever you see, like, two guys that are like, alright, I'm the guy here. And it's just, yeah, I thought they did a good job with it. I enjoyed it.
Especially because it is Jarrett and Christian, two men who on this show
Yeah.
hate each other. So if they're going to team in the main event, they should still hate each other, and they do still hate each other.
They do continue to hate each other.
Christian takes credit for all the good things happening in TNA lately, and unlike Jarrett at No Surrender, he actually won. Plus, he points out he beat Jarrett for the NWA title back in February, so he's the captain of his team, and Jarrett should follow his lead.
He has a valid point.
He has proven himself superior to Jeff Jarrett in every way. Our main event, Jeff Jarrett and Christian Cage defeat Ron Killings and Christopher Daniels. Truth runs wild, but Christian dumps him out to the floor as we go to break. Hot tag to Daniels, but Homicide appears and slapjacks Daniels. Christian lines up a frog splash, but Jarrett jumps on the pin for the win. Jarrett grabs the microphone out of Christian's hand and calls out Joe. Joe comes out, brawls with Jarrett. Joe misses a knee, crashes to the floor. Jarrett has the belt back, but then Christian unprettiers him from behind and takes the belt for himself. Rhino appears out of nowhere, gores Christian. Belt falls back to Joe, who leaves with it.
I really enjoy that, like, Jarrett just has so many enemies in this world that, like, nothing can work at all because he will fuck it up and piss someone off immediately.
I do like the belt keep away thing. It is kind of fun.
And, like, it's one of the better cases of it because normally it's like someone just takes the belt and they're like, I am the real champion, and it's like kind of boring and played out. Like, I like this keep away angle. I think it's actually kind of fun.
And it somehow always ends up back with Joe.
Yeah. Like, a lot of the times, like, without his own doing. Like, it's not like he beat them up and then got the belt back.
Yeah, I enjoyed Christian taking the gore from Rhino because you can see him actively throwing the belt in the direction of Joe just to make sure it ended up with Joe.
I like to imagine that was just Christian being petty. Like, the character of Christian was still like, oh, well, I don't want Jarrett to fucking have it.
Yeah, Joe can have it, but Jarrett, nah. October 12th Impact. JB is outside Cornette's office. Jarrett emerges and says that sometimes the fight isn't worth fighting, and he's given up on trying to reacquire his belt.
There you go. And see, that's the key. You gotta let the world bring it back to you. That's what Joe's doing, and it's working really well.
It does. Every time he loses it, it does somehow like gravitate back to him. Samoa Joe is in the ring with the NWA title. He calls Jarrett a jackass. Not the stunts that were played at No Surrender, just a kind of horse. He says, for the last 4 years, the title has been held hostage by the worst men. Paper champion after paper champion. The belt has been used as a political leveraging tool. It hasn't gotten the respect it deserves. Men like Dory Funk and Harley Race treated the belt like a testament to being the best. At Bound for Glory, he'll hand the belt back to the man who wins the main event on one condition. He gets a title shot. Coolest man on earth.
Fair enough. He's got a lot of, like, you know, he's got aura, as the kids say.
Christian comes out, and Christian's like, Joe, you were just talking a lot about paper champion after paper champion. You might remember the guy before Jarrett that held that belt was me. Were you talking about me? And Joe was like, yes, I was talking about you.
Joe was like, well, Jarrett was number 1, but you're number 2.
Right up there. Christian says Joe can't beat him, says the NWA title was taken from him and he's taking it back. Then Joe invites him to take it, and Christian, instead of taking it right now, proposes they hang it to the above the building and have what is kind of an unsanctioned ladder match for the NWA title.
A ladder fight.
Yes, they're simply going to have a gentleman's fight with a ladder and a belt hanging, but it's not a sanctioned ladder match because it's not an NWA title match.
Hence why I refused to rate it.
Even though it was the best match on TV this month.
It wasn't a match.
They're doing a gimmick throughout the month where they have people sitting down doing predictions for Jarrett and Sting. The first one here has
They're doing many gimmicks throughout the month.
There's so many segments on these TV shows, man. First one here has Ron Killings, and then Rhino, who is like, why the fuck do you want me to talk about this match? I want to kill Christian. I don't care about this match. We have a second one later in the show. Styles wishes it was Jarrett's career on the line instead of Sting, so Jarrett could get out of here. Christian, with his back to the camera, is also mad that they're asking him about Jarrett Sting when he's not involved in that match.
I like that. I like them being like, I got my own shit to worry about.
We get another spooky Sting promo focusing on how the lamp of the body is the eye, and if the eye is good, then you're good. And then Barry Scott does like some Raven promos but chanting.
Nevermore.
They are very much like that. It's like, and he will come, and he will defeat the great evil. That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Franchise does the talking head spot instead of the Naturals. The Naturals just stand behind them, which I did like. Kip James says Jarrett is going to get what he deserves before BG James stops him. And he's like, Kip, you're an ass. You don't even know what Jarrett's all about.
Which kind of just goes nowhere.
There's a segment on the next show, yeah. I think it's the tee up the babyface turn they're planning for Jarrett, but it does feel like very much out of nowhere.
It's like, I don't know. I understand. I guess like BG and Jarrett have never really had a problem on the show.
No, they did. Like BG debuted feuding with Jarrett.
I forgot.
And like the Trio LK had problems with Jarrett too.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't as big of a feud for me to care.
Well, that's BG James in general.
Yeah.
This did also immediately come after the tease of a Diamonds and the Rock breakup, so teasing back-to-back
James
segments.
family drama.
Oh no. No. We can't have James family drama. We've already had Trio LK family drama. We get the first sit-down interview with Kurt Angle. He talks about how he won Olympic gold medal and then what would he do next. He went into wrestling and won 6 WWE titles before somebody said, you're not that special. There was nothing to prove in WWE anymore, and he saw TNA on the rise, so he came to TNA to beat everybody. Talks about how the roster has the eye of the tiger. Then talks about like his addiction to extra strength Vicodin after breaking his neck, but then TNA management looked after him and wanted to make sure his relationship with his wife and his children are going great. Which, like, it's one thing to cover that stuff in the media, which I probably wouldn't even do. I'd just like let people talk about it, who cares? Putting that on the TV show is wild.
I think none of this should have been on the TV show. I think it is so sick, like low rent. I think to make like Kurt Angle's TNA jump all about WWE sucks. I think to make it about like fuck Vince like is stupid. I like this whole interview I think is a complete waste of time.
Yeah, it should just be like Kurt being like, TNA is the best, I want to fucking kill AJ Styles and Samoa Joe, let's go. That's what it should be. It shouldn't be like, WWE was bad and they fired me, but they didn't fire me, I left, I didn't even want to be there anymore. Yes, I was addicted to extra strength Vicodin, but not anymore.
I think it's just stupid.
He mentions it's going to be a Kurt Angle we've never seen before at Bound for Glory. His message to Vince is watch what I do. If you think you saw Kurt Angle while I was there, you haven't seen nothing yet.
Cool.
Yeah, all the WWE stuff, all the like addressing the WWE departure stuff, just don't do it. Just make him Kurt Angle, man. You don't need any of this shit.
It's very stupid.
Our main event, Christian versus Samoa Joe go to a no contest in a non-sanctioned ladder fight.
Well, it doesn't go to anything. It's not a match. The fight just ends.
Sure. It's very funny to watch this match, fake match, whatever you want to call it, but these boys are trying so hard in this match.
They really put on like a lot of effort for this. To the point where I was like, guys, what are you doing? Don't you know what this show is?
Yeah, when you see what every other match on this show is in comparison to this, you're like, guys, why are you taking like crazy ladder bumps? What are you doing?
It's because these two care too much.
Yeah. Oh, earlier in the show, I guess we should mention it here because we are doing the Monsters Ball stuff. There was a Ron Killings and Lance Hoyt versus Diamonds in the Rough match. We're including this in Monsters Ball because we go backstage immediately when the match starts, because again, that happens in every match now.
Of course.
Where Raven is shouting at Runt and Abyss about how Joe doesn't respect the hardcore guys, and then calls Joe a coconut eater.
Crazy.
This goes nowhere. This feels like they're like striking an alliance against Joe, but they immediately start fighting after this.
They kind of do like everyone knows they have to beat Joe in the actual match. There's like a touch of like Joe's the biggest threat here.
But there's like 2 more segments involving all these guys before the pay-per-view, and they all just fight.
Yeah, but like you can believe that.
But in this match, yes, Lance Hoyt and Ron Killings versus the Diamonds in the Rough. Tell me all your opinions about this match, Liam. Actually, I think you should have many takes about this wrestling contest.
The Diamonds in the Rough are breaking up.
That's a post-match. No, tell me about the match.
Oh boy, I have so much to say. Truth, he's so athletic. And he does some athletic things. Bounces around.
You can get with this and you can get with that?
Exactly. Lance Hoyt allegedly was there.
Yes.
I don't remember him being there. I just remember Ron Killings and Elix Skipper, and that's it.
These boys are a tag team now, by the way, Lance Hoyt and Ron Killings.
Yeah, I think that's a fine spot for them. Probably a little below Ron Killings, but he never gets anything anyway, so what's the point of, like, pretending?
That is true. It's like, yeah, it hasn't happened yet. Why pretend it's going to happen now?
You can't say it's, like, below Ron Killings' stature, because, like, he has nothing.
And he's also been a tag team guy for 3 years.
So, yeah.
Truth floats over in the corner, pin Skipper. Simon Diamond shouts at his boys and throws his jacket at him, so they're basically doing the same angle the Naturals are doing with Shane Douglas, but listen, don't think about it. Skipper goes to react to this, but David Young stops him. Ron then gives Skipper a hug and a handshake, and this is the last time we see David Young in TNA television until Slammiversary 2022.
David Young is still a bitch about it, too. He's like, this is your fault, Elix Skipper.
And then we never see David Young again.
Well, we will, and I'll give him his remember when in 2022.
You're gonna wait till 2022?
Yep.
You're gonna wait until he's in the reverse battle royal at Slammiversary 2022 to give him his due.
I will wait till his last appearance.
All right. So, yeah, back to the Joe and Christian ladder match. Joe hits an elbow suicida onto the ladder onto Christian. Joe punts the ladder into Christian's groin. Christian hits a reverse DDT off the ladder. Joe sentons the ladder onto Christian. And that was the point where I was just like, these guys are working so hard. Why are they working this hard?
Why are you doing this?
Joe hits a big kick while Christian is on the ladder, follows the muscle buster. Joe goes to climb the ladder, but Abyss emerges. Black Hole slams Joe. Abyss goes to climb, but Raven and Runt powerbomb him off the ladder. They then fight, which means their alliance goes nowhere. Runt hits a crossbody off the ladder to the floor onto Raven and Abyss. Christian pulls down the belt, but Joe cuts him off and they brawl for it. Rhino pushes the ladder over, taking out Christian, and as Rhino and Joe go nose to nose, Rhino gores Christian. Joe poses with the belt, and I guess the result is technically a no contest.
You'll have to see... well, it's nothing. Again, it's not a match.
Non-sanctioned ladder fight ended in nothing.
Yep. Sometimes a fight just disperses.
It's true. Jim Cornette just like, go home. Let's go home. Stop it. Yeah, easily the best quote-unquote match on TV this month. Boys are trying way too hard.
Yeah. These two, they care too much. They haven't beaten the care out of them yet.
The October 19th Impact opens with Mike Tenay. He announces the TNA management has made a decision. He has a bunch of papers. Samoa Joe must return the NWA title by the end of the show, or he'll be removed from the TNA roster, effective immediately.
He should have done that. Like that. He should have done that week 2.
Not waited a month.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he was like, Mitchell will do it. I have faith in Mitchell. I don't need this. And then Mitchell didn't do it, so he needed to take the extra step.
It's important to note, like, when Jared said that he's not going to do it, like, he's not going to, like, try anymore, he didn't.
That's true.
He had ample opportunity to run up a ladder during that.
He took the week off.
Good for him, he deserves it.
Abyss, Runt, and Raven open the show by brawling out of the tunnel as the Pyro and Ballyhoo is going off. Runt gets crotched in the post. Abyss drops Raven with a Black Hole Slam. And then Jake Roberts emerges from the tunnel with his large sack.
And you're like, why?
Jake Roberts is here. Making his TNA debut. Jake the Snake Roberts.
It's so, like, abnormal.
He laughs and reveals his snake. Abyss takes a tremendous bump at the mere sight of the snake and like, cowers in terror.
I guess we have confirmed Abyss's second fear.
Yes, barbed wire, which he did get over, and now snakes.
They should wrap the ring in snakes. No rope snake match.
That would actually be sick. Snake massacre.
All of the snakes are tied together and make up the ropes.
Yeah, if you run the ropes, you're running against snakes. The snakes in the back match.
Peter will have a problem with this.
Listen, they can get over it. We're post-woke.
We are post-woke.
Runt wants him to put the snake back in the bag. Jake DDTs him instead as the snake slithers about. Jake then grabs a microphone. Jake announces that he was asked to be the referee for the Monsters Ball match, but he's worn those stripes before in prison. So he won't be the referee, but he will be the guide that takes them to the labyrinth of their minds.
Which by that he means he will be the referee.
Yes, he does end up just being the referee. Even Dave Penzer announces him as the special referee.
Yeah. It's more of a ceremonial position, you know. The guide that takes them to the labyrinth of their minds.
Yes, that is a famous position in wrestling. I don't want cinema, I want labyrinth of mind guides.
It's true. It's post-cinema.
So you might see this Jake Roberts promo and think it was edited like crazy.
I did think there was something off about it, but I thought that might have just been Jake Roberts.
A bit of both, because it turns out, according to Dave, he ended up talking for like 9 minutes.
Hell yeah.
It was only meant to be 2 minutes, and they cut it down to like 30 seconds.
And that's what they got it from it.
That's what they got. So yeah, Jake was apparently a little bit of a mess. The segment was a bit of a train wreck.
What?
His throat was so dry you could barely hear, so they had to like punch up the audio in post.
I don't believe any of this for a second.
He apparently thought he was doing a second angle of the tapings, and when the second hour taping was over and he didn't do it, he panicked thinking he missed a segment.
No, he cares.
But yeah, Jake Roberts, this is his TNA debut, and it's exactly what you would expect out of Jake Roberts' TNA debut in 2006.
You'd be kind of disappointed to have anything less than this, to be fair.
If he came out and was coherent and normal, you'd be like, oh, well, good for him, I guess.
You're like, what? You're like, why?
A limo arrives. Kurt Angle emerges. He says it's real. It's damn real.
My favorite thing about it is JB goes up to the limo and like, this must be Samoa Joe. It's like, you think any part of Samoa Joe is arriving in a limo?
Famous limo traveler Samoa Joe is here at the show tonight.
And so I was like, I was going to be like thoroughly shocked if Samoa Joe walked out of that.
JB is just too used to everybody arriving via limo.
Apparently so.
BG sits down with Mike Tenay to explain his blow-up at Kip James last week.
Yeah, please explain this to us.
BG talks about how he knows Jeff Jarrett, the man. Jarrett took him in. BG screwed up and lived with the Jarrett's family for 6 months. Says there's a man behind Jarrett and a reason for his actions.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't understand why you do this before he loses the title.
Because at this point you just think BG James is going to go heel.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Because, like, you built Jeff Jarrett up as the greatest evil in the world for 4 fucking years. And Sting is finally going to be the guy that finally takes him down off his perch. And, like, in the 2 weeks before the go-home, you have a guy being like, actually, guys, he's misunderstood.
To be fair, I don't think anyone gives a shit about what BG James thinks of Jeff Jarrett. I don't think it's taking away from the great evil.
Yeah, it's just a weird choice. And I get why they're doing it, because they want to lay the seeds for the babyface turn that is to come after Bound for Glory. But yeah, it's just like, do it after Bound for Glory, guys. We get another Spooky Sting video. He is the Alpha. He is the Omega.
He is the Takeshita. He is the Omega.
Mike Tenay, he's in the ring with Earl Hebner. They're like, we need the title back right now. Here are the papers that say if you don't give it back to us, you're fired. That felt like a weird contrived prop for Joe to just rip something up, by the way, but still. Joe comes out. The crowd chants, keep the title at Joe. He analyzes the papers. Joe rips up the documents as, for the first time in TNA history, Kurt Angle's music hits.
It is, like, I do love that, like, people kind of like, what the fuck's happening? They're like, oh shit!
Yeah, it was funny. Even at Bound for Glory, when Kurt comes out for the cornet segment, they didn't actually recognize his music yet. So even then, it still took him walking through the curtain for them to be, oh, fuck, it's Kurt. But yeah, there is the moment of like, what's this song? Oh, fuck, it's Kurt. Kurt Angle comes up the ramp elevator, draped in the American flag as the pyro hits. Mike Tenay rejoins commentary. Joe lays the title between them. Tenay says he's daring Angle to cross the line, which I think is the first time that's actually like said on this show as like a thing that becomes a catchphrase.
Comes the catchphrase.
They go nose to nose before Angle headbutts Samoa Joe and hits the Olympic slam. This is where Tenay goes into overdrive. He's like, can you believe it? Kurt Angle's in the impact zone. His call of like Olympic slam by Angle on Samoa Joe. All fucking timer. Tenay's so good here.
Everything's going fucking nuts.
Building going absolutely crazy. Angle poses with the NWA title, but a bleeding Samoa Joe rises behind him like a fucking anime villain. Like, hits him with an enziguri. They brawl as Jarrett sneaks in to grab the title back. Jarrett looks longingly at the belt, leaves. They replay the headbutt as security and officials try to separate Angle and Joe as we go off the air. But yeah, the headbutt is like one of the iconic moments. Just because Joe is busted open hard way, and then the Joe rise spot and the shot of Joe bleeding behind him, it's all so fucking good.
It's one of the all-timer, like maybe the best TNA angle.
I think it is.
And I think the thing that like sets it apart from most other debuts and stuff is that like Joe doesn't look weak here, and it doesn't make Kurt worse that Joe doesn't look weak here. Like they somehow. And I guess it is kind of hard to do in wrestling, is like, they made them both feel equally as important during the Kurt Angle debut, which is, like, crazy.
Yeah, it wasn't just Kurt Angle eating up Joe after Joe was the guy in TNA for 18 months. No, Liam, you're becoming Russo-filled.
Well, until he proves me wrong.
He has booked a month of good, crazy television.
It's true.
But yeah, everything about this segment is awesome. Mike Tenay is awesome. Angle is awesome. Joe is awesome. Even Jarrett, like, sneaking in to just get the belt in the slimiest way imaginable while these two killers are looking to kill each other.
A great payoff to the whole thing as well. Like, the whole months of story, like it's a great payoff that, like, Jarrett just sneaks in like a fucking snake and just gets it. Like, the living cockroach that he is.
And then looks at the belt with a little bit of, like, is this even worth it? Yeah, amazing go home segment for a match that's not happening for a month, but that's fine. It is not the end of the television show though, Liam.
Do you remember me?
As we end the show with a Chris Jericho jump scare as the Fozzy song Enemy hypes the pay-per-view with a bunch of pay-per-view matches being run down.
Do you know what my favorite part of that song is?
What?
That in the music video, there's a guy that looks like a really hot version of Tony Khan.
Okay, I did not notice this.
If you check the notes.
I like that. Oh my god, it is Tony Khan.
It's like a really hot Tony Khan.
Maybe it is, but like, who's to say Tony wasn't a much more handsome? Well, not that he is not a handsome man, but
he's just a jacked man.
Yeah, maybe this was.
He's
Tony
like
back
if
in 2006.
Superman was Tony Khan.
Yeah. Damn, Jericho going to AEW was like destined.
I know, right?
But yeah, this is Chris Jericho's only appearance on TNA Impact.
For now.
That is true. He could technically have one further down the line from now.
We're leaking it right here.
Chris Jericho is going to debut on TNA in 2027.
It is a contract year for Chris Jericho.
Yeah, the actually Enemy as a song worked really well for the Rhino Christian feud.
I like Enemy.
It's not the worst Chris Jericho song.
No. There's some like Fuzzy is just straight up like butt rock. But like some of it's some good butt rock.
Judas is a good song.
I like Live Wire.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could name the Jericho songs that aren't related to wrestling?
I can name Live Wire.
You're a big Jericho fan. I think that's real Fozzy fandom.
Yeah, I'm a Fuzz head.
Sure. Famously. Dave Sahadi and Kevin Sullivan helped produce this video, by the way, along with the music video. Dave was actually like, I've seen that music video before, not realizing they would splice in TNA highlights because of fucking course they would. He thought they were just going to close the show with the Chris Jericho Fozzy music video.
I wonder how many people like watch this and they're like, fucking Jericho's jumping.
Especially because like you have Angle's debut with a big moment, and then the next thing you see is Chris Jericho.
Yeah.
It is kind of crazy.
I was listening to Enemy in the background while you were describing the Angle Joe segment, and it was perfect.
Okay. You just happened to
It was
listen to
cinema.
that multiple times.
They're just like, why just then?
No, I just assume you have Chris Jericho's Enemy on all time at all times.
It's
Just-
constantly playing in my brain, to be fair.
Do you remember me?
Isn't the plot of that like music video that like there's a guy trying to kill himself?
Is
Like
it?
that jacked Tony Khan is trying to like climb to the top of a building to jump off.
And then he finds Chris Jericho and Fozzy there and realizes life is worth living.
Yeah, I think so. Let me find out.
It is such a funny back-to-back segments of like you get that Angle Joe segment and then you get the Jericho Fozzy video. It's like, what the hell's going on this show all of a
He
sudden?
climbs up and sees a woman making out with someone, presumably his enemy. And then then he climbs on top of the roof and jumps off. Fucking kills himself.
So yeah, the Fozzy song did not cause him to save his life.
I mean, in my lowest moments, would Fozzy save me?
Or make you more likely to jump.
Yeah.
Bound for Glory, October 22nd, 2006.
Anime.
From the CompuWare Sports Arena in front of 3,400 people, Dave has it as. There's some reports that it might be closer to, like, TNA were claiming between 4,500, but that might be with comps or just a made-up number. Who knows?
You can never quite tell.
The show is also sponsored by Mortal Kombat Armageddon.
Fucking awesome.
How did you feel? This is TNA's first arena show since 2002, since like the very early Nashville days. It's the first time they've run an arena since like July 2002.
I like that it's in a different building. I wish like all the pay-per-views were in different buildings. But I kind of hate this one.
You don't like the CompuWare Sports Arena?
I kind of think it looks small and shitty.
It does look like an airline hangar.
And it just, like, this should be hosting a rave, you know, not a fucking TNA pay-per-view.
It is a hockey arena.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this one.
How did you feel about like the general setup? Because obviously this is the
I did like the aesthetic and like the industrial feel of it all. I thought that was good, but yeah, I'm not a fan of the actual building. I don't like that the roof is so low and you can see all like the stuff in the top of the building.
the like scaffolding and support bars and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
By the way, Enemy, the music video,
Yeah,
800,000 views.
not great.
Fozzy, Judas, you gonna have a guess on how many views?
I would say 25 million.
70 million.
Oh, that's even much better than I even expected. And I thought I was giving a high estimate there.
Yeah,
Needed Enemy on TNA television more. That would have solved your problem.
needed Judas.
Raven did say after his match that it's the type of crowd you do go out and work for if you even had a broken arm. So it was a hot crowd in Detroit.
It was a hot crowd, and it was a big crowd.
Sorry, Plymouth, Michigan, not Detroit.
Come on.
JB was outside Joe's locker room. Jake Roberts walks up.
And you go, oh no.
Jake starts talking about how sometimes you love your snake and then it grows because he's talking about his penis.
I get it. He does do that a lot.
Talk about his penis?
Yeah.
He talks about how he'll be the ringside enforcer for Monsters Ball.
Once again, he's not.
Yeah. He's like, I'm not a referee. I don't want to be a referee. I'll be like the enforcer, probably.
But he's a ref.
That does take us to Monsters Ball. Samoa Joe defeats Abyss, Brother Runt, and Raven in a Monsters Ball match with Jake Roberts as the special guide, is what he wants to call it.
to the labyrinth of their minds.
Even though Dave Pencer does announce him as the special referee.
Yeah, but who are you going to trust?
Raven's head is locked in a cage like a Bloodborne character.
Despite all his rage, Raven's head is still in a cage.
Damn. You should work for the NWA.
No.
I've turned down jobs with the NWA like 3 times.
Brag. Maybe if Baron Corbin was champ.
Abyss hurls Brother Runt into the crowd as you can hear a woman scream. Fucking scream at the top of her lungs when he does this.
It definitely wasn't for like concern over Brother Runt, and I think more that like it was gonna hit her.
Because, like, I didn't hear this when we were doing the watch long, and I was just typing the notes, and I was looking away from the screen, and I heard that scream, and I was like, what the fuck just happened? They do toss Runt straight back out, and the dude that did it high fives all his bros as he had a really good memory.
Like,
then.
so we were debating if this was a plant or if it was just like a dude that was like, I fucking hate Brother Runt for some reason. And like very quickly it became like a realization that it was just a guy who fucking hates Brother Runt because he was so excited. All his boys were gassing him up so hard that he just fucking shit canned him.
Joe wiped everybody out with a dive. Raven hits Joe with his head cage, and then Joe fell through a table.
Despite all my rage, I'm hitting Joe with my head cage.
Abyss chokeslams Runt off the stage onto a platform below.
Despite all my rage, I am choke slamming Runt off the stage.
No! Abyss elbow drops Runt off the stage, but the camera misses it, focusing on a Jake Roberts reaction.
I could do it again, but I feel like I shouldn't.
You hit the rule of threes, you see.
Yeah.
Those were like cardboard boxes, and they actually had very little give.
Yeah, it didn't look like they had much fucking give.
Yeah, because Runt didn't break them, and an Abyss elbow drop didn't really break them, so they must have been very sturdy cardboard boxes. Raven throws Joe off the stage again to a second table. Jake is going to unleash his snake, but then Raven jumps him, a man of decency. Joe sentons Abyss face first onto thumbtacks.
Which is a fun bump.
Crazy for this dopey mid-card monsters ball to take a face first.
That's bound for glory, baby.
Senton thumbtack bump. Wild man. I love you, Abyss.
It's bound for frickin' glory.
Jake comes back, drops Raven with a DDT. Joe falls with the Muscle Buster for the win, and then Jake drops his snake on Raven after the match.
It's like a pretty good match. It's not like amazing.
It's silly, like hardcore spectacle. It's nowhere near as good as the Monsters Ball match on last year's Bound for Glory, but it's silly hardcore spectacle. I do feel like they tried an extra level because I think they probably felt they had to live up to that match last year, and they failed, but they did, I think, kind of try. And Jake Roberts there is funny.
Jake Roberts is funny. That is the best review possible. Jake Roberts talking about his cock and just being a weird freak.
Jim Cornette comes to the ring. His voice is gone. He's sick, but he says he would have been in intensive care before he missed this show. Cornette says tonight is not the time and place for Angle and Joe to settle their problems. I say, why not? That would be sick. Cornette announces if Joe interferes in the world title match, he'll be removed from the TNA roster. A lot of threats of firing Samoa Joe lately.
To be fair, I think it's about the only thing that fucking works.
Angle's music hits. The crowd still don't know Angle's music well enough to react to it, but when they see him, they do react. Kurt says TNA is the best, screw the rest. It says Jarrett versus Sting will be one of the greatest main event matches ever, and he'll call it down the middle. But then he turns to Cornette and says, I don't need a buffer between me and Samoa Joe. Joe comes out, they brawl, security immediately separates them. They break off a couple of times as they scream furiously at each other.
It's very weird to see an Angle on pay-per-view for TNA. You don't get a ton of, like, big, like, you know, we're going to have a talkie segment in the middle of a TNA pay-per-view.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The last one that immediately comes to mind is the Christian debut, and that was nearly a year ago at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of a rare occurrence.
But I guess they probably felt the need to do some Angle Joe development on this show after how hot the TV angle was. And to get old Jim on the show.
Jim, who is still around.
And has not... There is some stuff about how he was, like, bad-mouthing Russo at, like, the Fan Fest.
As he fucking should, to be fair.
But yeah, Jim hangs on for a good while with Russo around, so...
They managed to keep it separate for a minute.
And then, main event. Sting defeats Jeff Jarrett in a title versus career match for the NWA World title with Kurt Angle as special enforcer.
Sting's cool.
Yeah.
I don't think it's particularly... Like, it's not... It feels big, but it doesn't live up to feeling big. It just, like there's the surrounding aura of the match feels big league, but, like, the match doesn't really have any sort of, like, epic feel to it to match that.
No.
Like, the best thing about it is, like, seeing Sting back.
And, like, it does for, like, the last, I think, 15 seconds. Like, the finish of the match is fucking electric. And then the rest of the match, as you said, has a big atmosphere, but then it's just kind of guys doing moves that nobody really cares about. So Sting comes out with a new look. He has a very fancy sparkly robe. He has, like, classic red and black tights, red boots, no singlet, the red and black and white face paint, in very good shape.
It's interesting that, like, this is the look that ends up in the game.
Yeah, that is
Not
fun.
exactly like these tights, but, like, this era with, like, the tights and no singlet and the color in the paint.
That, like, Sting would have this look for a month of his TNA career, and it is the one that ends up immortalized in the game. The early goings of this match is Jarrett dominating Sting. Jarrett wins every early exchange as Sting powders out. Sting eventually hits a powerbomb, runs wild a little. We get classic brawling at ringside as Sting hits a suplex on the ramp. Angle goes face to face with both Jarrett and Sting at various points, stops them from using a chair. Sting sidesteps a Jarrett charge as Jarrett nails Angle. Jarrett DDT Sting on the ramp and takes over. They collide with a crossbody at the same time. Rudy Charles is about to count both of them out for 10 when Angle just drops him with an Angle slam and takes over as referee. Or sorry, Olympic slam. Don't sue me, WWE. WWE, don't sue me, please.
They're waiting.
Sting kicks out of a stroke to very little reaction.
Yeah.
Jarrett does the one arm in the air on a tombstone.
He's allowed one as a treat.
Jarrett goes for submission attempts with a figure four and an ankle lock. Sting grabs his bat, but Angle stops him. Jarrett then hits Sting with the guitar. Sting no-sells it, fires up, locks in the Scorpion Deathlock, wins the NWA title. Sting celebrates. Jarrett looks sad.
It's like when he gets hit with that guitar, you're like, yeah, we're finally... Oh, he's the one. He's won. He won the belt.
And the crowd go fucking crazy when he no-sells it. It's like the time that the match comes alive for those 15 seconds, or it's like guitar shot, Sting no-sell. Don West calls it in my favorite way imaginable, where he just forgets words. He like his call is like Sting dabba doo da.
Sting dabba doo da.
He's like so excited that he just loses the capacity to form words and just makes noises. It's the best. And Sting just locks into the Deathlock and wins. Like, the crowd go fucking crazy the second he no-sells that, and the finish is really good. But as you said, the rest of the match is kind of just there.
Yeah, I'm not exactly, like, infatuated with this match.
Yeah, like, Sting bell to bell in TNA, he's shaky. Like, he's not, like... He has good matches, and very rarely has, like, flat-out bad matches. But a lot of the time, it's just kind of this, where you're kind of left being like, yep, that was a Sting match.
We're not, like, quite in the era of, like, big Sting great matches in TNA yet.
No. Like, the Bound for Glory main event next year, which is him and Kurt, is a much better match, if memory serves. I haven't watched it in a while.
Well, like, even, like, you know, eventually when we get to, like, the Jeff Hardys and the Aries and the stuff like that. It's just a better crew, I guess. It's funny because he's older, but I feel like he has better matches.
And famously bad matches would maybe one of them.
Yeah, okay. You know, when he comes back and he has, like, his, like, all-time run.
So, Jeff Jarrett is taking about 8 weeks off from TV. The Observer says 4 months. It ends up being closer to... Actually, no, 4 months is about right. 4 to 5 months. Then he'll be introduced as a babyface. There had been talk of incorporating Jarrett's real-life issues into the storyline when he turns babyface. Jarrett's wife, Jill, who was diagnosed with breast cancer about 8 years ago, was originally treated with traditional radiation and chemotherapy. The cancer went into remission and returned last year. The idea was to use an on-air storyline to garner sympathy for Jarrett, but perhaps explaining that a family member had cancer without getting too specific or making up a family member that doesn't exist, just to keep real life and storyline separate enough to not get too close for comfort. So that is the Jarrett babyface turn coming up.
We will see how that goes.
Sting got lost a few times during his match with Jeff Jarrett, which is not unusual for him, apparently. Back when he was in a four-way with Scott Steiner this summer, he missed enough spots that Steiner confronted him backstage afterward. Apparently, the always diplomatic Steiner began, "What the fuck happened out there?" Sting had no idea he was off and wrote it off as having a bad memory.
Okay. Come on, guys.
From the Wrestling Observer, Sting showed up and had no idea Angle was going to be part of his match. He didn't complain. He just didn't know. While part of the blame can go to the company for a lack of communication, others are saying it showed a lack of professionalism on his part to be so unaware of the industry and the job that is paying him so much money.
Hey, he's off getting fucking gassed up for 4 weeks.
He's not watching Impact. Come on.
He's fucking talking about Jesus and injecting steroids into his ass.
He's not watching Vince Russo booked television.
He had to do that for enough of his goddamn life.
The funny story to some was that Sting forgot to bring his white face paint with him. When he realized it, TNA had people go all over to stores and couldn't find any white face paint anywhere. The day ended up being saved as during the show, a TNA official found an ICP fan in the stands with his face painted. They asked if they could borrow his face paint, which he had in his car, so about 1 hour before Sting's match, a fan went to his car to give TNA officials his white face paint.
That's crazy.
ICP saving the day as usual.
That's crazy. Sting, what's happening with your brain?
Not a good... It's too Jesus. His brain is Jesus all the time, not face
Yeah,
paint.
he took up all of his memory with, like,
fucking Bible verses.
Yeah, he can't remember his spots. He can't remember his paint.
How did this man, like, get better?
By getting older? I don't know. How does that make sense?
I don't know.
Sting was one of the few people let in on the Angle signing. Sting was in Nashville.
Well, to be fair, he did forget the next day.
They knew they could tell him because he wouldn't leak it, because he wouldn't remember. Sting was in Nashville the day Angle was in town for the vignettes, and Dixie Carter said she had a surprise for him. Dave Hawk came in at first, and Sting didn't understand. And then Angle came in, and Sting freaked out.
I was gonna think, like, Sting and Angle probably have never even met.
Yeah, that probably would have been the first time. Well, Sting might have been, like, backstage once or twice, I guess. Certainly not, like, pals or buddies.
He's probably more like, holy shit, someone's getting paid more than me.
Yeah, where's my paper? He probably has like a matching clause in his contract, and he's immediately called his agent. Angle's wife Karen went into labor the day before Bound for Glory, and he missed the fan fest. There were about 600 people at the fan fest the day before, which was considered really good. They were all given something that enabled them to get into the arena at 1 p.m. the day of the pay-per-view for a personal meet and greet with Angle, since he was the biggest star advertised. Karen, who was expecting a boy, had not given birth at press time when this Observer was released shortly after Bound for Glory.
Damn, she's in labor for like days.
Yeah, and that is our NWA World Title match. A lot of angles, a lot of stories.
I don't know what Angle.
God damn it.
Cut.
But yeah, Sting is world champ. You happy to see Sting as world champ?
Yes. I'm interested to see what an Impact run looks like without Jarrett.
Yeah, we will not have Jarrett on TV until the build up to Lockdown. The Lockdown Go Home show, I think, is when Jarrett comes back, which is in April. So we do have a good, like, 6 months without Jarrett.
We're gonna have, like, oh my god, they really give, like, 6 months of, like, Russo unchecked. Like, the one guy there that can check him is busy.
He's not, like, booking his own angles anymore, so...
I don't know, it'll be interesting to see what I guess since he's not booking his own shit, like, he may be a little more locked into the rest of the show. And you're like, what does that like, 50-50 split on someone who isn't worried about his own spot look like?
Yeah, he doesn't have to, like, bend over backwards to contrive reasons for why he should be doing well in main events and book the show around that.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting little run here.
We will round out the rest of the Rhino Christian stuff. So back to the September 28th Impact, we get a recap of Rhino versus Christian at No Surrender. We then get a Rhino at the press conference. The doctors have advised him not to wrestle for 12 weeks, but he can't do that.
He's like, fuck that, concussions aren't even real.
No brains in wrestling. I'm fucking Katsuyori Shibata.
Sting can't remember what he did yesterday, but yeah.
He wants an 8-mile street fight against Christian at Bound for Glory. This was, like, bizarre because, like, it was cut together. Rhino clearly talked for at least, like, 2 minutes, and it was cut down to 30 seconds with, like, 3 hard edits. It's like, man, the editing on the show is crazy now. During a Chris Sabin, Jay Lethal, and Sanjay Dutt versus Alex Shelley, Johnny Devine, and Senshi match, shock of all shocks, Christian joins commentary within the first minute of it.
What do you mean?
We can't have wrestling on the show, Liam. We gotta have angles.
He's also there for, like, a match that has nothing to do with him.
And he is gone before the end of the match. He's literally just here to have an angle.
But let's talk about his t-shirt.
He is wearing a sweet Ed Hardy t-shirt.
Shout out to Ed Hardy. As we've mentioned, a brand that is bafflingly back.
Is it back?
Ed Hardy is back.
Like, properly back?
Not, like in the, like, a so, like, 90s, like, fashion is real big at the moment. And with that has come, like a renewal of, like, people buying, like, vintage Ed Hardy shit.
If we get, like, the return of, like, Affliction and Tap Out, I'm going to lose my mind.
I think, kinda. Affliction, maybe. Ed Hardy, yes. Tap Out, probably not.
Don't WWE own Tap Out?
I don't know.
I think they bought Tap Out. Maybe I'm imagining that.
Sounds realistic to me.
But yeah. Do you have an Ed Hardy shirt?
I hate it. I will not do it.
You're never going to wear an Ed Hardy shirt?
No. I don't like that. But it is certainly popular here. Everyone's just dressing like 90s skaters now.
That's cool, I guess. There are worse aesthetics you could cling on to.
It's just like baggy jeans, like 90s washed shirts, and then jackets is the look of fashion in Melbourne.
Christian accepts Rhino's challenge for the 8-mile street fight at Bound for Glory. He says he wishes Rhino was here right now so he could confront him to his face. Rhino appears, but then security immediately intervenes. As we come back, Christian is talking about how lucky Rhino is that security is holding him back.
I love this, like, little pissant Christian shit.
It's, like, real straightforward, simple heel stuff, but it works every time.
I know, like, it's the most basic shit, but there's a reason it's been around the entire history of wrestling, you know, like, it just hits.
Yeah, you don't have to complicate it. It could just be the heel being like, you're so lucky security is holding you back. Then he breaks off from security and then he runs away like a coward.
Like, he gets, like, a cheap shot in and then, like, runs away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rhino breaks free of security, charges Christian bails, so he is gone for the rest of this match. We'll talk about the rest of this match when we're talking about the X Division. The October 5th Impact, we have a feature on Rhino talking about his tough past. It was a war then and a war today. Some men from the streets attest to how tough and cool Rhino is, as this is set to an instrumental version of Lose Yourself by Eminem. He'll show Christian a nightmare he'll never forget at Bound for Glory.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really love this, but, like, I got it.
Yeah, it's a similar, like, Rhino is a tough man, every man on the street. Christian is like a
I think I've
pampered
just had too many Rhino is the Punisher vignettes now.
There is a bunch of stuff, as we mentioned, where Rhino and Christian are involved back and forth with various world title theft angles.
Mm-hmm.
And then go home show, we have Christian Cage versus Norman Smiley in an Orlando street fight.
This might be, like, legitimately my favorite match.
It's like a minute long.
I know, but it's just silly and stupid. And I love him hitting fucking Norman with the chair, but Norman's wearing the fucking football helmet, no sells it, but then he just takes it off and fucking romps him with it.
Christian comes to the ring with 2 chairs. Norman is, as you mentioned, in his, like, WCW hardcore gear, so, like, football helmets, pads.
A reference I definitely get.
Yeah, you know Screaming Norman Smiley from WCW?
All I know of him is the hardcore stuff.
Which is all there is really to know.
And then he fucks in the ass.
Yeah, he does love wiggling into your bum.
Somehow that was more lewd than what I said.
A lot of talks about snakes and wiggling in this month of TNA. We explain at one point, TNA explains that Christian posted an open contract for an Orlando street fight, which felt like TNA retroactively trying to explain why this random street fight was happening on TV.
Rhino should have answered that.
That felt like my TNA trying, like on commentary after this was taped, being like, why the fuck is this street fight happening?
Yeah. I mean, it's an easy one. He picked an easy opponent to have a street fight with to, like, test it out.
Look tough and cool, yeah. Christian hits Norman with the chair in the hat, but the helmet protects him, so he does a dance.
It's so good.
Norman goes for the wiggle, but Christian low blows him, hits the unprettier. Christian hits a concerto for the win. He pulls out a straitjacket and goes to tie it on Norman. Shark Boy makes the save, but Christian brains him with the football helmet. A lot of concussions this month.
A lot of Shark Boy bursts this month.
Shark Boy goes to put the jacket on Christian goes to put the jacket on Shark Boy.
Shark Boy puts it on himself.
Yeah, he puts himself in a straitjacket because he's crazy like that. He's a madman.
You know.
Christian puts the jacket on a Shark Boy, but Rhino makes the save, which does take us to Bound for Glory. JB has Christian. Christian talks about how everybody talks about Rhino as just like them. He's an everyman. But where I come from, all those people are loser and bums. If he thought the concussion was bad after tonight, he's not going to be invited home for dinner at the Rhino's house anymore. Then comments that his aunt's cooking sucked. A local sports reference, catchphrase.
Hell yeah.
8 Mile street fight. Christian Cage defeats Rhino.
Dun 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 dun.
You had a lot of issues with the 8 Mile road signs.
Yeah, okay, so you know immediately this is like a gimmick sign because it's the size of them.
Mm.
And, like, unless Americans simply cannot see anything ever, like, this is not real. This cannot be real.
It was a very comically large road sign.
It was insane.
I'm going to go hunting around Detroit to try and find a sign this size. If you live in Detroit, I want you to take pictures of the 8 Mile road sign and send it to us. On Twitter, at TNA History Pod. All our Detroit listeners, I know you're out there. Let us know how big those signs are and whether Liam is right or wrong.
It simply cannot be true.
Rhino enters through the crowd and then goes backstage to meet Christian.
I did like Rhino's crowd entrance.
Because he's a man of the people, Liam.
You know who had a really cool crowd entrance?
Who?
Recently? The AEW show that had Hobbs coming through the crowd looked sick. Because there was like some, like, was it the Vegas taping, I think?
I don't remember which one it was.
But, like, yeah, he went straight through and it looked awesome. It was all, like, bright and, like, looked like a cool, unique building. These are the kind of buildings I would have honestly loved TNA to run for their pay-per-views.
As opposed to, like, the same building that looks like a worse version of a WWE show.
No, I mean, I'm talking about now. Like, in 2006.
That's what I mean. Because, like, the CompuWare B Arena is just, like, a more run-down version of, like, a building WWE would run.
I think it's a building. Looks like a building ROH would run.
Oh, it's like that Terminal 6 or whatever, Terminal 5.
Yeah, like it just looks like ass. Like it just looks like a big shed. Like I would like these like weird sort. I mean, I get it. Like these are like legitimately like the hardest kind of buildings to find. Like these 2,000 to 4,000 seaters or whatever.
Yeah, the mid-range ones.
It's very easy to go, this is the kind of buildings AEW should be running. And then you're like, well, there's not a lot of them, you know? It's hard to find them.
It is kind of crazy how literally every single city in America has a 15,000 seat stadium.
Yeah.
All of
Sports.
them. Rhino goes to meet Christian backstage. They brawl in front of some cars. They don't really do much with the cars, but they brawl in front of them.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to do something really cool and like do like a fucking Def Jam Vendetta like fight. But they just, nope.
And they brawl back toward the building onto a Zamboni, which is the thing they use to clean the ice. As Rhino drives them.
know.
That was another thing of like, it seemed like a thing that was going to be really cool, but then Rhino drove like 4 feet and getting caught out.
You should have driven over him.
They then brawled on top of the Zamboni and Rhino punched him off of it. They had a bunch of like street lamps set up at ringside, plus an 8 Mile Road street sign. Christian cuts off Rhino's gore tent with a chair shot, some crowd brawling. Christian waffled Rhino with the road sign, which drew blood from Rhino. Christian locked Rhino in a straitjacket as the crowd start chanting, use the table, regarding the 2 tables now set up around the ring, and as like side-eyeing them, being like, don't you dare. It's the precursor to the worst chant in wrestling.
I hate it.
It was born here in Detroit. Christian missed a concerto on a straitjacketed Rhino, and Andrew Thomas then helped free Rhino from the straitjacket, which the crowd booed.
Which is bullshit.
The crowd booed it.
And like they booed it so loudly that like TNA had to justify it and be like, well, he has to let him fight, you know. And I was like, no, he doesn't. All right.
It's a street fight. He should just stand there.
He's there to count the falls and rope breaks.
Rhino did shout, take this off of me at him.
What's he gonna do? Gore you?
That's true. He is tied up. He can't do anything about it. There was some miscommunication before Rhino just pile drove Christian off the apron through a table.
It was a great power driver in the end, to be fair.
Christian put his foot in the rope as Rhino got back in to break the count. Christian sidesteps a gore, sends Rhino crashing through a table. Rhino kicks out of it unprettier. Christian then buries Rhino in rubble, wails on him with a chair before pinning him. Rhino, like a nerd, beaten in his hometown.
Yeah, but like, he's not losing. Yeah.
It's Christian. Christian's the guy that matters.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Rhino is your mid-card gatekeeper, and he can lose like this all the time. Fun plunder brawl, ultimately.
Yeah, it's fun. It's not like something I would recommend anyone has to go like catch, but like it's fine.
You would have maybe hoped it was like more of a hateful blood feud match, but it was more of like a regular plunder match, and that's all right.
I don't think this company has hateful blood feud in them at this point.
Well, we're not going to talk about it next. Actually, are we going to talk about it next? We are going to talk about it next. How about AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels against LAX?
Well, I don't think that was like hateful blood feud as much as it was like
They were stabbing each other with forks.
yeah, Homicide does that to everyone.
But Daniels stabbed him with a fork too.
I guess it was a little hateful blood feud, but like
They jumped AJ Styles in Mexico.
who doesn't?
Wow.
In my head, I have like a real like high standard for what that means to me. Like, if it's not Tony Storm and Mariah May gluing fucking glass to their fists as they punch each other, like, I need that much blood.
All right.
But I get what you mean. It's funny, when I was thinking about times in, like, TNA when they, like, did have that kind of feel, I was thinking of, like, tag stuff, too.
Or Harris Storm. Harris Storm next year is like the big one.
Yeah.
That is like the most
But I
hateful
haven't
blood
seen
feud
that
blow
yet,
up.
so that doesn't count.
It's not real to you.
Not yet. Don't predict the future.
Anything could happen. That does bring us over to the tag team division, starting with LAX versus Styles and Daniels for the NWA World Tag Team titles inside 6 sides of steel.
And also some bullshit.
There's always some bullshit. There's always the naturals. You always have to suffer the naturals.
It's insane.
They're coming off the back of No Surrender, and with Styles and Daniels regained the NWA World Tag Team titles versus LAX. We announce at the press conference on the first show of the month that Styles and Daniels versus LAX will be a rematch at Bound for Glory, but this time inside a steel cage. Conan sees the steel cage as a metaphor. Fences are usually designed to keep people like them out, but now it'll keep Styles and Daniels in.
That's a great line.
Yeah, you want to build a wall? Well, build a wall around them to keep them in something.
And that is the stance you firmly are behind?
I love walls. I also love ladders. Walls and ladders.
Tables, ladders, walls.
It's my favorite modern adaptation of Snakes and Ladders. It's walls and ladders. Conservatives keep building.
That sounds like a MAGA board game.
Yeah, the conservatives keep building the walls, and then the illegal immigrants bring ladders to climb the walls. This is a thing people would actually make. No!
Coming soon to Garrett's Etsy.
Yeah, we're going to sell them on Patreon, actually.
Nope, I don't co-sign this.
Liam loves walls and ladders.
I've never said such a thing.
Liam hates Conan.
Well,
Liam's like, get out of my country. Not in my country, mate. We don't take immigrants.
that's its own problem.
October 5th Impact, we are told that we need to be shown footage of something that happened to AJ Styles in Mexico. Something brutal, something violent. We are shown that footage. AJ won a trophy on a AAA crossover show. Then Homicide and Conan confront him. They attack AJ as a dozen other guys appear out of nowhere and also jump AJ. And
I love that, like LAX rolls deep in Mexico is great.
I love them chanting like, Mexico, Mexico, as they beat the shit out of AJ.
AJ, why would you take a booking there?
Hey, it was an official TNA sanctioned booking. They sent him there. They sent him to die.
He should sue them.
Conan says that's what happens when you come to Mexico. I do like the idea that AJ set foot in their territory and then they tried to kill him.
Yeah, makes sense.
LAX faced the tag team of Jeff Watson and Tyler Black.
Tyler freaking Black.
Tyler Black, Seth freaking Rollins in his only TNA appearance.
There's some, like, actual interesting Seth Rollins TNA lore, though.
Mm.
That, it was TNA, like, offering him a deal that got him his NXT spot.
Yeah.
Like, he called them and was like, hey, if you guys don't sign me right now, I'm going to TNA.
And they signed him.
Mm.
Seth Rollins as a TNA guy feels like an interesting scenario.
Would he be as big of a fail son as in ROH?
I guess, like, that era of TNA as well is, like, a weird one, because it's, like, when was that? That was, like, 2014. No, 2013? When did he get signed? Even earlier? 2012, maybe?
That's a very good question.
He was, like, one of the very first guys they signed of that generation.
I think he was, like, post, like, Claudio.
I guess he was on TV with The Shield by 2013, so it'd have to be, like, 2011, 2012.
Let me have a look here. November 20... he won the champ... he signed in 2010.
That early? Jesus.
Yeah, because he was a Florida boy for a minute.
Oh, yeah, he was in FCW. God, my perception of time is done.
And then he, like... So he was in development for, like, 2.5 years.
So, yeah, this would have been, like, him jumping to Hogan Bischoff TNA.
Which, like, honestly does kind of feel right.
He does feel like a Bischoff guy, doesn't he?
Because, like then, like, assuming, like, same sort of career trajectory at, like, by 2012, like, he's, like, sort of rolling in that, like, higher level, you know?
He's kind of like where Austin Aries ended up being.
Yeah.
He got killed in less than a minute here.
Yes. It was nice to see him.
Mm.
Like, it was a, you know, it's always fun when, like, a random, like, ROH guy shows up on these shows.
It is the fun thing about, like, TNA in general, and that nearly everybody comes through the door at some point. So, like, you're just like, oh, Tyler Black. Isn't that fun?
Yeah. And that is always the thing that they were criticized for, though. It was like, everyone's been there and you signed, like, 20% of them.
Yeah, you were pushing Anarchia and Crimson when you had Tyler Black potentially coming through the door.
Yeah.
Cutter off the ropes to Black, border toss on Watson. It's over in less than a minute. Conan says they're taking the tag titles back. Conan says being put in Ultimate X was a conspiracy, but Six Sides of Steel is their world.
My world.
Woo-woo. Daniels is in the main event of that episode against Jarrett and Christian. That's the reason Daniels is teaming with Killings, because Styles was killed in Mexico.
Mm-hmm. It was Killings in Mexico.
Ah, that's the truth. October 12th Impact. JB has LAX. Styles and Daniels just jump him straight away. Hernandez is bleeding. They go to break. They come back. The brawl continues out into the Impact Zone. They brawl into the crowd.
It is funny that, like, heading into this match, I wasn't, like, particularly excited for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was excited for it knowing the four guys in the environment that it was in.
Yeah.
But, like, the angles leading up weren't exactly, like, building my anticipation either.
You didn't love this stuff?
I liked the Mexico attack.
Mm.
But, like, all this stuff, like, they've kind of done everything already.
That is the problem. Like, the build to the No Surrender match was very much like Blood Feud killing each other, and then they just kind of did it for another month.
Yeah.
Here they brawl out to the crowd. Conan appears to turn the tide as they lock Daniels into the LAX entrance area, as Conan fumbled with the lock for ages. Styles tried to climb the door, but Homicide knocks him off as they attack Daniels as AJ watches on. So locked in a cage with LAX.
I did enjoy AJ trying to, like, jump over.
Mm. And then Go Home Show, we have an angle that's awesome, but not for this match. It's an 8-man tag team match. It's AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels teaming with the James Gang against America's Most Wanted in LAX. Daniels and Hernandez brawl into the crowd.
Latin America's Most Wanted.
Yeah, 5150 ain't not the they really shouldn't get along unless they really do get along. They love Latin America.
Maybe that's the America they're talking about in America's Most Wanted.
They've never specified.
North America's Most Wanted.
Other than like their gear and cowboyness. I'm sure there's Latin American cowboys.
Yeah. That makes sense. Tejano.
Yeah, he is one of the bigger cowboys.
We see him all the time on Lucha Underground, which you can watch behind the Patreon at tnachat.com.
Hell yeah, plug. Willie Urbina throws water on Daniel, so Daniels handcuffs him to the LAX entrance gate. AJ gets the hot tag, runs wild with a reverse DDT on Homicide, Pele on Harris. Storm cuts him off with a super kick, but then Harris and Homicide argue over who gets the pin AJ. Willie is still calling the match while tied to the gate, which I did enjoy. Styles knocks Harris into Homicide, rolls up Harris for the win. This is where TNA announces that AMW will face Team 3D, the Naturals, and the James Gang in a 4-way at Bound for Glory. We'll talk about that separately, though. AMW are arguing. Conan comes in. Pie faces Gale. Gale slaps Conan. Conan 6 LAX on AMW. Gale tries to intervene, but then Hernandez throws her all the way across the ring with a fucking border toss into, like, the next county of Florida as they bury AMW in the Mexican flag, and they replay the border toss a bunch. Fucking killed her with this border toss.
Ugh. It's disgusting. I guess, like, AMW Babyface is the next area we're going?
Yeah, babyface AMW against LAX.
Now that has potential for blood.
It should.
As long as we don't gimmick it up by electrocuting a cage or some shit.
As long as we don't Russo this shit, this should be great. Yeah, the angle with the border toss on Gale, awesome. Gale took it like a champ. Apparently, like, because we posted this on Twitter and then Gale was talking about it and she was like, it was great, didn't hurt, everything was fine.
Cool. Like, Gail talked about it because of us?
Yeah, she quote tweeted, I don't actually, she did one of the annoying things of someone else did the thing where they shared the video from our account. And Gail saw that one.
Gail!
How dare she not click
You're never going to make it to the You Got to Be Kidding Me Hall of Fame with that attitude.
That's true. You have to click the thing at the end to go through to the original tweet, Gail. Come on.
She should have a talk with her social media manager.
You don't want to give the clout chasers the attention.
Just us, the cloud chasers that started it.
Hey, we watched, like, I have, like, not to go off on Twitter.
Yeah, speak on it, King.
I have no problem with anybody who's ever sharing stuff that they're watching on Twitter. I think that's really cool. When you're watching wrestling and you're like, hell yeah, look at this cool thing I saw, that's awesome. It's the best.
Unless it's New Japan, where you'll be shot to death.
Yes, TV, Ashi, how the fuck do you pronounce that?
Asahi.
Asahi? There you
Asahi?
go.
Is Asahi? Wait, I might have fucked that up. It's like with the beer. Well, you know, it's spelled Asahi.
We'll take it. They will send a ninja to your house and stab you in the gut with a
Why ninja?
Gigantic knife. I was literally about to say
ninja?
sword, and I started saying knife to seem less like a stereotype. Maybe I
Why
am.
that?
Listen,
Makes you think. I think they would have sent a regular hitman, personally.
you started this show comparing me to Hitler. Then I produced the killer board game Walls and Ladders. And now I am maybe stereotyping Japanese people.
Gail, where the fuck is this tweet?
This was like fucking 2 months ago. This was in January.
Oh, we posted this 2 months ago?
I watched these shows first in January, buddy.
I thought you re-uploaded it.
No, I have to watch these shows again.
Oh, Gail. I guess I can go through our stuff and find it, but whatever. Should have retweeted it. What are we doing?
No, but then it would have shared the Cloud Chaser. But yes, I have no problem with people who are watching stuff and sharing the stuff they watch. The people who just, like, literally go to find stuff to share on Twitter for clout, I fucking hate them and they should die. That brings us to the pay-per-view, in which Conan does a promo before the match. He says it takes a nation of millions to hold them back and a company of racists to hold them down. They'll raise violence to a new level tonight. Conan calls Gail Kim, and this is the Conan quote. It's very important to say this is the Conan quote. Calls her an Oriental bitch, and they border tossed her right back to Korea.
Gotta be clipping that one.
No. We have returned to the early podcast bit.
No, she actually said a lot about this.
Yeah.
She had like 3 tweets about it. Oh, it was Triple H's thoughts that did it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what made me mad. Yeah.
Can we take it down?
I could delete the video.
Fuck, that's like the worst account.
Yeah, of all the ones. Fucking clout chasing engagement bait cunt.
The pitch presented by Jeff was border toss or cop killer. I picked the first. I trusted both of them, but I also cringed at the cop killer for some reason. Oh, and then she's just playing. She's happy to do stuff. She's just happy. And then she said, someone said, probably be more pissed about Hernandez being dangerous. And Gail said, he wasn't. And then the guy said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I love when people back down like that.
Oh, yeah. And then Hernandez talked about it. He said, he called her a warrior. And then she said, thank you for making us baby faces. Spoilers, Gail. And then, wait, there's a lot of, oh god, we should have, what the fuck? There's so much about this. And then she said, remember when you asked me if I wanted to go Sanjay far?
And she did.
And then, yeah, thank you for making us baby faces.
She frankly went further than Sanjay, so we have to define it as Gale far now.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd say Gale was, like, desperate to do anything physical at this point. Because I'm fairly sure, like, I think around Bound for Glory is when she tried to quit this year. She tried to quit because she was like, fuck it, I've been here a year and I've done nothing. I've done shitty Sorelda matches. I want to wrestle. And they start, like, letting her wrestle after this because she wanted to quit because she wouldn't wrestle.
Yeah, the whole reason she went there was to be treated with more respect.
And she just stands next to AMW all the time and occasionally Hurricane ran as Christian. LAX defeat AJ Styles and Christopher Daniel inside 6 Sides of Steel to win the NWA World Tag Team titles. I
went back and rewatched this. In the environment of that wasn't the watch along.
Yep.
This shit fucking rocks.
Great match.
I like that how chaotic it is. I like the this little like a lot of it's really smooth, but like there's little bits like AJ fucking up, and you're like, yeah, he should be. It's a war.
Yeah, because he does her little springboard clothesline and loses his footing.
Yeah, it's like the good kind of fucking up, like you see with like Sasha. Where you're like, it adds to like how chaotic it all feels.
Creates an element of danger.
Yeah. It's also, like, remarkably quick.
Because it is, like, it's like 15 minutes, isn't it?
It's like, yeah, I think it is, I think it's, like, 20?
Is it that long?
But, like, it doesn't feel that long.
It does go fast. Wikipedia has it just shy of 15.
Oh, it is 15. Okay. Maybe with entrances and stuff, it was about 20.
They did have to stall for, like, 10 minutes to put the cage up.
Yeah. So, but, like, it's kind of, it's a remarkable, like, chaotic mess. And you get to see some, like, real, like, classic homicide shit. Like, you're right with, like, the fork in, like, the holster in his boot.
Yep.
It's so sick. Like, stuff like, I don't know if he's done it before, but, like, bringing the coat hanger in is, like, feels very classic homicide. Like, with the bleach angles and shit. Like, seeing this man turn, like, everyday objects into weapons of mass destruction is great.
And, like, spitting tequila in the face of somebody who's bleeding to, like, cause the wound to sting.
Also, like, Homicide is so cool. Can we just talk about how cool, like, beyond, like, what he does in the ring, which is obviously awesome, like, his gear is so sick, his moves are so sick, his whole, like, presentation is just so sick. He's so different. He kind of feels, like, a little, like, ahead of his time.
It's funny how much cooler Hernandez is just by proxy of standing next to Homicide.
I'd argue it's the only time he's cool.
Because we were watching Lucha Underground at the moment where he's like feuding with Alberto El Patron, and it's like, oh, geez, Hernandez kind of go away.
Yeah.
Whereas you watch this Hernandez, and he's like the coolest guy in the world because he's with Homicide and he's cool.
Yeah. Homicide, like, truly is just, like, that guy.
As we were saying on the watch along, this is going to be Homicide's last year in wrestling, he has said. So hopefully he does get something cool. He deserves something cool.
Yeah, I hope he gets, like, a proper retirement show, first of all, and, like, you know, I hope he gets Kingston, I hope he gets Mox, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I hope, like, AEW should do something for him. Like they should do, even if it's a Collision, if they don't want to commit a Grand Slam thing to him, because they might think that's too big a show, do a Collision for Homicide in, like, November as, like, a Homicide retirement show.
Just give him something.
Because, like, he deserves it as a guy who was, like, too much of a journeyman to ever, like, get the big flowers that he deserved. But he deserves, like, a final moment for everyone to go, that guy rocked, and he was actually, like, one of the most influential guys of the last 25 years.
He certainly does deserve something like that. Like, again, like, if you want to do it and make it, like, super, like, relevant to it all, you have ROH right there. They can do, like, literally a whole show to him on that, you know?
Yeah, the Final Battle. Do Final Battle in New York, and it's all about Homicide.
Yeah, he deserves, like, and, like, you can do him and Kingston as, like, the final match or something, like. Also, TNA should do fucking something for him, too.
Damn right, should do some LAX stuff.
Like, what are we doing?
Hall of Fame induction, Homicide Hernandez.
Yeah.
And Conan.
Yeah.
They stall for time as they build the cages as it's constructed. Don shows a World Series program that has TNA featured in it because of AJ Brzezinski. They're actually still finalizing the cage build as LAX are doing their entrance. Don brings up that Styles and Daniels have won 19 TNA titles between them.
Is that true?
With that they have 19?
That's so many titles.
Yeah, it's a lot.
For a company that's only been around like 4 years or some shit.
Because like Styles had been a 3-time world champion, like a 5-time X Division champion, like a 3-time tag champion. I think Daniels was 2X and 5 tag, something like that.
That's crazy.
They've won a lot of belts. They're TNA's boys.
You know, I recently got a holster at work for like our equipment, and I might just put a fork in there.
Just in case?
Just in case. Just like fucking Homicide would, you know?
Hernandez hurls Styles into the cage, drawing blood. Homicide jabs Daniels in the head with a fork as he bleeds too. Homicide gets a bottle of tequila and spits it into Daniels' wound. Daniels hits a top rope hip toss to turn the tide, which as a simple move off the top in a cage match, looked really good.
Daniels is sick in this too. And like, again, like, it is just Homicide making everything look great. But like, the bump he takes off the fucking top from the hip toss is just like,
Yeah, it's like it is the perfect mix of guys. Like Styles and Daniels as like the guys for Homicide and Hernandez to be cool against. Because like Styles and Daniels are the perfect like white meat boring.
yeah, like they are just like the good wrestlers, you know?
Like they have their own thing going on, but they're like so like personalityless in almost a good way that it makes LAX stand out even more. Daniels gets the fork and stabs Homicide with it, which causes Homicide to bleed as well. Hernandez pounces Daniels into the cage but eats a Pele. AJ holds on when Hernandez drops Daniels and Homicide in a Tower of Doom. AJ then hits a crossbody off the cage onto Hernandez in like one of the cleanest crossbodies you will ever see in your life. It looks so good. Hernandez goes for a splash off the cage, but Daniels moves and Hernandez just crashes and burns.
Yeah. Which is what he's really great at, is just like that crash and burn. Like, because he is so giant.
Because we've seen in the year 2024, 2 men like break their legs jumping off cages. We saw it with Edge and we saw it with Bronson Reed. And like, I watched this Hernandez one and it's like, that man could have easily broken his legs with this cage jump.
I also want to talk about, like, in this match, fucking AJ hits the goddamn cleanest, like, DDT that he's, like, ever done.
He does it in like one movement.
He doesn't plant his feet on it. He just floats through. Like, he does like a fucking sliced bread version of it.
It looks so good.
It's so crazy.
Homicide chokes out Daniels with a hanger as Conan helps too. Homicide then drops AJ on his head with a Gringo Killer to win the World Tag Team titles. LAX beat down Styles and Daniels after the match as well.
Thank God LAX a chance again.
The original plan was for AMW to do a run-in for the save, but that got cut for time.
Yeah. They did what they had to do, though, to be fair. They made the most of the time. I have a New Japan story break.
Oh, go.
Tanahashi has asked just 4 guys to join Hontai.
It's a big-ass stable.
Well, it's not a real stable.
But like, it's almost too big a collective.
I mean, it's just anyone. It's just everyone not in a stable.
I think Tanahashi should join just 4 guys instead.
Oh shit! What a twist.
Counter offer.
So they seem to be going all in on like Bullet Club is the real enemy, which is interesting time to do that with Bullet Club Civil War also happening at the same time.
So I guess the idea will be that Gabe will eventually choose Hontai.
Yeah, and like perhaps like the House and the War Dogs will reunite against Gabe. It's very interesting though.
That feels like the way they should
Like
go.
clearing up all of these stables has been much needed for a long time.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that they're... I would just drop the Bullet Club aspect of it and just make it House of Torture and the War Dogs, but like I do appreciate we're clearing things up a bit.
LIJ next.
Yeah, well, that'll be the one, right? If that happens, you know some shit's really about to change.
You can keep the stable. Just have Shingo kill Naito. That'd be interesting.
Unfortunately,
again.
I don't think Shingo's got like a top heel guy run now. I think they gotta be a little more young guy focused. So he'd probably be like the number 2 for Egg.
Oh no. We have one other tag feud, which is the 4-way tag that also is on Bad for
Feud
Glory.
is a generous terminology.
There is some things that do happen that build to it. September 28th Impact, Team 3D face Vaughn Doring and Brandon Tomaselli.
Of course.
Vaughn Doring is Joe Doring, of course. This is Team 3D's return to TNA since July. Quick squash, 3D on Doring. Bully does a promo after the match talking about how they're back and they want the NWA Tag Team titles. The Office said they could get the shot whenever they want, but Bully turned them down, saying, "We'll earn it. We'll work from the bottom to the way to the top." Devon hits his catchphrase.
Again, so Steiner stuff being the goal here, feels like that's kind of where they're going with it, and then obviously that doesn't work out.
Yeah.
So it's just some bullshit multi-man tag.
They're just thrown together with a bunch of other guys. October 5th Impact, Team 3D face Cat, or Shazarian, the old Shazarian, the new Cat.
Okay.
We decided that on the last episode. Do you not remember that?
No, that was 17 months ago.
We decided the Maverick Matt Kazarian combo are Cat.
Like, that's terrible.
You were the one that suggested Cat.
Why did you make this happen?
I will stick with Shazarian if you want.
No.
Cat
Doesn't
it
make
is.
sense either. Fucking Cat, I fucking guess it's fucking Cat.
Franchise and the Naturals are on commentary. Franchise does all the talking, as you wanted to expect.
They look like ass.
Mm.
They look like total shit.
You don't think this whole newly franchised Naturals thing is working out for them?
Oh god. Just like, can all three of them fuck off?
Soon enough, yes.
Thank god. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of them.
I think they're all done by January. I think franchise is done earlier and then the Naturals don't hang on much longer.
Thank god.
TNA mentions that Cornette might also be looking to oust some tag teams because there's a story this month about how the roster's bloated and he needs to get people out of here. AMW watch on from the top of the ramp. The James Gang watch on from the top of the other ramp. Team 3D pin Kaz with the 3D. 3D lock eyes with the James Gang and AEW. Bully grabs a microphone. Bully says they don't have a match at Bound for Glory, but whether it's AMW, the James Gang, or the Naturals, they challenge anybody and everybody.
And the TNA board of directors
They want to...
said, everybody.
I thought that you said you were saying they wanted to fight the TNA board of directors.
I'd watch it.
And like Larry Z is already booked, so...
I have a problem.
With this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I already fucking hate Team 3D.
Mm.
I'm already sick of them, and I already want them to be gone.
Would you be more tolerant of them as heels?
Yeah, probably. But I'm just like, they're not even having good matches.
No.
They just suck.
They do.
And it's really annoying.
And then you have to see Bully Ray tweet about wrestling every day.
Well, like, that doesn't faze me. Like, I've always thought he was a dickhead, you know? Like, that doesn't mean anything. It's just like, it's the actual product on the show that I'm watching. All of their fucking promos suck ass. Their matches are boring. They look like shit. It was exciting when they were here for like the first 2 months, but like they're already firmly in like the fucking James Gang territory for me, where I'm like, just fuck off.
It has been like a bad first year.
It's been dreadful.
Because even the AMW matches weren't good.
They've had nothing. They've done nothing.
They had that one 6-man tag, or 8-man tag, whatever it was, at like Turning Point last year, the one with Jarrett and AMW against Rhino and 3D. That match was good, and one of the James Gang matches wasn't terrible, and the rest has been dog shit.
Yeah, when like your minimum wasn't terrible, you know?
They had one good match, one match that slightly exceeded expectations, and the rest has been pretty bad.
I'm thoroughly sick of them. I don't want to watch them anymore.
And as you said, the worst part is the characters, because they're doing the same, like, we're the best tag team, we're going to fight to be the best tag team, you have to prove you're a better tag team than we are, because we're the best tag team, and we have nothing else going on for us other than saying how good a tag team we are.
It's just, they're thoroughly annoying, man. I'm so over them. But perhaps something more interesting will happen eventually.
They are at least not a big part of the show right now. That is the solace. They're on TV for 5 minutes every 2 weeks.
5 minutes too damn much.
There's a show closing promo on the October 12th Impact, which is just Team 3D doing the same shtick. We also have the Styles and Daniels and James Gang against AMW and LAX match that we talked about that ends in the border toss on Gale, which does lead us into the pay-per-view. They replayed the border toss on Gale from Impact. JB has AMW. While AMW have a 4-way tonight, they can't look past what LAX did to Gale. They're not going to let them get away with this. Storm then has to make it racist and says they don't know how they let people like LAX live in his country, but they're going to be Border Patrol.
I mean, it's James Storm.
That's true.
The gimmick is he is an idiot.
He is an American idiot, some might say.
I wanna be an American idiot.
4-way tag team match. Team 3D defeat the Naturals, America's Most Wanted, and the James Gang.
Garrett, you have a lot to say about this match.
My favorite thing about this is you could tell they were jazzed to work in front of a real crowd because everyone wanted to do their shtick.
They always want to do their shtick, though. All they have is shtick.
Because, like, Franchise does a promo, James Gang do their stick, Team 3D do their stick, proving AMW, despite being in, like, their Auralist era, are still the best team in this match because they don't waste our time with shtick. Bully and BG do stereo punches together and then punch each other. Tower Doom spot where somehow nobody dies. Don says, think about all the Naturals versus AMW matches. And Don, I do. I think about them far too often.
They're in my nightmares.
Devon kicks out of the Natural disaster. 3D on Douglas for the win. After the match, Franchise chastises the Naturals. Slaps Chase.
The Naturals should beat the fuck out of him.
They should.
What are they still doing taking anything from this fucking guy?
Oh, one of my favorite things this month is when the Franchise and the Naturals were on commentary on that match earlier this month. Franchise was giving out about how they aren't getting a title shot because they did win the gauntlet match at No Surrender. But
You were the one who fucking took it away from him.
Yeah, you gave up a title shot last month, you idiot. But yeah, that's this program. None of these teams matter, but AMW will be moving on to a feud with LAX.
I'm so done with them.
Tag team division does need some reinvention in this company.
Because they have great, you know. They have some great people.
They have a fucking killer tag team title match on this show.
Yeah, but like 2 of them are gonna like stop doing tag stuff soon.
Yep. Yeah, when you look at this division, you're like, at least the division has AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels, AMW, and LAX. At least those 3 teams are good. Those 3 teams are definitely sticking around, right, Liam? That brings us over to the X Division, where we start with the X Division title match at Bound for Glory, which is Senshi versus Chris Sabin. Jim Cornette announces that at the press conference at one point. That will be our X Division title match at Bound for Glory off the back of the jackass nonsense.
Jim Cornette fucks with Senshi.
He likes Senshi?
Do you think he likes him?
No.
Oh, they had a feud in ROH. I forgot.
Was it based around the fact that I don't like you?
Cornette did fire him.
Well,
it was the impetus of the Cornette homicide feud during the CZW ROH thing, where like during Cage of Death, they're like, I need homicide. The only way ROH is gonna beat these fucking monsters in this fucking Cage of Death is if we can get homicide on the team. And he had to like make, I forgot if it was 2 or 3 like promises that he had to fulfill for Homicide in order to do it, and Homicide wouldn't tell him what they were until he won. Homicide comes in, gets one of the greatest reactions in wrestling history, wins the Cage of Death for ROH. Like, first thing he asks, he's like, I want my ROH title shot. Second thing he asks is he wants Steve Corino to be back in ROH so he can beat the fuck out of him. And then the third thing he asks is to reinstate Loki. And Cornette's like, fuck that. And then Adam Pearce attacks Homicide and they start with that feud.
I love Cornette's like, that's the bridge too far. You can have Steve Corino, you can have your title shot, you can't fucking have Loki.
Yeah, because I think like the thing was like, Loki like beat the shit out of fucking Cornette. So Cornette fired him.
Cornette probably deserved it.
But it one day if we can like get it all combined, we should do the ROH CZW feud.
It'd be a good Patreon show.
Yeah. I'm sure it's pretty easy to all track down at this point. Actually, I think there's a fucking IVP video thing that documents it all. So
like a comp tape?
Yeah.
On that same episode, Chris Sabin, Jay Lethal, and Sanjay Dutt defeated Alex Shelley, Johnny Devine, and Senshi.
Yeah, there was just a bunch of like 6-man tags for this build.
It was just stuff on TV. There's not real build to this, really. The crowd did chant "No more jackass" at the start of this match. This is the match that had the Christian and Rhino stuff on commentary where they brawled. A large briefcase was thrown at the ring as the crowd booed. Devine swings and misses with it. Lethal hits a missile dropkick. Sabin pins him. The crowd booed this too.
They've turned the crowd on the X Division.
The entire concept of the X Division, the crowd has turned on. October 12th Impact, we have another 6-man tag. This is an 8-man tag. It's Chris Sabin, Sanjay Dutt, Jay Lethal, and Shark Boy defeating Senshi, Johnny Devine, Alex Shelley, and Petey Williams.
Sorry, I got distracted. What happened?
With 8-man tag, X Division.
Oh, yeah, keep talking. I'm going to go back to watching Tony Khan's stunner. Fucking, what's his name? Sean Spears.
Sure. Jerry Lynn, backstage, lectures the babyface team about their jackass antics. Sabin tells Old Man Lin to come to the ring and see what the X Division is all about. This is like the 7th segment on this show, and this is finally the first match. There is a bunch of stuff on the show before we finally got to a match, because this is Vince Russo television, baby. And the match does not matter. Jerry Lynn immediately appears at the ramp. Tenay mentions we will hear from Nash after the match, but we'll talk about that when we're talking about the Nash stuff. Tenay does dedicate this episode of Impact to Antonio Pena, who passed away during this month.
Goddamn.
Dutt drops Divine with a Poison Rana, which felt like novel in 2006.
Yeah, that was when that was still like crazy.
Like to actually see a Poison Rana on TV. Sabin pins Charlie with the La Magistral as Lynn applauds from the ramp. And
Antics proven right.
Jerry Lynn, old man, wrong. The October 19th Go Home show. JB is with Dutt and Lethal. They're playing video games and wearing a bald cap.
Warrior.
Sanjay wouldn't have to wear a bald cap for very long after this. They're doing Senshi training. Warrior. Lynn walks in. He's looking for Sabin. Lethal and Dutt do Senshi voices as they play Mortal Kombat. Watch my block. This is how I block, is how they say this. Is what they were saying about playing this video game.
I thought you were saying, how do I block?
Oh, that makes sense.
Which I'm like, walk back.
They are Mortal Kombat noobs.
But they're having a good time. That's why you should also buy Mortal Kombat.
Armageddon. Yes. Which I assume is very easy to buy in 2025.
Let me find out.
It might just be on the Xbox store. Sometimes it is. That doesn't feel like a game that's on Steam, though. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Senshi then had a match with Jay Lethal. Wins straight away with the Warriors Way. Doesn't matter. Senshi jumps Lethal after the match. Save makes the save. Senshi gets the better of him. Hits the Warriors Way too. Doesn't matter.
Warrior.
They didn't do great Senshi impressions. He's a really easy guy to do an impression of, and they didn't do a great impression of him.
I found a ROM for it.
Well, yes. Oh, no, jail.
It might be in one of the collections, which you can get on Steam.
Warrior.
It is also $108 on Amazon.
Good God. Actually, how much is it to buy secondhand here?
But $54 on World of Books.
Ooh, why does World of Books have Mortal Kombat Armageddon?
I don't know, man. eBay, $40.
Alright, you can get it for €30 here on the PS2, or 12 if you want to buy it on the Wii.
I don't.
If you want to play it on the Wii, $12. You're paying nearly three
Nope.
times the price to pay it on PS2, Liam. You can play it on the Wii.
$75 on the Wii here.
Well, our Wii version is very common then.
Should buy it, then travel here and sell it for an up.
Yes, that's how I will fund it. Yes. They do have one in stock in 2 different shops in Cork. I could buy 2 copies.
There you go. Get Senshi to sign it.
Illicit international Mortal Kombat Armageddon trading. Bound for Glory. We get an ad for Mortal Kombat that is just a video package of Senshi highlights spliced together with Mortal Kombat Armageddon highlights.
It's fucking awesome.
Maybe the coolest thing on this month's shows.
Yeah, by far.
And then X Division title is on the line as Chris Sabin defeats Senshi to win the title in his hometown of Detroit. Or well, he's from Hell, which is close to Detroit, I think. But
I know what you meant, but he's from Hell is just...
Chris Sabin is from Hell.
He is. Yes. Yes.
I did appreciate like a return era Chris Sabin starting to do a big lariat and calling it the clothesline from Hell, Michigan.
That is a good pun. He strikes me as a man who loves a good pun.
He does seem to. Sabin misses the TNA kick, and then Senshi hits a TNA kick in the most meta thing that could possibly happen in a TNA match. Senshi gets the heat. Sabin turns the tide with a missile dropkick. Senshi rolls through on a Frankensteiner into a double stomp for 2. Senshi kicks out of the cradle shock. Sabin gets his foot in the rope after Senshi hits the Warrior's Way. Sabin reverses the Dragon Sleeper into a cradle to win the title. Lethal and Dutt celebrate as Lynn applauds too.
And, frickin' Vince Russo proved me wrong.
Yeah, he booked a straight up X Division title match.
And I was like, this is gonna be some bullshit.
They got 13 minutes too, so it wasn't even that short.
I was incorrect.
And a pretty good
in
match.
my assumptions.
Crowd was like into it. Sabin, his hometown boy, winning the belt in Detroit.
In Hell.
They should have run a show in Hell. Just for Sabin. The other X Division thing was the return of Kevin Nash to the X Division.
Yes, of course. Thank God. He's returned to put over Chris Sabin, I assume.
He will finally do it. It will definitely happen. After that 8-man tag we were talking about, Nash appears on screen. Says the X Division has went to the crapper without him. There's then a hard cut where he then says the X Division being at an all-time low sickens him. Another hard cut where he says next week he will announce the details of the Bound for Glory Kevin Nash Open Invitational X Division Gauntlet Battle Royal for Bound for Glory.
It's a catchy name.
This was another one of those promos where I was like, For the love of God, he must not have talked for much longer than they aired, but they aired, like, cut it down to the very minimum they needed.
He was probably saying some absolute bullshit.
He probably was. But yes, it is an easy name that rolls off the tongue.
I have always said this.
Next week, we have Kevin Nash. He's in a bar hosting a press conference for the Kevin Nash Open Invitational X Division Gauntlet Battle Royal for Bound for Glory.
Mm-hmm.
This week, Dave was giving out in The Observer.
Oh, when is he freaking not?
But it was very funny. Like, he was giving out about the press conference on the first shows of these months, because he's like, when WWE does this, there's a bunch of fans there, and it seems like an event, so they look low rent when they do it like this. And then he used that same criticism again for this one.
The thing that was meant to be a joke.
The main thing that is meant to be a shitty press conference at the bar. He was like, oh, it looks so low rent them doing a shitty press conference. It's like, Dave, are you this stupid? Are you this stupid?
He just doesn't get it sometimes.
No. Nash says that Shelley will be in the match, but an old partner of his will be there too. Hall might be there. Monty Hall.
His old partner.
Nash says they're in hot negotiations with Bob Newhart. Shelley says Cecil Fielder, which completely breaks Nash. He's a baseball player that played for the Tigers. It must have been a very deep cut.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Zenk, Eric Watts,
Woo!
Carl Burnett,
Woo!
Foreigner, all the remaining live members of ABBA.
Okay.
Shelley is officially signed, but they're in negotiations with Hogan. If they can get him away from Crocodile Dundee 3, Paul Hogan will be there.
And from all his tax evasion.
He evades tax?
Oh, does not step foot back in this country.
Really?
Let me tell you that.
I didn't know that about Paul Hogan.
He's off living on goddamn islands. If he's still alive. He was for a long time doing this. He was living in fucking some island because the minute he stepped back into Australia, he would be arrested for his copious amounts of tax evasion.
So do you not like him there? Or are you kind of like, hell yeah, evade our government?
I think he's kind of a piece of shit.
Mm.
I don't quite remember, but I remember him being sort of a piece of shit.
Which the crocodile ate him.
And then he like sued them. But he did call the tax office the Taliban once.
Yeah.
That's kind of sick.
Okay.
But there's a lot of back and forth and tax evasion, yes.
Mm.
But also, like, when I say he's a piece of shit, you know, he's like an Australian man in his, 60s, so they all are.
They're all pieces of shit. You will be when you're in your 60s.
Yeah. No, I'm woke.
Mm-hmm. That takes us to Bound for Glory, where we do in fact have the Kevin Nash Open Invitational X Division Gauntlet Battle Royal for Bound for Glory.
Mm-hmm.
There are a bunch of vignettes this month telling us that Austin Starr is coming.
It'd be really embarrassing if he lost.
A star is born, a star is coming, Bound for Glory will be starstruck, etc., etc.
Lady Gaga is here.
So Nash was introduced first with his big-ass bowling trophy. The first man to walk through the tunnel for this big show in Detroit is Kevin Nash.
And he wins.
Kevin Nash wins?
Yep, he has the trophy.
Austin Starr is introduced as the first entrant. He is introduced from TV Land.
Where's TV Land?
It's in Arkansas, I think.
That's the least thing I expected to hear.
TNA runs down Austin Starr's influences. He includes Randy Savage, Jesse Ventura, Rick Rude, Cyndi Lauper. His role model is Huggy Bear from Starsky and Hutch.
This is just Kevin Nash doing bits.
That is literally this entire thing. It is Kevin Nash doing bits. Sanjay is out second. Duttonary screw up a Dragon Rana. Maverick Matt is out next, and he kind of looks like shit at this point.
Maverick Matt has put on some poundage.
He looks like a man who has given up on the idea of ever getting a push.
And he was right to.
Lethal is out next. Nash asks if Lethal has a cup on. Nash hopes Austin Starr does better than Glacier does after all the build-up he got. A1 is out next to his Iron Man theme. Zach Gowen makes his return.
Woo!
Don West has to explain to us that Zach Gowen has one leg in case anybody couldn't work that part out.
Also, crowd was most into Zach Gowen.
Yeah, because like this is post WWE like TV run, so at least he's a known.
I also
name
think
at this
he's a
point.
Detroit guy.
Oh, he might
he?
be. I think he is local. Yeah.
Or at least he's vague area, I think.
Nash and Don make a bunch of Johnny Ace jokes after they make he signed the wrong one-legged wrestler joke.
Mm-hmm.
Kazarian's out next as he and Matt throw out Dot. Sorelda enters. Kazarian immediately backhands her.
Into a big babyface reaction.
Austin Starr low blows Sorelda and she sold it. And Mike Tenay is like, that shouldn't hurt.
Which is bullshit, alright? It's still getting kicked.
Yes, in a body part.
Regardless of everything, it is still getting fucking kicked.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we're acting like there's no feeling down there.
No, there's not. It's completely numb. Famously dumb.
Yeah, famously.
A1 eliminates Zeralda. Shark Boy's out next. Shelly comes out to a good reaction in his hometown. TNA was like, I'm surprised Shelly's not out last. And Nash is like, the State Athletic Commission made sure I was on the up and up.
That's a good joke. They got one.
D-Ray 3000 is our next big surprise entrant.
Holy shit.
He and Shark Boy reunite. They do a bunch of throw rams. They throw up Matt Bentley.
The Shark Boy verse.
We do have Norman in the match later as well. We're only missing New Jack. If Nash got New Jack for this match, he'd be cool.
Yeah, if New Jack was here, it would be just to hear Kevin Nash talk about New Jack, to be honest.
And Nick Khan would have loved it.
Nick Khan, the fact that he is like a New Jack stan is hilarious.
Of all the people in the world that he could have asked for in the WWE game, he's like, get New Jack in there just for me.
That's awesome.
Johnny Devine was out next. Gowan was thrown out by Devine. No one made a how can he be eliminated because both feet can't touch the floor joke, which I was disappointed. Skipper is out next. Hits the buckshot lariat on Shelley.
He should have to be eliminated twice.
Yeah, it's a double elimination thing for him just to get him out there. Skipper hit a buckshot lariat. He crashed and burned on a rope walk deal as Austin Starr threw out Kazarian. Short sleeve Samson came out next. You were disappointed. You thought it was Puppet.
I also thought it was Stone Cold Steve Austin. It wasn't like a small guy thing. It was a bald thing.
Yeah, all bald men are the same. That's the reason Slick Johnson patted his head in an act of bald solidarity.
Oh, see, I thought that was the other way around.
You thought Samson patted Slick?
Yeah.
Okay, bald.
Because I only see bald.
You're bald blind. Shark Boy and D-Ray were eliminated off camera. Norman Smiley next wearing a Plymouth Whalers jersey. Smiley and Samson hit a double wiggle. Shelley throws out Samson. Slick taunts Samson, so Samson chased him. Slick gets in the ring as Petey's making his entrance as the last guy to a big reaction because he's a Windsor boy, which is right on the border with Detroit. Slick pushes out Norman and Skipper and then takes his shirt off. Petey throws him out. Petey hits a destroyer on Lethal, and then he is thrown out by Shelley and Devine. Starr dumps out Devine and throws out Shelley on top of him. That leaves Starr and Lethal to do a short match that Starr wins with a brainbuster. Nash hands Starr the trophy and takes a liking to Austin Starr as Alex Shelley watches on jealously.
And also, like, that's when we learnt that, like, Aries and Lethal have never had a singles.
Which is crazy to me.
Like, just, like, being in the same company for multiple years in multiple companies.
In, like, the same division, in the same orbit, and multi-bands a lot, but never doing a singles together is mad.
It is crazy.
Yeah, Austin Starr off to a winning start. Start. With 2 R's.
A start.
A start is born.
Austin Starr if he were a pirate.
And this was mostly just to get people on the show, and for Nash to do a bunch of goofs on commentary.
Because they had Nash booked already. So they're like, well.
It's like, I guess the idea is, like, it's Detroit, which is where Nash is from. So in theory, he should be a draw. So the Kevin Nash Open Invitation X Division Gauntlet Battle Royal for Bound for Glory should be an attraction.
Hell's favorite demon, Chris Sabin.
No, that's Nikita Koloff.
No, he's Satan's nightmare.
Sorry. Easy to mix up.
He should feud with Chris Sabin.
To take down the man from hell.
Or is he Sabin's nightmare?
Oh. All right, a couple of smaller loose ends to wrap up, starting with Eric.
One of them, why is it even here?
There is technically segments.
Yeah, but like nothing happens.
There is technically segments. They must be covered. Everything must be color coded.
I am equally as much criticizing the show.
Okay.
For the lack of anything happening with this.
October 5th Impact. JB is outside Jim Cornette's office. He's talking about all the stuff happening tonight as Jim Cornette is then shouting at a group of dorks. He's like, we've got Kurt Angle coming to TNA. We can't have you nerds around here anymore.
He's like, we're losing spots. One of you is going to feast. One of you will be fired. Except there'll be no feast.
And no fired in the end, but...
Spoilers. He says we have to fire you to like make up room for other people, which I'm like, how much is any of EY, Shark Boy, Norman Smiley, David Young, and Elix Skipper's contracts costing?
It's a 1 in, 1 out mentality, Liam.
Yeah, it's about roster numbers. Also, seems like a waste of potential to not have David Young lose this match.
He is disappearing forever, and he does not lose this match.
I guess it'd be too mean to shoot fire someone.
Even Norman Smiley is done shortly after this, and he also does not lose this match.
Yeah. But anyway, so they go on and they have this multi-man.
Mm-hmm.
Shark Boy wins. He feasts.
Mm-hmm.
by winning.
We all feast.
And Eric Young is fired by losing after Larry Zbyszko quickly runs in almost immediately and fucks over EY.
I had to write down a pitch there I need to make within TNA, which is bring back Feaster Fired, but it's Feastables or Fired.
Oh, that's a good crossover.
It's a good branding opportunity right there. But yes, Larry interferes immediately and screws EY, and EY's fired, and they hold on the shock of EY being fired for a little while.
It was, don't fire Eric, but now we have fired him.
He's gone. He's done.
Forever.
On the go-home show, JB is out by the limo that Kurt Angle got out of. EY approaches...
And he sees the Thing.
The Thing?
Because he's in a trench coat and a hat.
Yeah, he is disguised. JB tells him that EY will face Larry Zbyszko in a loser leaves TNA match at Bound for Glory. EY saw Joe, and Joe said there's not a man in TNA that can take a world title from him. On the pay-per-view, in the video package, there is a segment in which Jim Cornette informs Larry Zbyszko of this match too, which wasn't on TV. I wonder, was it like not on the TNA Plus version or something for some reason? But like, I was like,
maybe it was for the website.
Or maybe it was on Explosion. I don't know. But like, there was a segment on TV of Jim Cornette getting in the face of Larry Zbyszko, being like, I can book you in matches with a stipulation, and the stipulation is the loser will be fired. That does air in the package on the pay-per-view, and I didn't see it on TV. I have done a skim through the original broadcast versions of these episodes, and that segment did not air.
Yeah.
Whether they forgot to put it in the show, whether they cut it for time, whether it was on the website or was it on Explosion, I don't know, but it was not on Impact.
Okay.
But nonetheless, Eric Young is not fired. There is now a stipulation. It will be EY versus Larry Zbyszko, loser leaves TNA at Bound for Glory.
Is it technically like fire or rehire?
I guess it is, because Eric is fired, so he has to be brought back. Bound for Glory. JB has EY. He's breathing into a paper bag because he's scared that he'll lose his job. JB says he just needs some confidence. Larry Z comes in wearing his Ribera Steakhouse jacket, runs down EY, says you will never have confidence because you suck and you're shit and you're the worst.
How mean.
We then get the Matt Classic, that is Eric Young versus Larry Zbyszko in a loser leaves TNA or fire or rehire match, I guess. It is like 3 minutes long. It's still bad.
It's very sad. We're losing the man who invented the TNA kick.
Yeah. I think he's on the next Impact, so we don't do a Remember When until the next episode. But the next, you got to get ready for it. You got to get your brain in the right space for Larry Zbyszko Remember When, so we're nearly there.
So, Raven.
No. Keep it in your head. Don't say it out loud.
And I did like the fucking. They did like the controversy in Canada, and then like fucking Dusty buried him a bunch.
We can talk about that on the next episode. Larry works an abdominal stretch. Ref gets bumped. Larry pulls out some brass knucks. EY low blows him, takes the knucks, decks Larry with them, and wins. The match was like 3 minutes long. It was still very bad.
But I don't know. I'm sad, man. Larry's the best authority figure this company's ever had.
He was better than Jim Cornette. That segment where Jeff Hardy is in the rafters and he drops down from the ceiling and Larry's
Hey,
like,
this ain't no Remember When.
oh, sorry. But yeah, that segment's the best. I love that segment. Larry's like, what the hell, man? What are you doing? We gotta be professional around here.
He's off to go get inducted in the Hall of Fame in 10 years. The WWE one, I should specify.
He should be put in the TNA Hall of Fame too.
He should.
Had those two matches. No, Remember When. Next time.
He should have won Move of the Year.
For the TNA kick?
The TNA kick.
What won in 2003? Because I think that's when he did it.
2003 was in fact the Styles. Well, yeah, the Styles Clash.
Should have been the TNA kick.
And then Petey won 04 and 05 for the Canadian Destroyer.
Ruined wrestling forever.
The first time that a TNA wrestler did not win was the next 2 years.
I'm going to say CM Punk go to sleep.
It was Kenta go to sleep.
Damn. Oh, he didn't steal it yet, did he?
No. Wait, I guess the first... Okay, well, the first one was in 1981.
Really?
Yeah, that was the Superfly Splash.
Okay.
Then Super Destroyer won for the Superplex.
Cool.
I always love when, like, a guy wins the move again, because then Jimmy Snuka wins the Superfly Splash again, which is just very funny.
People are just like, it really is cool.
And he's like, the Suicide Dive from Tiger Mask 2. Then the Moonsault. Then Shooting Star Press. Yeah. What won last year? Oh, yeah. Hidden Blade.
Big Assassin's Creed fans in the Wrestling Observer universe.
3 years running. What move has won the most?
I'm gonna say it's the Styles Clash.
It's not.
I'm gonna say it's the Oz
is-
Cutter.
It is not. Those cutters never won.
Good.
It is the One Winged Angel,
That's good.
which has won it 4 times.
It's a good move.
But if the Hidden Blade
What's the move of the year
wins
this
one
year?
more time in 2025,
Yeah.
Spanish Fly off the top of the cage.
That's pretty good.
Oh, maybe Styles Clash, but it's Will Ospreay.
That would be very funny. Actually, yeah, that should be it. We round things out with Bobby Roode. Mm-hmm. Bobby Roode, as you remember, he's been hunting.
It's just stupid bullshit.
He has been on the hunt for his manager. He announces at the end of the October 5 Impact that he has found his new manager and will announce next week.
His new manager is a floating pair of breasts.
Yes, the next week he gives all the losers a call. He gives Bobby Heenan, he gives Sherry, and he gives Colonel Robert Parker a call.
He also insinuates that he fucked Sherry.
He's had a nice time with Sherry.
And then she hung up on him.
He says that while the decision has been made, we have to wait till Bound for Glory to find out, as you said, a floating pair of breasts appears in frame.
And then we don't even find out because on the damn pre-show.
Yeah, Roode says he stares at the breast and says he made the right choice.
So stupid.
And on the pre-show, it is revealed that Tracy Brooks is Bobby Roode's new manager as he beats Lance Hoyt.
So fucking stupid.
There you go, Bobby Roode.
I want to end this on a high note.
I was gonna make a very bad joke about the 2 O's in Rude are actually Tracy's breasts, and it's cinema.
It's so stupid.
It's a very dumb joke.
All right, we're gonna go. It's not a joke. We're gonna quickly run through every most disgusting promotional tactic winner,
Okay.
and I want you to give me a rating out of 5 on how disgusting the promotional tactic actually is.
Okay.
1981 monster character Tony Hernandez.
0. It's not even disgusting.
82 Bob Backlund as WWF champion.
1. Who cares?
83 Eddie Gilbert re-breaking his neck in an angle after having done so legitimately.
No, that's fucking good wrestling. You're a fucking mark. 1.
84 Blackjack Mulligan fake heart attack.
2.
85 usage of Mike Von Erich's near death to sell tickets.
5.
Let it be known that World Class has the next 4. 86 comparing Chris Adams' blindness angle with the death of Gino Hernandez.
Seems bad. We'll go 3.
Exploitation of the death of Mike Von Erich.
There seems to be a trend here. Also 5.
88 Fritz Von Erich's fake heart attack.
For fuck's sake. Also 5. The other fake
Should have
heart
been a
attack
damn.
is lower.
Should have been a damn real one.
But because of the death of the Von Erichs, that brings the heart attack angle higher than the other
Mm.
heart attack angle. It must be stated.
89 Jose Gonzalez's babyface push 1 year after Bruiser Brody stabbing.
2. Like, ultimately, who cares?
He killed a guy and then fucking got a babyface push.
That's wrestling. We have murders
That's
everywhere.
insane. That's a fucking 5. What are you talking about? 1990 Atsushi Onita stabbing Jose Gonzalez 2 years after the Bruiser Brody stabbing case.
Well, you can't have both of them being most disgusting promotional tactic.
Yes, you can.
One of them is earned.
They're both 5s. 91 exploiting the Persian Gulf War Sergeant Slaughter Iraqi sympathizer angle.
That's like a 2.
92 pushing Eric Watts.
That's my favorite thing about this award. It is like exploiting the death of a man in a vile and cruel way. Eric Watts had wrestling matches. Those are the 2 things.
93 Cactus Jack gets amnesia.
1. Who cares?
Did nothing happen in these years? 94 Ric Flair retirement angle.
I don't even remember what it was, but 1.
Gene Okerlund's 900 hotline advertisements.
What the fuck? I guess they are exploitative a little bit, too.
The next 2 are very funny back to back. Just because of how like insane what it is. The next 3 Fake Diesel and Razor Ramon.
Who cares? 1.
97 Melanie Pillman interview on Raw the day after Brian Pillman's death.
5.
98 exploiting Scott Hall's alcoholism.
Pretty high. 5.
99 Over the Edge pay-per-view continuing after the death of Owen Hart.
There should be a new category for the worst thing a wrestling promoter has ever done, and that might be it.
2000 David Arquette winning the WCW World Title.
That's like a 2.
2001 Stephanie Mann comparing her father's indictment to the September 11 attacks.
That's funny. No, that's a 1. That's too funny.
2002 Triple H accusing Kane of murder and necrophilia.
Oh, 2.
No, 2003 McMahon's all over the product.
That's been the case for like 8 years at that point.
I don't. Yeah, it's like, why is that a new one? 04 Caden leader pregnancy wedding miscarriage angle.
3.
2005 not editing out a terrorist angle. Muhammad Hassan attacking the Undertaker for air on day of London bombings.
Like 3 or 4.
2006 exploitation of the death of Eddie Guerrero.
4.
In 2007 we have the first TNA name.
Oh no.
The signing of Adam Pac-Man Jones and having him make it rain on television when his doing so in a strip club led to the paralysis of a wrestler.
3.
Wow. 2008, teasing a Jeff Hardy drug overdose to garner late interest in a pay-per-view show.
Not great. Also a 3.
2009, Mickey James' Piggy James angle making fun of her weight.
2. It's mean and cruel, but not like evil.
2010, Stand Up for WWE campaign, launched in conjunction with Linda McMahon's US Senate run.
2 as well, but yeah.
It's also just too funny. 2011, promoting an anti-bullying campaign despite blatant mistreatment of Jim Ross.
3.
2012, CM Punk and Paul Heyman exploiting Jerry Lawler's real-life heart attack, playing footage of him near death.
Yeah, it's wrestling. 1.
0, it's based.
Yeah.
2013, exploitation of the death of Bill Moody.
2.
He's a cardy ass bitch. He would have been like, hell yeah. 2014, insulting fans who purchase pay-per-views.
They're fucking marks. 1.
Yeah, 0, should always insult them. 2015, using Reed Flair's death in an angle.
3.
2016 was an MMA one.
Ooh.
Kimbo versus Data 5000 fight.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I remember that.
And then the next 8 years are all WWE. 2017, promoting Jimmy Snuka as a hero in death not long after his trial over the death of Nancy.
4.
2018-2019, relationship with Saudi Arabia.
5.
2020-2021, firing people during a global pandemic while setting profit records.
5.
2022, Vince McMahon appearing on television for a crowd pop after sexual misconduct allegations come out.
Again, in the Owen Hart tier of needs its own category, off the scale.
2023, WWE enabling Vince McMahon and him being back in power and TKO keeping him in a position of power.
Yeah, 6.
2024, continued relationship with Saudi Arabia.
They've been doing it for years. Come up with a new one.
Let it be known that, like, the number 3 on that was fucking playing the CM Punk Jack Perry footage.
They're the worst thing you could ever do. So TNA's only ever won that once?
Yeah, Tina only has one. The Pac-Man Jones.
Upstanding promotional tactics from Total Nonstop Action Wrestling.
It's true. They've probably been nominated a bunch. But, like, what is the worst thing that TNA did as like an angle?
I was thinking, like, balk on giving Jesse Sorensen a real job.
Yeah.
Is up there. Like, he broke his neck in your ring and was paralyzed, and then you said you'd give him a job for life, and then you didn't. So,
yeah.
That's up there. Jeff Hardy Sting.
Yeah, but, like, that wasn't, like, a promotional tactic, I guess.
It was a pay-per-view main event.
Yeah, they should have just not booked it.
Well, they shouldn't have let Jeff Hardy go out there. They knew. And they shouldn't have let Jeff Hardy go out there.
What year was that?
2011.
Was it worse than the promoting an anti-bullying campaign despite the blatant mistreatment of Jim Ross?
It probably was, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's probably it. I mean, like, and also, like, the Kurt backlash, maybe? In 06.
Yeah, hiring Kurt despite his medical woes. And personal woes.
And maybe, like, some of, like, the Kurt, Jarrett, Karen stuff later on.
Turning that messiness into, like, an angle.
Yeah. Because that's, like, really what that should be about, is, like, things that are actually, like, you know, angles and things that, like, terrible things that we use to, like, benefit the company.
Instead of, like, a monster was on TV.
Well, that was 1981. That shit was crazy. That's the craziest shit I'd ever seen. What is your most disgusting promotional tactic?
What's the most disgusting promotional tactic we could use to promote this podcast?
I'm gonna kill Garrett.
All right, we'll bank up. This will be our plan. We'll bank up like 20 or 30 episodes of the main show, right? And then you will kill me in a way that makes me seem all like valiant and a hero, but you will have actually murdered me. And then you'll be like, listen to all this posthumous content of this hero. It's such a good thing that we had all this stuff recorded so that I can profit off of his death.
He died making Ireland the 51st state.
God damn it. That is the Bound for Glory 2006 episode of You've Got to Be Kidding Me. We'll be back on Patreon with more Rain Takers and Gifts to the Pods in the next few weeks. And after that, with the Genesis 2006 episode, You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett and Liam at The Gleet Muda. Subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me, or on TikTok at TNA History. Check out our merch at the description link below. Buy t-shirts, buy posters, buy everything. Subscribe to us on Patreon at patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do damn thing.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world. But can you believe it? Kurt Angle's in the Impact Zone. Olympic Slam! Olympic Slam by Angle and Samoa Joe.
Think this is funny? No. Why would you do this? Hold to. Get a life! Get a life!
The American flag, this stands for lies, exploitation, and racism!
We haven't always been America's favorites, but we will always be America's most wanted.
Death to ECW. Long live TNA.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me episode number 54. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. We are talking on this episode, we are talking about the month that is November 2006.
Get back, baby!
That would have been seamlessly edited had you not interrupted my flawless podcast reset.
Hence me interrupting it.
On this episode, we are talking about the month that is November 2006, leading to Genesis 2006. I'm Garrett Kidney, and you heard him. It's Liam Jones.
Wow, I got like a big entrance then.
Yeah.
Yes, we're back. The most on-time podcast in history is back again. Regularly scheduled programming every 2 weeks on the dot. Here we are returning.
Are you committing to every 2 weeks?
I'm never committing to anything.
Because I was like, maybe we can do one a month. If we do one a month, I'm happy. Whereas you're like, back to the original every 2 weeks. If you go and look at the podcast description, which I originally wrote for the start of this podcast over 4 years ago now. No, 3 years? 3 years ago. No, 4 years. This podcast is over 4 years old. Fuck me. It did say every 2 weeks, and I did recently have Rich take that out.
Was that a fun message to send?
No, because I was getting him to update the podcast logo because it still had just like the plain white background. So I was like, use the nicer looking one. And Rich was like, do you want to take out the every 2 weeks part too?
Wow, okay, so it was passive aggressive is what you're saying.
Yeah, Rich is like, get your shit together. You produce your podcast more often.
That's kind of fucked up.
We just have 4 podcasts a day on the Voices of Wrestling Network. We need 5.
It's true. About damn time.
That somebody produces content about wrestling. There's not enough of it out there.
It's true. Like, if there's one thing this world has been missing, it is 2 more Caucasian voices talking about things and making statements known.
2 white men who need their voices heard.
Who else? Who else is going to be heard? You know? Our voices are the loudest, damn it.
Is wrestling content dead?
I think, are we in post-wrestling good. I want to be in post-wrestling content.
Yeah.
There was too much of it happening. That's why we had to step away. we had to leave because there was too much happening. And it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair on the listeners. It wasn't fair on any potential listeners, you know? So we exclusively made Patreon content.
Because I was thinking about this in that, like, we are firmly in the age of the influencer wrestling content where it's all like symbiotic stuff where you just want interviews, you want to make faces when AJ Lee returns on Raw or SmackDown. Like that's what wrestling content is now, and like because that's the stuff that does well. Like no one's gonna make a fucking 4-hour hyper researched 18 pages of notes episode of the TNA wrestling podcasts because that's crazy. Why would anybody do that?
Why would anyone? And why would anyone listen to it more specifically?
When instead you could just make faces at the thing that happened on SmackDown this week.
Sounds so much easier.
It's substantially easier.
Not to discredit anyone that makes that content.
And if they would like to promote our content, I think that's only fair.
Are we getting into more beefs? We stepped away for like months after we had beef, and now we're coming back and we're starting more beef.
We technically speaking don't have beef with Cultaholic anymore. Or what culture? Which one did we have beef with? It was Cultaholic, I think. It's Cultaholic, right?
Cultaholic,
yeah. Because the man with whom we were beefing, Jack the Jobber, has gone solo.
We also like rescinded the beef on audio.
That's true. We did bury the beef, but also the beef no longer exists because he is outlessless. He's going out by himself. So we will promote Jack the Jobber, our close personal podcast friend, who again only started the podcast when we started the beef. So it is going to be very strange if he sticks with it long enough to find multiple episodes where we both have the beef, then squash the beef, then say, hey, go check out Jack the Jobber's individual stuff, because putting yourself out there is tough and he deserves your support.
Also, technically, the beef wasn't with you.
That's true. I am a pure and wholesome and innocent in the world. I would never start beefs.
It's true. It's just me. I'm a problem.
So I'm worried for the state of wrestling content. Because, like, I was thinking about this when Goldberg retired. Mm-hmm. Partially because no one gave a shit. But also partially because the thing that would happen when somebody was retiring is you'd get, like, recommended match threads. You would get people doing retrospectives, deep dive podcasts. You would get people, writing their personal relationship with Goldberg's biggest moments. You would get all that stuff traditionally, and that stuff's kind of gone. No one does that anymore.
I think part of it probably is maybe that wrestling just isn't that interesting now. There's like not that much to talk about. There's not like a giant hot streak of some company. It's not the 2010s and like everyone's like opening their eyes to New Japan. Like there's not like something that is emphasizing or encouraging people to go out there and be like, I need to talk about this, I need to write about this, I need to make an account dedicated to this. Because like there is still, I think maybe the content has just gotten more normie.
Yeah.
Like there's just like WWE stan accounts and things that are a lot simpler. There's not enough like sicko shit. But maybe that's the problem, is like we're just so into like the sicko shit that we don't even like see the normie stuff because it just doesn't come across our purview very often.
Yeah, and I do think the sicko shit is getting smaller, though.
I don't know. I think the sicko shit is not necessarily getting small. Well, maybe because, like, when I was growing up and listening to podcasts, there was, like, 8 different, like, puro deep cut podcasts that I listened to. And now there's, like, none of that. So it's like maybe there is... I don't know. I think maybe... wrestling is too homogenized and everything's kind of dull and boring. And, like, there's not enough sicko shit for people to ingest to be dedicated sicko shit accounts.
That's true. Like, what are you going to be a sicko shit guy about? Beyond?
Yeah, well, my thing was, like, I thought about sicko shit today, actually, because I was like, if I won the lottery, I wouldn't tell anyone, but there will be signs, which will be me booking Mad Dog Connolly versus Kaita Yano.
Sure, yeah.
Like, and, like, it would just be, like, a random indie pops up and this match is happening, and everyone would be like, what? Like, it'd be, like, because there is no sicko shit anymore.
Yeah, everyone is doing normie shit. And I do think, like, it is a consequence, I think, of the shift from the primary place where wrestling conversation is, like, defined. That shifted in the last, I think, post-COVID, really, shifted from Twitter to TikTok. And I think then the overall sensibilities of wrestling moved with it. Whereas, like, in 2015, you had the hardcore diehards. They were all on Twitter. And I think they had a more meaningful impact on wrestling as a whole. They were a larger portion of the voice. And now those people they're still on Twitter. They're still in their little corners. And then you have just people making their faces on TikTok that does a billion views. And that's what everyone's pandering toward.
I just think there's too much. Oh, well, we were talking about it, like, a couple days ago when we were talking about like user generated content is everywhere, so it's kind of nowhere because like you're just lost in the sea of things. And I feel like maybe that has translated to wrestling as well, because it's like there's so many Twitter accounts with like above 800 followers now. Yeah. And it's like that used to be like a point of, ooh, this is someone who might have something interesting to like say, but just based on like longevity alone, there's like that percentage is way higher. You can even go like more macro and be like, there at like 10 years ago, the amount of YouTube channels that were over 1 million subscribers was quite small. And now it's like 40 times that, because there's just longevity and there's more people that know about it. Like everything has expanded, which has made like the niche less important, or the niche get like washed out.
The niche is somehow even nicher. Like the percentage of which the niche takes up is smaller than it has ever been.
And then also when you pair that with the niche being less interesting.
Because like what's like the only thing you could really do an interesting niche on it, not the only thing, because like you can do Dragon Gate podcasts. Case Low and Mike Spears do.
Case Low, by the way, might legitimately be the one exception to everything we're talking about.
Yeah.
Because like I don't know if I have heard a better wrestling interviewer in like my entire time listening to wrestling content than Case Low.
Because the problem is you get one of two people interviewing wrestlers or wrestling people. You get people who know nothing about wrestling, who will just be like, oh, you're coming to town, tell us about it.
Which can be kind of fun in its own thing. Like, there can be like little moments that are interesting. Seeing how people handle that dynamic is interesting more than anything.
Yeah, and you'll see Kyle Fletcher do the weather, and it'll be a fun little thing, but you're not going to learn anything about like Kyle Fletcher's mentality about professional wrestling from that kind of interview. And then the other side is the when are you coming back to this town? How did it feel to win a title, people? Which you also learn absolutely nothing from.
And then you get like the feckless cowards cloud chasers.
Yeah. Or his case is the very interesting case of, pardon the pun, a person who has a normie platform. He works for a freaking music radio station, but somehow gets interviews with Tony Khan, but is a wrestling fan. So he can spend 7 minutes just talking about freaking Dragon Gate with Ricochet. And I'm sure Ricochet is utterly delighted to do that because no one else is going to ask him to talk about like Naruki Doi and Shima.
Yeah. I don't know. And like as a listener who cares more about like those sort of topics, it's refreshing. And also like even just how he conducts the interviews, like this is the Case Glaze session, but even like how he just conducts them, I feel like they're more interesting, and I don't know, it feels passionate in a way that like everything else feels so fucking stale.
Because it feels like they're actually... Because that's the thing that drives me crazy about, like, the terrible press conference questions. Because there is the crew that are always, like, ask hard questions, which I'm on the side of, yes, do that too. But, like, you can ask softball questions that get interesting answers. You can ask somebody about, like, oh, how did this pay-per-view come together? At what point did the main event was the main event? And, like, that's not a hard question. That's not challenging somebody. But you'll get, like, an interesting insight into Tony Khan's booking philosophy if you ask him something like that. As opposed to like, when are you coming back to San Antonio?
Yeah. But like, I get it if you're like the San Antonio
Chronicle
star,
or whatever, yeah.
And you're like, what is the question that like your readers might care about most?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, when will this show return here?
But to circle all the way back, the point I was going to make is I think CMLL is the only like interesting thing you can make niche content about, and frankly, increasingly less niche by the day with the level of success they're having in their freaking Pokemon crossover.
Well, the more thing is like, to go on a CMLL tangent for a minute, it's like, it's only niche to us.
Yeah.
Like, in its world, it is the biggest thing, And like, that's what I kind of appreciate about it. I like being on the outside a little bit and looking at CMLL and going like, wow, this thing is fucking massive and cool, and we don't talk about it in like Western wrestling media as much as we probably should, and it doesn't get the accolades that it probably should, because you look at it and you're like, this is the second biggest company in the world probably.
Yes.
It's like it's between it and AEW, like, and you can call which you could call consistency versus like highlights in that argument,
AEW, it depends on what you're measuring. Like, CMLL sells more tickets than AEW. Like, slam dunk, easily. Maybe doubles the tickets AEW sells, if you were to do the math. AEW probably has a larger global audience. So however you want to juggle it. But
well, AEW definitely has a larger global audience. I don't think there's like even a debate about that. It's like, do you... Like, again, it's like, what do you count more? Doing 10,000 seats multiple times a week or year, or hitting 80,000 in one,
Yeah.
And, like, I think there's merits to both the discussions. Like, we talked about, me and Garrett, like, privately have talked about how crazy the Dave quote is that, like, CMLL, if you do all the addition, might have outdrawn WWE this year.
They might have sold more tickets in 2025. Like Dave was like, he hasn't quite done the math yet, but like when you think about they sell 10 to 15,000 tickets maybe 3 times a week, like it's going to be a conversation. Like it's going to be pretty close.
So, in conclusion, wrapping up this brief segment before I have something else I want to ask in relation to wrestling content. CMLL for every award at the end of the year.
Oh yeah. Like, not even close. If anybody else wins, like, Best Company, Best Booker, I have no idea who books CMLL, which might be the problem, that most people don't have any idea who books CMLL.
That was always the problem with, like giving Dragon Gate its clout or whatever.
But, like, it is the best booked promotion. It is the most successful promotion in 20... Like, there's years where, like, it didn't win, but WWE was the fucking biggest booming business in the history of wrestling, which I guess it technically still is, but it's kind of on the downswing of that now, rather than the upswing of that. Whereas CMLL is just, like, runaway success, great company, just great shows to watch. The easiest watches.
Easiest shows in the goddamn world to just put on.
They just fly by. They're very simple, straightforward wrestling. You'll never be like, what the fuck is happening? Which is always the thing. People are like, oh, I need the commentary. I need to speak English. It's like, it's the most like route one straightforward wrestling to understand. You should never be confused.
And like, even if you lose a little minutia, it's like, I don't think it takes away very much. And also, you have the, like, maybe the best, most accessible range of English-speaking Twitter accounts to get you caught up. If I ever have a CMLL question, like, Rob Viper, Lucha Blog are right there, and they will answer it every time. Like, I don't even have to DM them. It's just on their fucking timeline. If I'm watching a show and I'm like, this is confusing, I can go to either of them talking about the show and I will find the answer.
Yeah, so Sarah's content not being dead between a Lucha Blog and Case Low.
I was going to ask, like, what not wrestling, like, promotion-specific generated content do you watch that isn't, like, uploads from a company on the YouTube or whatever? Like, what wrestling broader content do you ingest in 2025?
I'm a very bad person to ask this question because I talk about how wrestling content is dead. I watched very little of it anyway. I'm a Days of Thunder listener. Our boys over at Days of Thunder. Shout out to Dave, who recently got married. Congratulations, Dave.
Congratulations.
That's maybe it in terms of regular stuff. In terms of like something I would regularly consume, I think it's just Days of Thunder, which is on hiatus at the moment. So I'm a hypocrite. That's what I'm talking about. I like reading. I like Joseph Montesio. I enjoy reading his content. What does Simon call his blog? Handworked.
Handwork.
Yeah, I enjoy Simon's writing, Brock's writing. So I enjoy like blogs and writing more than I enjoy like written or video or audio or video content. But yeah,
I've been watching a lot of a YouTuber called Rushmel.
Yeah,
who makes like feud storyline summary videos where he like uses clips throughout the entire feud, and I find them really fun. They're like a really easy watch. Like I watched one that he did on Nigel's like ROH title run that was really fun.
So content dead, not ours. Our content's back.
Yeah, our content never left. You're only a hater and a hypocrite if you think that we did.
We have Patreon. If you're a hater and a hypocrite that wants to give us money, you can head to patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com where you can support us on $1 a month, $5 a month, or $10 a month tiers, where you can get extra shows, watch-alongs, in-person watch-alongs as well from now on. We're in the same room for watch-alongs for a while. Extra shows, show notes, the freaking Chris Rock movie reviews, Randy Savage album reviews, end of the year drafts, end of the year rewards. There is an absolute pile, an absolute bundle of content. Explode Zone, which I'm not sure have I done a main episode of the show since I started Explode Zone.
No, you definitely haven't.
We are reviewing Explosion on the Patreon, or at least I am. I'm going through the Explosion archives as they're being uploaded to TNA Plus. So if you're ever wondering, if you're listening to the show and you're like, you know what, the one knock on the You've Got to Be Kidding Me podcast is they don't talk enough about what's happening on Explosion.
I'm a big Explose head, and I need someone to break down these shows.
That is happening over on Patreon, where I think I have 7 or so episodes of Explode Zone up. They're like 20 minutes ahead. I cover 3 episodes of Explosion per episode. It's a freaking recap show with squash matches. So there's not a ton to talk about, but it's fun to be like, hey, Kenny Dykstra was on this episode. And then you can hear me talk about Kenny Dykstra for 2 minutes.
It's more like you hear a name and then you wax poetically about their career.
Yeah, it's like, Chris Hero's here. Whoa! Robbie E. in 2003? Did you know that?
An original.
So that's on the Patreon feed, patreon.com/kiddingme, tnachat.com. Your support is greatly appreciated, and we will have regular content. You can also check out the link in our description where you can buy our merchandise, where, once again, we've had a new shirt for 5 months, but we haven't had an episode to plug it. You can get the brand new Scorpion and Birds t-shirt, which we designed. It has, I think, black, white, and long sleeve variants. So you can check that out based on our iconic bit, Scorpions versus Birds. You can also get the Kevin Nash Graf shirt, the Styles Daniels Joe shirt, and you can, if you've ever looked at our posters, we have a cool Abyss poster this month. If you've ever looked at those posters and thought, gee whiz, I'd like to have a copy of that poster for myself, there's a bunch of our posters up there in our store. If you are a patron, you can save 10% with a code that's in our pinned post on Patreon. So you can save and again, our little pro tip, if you go to Patreon you subscribe on the $1 tier, you can get that discount code and you will save more money than you actually spent on Patreon. So if you buy a t-shirt, you'll save 10%. That's more than the $1 you'll spend to get the coupon code. Life hack for you. You can do all that as we bring us to the month that was November 2006 in TNA wrestling. We start with the news.
As we always do.
Vince Russo is back.
And you know what?
Yeah?
My cold heart has warmed. My hard knock concrete stance. This is where you slice in me screaming about him. Has softened. I am happy to welcome back Vince Russo into the arms of TNA wrestling. I enjoy Vince Russo, I've decided. I'm a Vince Russo defender.
Right. Like there are like the thing that makes me not tear my hair out about having to go back and watch Russo stuff. It would have been a different case in the moment, but having to go back and watch his stuff could be worse. There's been worse bookers in TNA history.
Yeah, it's true.
There's been less interesting television booked by people who are supposedly better bookers. So at the very least, Russo's TV, until we get to 2014 or whatever, it's not boring. There's lots of stuff. I have to write a lot more notes. That is the real burden here, because there's 7 million segments and stuff happens in every single segment now. There's not just a match anymore. There's a match that has 4 angles that run through it. So I have to type more. But other than that, stuff happens on these shows.
My thing is, and I talked about it in the watch along at patreon.com, where my problem with Russo is not his TV. I think TV can be wacky, it can be stupid, bullshit can happen that doesn't make sense. My problem is when that bleeds into pay-per-views and into payoffs, and then so it feels like that we never actually get proper payoffs. That's where I have my problem, is I feel like pay-per-view should be sacred. It should be the place where we get good matches. It's the place where we get clean finishes. That's the point of it. It's the bookmark to the story. I don't care about all the fucking bullshit and wacky, wild ways that you have to get to it, because that's better on the most than just boring television.
It's funny, I didn't include it in the show notes, but Dave has like 5 paragraphs based on the primetime special that aired this month. TNA had a primetime special where they had a 2-hour episode to celebrate the fact that they're on Thursdays in primetime going forward. And Dave had like a 5-paragraph tangent about how, because he had heard the show was good, he had invited some wrestling friends over to watch that TNA primetime episode. So it's like, it's a 5-paragraph tangent about how like, oh, you know, we watched the Christian Rhino cage match, and my old, because he's like, oh, they're like old wrestling fans who like wrestling in the 80s and the 70s, and he's like, oh, well, they didn't like when the referees handed things in. That was goofy, and they rejected the match going forward. So it is
so
funny. And there's like paragraphs of those little anecdotes of like, oh, you know, this took them out of it, this, and it's not Dave's opinion about any of this shit. It's all just him recounting his friends' reactions to the various Vince Russo wackiness that took place on this episode of television. And it is funny to see like that different perspective from yours there, which is like, I kind of am into a little pro wrestling goofiness once you give me good matches on pay-per-view. Whereas Dave is like, there's good wrestling, but anytime something stupid happens, it takes me and my friends out of it.
Which is like, I can understand that perspective, but I have to think like, hey, I went to this shit-eating convention and they were eating shit. I'm shocked. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
What's the point? Like, you know what you're getting into. You know what you're watching. And B, it's like, I don't know. It must be fucking boring. Like, maybe wrestling just isn't for you. Or maybe US wrestling isn't just for you. Because, like, this is part of the deal. There's gonna be silliness. There's gonna be shit that you go, you just gotta kind of shrug it off. Like, you can't expect a Vince Russo booked pro wrestling company, or even an American TV company in this day and age, to just not have something that's going to make you roll your eyes a little, you know? I feel like you have to be charitable and just, if 80% of it's good and 80% of it is not going to ruin it for you, then I think you can just accept the 20%.
And if you look at the history of US pro wrestling in totality, this is what it is, you know?
Yeah, that's my biggest thing about it. Is like, again, like, what are you expecting? Like, I understand if it's not what you want, but there's a lot of other wrestling out there.
And I'm always of the firm opinion, I try as best I can to never put pro wrestling in a box. I try to never say this is the limited parameters of what I think pro wrestling can or can't be. I'm like, was that thing done well? Is it silly, but it's done well? I can be on board with it. There is silly and done bad, which is a lot of the history of US wrestling. That's the problem. It's not that it's silly, it's that it's bad. Silly is not inherently bad. Bad silly is bad.
Yeah.
But to circle back, Vince Russo's back. So TNA, he's been back for about a month now. They decided to interview him on the website, on TNAWrestling.com.
That is a choice. At least they're not hiding him at this point.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how companies handle websites back in these days, because this is the era in which websites were a thing. You actually had content for websites as opposed to everything is just social now. So this is where like we had columns and we had websites, and like it's funny to see the differing approaches to websites, because we'll talk about that in relation to both Monty Brown and Kurt Angle in this, in terms of how the companies portray each other on their official company websites.
You know what I liked about the WWE website growing up?
What?
The Power 25.
Ah.
I used to check that shit religiously as a kid. Like the day it came out, I was like, I gotta go to the WWE website. I gotta see who's at number 1 in the Power 25.
Who had the best week? And you're like, fucking no, Jack Swagger had an amazing week. Why is he only at number 4?
Yeah, I don't know. I liked that shit. I thought it was fun.
I do kind of miss that kind of stuff where like AEW's website is the most like, here's our events. We don't even put our TV lineup on it most weeks. It's just
because I don't know their TV lineup most weeks.
Well, that's a problem too. Like the idea of like a weekly column on a website for any company now is just done. No one does that shit.
Yeah.
People like film a TikTok instead.
Hey, I think all social media managers and community managers that make their talent do that stuff is perfectly reasonable.
They're the real heroes, I think.
That's what I'm saying.
In that interview, Vince Russo said he is no longer all about ratings. He says, when I started with WWE and WCW, I was a man on a mission. It was all about ratings, all about writing the best show I possibly could, he told Ross Foreman. It was tunnel vision because it really was a personal challenge to me. Today, at 45, it's not about that. My goals are much, much different from what they were 10 years ago. My goals today are to make the wrestling industry a better place and to really give the boys in the business a better working environment, to give them an opportunity, to give them a chance. Russo says he hadn't watched much wrestling in the 2 years following his last stint in TNA that ended when Dusty Rhodes took over as head booker. He said he was contacted on a Friday, thought about it over the weekend, and then agreed to join the promotion the following Tuesday.
That's awesome.
Things just happen now, and things just seem to fall into place, he says. It just seemed like the right time. I'm a firm believer that things happen for a reason.
Because of Jesus.
Yeah, remember, like, I think it was like the May episode where we had that Vince Russo will never ever return to wrestling creative quote? But Jesus intervened in his life and told him to go book Eric Young angles.
He said, son, you have a higher purpose. And this is what it is.
You need to show Kevin Nash's ass on television. And I feel the opportunity to return presented itself for a reason, Russo said, and I wanted to investigate that reason and find out on my own why I was supposed to return to TNA. Russo said he hesitated to return to the business after his conversion to Christianity. He says he sees the same type of smut programming on today's wrestling TV that he introduced in wrestling in WWE and WCW during his previous booking stints.
I appreciate that he acknowledges it was him.
Yeah, he is, like, it's not the Garfield meme for once. It's like if Garfield was trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Yeah, he's like, holy shit, I've gone too far.
What have I unleashed? I have to bring decency back to this industry. Particularly the TNA, which is what he insisted this company be called, by the way. That was his idea. With women, Russo says. It really, really bothers me to see girls in the business looked at as nothing but TNA, he says.
Women defender. Vince Russo is here. He's here to save women's wrestling, bring a start the Knockouts division, bring women's wrestling to the front of the pro wrestling industry in the United States. He is here, a hero.
Even though I had a lot to do with TNA in the mid and late 90s, I never really looked at women that way. It's almost prehistoric to be looking at women in 2006 the way we did years ago, says Vinny
Speak
Rue.
on it. Fucking speak on it, king.
That is such a funny stance for him to take. For him to be the man who is like, the women have not been presented right in this industry, and I am the man to fix it.
He's so sick. He's so sick with it.
Without being able to name specific names, Russo said there are talented women in wrestling.
There's one on your roster. One of the best of all time on the roster. Just say her.
who we would like to see be given an opportunity to perform in the ring. Russo acknowledged that TNA's biggest downfall could be one of the top 5 problems plaguing the promotion. With so many people in management concerned about job security, Russo says it's important to look at the big picture of everyone keeping his or her job if they work toward a common goal to help grow the business. It's just a matter of TNA not being its own worst enemy, he says. By that, I mean not getting caught up in the wrestling business, not getting caught up in the day-to-day or the politics or the gossip. TNA has to keep their eyes focused on the company's goals. We've taken leaps and bounds since day one back at the Nashville Fairgrounds. Russo says Kurt Angle is an important acquisition for the company, not only as a wrestler, but as a locker room leader. He says, I think Kurt Angle, with his experience and what he's accomplished in the wrestling business, is going to have a great influence and great impact on that locker room.
Impact?
Well, which will really help the talent grow in a hurry. And that's what they need because most of these guys are so young.
I think, to give some credit to Vince Russo.
Yes, sir.
I think he has acknowledged potential downfalls.
Yes.
Problems. Benefits.
Right.
Success opportunities in the company. Like, if we're taking this interview completely on face value, I think this is a healthy mindset to return to creative with.
Yeah.
I don't think he's blaming anyone. I don't think he's taking jabs necessarily. It's more of a broader sense of what has historically torn pro wrestling companies apart. The problem is historically he is in the middle of all of that all the time forever.
Yep. And if anything, he's like patient zero of all of that.
If anyone else in pro wrestling entering the creative business had this exact same interview, it would be quite hopeful. But the fact that it is literally just this one guy makes it daunting at the very least.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe it all works out really well.
Everything goes fine. We have no way of knowing.
It's true.
We just have to give him the benefit of the doubt.
That's what I'm saying.
Speaking of someone who doesn't want to give Russo the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, this is crazy.
At the September pay-per-view, Jim Cornette told Dutch Mantel and Jeff Jarrett that he didn't want to get in the way of their business or cause a problem due to Vince Russo being Booker, so he gave his notice. He suggested coming at Bound for Glory, having a heel give him a beating, and that would be a way to write him out. He said in January they could reevaluate the situation basically based on if Russo had been fired by that point. I love that. I love that so much.
I do love a generational hater.
I love him being like, come back to me in 3 months, he'll be gone, I'll come back. Jarrett told Cornette that they needed him and that Russo was a changed man and asked to give them a chance. Cornette cut his Russo promo about how he buried Cornette, Jim Ross, and anyone with an accent at the studio, and that he hated Russo for ruining careers, booking WCW into oblivion, exposing the business to an undreamed of level, and ending noting he's booked for 3 companies. The first he walked out on with no notice, the second one he destroyed, and the third he got removed from power. Jarrett told Cornette he wouldn't accept his resignation and they would continue to book him. He did tell Cornette he could no-show his book dates, but noted he'd be the one that would come off looking bad in that situation. Jarrett asked Cornette to give the company a chance, and the agreement was made that the two would avoid each other at all costs. Russo would never interact with or give orders to Cornette, and Cornette would never try to physically attack Russo.
So funny that that's the compromise. He will not tell you what to do, and you cannot assault him.
These are fair terms under which these two men can coexist.
It's really funny how, when I was, 13, I was like, fuck yeah, Jim Cornette, right? Fuck Russo, what a bitch, we hate him, he ruined the business, etc., etc. And now I'm like, fuck Jim Cornette, Vince Russo the GOAT.
It is funny how those things change. Because I would have been an OG Jim Cornette podcast listener, pre his current podcast, when he would just say how shit Vince McMahon was and talk about 80s wrestling. He had a fun little podcast going there when you had to download fucking files off a forum or whatever the fuck. I can't remember what that podcast network thing was called. It was like Bill Barron's thing, I think. But Cornette had a podcast there, and it was perfectly fine and not as racist and horrible and trying to tear wrestling to the ground. And yeah, now I'm just like, why would you ever listen to that man? Why would you ever give him a moment of your day? Why would you make him you directly put that man into your ears by choice?
It's crazy how Vince Russo has been vindicated.
Well, Vince Russo, listen, you don't want to watch Vince Russo's podcast either.
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know much about Vince Russo's podcast, to be fair. But listen, I have been exposed to Jim Cornette's podcast clips art, and that it cannot be worse than that.
No, it's about on par, really. It's the same, like, modern... He doesn't do racist thumbnails as much as Jim Cornette just so happens to trip and fall into doing. But...
The luck of that guy, huh?
I know, it's every so often, it's just, how does it happen that he just happens to do racist thumbnails twice a year?
Someone should really, like, get onto his social guy.
Maybe they're not the heroes.
That's what I'm about. You're telling me that everyone is as bad, so I don't know anymore.
But yeah, Russo does just as much racism and Islamophobia and shite, and the same amount of modern wrestling is bad on his podcast. So you don't want to listen to Vinny Ru's podcast.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, isn't that most Americans?
That is like it's the Rovert thing where like people, he's always like, why are you giving out to a wrestler for having mainstream U.S. political values? And he's like, he's dead right.
Yeah, it's like, I guess, like, I suppose. But, like, 80% of the people in that country. I mean, who am I to fucking talk? Look at mine.
That is, like, the ruling party of that country. So, like, that is their mentality. So what can you say? They won. We lost. Fuck.
What do you mean, we?
I don't put myself in the same box as those people.
Yeah, what do you mean, we?
Oh, no, I'm going to get kicked out of Australia.
Let me tell you about my beliefs on my new podcast.
The night before Bound for Glory, Cornette caused the scene when he got riled up by fans talking about Russo and started verbally abusing Russo. Russo wasn't there, but he was loud, and people there said he made such a scene that they thought he was cussing out Russo and they'd have to break up a fight. After Bound for Glory, his doctor was mad at him for continuing to work and talk while sick. Cornette was mad at his performance on the show and because he lost his voice. Yeah, he didn't have his voice in that promo segment of Bound for Glory, probably because he was both sick.
He was fucking screaming into Russo in the parking lot with fans.
He was using like whatever voice he had left to fucking scream about Vince Russo at a fan fest.
Goddamn that Vince Russo piece of shit!
No, it's made it to the main show. Liam has been workshopping his Jim Cornette, and I think it's getting there.
It's getting there. It's gonna take time. It's the second time I've ever done it.
Like, we saw a whole evolution of Dixie where she started normal, got unhinged, and went back to somewhere in between. So who knows where Jim Cornette can go?
I feel like it's gonna always be the same. Because it's so accurate.
Kevin Nash has been telling friends he's eyeing Jim Cornette's role as figurehead commissioner. There is a feeling that Cornette won't last long unless Vince Russo doesn't last long.
It's a real war of attrition.
You know what the funny part is? They worked together for over 2 years.
Which is kind of fucking crazy.
And I don't think Cornette is out as part of, like, Russo shit. He's out as part of, like, Jarrett losing power shit.
Which is probably similar, to be fair.
Yeah, Cornette kind of goes in, like, 2009 when a lot of the Jarrett allies are being cleared out by Dixie when they had their falling out. So...
But, like, Russo was a Dixie guy, so...
Yeah, that makes sense. But, like, he wasn't cleared out because he couldn't get along with Russo. I'm sure there was countless fucking blow-ups in that 2 years, and I'm sure somebody had, like, 9 million headaches because they had to keep these two without killing each other. But, you know what? It lasted 2 years.
It's kind of crazy to imagine that those two managed to, like, bottle it for a couple years.
That he at least managed to not physically assault him. He did abide by those terms.
To our knowledge.
Jeff Jarrett will be off TV for the next few months, but he will be backstage at Impact tapings and pay-per-views handling the management side of TNA operation. And Monty Brown is off the TNA website, but talks are not completely off between Brown and TNA.
I have a feeling they're going to bring it back.
Yeah? You didn't read the next news, though?
No, in my mind, I think TNA's really going to lock him down, you know? It's just a Garcia scenario. Everyone thinks he's jumping, but I think he'll get locked down.
Yeah, he was backstage at Raw, but that just made TNA realize they want him even more.
Yeah, that just means they'd, pedal to the metal.
WWE announced the signing of former TNA headliner Monty Brown.
I'm still holding out hope.
WWE.com featured an interview with Monty Brown following his signing in the company. Brown's lengthy run in TNA is never mentioned in the article.
I mean, what are they going to mention? He loses to this guy, loses to that guy, got beat up by it. It's like, what the fuck?
Brown said his 2 goals in life were to become a pro football player and to wrestle in WWE. Not become a pro wrestler, wrestle in WWE.
It's probably right.
Like when he was growing up and he had like the photo or the poster of somebody on his wall. He had a wrestler poster. Was it Sting?
I was going to say it has to be Warrior, right?
It feels like Warrior. He was probably thinking, I'm going to be a WWE wrestler. You are right. He probably saw like Lawrence Taylor and was like, by God, I can do both.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. It's especially in that era. That's the era where everyone is like a WWE guy.
As opposed to now.
Well, like, at least now you got fucking Arez saying, TK, shit, I'll get off the pot. I want to go here instead of the other ways. Like, there are people now that are like getting into the business who are like, have a distinct other view of what they want to do.
The article focuses on Brown's NFL career as his athletic background before coming to WWE. A quote from Monty from that article: "Coming to WWE is a definite blessing and a privilege to come work for the Mecca of all Meccas," which is a shot at real Mecca. "I'm just anxious to start. I'm looking forward to getting in the mix and being part of the WWE family." So Monty is done.
And if you want to relive your time with Monty Brown, let me remind you, there's a wonderful video on the TNA Wrestling YouTube channel called Every Monty Brown Pounce in TNA History,
which I did build using the show notes from this podcast. So you know what? Synergy.
So a watch of that video is a watch for us.
That's true. And a watch for Monty Brown.
I would do a remember when, but God, it's hard at this point, you know. It's fucking hard. Let's just talk about Monty Brown for a moment.
And I can't remember if we did it or not on the last episode where we would have his last appearance. We might have.
Yeah. So Monty Brown, the quintessential pro wrestling what if, I imagine. Someone who, despite never quite hitting the levels that anyone would have hoped for him, has managed to worm his way into the pro wrestling zeitgeist in a way that is genuinely impressive.
Yeah.
There's a lot about Monty that is sort of... It is sad, you know. Mm-hmm. This is a guy that you would have hoped would have been like a giant deal, or at the very least, if he was going to have his washout career at WWE, did sort of reach the levels that you would have hoped for him in TNA. Like you know, Chris Harris is sad, right? And it's like, damn, he didn't do anything in WWE. But like when you go back on it, like at least the AMW stuff is there, and it rules, and it's awesome, and it's successful. And it's like with Monty, you don't even really have that. Like, the quintessential Monty Brown thing is just, he is great at squash matches, he's a crazy promo guy, and he's, unfortunately, just a giant what if.
Yeah, you only ever saw the sparks of what Monty could be, rather than, like, the actual lighting of that fuse. And as you said, like, it is really impressive that, like, this is a guy who was on TV for 2 years, nearly 20 years ago, and he's still a guy people are like, fucking Monty Brown was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
There's very few people you can say, like, no one does that for fucking Mordecai, you know?
Yeah.
People might remember Mordecai, but they're not like, holy shit, well, remember Mordecai? It's like, oh, remember Mordecai? There's very few people who weren't top guys, who only had a handful of main events, most of which were just like jobber to the stars, a challenger of the month kind of things, and is remembered that fondly, and the people are that desperate for him to do one more appearance. Because, like, he is my holy grail appearance. He is my AJ Lee. He is my CM Punk. Like Monty has been for a long time, and I don't need him to do anything other than come out, do 1 pounce, hit his pose, and leave. Do one promo as well, because listen, it wouldn't be the same without him calling somebody a hippofant. That's all I want. I don't need a run. I don't need him to come back. I don't need him to win a belt. I just want 1 more pounce for the road.
So hopefully we can make that happen.
Tony.
If there's one guy. But yeah, Monty Brown, we've talked about him a lot. It is sad to see him go, but at least we had him, you know? At least he was there.
And it was not for lack of trying on my part. It needs to be known. Anytime there was like a fucking 20-year anniversary show or an Impact 1000, I would be like, hey, Monty? What about Monty?
Monty? Give me. But so hopefully we will see it. It's at least now in the last sort of like 4 years where we hear from him a little bit, which is like better than the like absolute zeros, like anything before that.
Yeah, you could meet him at whatever the WrestleCon thing is called, the Starcast. There you go, Starcast. You could meet him around All In Weekend.
Yeah, so you know he's dipping his toe back in the wrestling world, and that's the least we can ask for. That's the most we can ask for.
Kurt Angle spoke to dozens of media entities over the past week while hyping TNA's debut in primetime. He was featured in 2 similar stories in 2 major Pittsburgh newspapers. Pittsburgh is his hometown. He was also a guest on many radio shows during the week, covering many of the same topics he did during his TNA media conference call. He said he had been drug tested since signing with TNA. He said AJ Styles is the greatest athlete in pro wrestling, but he lacks charisma. He said he's going to teach Styles that missing aspect. He said Joe is the most naturally gifted wrestler in wrestling, more gifted than I am. He raved about him wrestling like he weighs 205 pounds despite being 300 plus pounds. And now we have a whole ream of notes about the, like, various things Kurt Angle talked about and people having concerns, etc. from his various interviews.
Just strap in and just prepare for some peak Kurt Angle. Pun not intended.
Yeah, that is his new official name. He is Peak Angle. They named him that. Ugh. I do find it fun that, like, WWE announced the signing of Monty Brown. TNA is not mentioned whatsoever. Every time Kurt Angle opens his mouth about signing with TNA, he's like, let me tell you about Vince McMahon. While Kurt was diplomatic about Vince McMahon, saying he loves him and considers him a second father, despite having serious differences with him, he was less forgiving toward former colleagues Triple H and Shawn Michaels. Sorry, Hickenbottom and
Levesque.
to do our VK impression, which we will talk about on this month's episode when we get to the broad topics. During an interview on the Ron and Fez radio show, he said he is better than Shawn Michaels. Quote from Kurt Angle, Shawn Michaels is entertaining, but as soon as he gets in the ring, the first thing he wants to do is start chopping. I hate chopping. I hate punches. I hate all that stuff. Why do you think they call it wrestling? Shawn's great, don't get me wrong, but he's more an entertainer. I look real. Shawn Michaels always has a smirk on his face. How can you take him seriously? Undertaker has a great look. When he gets in the ring, he looks like he's getting to wrestle a martial arts competition. Famously, that's what I think about when I see The Undertaker. He said the next time he sees Shawn, he expects him to confront him about his comments. He says Shawn Michaels will put up a fight but lose. He said Triple H will, quote, go in the corner and suck his thumb. He won't even try to fight me.
At least he's like showing us a little chutzpah in him. He's just like, Triple H is a big bitch and won't do anything ever.
Yeah, Shawn will throw down and get his ass kicked. Triple H will just back away. According to Kurt, after Vince McMahon found out that Kurt had signed with TNA, he began lying. Kurt said that he wasn't released or fired. It was mutual, and he passed every drug test for painkillers in the last 18 months. Kurt began talking about the old times in WWE. Kurt mentioned how it was he and Steve Austin who did their creative during WWE's hot run. Kurt said they never had any writers. Kurt mentioned how Vince made Kurt turn down 26 movie offers while working for WWE. Kurt said that working for Vince made him feel like he was in a prison. Kurt said that he could have sued Vince McMahon over 1 million times, but never did.
Should have done that.
But no, he doesn't have any problems. It's like a father figure. Kurt brought up times he was severely injured in shows and Vince still made Kurt go back out for a job. Kurt brought up when he asked Vince if he could go to rehab, but Vince said that he was an Olympic gold medalist and a tough son of a bitch and didn't need to go to rehab, especially because he was one of his top guys. Kurt later said that Vince isn't a bad guy. He just cares about business more than the guys.
He just cares about business more than ethics or morals or guys or people that work for him, his family, general understanding of human decency, pretty much anything that's positive in this damn world.
He's not a bad guy, Liam. He just wants to exploit their physical health for profit until they're run into the ground.
And then discard them and bury them, not to mention all of his other horrible sex crimes.
Jerry McDevitt, WWE legal counsel, just delivered a letter to this podcast, and he said, the WWE cares greatly about Kurt Angle, the person, and Kurt Angle, the performer. It is our hope that he applies that huge and creative heart of his in the right direction, so that we can all see that happen.
Okay. Heavy Shot was saying huge heart.
I was thinking the same thing.
That's such a little jab.
That's very much, that man's going to die of a heart attack any day now because of the bad health he's in, and I'm saying that in a coded way.
Don't look into the fact that he's doing it under our watch for the last 15 years.
Dixie Carter said...
Oh, sorry. It's been a while. TNA has a strict drug policy and does not tolerate illegal drugs or substance abuse on any level.
Thank you, Dixie. That's definitely true.
I agree.
Because I've been looking at the Dixie Carter Congress interview or her interview before the government around the time of the Benoit stuff.
Yep.
And we'll get into TNA's drug testing policies in depth.
More in depth than their drug testing policies.
Definitely.
The drug testing policy of, did you take drugs? Nah. All right.
PW Torch received emails from people connected with 2 radio stations with whom Angle did interviews that week, stating they were concerned for his well-being. Colleagues of Angle say there is always concern about relapses when someone has admitted to being a drug addict in the past, especially when they're pushing themselves mentally and physically on the road. But note that he possibly has enough neurological damage from drugs and bumps over the years that he'll always sound a little out of it, especially early in the morning after 2 hard days of PR work. TNA publicist Stephen Godfrey tells PW Torch.
I thought that was what he said, and I was like, he's a terrible publicist.
Nobody cares about his health more than we do, is what he said. Not, yeah, he's always a little zoned out, it's fine.
I really thought that's what he said.
He says TNA continues to closely monitor Angle's health and made sure someone from TNA is with him at all times on publicity appearances. Last week it was Ross Foreman. So I'm of 2 minds about this kind of quote. I guess it's fine to be concerned about Kurt Angle's well-being. especially during a time where like he was perhaps fired due to his currently declining health. But also like the Kurt Angle's about to die watch just feels gross.
I mean, yeah, it's obviously PR.
Yeah. So, you think this is WWE PR?
Yeah, 100%. I think this is like WWE like being like, oh, look at this shit he's saying about us. We should make him seem like a crazy, insane person who's about to die at any moment and shouldn't be taken seriously.
Yeah, especially if you have like unverified, people who worked for radio stations he did interviews with.
Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like it's very clearly like them protecting their back or whatever.
Also, like, he is doing radio interviews. If he was zonked out of it, he's there on tape.
I was going to say, you would probably be able to hear it.
Yeah. Angle sat gorilla position in recent TNA tapings. He was fully engaged in everything happening during the show. By contrast, Sting usually finds the TV and isolated himself backstage during events, only occasionally walking out to watch a match or socialize. That feels right, though.
You're just believing the character of Sting. You think he's up in the fucking rafters watching it on his little TV.
He is. He's up there with his bird and his scorpion, and they're on their little monitor, and they're having a nice time together. And you can buy a t-shirt at Link in a
That's what he's looking at. He's looking at the advertisement for the t-shirt.
Damn right. And he's like, damn, that's a great shirt. I wish I could have bought that. Oh, wait, I can. I can go buy that right now.
And I can subscribe to the Patreon to get less, to make sure I pay less for it?
Whoa, Sting likes a deal. But like, it does feel more like Sting is the guy who you have to go to, and Kurt's the guy who will come to you. I think. I feel like personality-wise, those are like how those men work.
It does seem like that. Well, it's probably personality-wise, right? Sting just seems a little more reserved.
Yeah, he just doesn't feel like the guy who just gets in there with everybody, whereas Kurt, I think, kind of is.
Yeah.
After Angle has come across so positive about TNA, and nobody has heard Christian even for a moment question his move, there are a lot more people in WWE at least quietly discussing the possibilities of TNA that under other circumstances wouldn't consider it. It's very unique because for the first time that Dave can ever recall in the business, you see people leaving WWE on their own accord, like Christian, Jericho, Lita, Trish Stratus, and many others are talking about it. Dave knows that several close to the top guys who are close to the top guys is such a clumsy turn of phrase, Dave, Jesus, who are talking about their contracts are coming up. I should really copy edit Dave before I write this stuff into the notes.
Can I try?
Go on.
I know of several close to the top.
Yeah, it's such a clumsy phrase.
I know of several people close to the top guys who are talking about when their contracts are up, coming over to the easier schedule, not worrying about it being less money. That might be one of the worst written sentences I've ever heard in my damn life.
This man has written for a living for 40 years. That is an interesting thing that we like. That was always like the value proposal of TNA. That they're like,
and AEW.
It is a little bit AEW. You probably have to wrestle harder in AEW for it.
You know what it is? But you know what it is now? It's like an easier schedule, but more money as well.
Yeah.
But like WWE doesn't do house shows anymore, so the schedule thing is less of a debate, I think.
Yeah, you're working, unless you're on one of those European tours, those are still like the last bastion of like the old WWE schedule. You're working once or twice a week now when you're working for WWE.
Kind of crazy. Like, just growing up in an era where it was like the road.
Because I think I saw Kevin Owens talking about that recently, where he's like, it's nice to be home with my family, but also like I'm kind of home with my family all the time anyway, even when I'm working, because we don't do house shows anymore.
Yeah, it's like the whole thing. It's funny with the Triple H run from the grind thing. It's like, what grind? It's the same fucking grind.
If anything, AEW probably runs because they run twice a week and they don't have split rosters. Well, they kind of have loosely split rosters, I guess.
But also,
there
are people they work harder, so it's like. Like the grind is AEW, I hate to say.
Yeah, because like FTR got like in their feelings rightfully about that recently. Where like we worked Dynamite and Collision most weeks for like 3 years. We're like the hardest working guys in wrestling, and also do occasional indie shots.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was like the value proposition of TNA, where they were like, less money, but also substantially less dates. It's like 2 to 4 dates a month. So you'll make like 300-400 grand for that much, as opposed to making 700-800 grand for losing 2/3, 3/4 of your month to work. So you will see Booker T, for example. I think is probably a great example of somebody who's like, that seems much easier. Let's go do that for a while. Brother Runt wrote a column for TNA's website about being unique with his look and not having someone tell him what to wear. He said no one in TNA told him how to dress, and it was up to him to come up with a look that he feels comfortable in. Runt wrote, having professional freedom is very rare in the wrestling business, and I can honestly say TNA is a welcome breath of fresh air. When I go to work, I'm worried about wrestling and wrestling alone. It's the first time in a long time that I can say that. He also said that when he came to TNA, he was expecting to be told what to do, implying that WWE gave him a look and told him to make it work. Runt wrote, after several matches, I realized no one was going to tell me anything. This isn't a negative. A great promotion always allows the wrestlers to create their own style. When I walk the aisle in TNA, I'm not in a costume or a gimmick. It's the real me.
It's funny because he's always had such a negative public perception about TNA since he's run.
It's also funny because he's basically done.
Yeah. He's like, I love it here. It's going great.
I'm not sure, he does, I think maybe 1 or 2 more appearances before he is basically done. So it's very funny to, this column in October, November 2006, he's on the website, writing for the website, being like, it's so great here. Everyone's so nice to me, and they let me do what I want. What's that? I only worked, twice more? Oh. TNA is considering Bob Sapp now, and Sapp has started considering TNA as well.
That's crazy.
Although no formal offer has been made. Everyone knows it's far from a sure thing, but it's worth at least a short-term experiment. Dave would be skeptical, but he'd also try because TNA is in a position where they need to spice things up.
I would like it a lot. I would like if Bob Sapp was just doing his Bob Sapp shit, you know?
And there was talk that there was some of it wasn't Pride, but there was one of the rest of the MMA organizations that was potentially throwing out feelers to TNA about maybe doing something with Angle, and I think the idea might have been a kind of wrestling MMA crossover angle between Sapp and Angle where they do both, which would have been crazy to get a wrestling match and an MMA fight between Bob Sapp and Kurt Angle.
It's very hard to justify in pro wrestling kayfabe to be these things look very different.
You'd have to do the fight second, I think.
Yeah.
If you were to say we're going to do a fight and we're going to do a wrestling match, I think you would have to do the match first. You would probably establish a babyface heel dynamic. You would have the heel go over and the babyface then tries to get revenge in the fight, right?
Something like that.
I think that's the way you could try and walk that line, but also it would be real weird. But now I'm going to fight you for real, and that's where I'll get my revenge.
It's just a very silly thing, right?
I guess it's never been done. No matter because you've had crossovers, you've had people who have done both, but they've never done both. Well, but Lashley had done both at the same time, but they were very separate universes.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting to imagine how that would work and how it would be perceived. Dave's friends would fucking hate it.
Dave's friends would hate it. He would go on a 4-paragraph rant in The Observer about it. I guess the only other people you could potentially do it with is probably Kane and Brock.
Yeah.
Or those would make some sense. I guess you could probably try something with Ken Shamrock and somebody. And it was Tito and Rampage. I guess that would have been the idea, right? That
was probably the plan, right?
That they were going to do wrestling stuff.
AEW was halfway there with Wardlow and Hager. They should have just given them a Bellator fight as well.
Yeah. TNA is looking at running several pay-per-views in 2007 out of Orlando, with the goal being to create some distinct identities for its monthly events. They are looking at cities in the Midwest, including Chicago, the Canada-US border, the old WCW stronghold cities in the Southeast, and Texas as potential pay-per-view sites. We get 3 in 2007, I want to say, off the top of my head. Lockdown, Slam, and Bound for Glory are all outside Orlando.
Isn't Bound for Glory amazing looking?
Well, that's always the thing with TNA crowds, in that they always made 3,000 people look like at least 8.
Very good at framing their shows.
Yeah, it was always even the UK shows, which had 6,000 people at them. They looked like 12. Whatever TNA were doing to shoot that shit, it always looked better than it was. PW Torch reader Chad Tower sent the following notes from Jake Roberts' infamous appearance at the Impact taping the month prior, heading into Bound for Glory. An uncut version would just show that it was a terrible decision to bring Roberts in. He got a giant pop because no one saw him coming, followed by a very awkward silence as he stammered through a 10-minute promo where he had to keep stopping to breathe, actually laid down in the ring twice, put the snake in Spike's pants, Brother Runt, made no sense, and then had to have somebody else bag the snake and bring it back up the ramp.
It sounds like it went wonderfully.
They brought him back this month. He was at TV tapings, but they didn't use him. They saw all this and they brought him back at least once to be like, oh, you know, apparently they're going to do something with him, Mitchell, and Abyss.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's great in theory.
Mm-hmm.
It's great in theory, that combination. It just, you know, it's way too far gone.
Yeah, which is a shame because he could have been a really cool part of any wrestling company. It's also like, I don't know, his AEW run's been so weird.
I mean, I'm happy he's getting paid.
Yeah, good for him, but like, it seems at times like, remember when he bought LFI?
Yeah. I mean, they clearly try things, and then, like, I'm sure there's a lot of real life stuff that just gets in the way. I mean, he's just too old and had too hard of a life to really be a reliable TV presence in any way in 2025.
Yeah. But it's a shame we couldn't have that little, Jake Roberts kind of redemption run.
I think we did. It was with Archer.
Yeah. I guess he was around regularly enough.
Yeah. He was around for, like, a year and a half, like, with Archer all the time. Like, I just think that was it, you know? And I think that was fine, especially that initial, like, Cody feud.
TNA fans who showed up for the November 11th house show in Connecticut were turned away and told that the show was cancelled.
That's crazy.
TNA released an official statement on their website late Saturday night regarding the cancellation of the TNA UWF house show in Connecticut scheduled for Saturday night. That's the Hermley Sadler company. The original venue in East Hartford, Connecticut holds fewer than 1,000 people. It's a roller hockey rink used for minor roller hockey and dodgeball. You have venues for minor roller hockey and dodgeball? America's crazy. In Cork, where I come from, we don't even have like a 5,000 seat venue. But you're like, oh yeah, our roller hockey venue and our dodgeball venue, of course, and our 70,000 seat college football venue. It all makes perfect sense. Late Friday night, TNA announced a change in venue on its website. The official reason was due to overwhelming demand for tickets. They had to move to a larger venue. TNA moved the event a few miles down the road to a tennis facility in Bloomfield, Connecticut. Prior to the event, police and local officials appeared at the venue, a second venue, to inform the promoters that the show had to be cancelled. TNA says police and local officials arrived without prior notification and informed TNA representatives of the decision to not allow the show to take place. TNA also says they were puzzled by some of the reasons given by local officials for cancelling the show. Cameras were on hand to film the incident, which TNA is promising to have video of on their website to explain the situation. The show was a co-production of Hermie Sadler's UWF promotion and TNA. The UWF website has a crawler message on the website stating, due to circumstances beyond our control, Bloomfield's show has been cancelled. Please check the site for more information and refunds. Sadler said he received a phone call on Thursday that was a potential problem with the Face-Off Arena in East Danbury. He said the venue was approved months in advance for 1,018 seats, but the building inspector suddenly said the building could only seat 398. The decision was then made to move the event to Bloomfield Tennis Academy in Bloomfield. Sadler said that on Saturday he was informed a few hours before the scheduled start time that the police were not going to allow the show due to several reasons. He said the police were tipped off to come to the building by an anonymous call. Sadler said they considered moving the show 70 miles away to Danbury, but there would be too many headaches moving an entire wrestling operation that distance and on short notice. He then decided to call off the show Saturday afternoon after talking to the local police. I honestly have no idea why local authorities from two separate towns showed so much interest in our events at such short notice.
A little suspicious.
So the state of Connecticut, Liam.
Yeah.
Famously, what's headquartered there?
Ooh, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of things, but one thing comes to mind, the World Wrestling Entertainment.
And you know, where's Vince McMahon from?
I believe that it's Connecticut, so.
So it's interesting that two separate police authorities suddenly started showing interest in this TNA wrestling event in Connecticut.
It is very funny to think of the idea of, like, Vince McMahon being like,
Hello, I have an anonymous tip for the police. I think that they have to go to the damn building and find something.
They're breaking fire code.
They're breaking fire code. They're doing illegal activities.
I'm Alex Jones.
They're doing illegal activities.
Close enough, really. In his blog on jrsbarbecue.com, Jim Ross addressed the TNA house show cancellation in Connecticut. He wrote, I would virtually guarantee you no upper-level executive at the WWE was even aware of the event, especially the chairman. To assume the WWE had anything to do with this matter is Oliver Stone conspiracy theory stuff. It does make for good gossip, and it got us talking. They definitely did it. They fucking did it.
It's like, even if it, did Vince call him up in my perfect reenactment? No. But, like, did he just say some fucking PA, like, go drop a line, you know? Like it takes 2 seconds. It takes very minimal effort to fuck with like a TNA show at like that level, you know?
Yeah, especially the second show. The first show being like, oh, there was miscommunication about the number of people that could be there. We can't actually fit 1,000 people in this 400-seat building. Sorry. Fine. But like, how would the police have found out about the second show that fast? It had to be somebody from fucking WWE being like, hey, that's not right. They don't have permits.
I mean, it's the classic rival wrestling promoter move, right? Call the fire inspectors, get it shut down.
When TNA's website blamed local authorities on shutting the show down, Bloomfield Police Captain Jeffrey Blatter said TNA's attempting to manipulate their fan base into believing the Bloomfield Police Department or other town officials was responsible for cancelling their event Saturday is misleading and disingenuous. They said that TNA failed to notify the city of its plans to hold an event, that's because it was changed the day of the show, nor applied for the proper permits. Allowing an event to go forward in violation of known public safety hazards is a breach of our responsibility to the citizens of Bloomfield and those who visit our community. The Rhode Island Nightclub tragedy is a sobering example of what can happen if this responsibility is not met. I like them citing, like, I don't know that example personally. I assume it's some kind of like overcrowding nightclub incident, but like, this is the worst that could happen.
Like, I don't know, bro. Shit's crazy. Like, I'm sure there's never been a pro wrestling event that has gone awry, you know? Like there's never been a pro wrestling event that's been set up in a day that like has not been shut down. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's the idea that like that this was like top priority of the Bloomfield. The top priority of the Bloomfield police was to shut down this wrestling show that was gonna have like 1,000 people there. It's crazy.
The Bloomfield police said they only knew about the show when police from East Hartford called them and said that they saw on the TNA website that the event was being moved to Bloomfield. Why is that? I don't know. Interesting.
It's so fucking stupid.
Blatter did praise TNA, saying their supervisor was impressed with the professionalism and cooperation he received from the wrestlers and the staff, particularly all the wrestlers agreeing to stay and sign autographs after the event was cancelled. He denied Vince McMahon had anything to do with it, saying the supervisors didn't even know who Vince McMahon was. TNA filmed unhappy fans coming to the arenas who chanted "fuck Vince McMahon" loudly, as WWE was made scapegoat for this, whether they had anything to do with it or not.
Okay, sure.
This is one of those stories that gets lost to wrestling history. That's just one of those like weird things. It's like TNA randomly has a house show canceled in Connecticut. Did WWE tip off the police? That's one of those stories like no one talks about, no one remembers that shit, but it's a fun little story. And I think that they did it. They absolutely did it.
I mean, it's pretty like if you were to write this happening, it is exactly how it happened.
Vince, we've never heard of Vince. Now, Vince's secretary, that name I do recognize, actually. Funny how that works.
They actually called us quite recently.
Moderately disappointing at that, the low end of acceptable, but still a strong rating for Spike TV. TNA is Impact
shut the fuck up about anything that just happened.
Yeah.
Moderately disappointing and at the low end of acceptable, but still a strong rating.
Yep.
Like, fuck off.
TNA's Impact Primetime Special 1.0 rating, 1.04 to be precise. That kind of framing, because Dave mentions in The Observer, company officials are expecting a 1.0 to 1.1 range for the special. They did a 1.0. They did what they expected to do, and then the PW Torch framing is like, moderately disappointing, and at the low end of acceptable, but still a strong rating for Spike TV.
Like, it's just, I don't know, the framing of that to be like a pretty shit, like, fine, great rating.
Yeah.
You know, like, fuck, you can't use every end of the spectrum to describe it.
Mm-hmm. The show opened with a 0.92 quarter and grew every quarter during the first hour to a 1.06 for Christian versus Rhino. The show peaked at the end of Kurt Angle Abyss with a 1.11. We won't do ratings, we're going to talk a lot, it's just because this is the primetime special. But yeah, that framing, I was just like, fuck off. Like, it's
fucking pathetic. It's such terrible way to frame it.
Sting does an interview with IGN where he simply says, TNA ratings are growing and we're moving to primetime. A perfect perfectly harmless little PR statement. Sting's out there being like, look, we're doing good. We're moving to a better time slot. And there's a whole like page of the frickin' PW Torch newsletter about how actually the ratings aren't growing like Sting said they were. I'm like, what the fuck are you grown men doing? What are you doing? Fuck off.
It's crazy.
Impact outdrew TNT Chicago Bulls versus Houston Rockets broadcast among men 18 to 49 and outrated the Sacramento Kings versus the Golden State Warriors.
The demo.
Among both men 18 to 49 and men 18 to 34. Imagine if fucking wrestling beat basketball on cable right now in the demo. Imagine the fucking hoops people would be jumping through to celebrate.
Yeah.
Impact averaged 1.2 million viewers. So, pretty good. Fucking
Pretty
stupid.
good. Sorry, you mean very bad, pretty good, terrible.
Above average. So Genesis, which is, I think, turns out to be one of the best pay-per-views in TNA history. I think it's up there with Lockdown 2008 as one of the most bought pay-per-views in TNA history. I know that like there's speculate both the Torch and the Observer are like, we're pretty sure this is going to break the record. A fun note, the 12 million plus subscribers to EchoStar's Dish network, less than 20% of the total pay-per-view market, but still 12 million people, were blocked from ordering TNA Genesis live on Sunday night. Why isn't known, but a TNA spokesman tells PW Torch that it was due to a scheduling mistake and miscommunication. They are offering replays beginning Wednesday. So they broke their pay-per-view record, even with 12 million customers not available. So probably like that's at least a couple thousand more buys you would have thought out of that group.
EchoStar's Dish Network's CEO did receive a call from an anonymous source in Connecticut that told them they mustn't air this pay-per-view.
Yeah, it's a mistake. That pay-per-view's not on that night. Why do you have it in the schedule like that? Take it off. Take it off. TNA currently has around 25 full-time office employees who work out of Nashville, Tennessee, along with 4 to 5 full-time production staffers who work in a nearby productions facility. Terry Taylor recently relocated from Atlanta to Nashville to work full-time in the office.
Shoutouts to the 4 to 5 full-time production staffers.
Yeah, working hard to churn out Impact. It is, I think it's fun, like it's interesting to just have a picture in your head of like what TNA as a corporate entity looks like, at least at this period, like at the end of 2006, that there is about 25 people working on this shit full time, plus some production staff, not counting like wrestlers and hired hands brought in for like TV tapings and all that stuff and extras.
It's a real damn company.
There is more undercard unhappiness than any time I can recall, says Dave in the Wrestling
There's fucking
Observer.
undercard unhappiness in every promotion, every hour of every fucking day. This is a non-story. It's nothing.
I am stunned that the people who aren't being pushed are being pissy about not being pushed.
Oh, here's my follow-up article. Main eventers and pushed acts are having a great time in TNA.
The one thing I will say about this is I do think there has never been more of a hierarchy between stars and non-stars in this company.
I don't even know if I agree with that.
Like if you think about like Kurt, Christian, Sting, Joe level guys,
I feel like it's been like that for fucking 3 years.
I guess it's just been the one guy and it's just been Jarrett.
Yeah, like this isn't new. Like
Yeah.
TNA, for like everything that's like pretty good about it, is there is always a staunch separation between stars, people who are big stars in other companies, and TNA stars. Like it's just no. Like this is what this company has been with. I will not accept this.
It is kind of bred into like even going back to like, oh, when we're getting on FSN, it's not all about AMW, it's not all about AJ. It's like we got to get Nash, we got to get Hall, we got to get DDP in here.
This is the ethos of the company.
But yeah, they're pissy. Because there are, there's a lot of undercard acts that are going to be let go or have already been let go. The last note we'll touch on in a moment covers that. But, like, Diamonds in the Rough, and you could be like, oh, they're undercard nerds. Who cares if they're let go? Sure. Some of which I would agree. But, like, Diamonds in the Rough, some of the Team Canada guys, like the Naturals, a lot of those, like...
Spike.
So, yeah, Brother Runt not hanging around. So like a lot of those like both old like legacy undercard guys who haven't quite gotten over yet, and then a couple of the other midcard guys are like on their way out. So there is like a bit of a reshuffle in the midcard as well coming. Speaking of, because he hasn't been used, they were taking up a collection backstage for everyone to chip in maybe $10 to fly A1 in for the next taping so he can see everyone.
You know, like, hey, that sucks for A1. But also, like, it must be nice to know that you're that well liked by the people you work with.
That is like sweet and heartbreaking in exactly equal measure.
It's like, oh, they like you that much, so they want you to be there like that badly.
They're gonna chip in, fly in for a day so you can meet and have fun with all your friends one more time before you are never seen again until June 2023. July 2023? July 2023.
I think at that point, like, enough people could be like, fucking Russo, bring A1 in for like one final taping, let him get paid before you fuck him off.
Or just like if you have anybody that you want a big strong man to stand behind, he's a good guy to do that. He's big. He looks impressive. Just don't ever wrestle. He's actually not that bad a wrestler. He's a perfectly functional wrestler. In like the history of pro wrestling big men who are just there as heaters, he's not the worst. He's better than like a Mason Ryan. And that is the news.
The news is it's not a slow news period, but like it's more like an anticipation, you know? I guess it's just the Kurt vibe at the end of the day. But there's just like this simmering idea of what this company's going to end up being.
Yeah, because like there's in that long diatribe about his friends not liking the product, there is like Dave being like, what the fuck is TNA? What should they be? Who knows? And like, yeah, the news this month is very, there's not actually a lot of like hard things happening. It's a lot of people like just having thoughts on what happens to happen, and also WWE trying to cancel a house show.
But you know, not competition.
No, they would never do that. They only focus on themselves. Their competition is Netflix and all the streaming services and music. That's the real competition.
Yeah.
Before we get into broad topics, I did want to mention that we are coming toward the end of our Lucha Underground Patreon show.
Are we?
We have maybe 2 or 3 episodes of it left before we finish season 1 anyway. So I was going to throw it out to our wonderful fans, our brilliant audience, that if they have any suggestions for because we're probably not going to go straight into season 2. We might do something else and circle back to season 2. So if there is anything you would like us to do for a Patreon show, the general theme of our Patreon stuff has been like weird one-off wrestling seasons or wrestling shows that kind of stood by themselves.
Stuff that is like condensed to a specific period of time.
Yeah, so not like WWE main event, but like Lucha Underground is this thing that existed for 4 years and then went away, or Ring Cat King we've done, or Wrestling Society X we've done. We have done a year of PWG as well. So if there is anything that you're like, hey, this is the thing I would really like everybody to cover, these two specifically, to cover on Patreon. This is this weird kind of wrestling show. This is the thing I've always wanted people to talk about. Hit us up on Twitter, on Discord, wherever you can find us. Give us your suggestions for where we should go next on Patreon. And as we're rattling toward the end of a really good season 1 of Lucha Underground.
I'm sure it'll keep this quality forever.
Yes, Lucha Underground will never decline. It will always be...
Famously, it's still running.
The best, most interesting wrestling show I've ever watched.
Mm-hmm.
That brings us to broad topics, starting with the dream match of the decade, Kurt Angle versus Samoa Joe. I said the words to you at one point, dream match of the decade, you like ruffled your nose and you made a face. So, having watched the match, how do you feel about the moniker for Kurt Angle Samoa Joe, dream match of the decade?
I don't think it's the dream match of the decade. Furthermore, I don't think it's the dream match of that year or the dream match involving Samoa Joe in this time period. But I still think it carries that weight well. And I think that it is, like, it's not that it doesn't deserve that name. Like, it's fine for it to have that name.
Yeah, and if Angle Joe sat in the Angle Danielson tier of never happened, there would be people like, holy shit, what if Angle Joe happened? Yeah.
I think it's just because, I don't know, we live in a world where it's happened multiple times. That maybe it's lost a little... Like, the thing with, like, a Joe Kobashi is, like, you know, it happened the once. We got it the one time. So, maybe that adds to its mystique a bit. But, like, I don't know. I think that... I did sort of, like, you know, go, when I heard that. But I do think that after seeing the, like, totality of this month, like... They got it to feel a certain type of way, and I appreciate that. And the match itself did deliver, so I appreciate that too.
So on the October 26th Impact, after they brawled at Bound for Glory, after they brawled on the Impact Go Home show for Bound for Glory, they do officially announce at the very start of that episode that at Genesis we will be getting the match between Kurt Angle and Samoa Joe. Later in that show, JB says Angle will speak later tonight before Samoa Joe appears behind him. Joe says he and Kurt have already gotten to know each other and he's going to see Angle up close and personal tonight.
Which is... But like the thing about like the Joe and Angle thing is like they really didn't do a ton this month. They kind of, it was as simple of a build as one could get.
Like, you could argue that they could have not been on TV this month and they've already done the build.
Yeah. Like, it was mostly just, like, kind of shot like... Like, you remember when, like, the original Double or Nothing was happening?
Yeah.
And because, like, they didn't have TV, like, the Cody-Dustin match just kind of, like, lived through internet videos that they released. Like, sort of, like... to camera interviews and like a couple of vignettes and like a couple of like music, like hype videos, you know? They kept it very simple and like out of necessity. But I feel like this had like a similar vibe. And maybe that was because Kurt wasn't doing every TV at this point. But like, I don't know, I think it suited it. It made it feel kind of like a UFC sort of build.
Yeah, because like there's 4 episodes this month. Kurt and Joe have an interaction on the first one and the last one, and then the middle 2 are just video packages hyping it up. So like it is pretty scaled back. It is pretty like just a straightforward, no nonsense pro wrestling build between these 2 big badass wrestlers.
Do you think it was because they were still sort of testing the waters on like how prevalent Kurt was going to be? Like they were seeing where he was at because of all of the like bullshit that was being talked about?
I think there's part of maybe they wanted to just keep him feeling special on the show. And I think another part is probably story-wise, anytime those 2 are in the same room, they have to fight at this point. Like that's just the way those 2 are. So it is probably for the best that you don't overdo that. Like they do a third pull apart basically on this show after doing 1 at Bound for Glory and doing 1 on the Go Home show for Bound for Glory. So could you do another pull apart afterwards? I think it was more like we've told the story. It's like badass. They want to kill each other. That we don't need more than that.
That makes sense too. Yeah, just I know it was a curious for a company that storytelling technique is go to sort of pump the brakes and just let it soar through the month was an interesting choice.
Because you would think the instinct would be, we have Kurt Angle, let's put him all over these television episodes immediately. It's just, this is going to be the Kurt Angle show. And that's not the case. It's like Kurt is a wrestler on the show as much as AJ Styles is this month.
Yeah, which is why I sort of thought maybe they were still sort of sussing out where he was at.
The end of that first Impact of the month, we get a feature on Angle and Joe's brawl at Bound for Glory. Then Kurt comes to the ring. He says a lot of people ask him why he left WWE. That's the first thing he talks about in this first official like in-ring promo. I guess he kind of did want to Bound for Glory, but this is his first time in the ring talking on Impact. And he's like, so I left WWE, and people keep asking me about it.
Well, I you know, that is TNA tradition. You have to have your like first real promo be about why you left the other place.
They do have to sit in the canon of D'Lo Brown.
Exactly. They have to respect the law.
They're asking, was he fired? Asking, was it a mutual release? Did he quit? He says he quit.
You're damn right I quit.
You can't fire me, I quit. He wanted to wrestle for the best wrestling audience in the world right here in the Impact Zone. He then starts a TNA chant. There's no other company that has the talent TNA has, and he wants to kick all their asses. When you're the best in TNA, you're the best in the world. And then he addresses Joe as the crowd chant, Joe's going to kill you. Angle says he's terrified of Samoa Joe, but he loves fear. When he's afraid, he wrestles the best and breaks ankles. He didn't know Joe was a bleeder. He loves bleeders. Joe comes out, and they're immediately separated by security as we redo the pull apart. The locker room separate them. They get loose one more time as the show ends. It's the Angle Joe segment. I do love Angle just being like, I'm scared of Samoa Joe. I appreciate him like willing to say something like that.
Yeah, I like this Angle. It's very fun. I think Angle early on wants to be a team player, or at least have that vibe of a team player, because like he doesn't come in like big league, you know. He's very much like, I'm gonna put everyone over right now in this promo. Like, I'm going to put over the talent, I'm going to put over the show. This place is cool, it's interesting, there's a bunch of young talent that I want to wrestle. So it's a very sort of giving way to introduce yourself instead of like, I'm going to go here and tear through everyone, you know?
We were watching DP Dub last night, and there was a backstage Eric Stevens promo that was like very much the same thing. It's like, oh, I look at DP Dub and I see loads of great talent and I'm really excited by all these young guys. And it's like, it's kind of fun that is the template when you are like the established veteran coming to a place that you put over the young guys, you establish that you want to work with them. And then like you start doing your angles and you start calling them dog shit and rubbish and terrible wrestlers and I'm going to beat the shit out of you. But like you do come in there and you put over the territory first.
Yeah, because, it's that old like adage of if you tell everyone they're shit and they ain't worth shit, when you beat them, you beat shit.
Mm-hmm.
I also like that in the pull apart with like the roster coming out, like 2 of them with the naturals.
Yeah.
And I'm like, guys, what are you doing? Don't get put in this.
You're not like Sanjay and David Young and whoever else they would send out for this kind of segment.
Like, come on, guys. You just did a big angle and like you got a new look and don't and like also your heels. So like, I don't feel like you would care if these 2 wanted to kill each other.
Yeah, I feel like if like Terry Taylor or TNA official walked up to you backstage and like go out there and break that up, the Naturals would be like, no.
Yeah, exactly. And they should have.
That actually should have been an angle. Like we should have cut backstage to somebody being like, hey, get out here. We need to break the shit up. And someone like the people that should say no should say no.
It's like they go to like the X Division, everyone's running out, and like Saban's like, fuck off.
Me getting between them. No.
I like pull apart angles. I think my favorite pull apart trope is like during the pull apart, someone else gets pissed off and lays out one of the guys. Like I think there was like, was it the Orton Cena thing where like Danielson started laying people out?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that just lives in my head, I really love that, like, yeah, you guys have a thing, but like I'm not fucking subservient to you, like I'm on your level and I will take either of you out if I have to.
And we had a fun play on that recently with like FTR and Adam Priest. It was a similar thing, that like in a pull apart, and they spun off into their own angle because of it.
Yeah, I like that stuff. I like layers to feuds and stories.
Yeah, that these guys are just not faceless nerds there to be like just pulling these people apart, that they're actually characters in their own right. And if Kurt Angle hits Sanjay Dutt, Sanjay's going to be a little pissed about it.
Yeah. Could have done the Naturals, to be honest, and then had like the Naturals like attack Kurt, and then like you could do something with Kurt running through the Naturals.
That's his first match.
It would make more sense than the actual one.
We'll get to it. November 2nd, Impact. The only thing we have on the show is at the end of the show, we end on an Angle Joe training montage as we show them working out intensely ahead of their match at Genesis.
Very like UFC. When I was watching this, I was just like, Joe is so cool.
Yeah.
Just seeing like Joe doing kickboxing and he looks giant and he's just like sweating like it just looks like a fucking monster.
He is built for this kind of pro wrestling build, isn't he?
He looks like, yeah, when you would see footage of them hyping up like a heavyweight fight in the UFC and you're like, dude, this fucking beast of a man.
Yeah.
It would be nice if like this company was that all the time.
Because like this is the same kind of build they do for the Lockdown 2008 match. They just go back to like, because there was a big talking point at this point in wrestling history. I think we've talked about it before, where it's like, what can wrestling learn from the UFC? Because this is the beginning of the point at which UFC begins to like ramp up in popularity, and wrestling is slowly ramping down in popularity. So like the big thing is like, what can wrestling take from UFC? And it is this shit. It is like serious, treating matches as if they're sporting endeavors between people who want to beat the shit out of each other. That's all they had to take.
Yeah, it's a good element to take. Like, it feels like you're watching, like, to go to, like, that cross, like, something from Battle Arts or Pancrase or, like, just it feels authentic.
Yeah. The November 9th Impact, we get another feature, this time with a bunch of sound bites as they talk about how they're excited to kill each other. Angle made Joe bleed. Now Joe wants to carry Angle's blood as a trophy. Angle guarantees match of the year. Joe guarantees crushing him.
I like that. Angle's like, we're going to have a really good match. And Joe's like, I will kill him. I will end his life. I will remove his soul from his body.
Yeah, I do like that as a fun contrast. It kind of makes sense based on how their first confrontation played out, where Angle got the better of it. So he's like, oh, let's have a good match. Whereas Joe's like, I want revenge for him making me bleed. I want to kill him.
Well, like, the thing is, like, Angle's whole demeanor with this, like, feud isn't, I have a personal vendetta against Samoa Joe. It is, I want to fight the best and have the best match.
Yeah. And Joe was like, you are coming into my territory. I'm going to fucking kill you.
And you're treating this like we're going to have a good match. And that pisses me off because I wanted the war.
The Go Home Show, which is the 2-hour primetime episode of Impact. Impact is primetime on Thursdays going forward. Not 2 hours yet, but this is a 2-hour special. We get a package and angle Joe, then Samoa Joe does his traditional squash of Jay Lethal. I think it's his third time doing it at this point.
They're like, we have the primetime special. We must throw out all the tropes.
Our favorite classic matches. In classic Joe Lethal fashion, Lethal does get a little bit of hope that he probably wouldn't get if Samoa Joe was wrestling Chase Stevens. But Joe shuts him down quick, wins with the Muscle Buster Coquina Clutch. Joe keeps the hold on after a match, and then there's some exhibition business that we'll talk about when we're talking about Chris Sabin. But Joe says he wants Angle's blood after the match.
You got blood fetishes in the TNA.
Listen, the man famously walked around with a freaking rusty-ass blood-stained towel for like 6 weeks, long after that blood had dried and coagulated and looked really gross. So if anybody does have a blood fetish, it is Samoa Joe.
Blood for the blood god.
Later in that episode, we have Kurt Angle in his first TNA match. The first TNA match is not against Samoa Joe in the Dream Match of the Decade. He wrestles for the first time on the Primetime special, presumably to try and boost the television rating for the first Primetime Thursday episode on Spike. He wrestles the winner of the Fight for the Right tournament, which we'll talk about in a moment, the monster, Abyss.
Okay, I have so many problems with this match on paper. Abyss is about to challenge for the world title. Spoilers, he's about to win it in some bullshit. So it's like, I understand doing this match and putting it on the primetime special. It's a big match. There's so many ways out of this, and they've just booked themselves in a corner where it's like the number one contender has to lose to Kurt, and then that makes the Abyss Sting match look like shit. It makes Abyss look like shit going into it. And I on one hand, I'm like, hey, they did a clean finish, that kind of shows balls. But on the other hand, I'm like, we're just completely fucking Abyss heading into this. Like, especially when we have two guys that they're wrestling at the pay-per-view, which have no qualm about interrupting a match. I'm just like, why didn't Joe get involved? Why didn't Sting get involved? Why didn't we throw this out? Why did we have to tap Abyss out?
It does seem wholly unnecessary, especially as we'll get into it when we're talking about it. But they're trying to do this story this month about how the kind of One Ring-esque nature of the world title is corrupting Sting, and that could easily be played into here if he like lost his mind and ruined the main event. And they're like, "What the hell, Sting?"
Yeah, like it would have been perfect for the story that they want to tell with Sting, a story that otherwise barely has any progression until like the payoff. It's like, it would have been a great little tease to Sting's character heading into the pay-per-view. It would have protected Abyss. I don't know. It feels wholly unnecessary to like just have this be a match with a finish, which feels weird to argue against, but like it doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, like the big problem is we were talking about on the watch along is if you were to look up and down the TNA roster at this point and say who is the perfect first opponent for Kurt Angle, the answer is probably Abyss.
Chase Stevens. Oh yeah.
If you want a good match that people might be interested in watching, the answer is probably Abyss. Because like he's an upper mid-card heel who has credibility, but you can always just have him lose. The only problem being he's number one contender for the NWA World title.
I feel like there was other options. Like Bobby Roode couldn't have had this spot.
That's true.
Like, I don't know. Like Chris Sabin, you know, there's like people he could have just gone in like and killed.
Those people are lower on, like, I'm trying to think of, like, upper mid-card. Like, you could have done Rhino, I guess.
No, he was busy.
It's Babyface. Oh, he's on this show. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the cage match is on this show. So, yeah, I was thinking, like, oh, he's done with Christian. It's like, no, he's done with Christian after the match on this show. So it couldn't be Rhino.
You could have, they had Daniels winning it. So it's like,
yeah,
couldn't have had Daniels. I don't know. I think Bobby Roode is right there.
Yeah, Rude is probably the guy, but even then, like, Rude is doing this new character thing that has barely been on television. I guess he's in the Fight for the Right this month, but it's not like the character is gathering steam at the moment. So maybe they would have thought he was too low down for like a marquee match.
But I think it would have been good for him and good for the character if he's like the first guy to go toe to toe with Kurt.
Or just do AJ. Just fucking do AJ.
Yeah, it's not like he has something super important at the pay-per-view.
No. But yeah, they just had Abyss lose heading into his NWA World title match against Sting, in which, as you said, he won, quotation marks.
Well, again, to go back to this match, like, not only does, like, Abyss get tapped out, like, Kurt kicks out of the Black Hole Slam for the first time, and, like, it was even booked in a way that made Abyss, like, less impressive.
Yeah, and as you said, he tapped out, which I don't think Abyss has done.
They made the point of saying that it wasn't, so.
And they could have had him pass out. They could have just had him beaten with the angle slam.
They could have had Mitchell throw like a towel in to protect Abyss ahead of his title match.
Yeah, but having Abyss just tap out, it's like, it is one of those things. It's like, why would you do? It's such a self-inflicted wound on Abyss for no reason whatsoever.
And especially again, like you have Sting right there to do some bullshit.
Or you could do it with Joe. Joe could just come down and they brawl. It's not hard. And this is fucking Vince Russo. It's not like this is protected, clean finish company. You know, this is the company that always does the clean finishes, so they have to deliver a clean finish here. Like, it's Vince Russo. You could do some bullshit. They do some bullshit after the match.
They do some bullshit all the fucking time.
The match itself, though, is very good. The crowd are into Angle to a degree that it feels special.
Yeah. I mean, like, this is the most heated you'll see the Impact Zone, you know? Like, they are alive and electric the entire match.
Yeah, they're and that's an interesting theme this month in general, in that I do think the crowd have given Vince Russo a reasonable benefit of the doubt, good faith chance.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the case that the crowd have heard Russo is back and have immediately started chanting "Fire Russo." The crowd are doing their best to be the TNA hometown crowd for this very important show, an important match, an important time in TNA history. And that doesn't last very long. But that's not due to their lack of trying.
I also think, like, this isn't the month to turn on him. So, like this is the, you know, I don't think you can necessarily be too mad at this month, even with this match's booking being, like, kind of annoying. It wasn't, like, horrific, like, wrestle crap stuff, you know? It was just, like, a kind of misguided booking idea.
Yeah. Abyss has the power advantage early on, so Angle goes for the legs. James Mitchell disappears and reemerges with a wheelbarrow full of thumbtacks.
Specifically, a red wheelbarrow, because he's the devil.
Oh, is that the way it works?
I'm guessing. Red means devil.
He does wear a red suit, and he is the devil.
Did we ever get Loki Angle?
No, I don't think so. TNA does respond to the wheelbarrow full of tacks with the quote, "That's what TNA is all about."
Yes, okay, sure.
And I don't think he meant it that way. I think he meant like, oh, surprises, but like, yeah, a bunch of bullshit. That is what TNA is all about. You're not wrong.
This match is what TNA is all about, to be fair.
You will get Loki and Angle on the opposite side of a bunch of tag team matches.
Beatdown Clan?
In 2015 with the Beatdown Clan.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
So you'll have to wait a little while, but you'll get some Loki Angle in some tags.
That's good. That is enough to satiate.
Mitchell dumps some tacks out on the floor. Mike and Don are very excited about the possibility of Angle Joe. They keep talking about it. Abyss takes a bunch of fucking phenomenal looking German suplex bumps for a man his size.
He has one where it's a little wonky, but it's like, fair enough.
But there's a bunch of them where he's like going high on the neck and back, and it's like, dude, you're too big for that, but I appreciate it.
Which is why the later one was more of a low angle.
Angle kicks out of the Black Hole Slam. Angle gets the ankle lock that Abyss struggles in, but Angle eventually grapevines it for the win. Very good TV main event here on a good episode of Impact. I think once again proving one of the things TNA is good at is like the one-off we need to make an impression episodes. And this was a show that had one good match and one very good match.
Because, like, again, TNA, their greatest feature is their ability to do resets. And, like, a big show like this, where they have to do a showcase, is kind of like a pseudo reset show.
And this is kind of like the beginning of a new era. This is the post-Jarrett era of TNA. Like, it is a fundamental shift, I think, post-Bound for Glory 2006, is like just a pivot in the era of TNA. If we were to say, like if we were to define TNA eras, I do think this would be the beginning of a new one.
It feels it, at least. And also because, you know, booking changes.
Yes. Joe appears after the match and exchanges some moves with Angle. Joe hits Angle in the face with a chair. Abyss and Joe come face to face. They decide to go after Angle some more together. We have some Sting Abyss stuff that we'll talk about when we get to that, but it comes back down to Angle and Joe. Joe locks Angle in the ankle lock. Angle is now bleeding as Joe locks in the coquina clutch. How did you feel about Joe making Angle bleed before the pay-per-view?
I don't think I felt one way or the other. I can see the argument of, like, you want to save that, because that's like the payoff, but especially with the way the match goes. But I I don't know. I don't think I have a problem with it. I think it would have been something like, if they did it and saved it, maybe I would have registered more to me. But the fact that they didn't do it didn't, like, irk me.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think if you were writing a textbook case, a textbook argument for how this angle should go, the textbook argument would be you do not do the blood payoff until the pay-per-view. But did it meaningfully affect my anticipation for Kurt Angle versus Samoa Joe that they did the blood on TV rather than the pay-per-view first? No, not really.
Yeah.
It is fun to contrast the wacky bullshit we'll get into in a moment with Sting Abyss, and then with the pure sports we want to fight and make each other bleed Angle Joe stuff. This is the same company somehow.
I have a question.
Shoot.
Is TNA the major American promotion with the most world title changes on TV?
Oh, Attitude Era probably fucks you.
Like, on average?
I would say the answer is probably WCW, because I think WCW did a lot of title changes on TV, and especially when you get into like 99, 2000, they change that belt every 2 weeks. So I think WCW probably has it, but I would say probably in terms of post WCW, definitely. And even taking out WCW, I think TNA are number 2 behind WCW.
I don't think I dislike that. I think having TV be a place where a world title change could happen is not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think of how many TNA have had. They did more in the Hogan Bischoff era. There was a more plentiful title changes on TV there. The first one we'll get isn't until October next year, I don't think, is the first time the world title changes on TV in TNA. It hasn't happened yet, has it? I don't think so.
I don't think so, no.
Because even world title matches are pretty rare on TV, even at this moment in TNA history.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. In 2006, is Lethal Jarrett the only world title match on television so far?
That seems right to me.
I think it is. I can't think of another one. So at this point, even world title matches are pretty rare. That, of course, like, because it goes down to like Russo's respect for belts is fundamentally like think about the number of times belts changed hands this month, where it's like the X title changes hands like it's fucking nothing in this month of TNA TV. So like Russo's respect for belts is just fundamentally different from, again, what you would say the textbook respect for belts should be, and that results in a lot more title changes and title defenses on TV.
I don't hate it. I also don't think it necessarily makes like talent look bad to lose titles often, because like it is people fighting, and people fighting just lose sometimes, you know?
Yeah, there's always like there's a middle ground, you know. Like Russo goes too far the other way, where it is just like, you know, who cares about Sabin and AJ? Like Sabin wins the belt and loses the belt, and AJ wins the belt and loses the belt. Like it's just, and like Daniels is not a champion for very long either. So like there's a lot of title changes where like none of the title changes make any real impact, and there's times where you can do that in a way that meaningfully moves along a story and it's actually exciting and interesting, and then there's times where you're just doing it to do it, and Russo just does it to do it. But I agree with you that it's not the case that it's just like you should never change titles unless it's been a 3-month title reign. It's like, no, dude, you can do anything if you do it well.
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
TNA Genesis, the main event, the dream match of the decade, Kurt Angle versus Samoa Joe.
This match fucking rules. It's so sick. It's fucking great. I am astonished that this is not a match that is talked about more by people. I think if you haven't seen this match, or if you only saw it when it happened, you should do yourself a favor. Go back and watch it. It's up on the TNA YouTube channel, like, right now. Like, it's awesome. I think I went 4.5 or 4.25. Like, it's really good. You can put it up there with anything that you were seeing in like ROH that year. Like, as far as like a pure like in-ring great pro wrestling match.
I highly recommend people go listen to the watch along, because Liam has a very fun crisis during this match where he realizes it's awesome and he's wondering how they ruin it.
Because my theory was, like, I never hear people talk about this match. So in my head, that Russo fucked it, and he did something that ruined it, and that's why people don't talk about it, and that's why people I've equated like the first 3 Joe matches into the one match, which is the cage with the Kurt wearing the like MMA shorts. Like, when I think of this feud, I think of only that match, And that's unfair because this rocks and it doesn't have bullshit. And up until the final moments in this match, I was assuming some bullshit was going to happen that was going to ruin it for me, but it didn't.
It is interesting how the lockdown match has come to define this rivalry more than this match has. Because, like, this match was very well acclaimed at the time. It was considered, like, a special professional wrestling match just because, like, the atmosphere and, like, the idea of these two wrestling. And then they did deliver bell to bell. Like it's not the case that like people were like, oh, you know, it was pretty good. Like coming out of this match, people were like, that was great. That was what I wanted from a Kurt Angle Samoa Joe match. I think people might have thought it was a little short. I kind of liked that it was really, really tight, but that might have been like the only critique coming out of it. But you are right that like the defining Kurt Angle Samoa Joe match is the lockdown match. That's the match with the Joe title changes, with the like MMA hybrid stuff. That's the match that historically, if people talk about an Angle Joe match, they talk about that one more than they talk about this one, even though this one delivered on just as high, if not more of a level for like the first time ever dream match.
Yeah, it's very interesting that this is a match that is sort of just lost to time. So I'm encouraging everyone listening to this to please go check it out. Give us your opinions in the Discord or on the Patreon, because like I would love to hear, if you haven't seen it before, how it hits for you, or if you did watch it when it happens, how has your memory of it shaped up in comparison to watching it now? So
JB gives us the big in-ring introductions for this main event match. The crowd chant "This is awesome" at the bell, so it's a regular Arthur Ashe Stadium match. Not quite that atmosphere, but Angle hits the post full force, and then Joe follows with an elbow suicida, does a loop of the ring with Angle in tow, and then smashes him into these steps. Angle comes up bleeding like crazy. Like Angle, if one thing I will say, it's like a trickle of blood on the TV on Impact. A lot of blood here.
Maybe that was the trade-off. Angle's like, we know we gave them a little on Impact. We have to give them the full fucking thing here.
Joe immediately starts working over the cut and then paints his chest with the blood because he's the fucking best pro wrestler of all time. Angle hits some rolling Germans, the third of which is meant to be an overhead German, but Joe just kind of lands on his neck and shoulder because he doesn't go all the way over, and it kind of looks better for it.
I mean, it looks like a shoot takedown.
Yeah, it looks like what a shoot overhead German between Kurt Angle and Samoa Joe should look like. Joe hits the Muscle Buster and Angle kicks out, making him, I believe, the first person in TNA to kick out of the Muscle Buster.
Wow, Black Hole Slam and Muscle Buster back to back. Nobody can beat this man.
Yeah, any protected finish, Kurt's just kicking out of it. Lance Hoyt is kicked out of the Black Hole Slam, though. I do remember that. So he's Kurt's not the only one. Joe kicks out of the Olympic Slam, so at least they return the favor.
Spiral Tap is coming for you.
That is like the freaking burning hammer of TNA, isn't it? The crowd chants "Make him tap," which causes Angle to pull the straps down. Joe kicks Angle's leg out while on an ankle lock and turns it into cooking a clutch. Angle finds the ankle and turns it back into an ankle lock. I like that of him, like he's desperately trying to get out of a hold and then he just grabs the ankle. Joe rolls through it, misses a charge. Angle hits another Olympic Slam. Angle puts the straps back up, takes them back down, grabs the ankle lock, grapevines it, and Samoa Joe taps out to his first loss in TNA, his first loss in his near 18 months. The streak is over. Joe has lost to Kurt Angle.
And he immediately is like, fuck that.
Let's do this shit again.
I really appreciate that, like, he, like, gives Angle, like, kind of his props, but he's like, we gotta go again. Fucking let's do it. I have to avenge this loss as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so Joe gets the microphone. The crowd chant "You tapped out" at him. Really interesting atmosphere, I think, in that...
Oh, yeah, we didn't talk about how, like, at the start, like, there was boos for Angle.
Because the crowd is, I would say, broadly pro-Angle, I think, as a whole.
I think they like both of these guys, and they should chant that.
They should. We're 15 years away from what both these guys chant, unfortunately. But yeah, like it is interesting to watch the dynamic play out of like Joe is this crowd's guy, but Kurt Angle's fucking Kurt Angle. So like those two dynamics like bounce off each other for the whole match. So you do get like some boos for Joe, but people want Joe to kill him. Then you get some boos for Angle, but they're super into Angle. So it's a fun atmosphere.
It's interesting because like I think part of that reaction comes from like Joe coming off the Jarrett stuff. It's like when he's been like the guy against the biggest heel in the company. Like it's not like he's coming off of killing AJ, you know, he's not like a straight heel here.
Yeah, he's been a babyface since the summer. There's been some rockiness on that road, but he's broadly been a babyface since the summer.
Yeah.
Joe says, yeah, he tapped out, but he can recognize it was somebody was the better man on the day, but he wants a rematch. He offers a handshake. Angle blows him off and leaves. Joe says, we'll have to do it the hard way, as Mike Tenay and Don West recap the show a little before it ends.
Yeah, this match is great. Please watch it.
Yeah, it's not as good as it gets for TNA, because there's better matches in TNA history, but like, it is just a fucking straightforward Kurt Angle Samoa Joe match where Angle bleeds a shit ton. Joe's the coolest wrestler on earth, and they rock.
On my other monitor, I have Frankie Kazarian versus Kurt Angle playing.
The Slammiversary match?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, really good match.
Also, Frankie looks really cool.
Yeah, Fortune era Frankie.
Yeah, it's a good look for him.
I guess technically right before Fortune, but yeah, good match. Good era for Frankie.
They're just fucking going, like, it's kind of like the Angle Joe match where they're just going for it.
Yeah, there's a fun story where like Angle is like, I'm going from the bottom to the top of the ranking, because they
I'm going from the bottom, and that means
that
you, Frankie Kazarian.
Yeah, but like I think it was actually Frankie was the first, because like he was number 10 in the ranking, so he was going from the bottom of the rankings toward to the top. They kind of dropped that toward the summer because they have fucking object permanence and they can't.
Because
do
of course they do.
But Angle does eventually end up in the world title match, but through some bullshit. Up next, the NWA World Title match, which does not, for the first time in a very long time, feature Jeff Jarrett.
Which is a joy in itself. Like, it's funny. Like, we are, I would consider us broadly Jeff Jarrett defenders. Like, we try to give him his props whenever we can. But like, this month without him has been fun.
Yeah,
like, it's felt refreshing not having Jeff Jarrett around.
Just doing his same fucking paranoid promo and his same, like, I'm the real NWA World Champion bullshit. Like, he gets one promo this month to kind of further the Sting story and to set him up going away. But other than that, there is no Jeff Jarrett, and you're not going to see him until April. So you get a period of freedom from Jeff Jarrett.
I thought you were going to say 2008.
He's only back very briefly because his wife passes away then shortly after he returns, and he goes on another hiatus. So he's back for 2 months in 2007, and then you don't see him again until October 2008. So
you know what? A nice little 2 month of Jarrett isn't bad.
A little tease.
Yeah, let me get Double J MMA at some point. You
Yeah.
know, wait, there's joys to come.
And like when he returns in 2008, he is, broadly speaking, he does have like world title matches and main event programs, but he's closer to the mid card than he is the main event, which is always better off. That's where he should be. He's a good mid carder. He's not a main eventer.
I think we're kind of out of like the reign of terror of Jarrett.
It's over. Yeah, Bound for Glory 2000 again, which is the reason it's like an era shift. Like that's firmly the end of the Jarrett era.
I propose to you, now that we have made it through the Jarrett sea, like, is it as bad as everyone says it is?
There are absolutely points in which it is. I would say there's 2 points in which like I was at my Jarrett breaking point. One is like 2004 toward the end of the Asylum days, where it's just like there's no interesting challenges for him. Like even Jeff Hardy comes in and Jarrett just beats him too, and it's just Jarrett all the time and he's doing the same stuff. And then the other is like the last 4 months here of his TNA, from like Slam to now, this reign, where I'm just like, just fuck off, just go away. I'm sick of you doing this, because he doesn't develop his act. I think that's the problem. Like he's not a different kind of world champion each time he has this belt. He's doing the same like TNA management are out to get me. By God, I have to gather a bunch of people to stop TNA management from screwing me out of the belt. He's doing that whole thing for like 3 years. And I'm just like, find a new angle for this thing, buddy. You're so stale. So I don't think in totality it's as bad as people think. I think there are moments where he has good matches and he's fine and he's like the classic charming, fun Jeff Jarrett. But there are absolutely like spikes where it just gets to that point where I'm like, I never want to see you wrestle again.
The Triple H run is worse.
I think absolutely. Positively.
Yeah. Jeff Jarrett vindicated? As not being as bad as the worst to ever do it.
He is not the worst reign of terror of all time. Of course, that's 2025 Jon Moxley.
I was going to say 2024 MJF.
Oh, I think I don't like that run more than I don't like any Jarrett run. So you know what? Jarrett's the third worst.
There you go. Because the Moxley payoff was that it ended up being great.
Oh, Mox, I do not believe actually had a reign of terror. Just people were going crazy in January.
The thing about the Mox thing is like, it took a while for it to get like running, but like for the majority of it, it was good.
He reheated like 4 baby faces to the degree that everyone wanted them to be main event stars. Like,
Yeah.
it was a fucking phenomenal world title reign. It turned like not that Swerve and Osprey and Hangman were languishing, but it turned them from like mid-card guys just doing stuff and back into like top acts. Because Mox was a fucking star. Like, it's one of the most successful world title reigns in recent memory. And what comes next is follow up. Like, that's up to Tony. But that reign did its fucking job.
Yeah, but we're not talking about AEW.
We're not.
Not for another 17 years.
When we're talking about them being at war for number 2 with TNA.
I meant like Moose and Kenny.
We are here to talk about the Fight for the Right tournament, which will determine the challenger for Sting at Genesis. Sting comes out on the first Impact of the month. He is the new NWA World Champion. He's wearing his Bound for Glory gear. When he gets to the ring, Christian is already there.
I was like, where'd you come from?
He knows Sting is going to milk it for a while, so he just has to hang out in the ring. Christian says that Sting has stolen his thunder long enough, and now he's returning the favor. He complains about being in the fight for the right for a shot because he never lost the title and he never got his rematch. Christian reminds Sting he hit him with a guitar a couple months ago. Christian says Sting is scared and terrified that he's not as big a star as Christian. He wants Sting to just give him the title match. Crowd are chanting for Joe at this point, which is fun. That like Christian's like, give me my match, and they're like, no, we want that Joe guy.
We want Joe Sting, please. We want to see Sting die.
Sting says that he can have a shot at the title, but not at Genesis. But whenever Sting says, he then unleashes his baseball bat from a hidden compartment within his jacket and then runs off Christian.
He is Batman.
He really is. It's really cool. He is
Batman.
the assassin. Was Assassin's Creed out at this point? I don't think it was. It was 2007, wasn't it?
I was going to say it was a little later, I thought.
So maybe the Assassin's Creed devs were watching this episode as like, hidden bat, hidden blade? And that's where it came from.
Yeah, let's choose to believe this.
So later in the show, we get the first round of the Fight for the Right tournament, which is the Fight for the Right Reverse Battle Royal. Now, you were saying moments ago, this is not full Russo bullshit month. And one of Vince Russo's most famous Russo bullshit things is here.
Don't make me come onto this audio podcast and defend the Reverse Battle Royal.
That's what you're here to do.
It's not that bad. All right. It's like, and you know what? It's booked quite well. Because in this Reverse Battle Royal, they like rush to get in like 5 minutes, which is how it should be. It's not meant to be like a long drawn out thing. It is like a race to see who can get in there, and then those people go to the next stage of the match. And I think that's fine, and they do it well, and they all get in there very quickly, and it's like the people that make it in there make sense.
Yeah, there are some instances where the logic of the match falls apart, and where there's people standing on aprons, and then there's sudden hard cuts to where they're no longer standing on aprons, and they're like they did fuck up some of the working of that opening stretch, but I don't think it's inherently the worst thing in the history of wrestling.
No, I think it's perfectly serviceable.
So if you've never heard of a Reverse Battle Royal and you're wondering what it is,
oh, fuck off! Use a bit of fucking common sense. What do you think? They throw them under the bottom rope?
Yeah, they go under the ring and then up through a hole in the middle of the ring.
And guess what? That would also rule.
There are 18 wrestlers outside the ring. The first 7 to get over the top rope into the ring then compete in a regular battle royal.
Yeah, it's fine.
Those 7 compete in a battle royal to determine the seeding of the Fight for the Right tournament.
7 is an interesting number.
Yeah, it's a very weirdly constructed tournament in that it's a reverse battle royal leading to a battle royal leading to a series of 3-way matches leading to a singles match.
Leading to 2 singles matches.
Yeah, it's a strange formatted tournament.
They get Kurt as well.
Yeah, the winner also faces Kurt Angle. That's not announced here, but when we get to the final, it's announced that the winner of this tournament will be the first person to wrestle Kurt Angle in TNA.
I would have said the loser wrestled him.
They would have made more sense.
Like, whoever is number 2 wrestles Kurt. Whoever is number 1 gets the title match. And you could have had Bobby be number 2.
It would have worked. The final 2 are classic TNA gauntlet match rules or battle royal rules where it's a singles match. So the winner of this reverse battle royal match automatically gets seeded to the final. And then the other 6 compete for the other spot in the final, which is quite the tournament structure. But
I mean, whatever. A tournament on TV, I will not argue against.
I do find like Vince Russo's concept of a tournament very funny. Like Vince Russo's like, we're doing a tournament, so it's gonna be reverse battle royal, 3-way matches, singles matches. Winner of the battle royal part goes all the way to the last singles match. Then we have 2 3-way matches between the rest of the people who got in the battle royal to get to the other singles match. Oh, sorry, no, I skipped a step. It's singles matches into 3-way matches back into singles matches.
Yes. He does have a very loose definition.
It's funny. It's funny to see that man try to process concepts that have been established since, like, I don't know, the beginning of man.
Since there was 4 people on this world, there have been tournaments.
We have been competing. We have been putting them together in combinations and competing. And Russo's like, I can fix it.
But you know what? We need that mind, otherwise everything's boring. So
that's true.
Big swings and misses are just as important as big swings and hits.
We wouldn't get new tournament structures without Vince Russo. Our competitors in this match are Abyss, AJ Styles, Chris Sabin, Christopher Daniels, Lance Hoyt, Robert Roode, Ron Killings, Brother Devon, Brother Runt, Christian Cage, Eric Young, James Storm, Jay Lethal, Kazarian, Kip James, Raven Senshi, Sanjay Dutt. There are, as I said, immediately incidences of people being left like unguarded and having to like not try and get in the ring and start a fight with somebody. There is one instance where you can see AJ standing on the apron, but he's magically like transported down to the floor, which like you can get around if you're smarter about where you work the match. But they had some silly logic flaws in how it was worked. But again, I don't think it's the worst thing in the history of the universe. And actually, the match turns out to be pretty good.
Yeah, I kind of have a problem with this.
Roode gets in first. Eric Young spends the entire match running around the ring. We get a bunch of smaller stories here that we'll come back to when we're covering those individual stuff. Sabin gets in. Styles and Daniels unite to get in. Abyss kicks Hoyt off and gets in, and then Hoyt also just gets in. Killings gets in as a LAX attacks Storm and 3D are shouting at AMW and the Naturals, and there's a whole bunch of fucking stuff happening at ringside that we'll get into through the various stories, which is both good and bad. It was a very chaotic match, but at least like it did serve a lot of stories.
It's also meant to be a chaotic match.
So now we're down to regular Battle Royal rules. Roode dumps out Killings as Don stresses he's out of the match, but not the tournament. So he will advance further into the singles matches and maybe get a 3-way match and maybe get a singles match. Roode also eliminates Sabin, Styles, and Daniels high-low Abyss as Styles eats a clothesline for a Daniels. It takes one for his partner. Miss Brooks grabs Daniels' leg, allowing Roode to throw him out, but then Styles eliminates Roode. Abyss hip tosses AJ out as AJ takes a wild bump for this silly match. God bless the man. That brings us down to the final 2 of Abyss and Lance Hoyt. Winner gets a bye to the final. It's pinfall or submission here, as we do like a mini version of their 2005 match, their really great 2005 pay-per-view match, and it's a lot of fun. Hoyt does a fucking crazy moonsault where he just runs straight up the ropes and moonsaults Abyss, and for a man that size to do that kind of like step-up moonsault off the top rope, fucking wild.
Just sitting here like begging them to just do something with Lance Hoyt.
It's been like, a very Lance Hoytless year. He disappeared for like 5-6 months.
And like the most impressive thing about him is every time he gets like a spot, he delivers and like the crowd gets into him again. But they never follow it up well.
No, they never do anything with it. Especially like last year when there was like an organic movement behind Lance Hoyt and they just did absolutely nothing with it. Abyss hits the shock treatment for 2. Hoyt hits a big dropkick and then hits Abyss with a coast-to-coast dropkick into a chair for 2. Eventually, Abyss connects with the Black Hole Slam. Part of the reason I think this is a 3-star match is like that final Lance Hoyt and Abyss portion is actually really, really good.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like it's fine. It's not the worst thing in the history of wrestling. It's only like top 70.
It's not even that.
We should do that for Patreon. The top 70 worst things in the history of wrestling.
I know what my number 1 is.
We did recently basically do that when we covered the most disgusting promotional tactic list, but
my number 1 is Vince McMahon being born.
That set us on a wrong path.
My number 2 is the Death Riders.
John Moxley with the world title.
Oh, ridiculous.
JB is with Jeff Jarrett in an interview recorded immediately after the Bound for Glory world title match. Jarrett talks about how he had Sting's number for the opening of the match, but then he witnessed something transform within Sting.
Yeah, I like that he's like, I was going to beat him, but then Sting, he went to another level above me because of me.
Yeah.
I made Sting beat me. Sting didn't beat me. I beat me by Sting.
Yeah, it was because I brought out the best in Sting that Sting beat me, not because Sting is good.
Which honestly I admire.
He does say Sting was the better man, but only because he brought the better man out of Sting.
He was the better man because, again, I was a worse man, which made him the better man.
JB asks Jarrett if a rematch is next, and Jarrett said he's going home. He's going to step back, refocus, rethink. He reflects on how he may have dropped the ball on some personal and professional things in the last few years, but he has one thought: be careful what you wish for, directed towards Sting, because he hopes Sting is ready to carry that ball and it won't corrupt him too.
An interesting storyline that could be developing here if this company had patience.
Yeah, if they did, because they don't really do anything with Sting with this story this month. There's some video packages that kind of hint at the theme, but Sting doesn't behave any differently this month until he does.
It's very silly. Like a better company, like, has Sting hold this belt for, like, 6 months, and, like, slowly he starts, like, disintegrating and, like, cheating, and, like, but, you know, they're like, 4 weeks.
Yeah. And, like, it would be one thing if they told the story well within 4 weeks. You might be able to forgive it, that, like, oh, you know, they should have done this over 6 months, but they condensed it into 4 weeks, but told it in a way that was really well done and compelling. No, they don't do anything with it.
Very silly.
We cut to Mike and Don after this interview, and Don says he has a newfound respect for Jeff Jarrett.
Fucking easily swayed. This guy's been a demon.
This man tried to kill Mike TNA multiple times.
But, you know, he showed some empathy.
So we'll cover the fight for the right stuff as it pertains to the tournament, and then try and circle back to any of the angle stuff as we're covering those individual angles. So we'll go through tournament stuff. On the November 2nd Impact, Chris Sabin and AJ Styles have an altercation backstage, or I guess it's not backstage, it's like earlier in the week, I think it's framed as. Sabin is talking about how he likes to wear the belt on his shoulder. He's a full heel now after kind of like flirting with it, but now he's just like, I'm an asshole. Jerry Lynn's the worst. AJ walks up, demands Sabin give him respect. Sabin says, "Eat me, punk," and Styles grabs him.
Styles is the most mad I've ever seen anybody.
Eat me, punk is the most devastating insult you could possibly deliver in 2006, to be fair.
It's so stupid. What a stupid insult.
We go to an hour later with Styles apologizing for losing his cool as Sabin busts in and he's like, "How do you like me busting your interview, buddy?"
I really thought that was funny.
Yeah.
Like, he's that petty. He's like, fuck you, I'm gonna walk back into your interview.
He says he will put his X Division title, which he just won at Bound for Glory, on the line in his Fight for the Right tournament match against AJ Styles tonight, which is our opening match on Impact, in which Chris Sabin loses the X Division title to AJ Styles in a Fight for the Right quarterfinal match.
Yeah. It's interesting. Do I hate a title change in the middle of a tournament? I'm like 60% yes.
Yeah.
But, like, it's not enough to, like, burn my TNA jersey, you know?
The thing I will give him a mild amount of forgiveness is it wasn't just like, it's a title match. At least there was an angle to set up why
there was a
title
reason
match.
that they put the title on the line, which I think is probably why I don't hate it.
But yeah, it is one of those things that's like, why? Why are we doing this?
Yeah.
You just won the belt?
It's a very odd choice, but I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on it, but, like, I remember when it happened, I was like, nah.
Like I can't tell you why it's to facilitate the Styles and Daniels split story, that they're using the X Division title as a prop in that story. That's why AJ wins it. That's why AJ loses it. So, like, that there is, like, a narrative reason why they decided to do this. It's not just completely random, but it is, again, the kind of thing that you should develop over 4 months, not in one tournament.
Yeah.
The match is fine. It's like 5 minutes. There's not much to it. AJ does a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker, and then Tenay points out that's a Jerry Lynn move. So AJ's doing like the Jerry Lynn move to Chris Sabin. Tenay promotes the Best of the X Division Volume 2 in stores now, a very canonically important DVD for my TNA fandom.
I own it as well.
AJ reverses the Cradle Shock into a small package to win the X Division title, and he's bleeding from the nostril as he advances in the Fight for the Right tournament. We get a video feature on the newly transformed Sting. He talks about how he thought Jeff Jarrett was a changed man at Bound for Glory, so I guess it goes both ways.
They both were like, we fixed each other. Sting and Jarrett have a toxic-ass relationship.
They do, and it never gets better.
Did they ever interact in AEW?
I think they had one of those tags, didn't they?
Did they?
I'm pretty sure I subtweeted it. So I think one of the good Jeff Jarrett tag matches was a Sting and Darby match, if memory serves. Sting talks about how Jeff Jarrett has been going through personal struggles himself, how the belt is a cancer and it corrupts, which feels a little like his wife is dying of cancer at this point. Yeah, just to actually say that, like, yeah, maybe use a different word.
It also kind of sounds like he's blaming Jarrett's world title like feud for that.
For giving his wife cancer?
Yeah.
It does. You could definitely read it that way. That like, yeah, there is a read of that I would think is not unfair.
They did have a match. Full Gear 2022, Darby Allin and Sting versus Lethal and Jarrett.
What's the cage match rating?
6.4.
That seems low.
Yeah, Dave gave it 3.25.
All right. Sting gives credit to God. He's nothing without the big man in the sky. JB has Truth and Lance Hoyt. They've teamed together, but now they're opponents in the Fight for the Right tournament. Truth says he's a 2-time champ and friends don't pay the bills, so he's going to beat Lance and become champ again. Lance says he wants his shot and might take Ron's head off. Then they bump fists. And I kind of like that like, we're partners and it's not going to get petty, but we would like the NWA title, please.
Yeah, I mean, it makes the most sense.
Eric Young pops up and asks if JB has seen Jeff. JB says no and asks JB to mention that EY was asking for him if he does see Jeff Jarrett.
Did that ever like turn into anything?
That will be the Jeff Jarrett return story.
Ah, okay. I was like, I don't remember that ever getting followed up on.
So that's what part of the angle for Jarrett's return in 2007 when he does one pay-per-view match against Bobby Roode is he's like Eric Young's friend fighting Bobby Roode. Ron Killings defeats Lance Hoyt in the Fight for the Right quarterfinal.
I remember it being sort of like okay, but I like both of these guys getting something on TV.
I do like that Don is like, Lance Hoyt's the real surprise in this tournament.
I mean, he's not wrong.
But like that is how far Lance has fallen, that him getting to be one of the 7 men in this tournament is like, big for Lance this time.
I don't think he's incorrect, though.
Don also refers to the NWA title at one point as a very seductive seductress.
True.
Ron wins with the axe kick. There's some 3LK family drama post-match, but we will get to that later. Robert Roode defeats Christopher Daniels in the other Fight for the Right quarterfinal match. We hear Roode's singles theme for the first time, the theme that will live on as the melody underneath the beer money theme, so that's fun. Don mentions that all the records the Dow Jones has been setting recently has been due to Roode joining Wall Street. He is a master investor. He is burgeoning the stock market. Tracy Brooks does some distracting at ringside, both of Daniels and of Earl Hebner. Daniels hits the BME, but Brooks distracts the ref. Don says, "We know she's hot, but this tournament is too important." Don. Turn your horniness off, sir. Tracy grabs Daniel's leg when he goes for the Angel's Wings, allowing Roode to hit the payoff, which is like the roll of the dice crossroads at this point. It's not the fisherman suplex in tribute to Kurt Hennig yet. He's doing the crossroads as a payoff. For the win, AJ runs out after the match. Daniels looks mad about it, and Daniels looks aghast at AJ having the X Division title on his shoulder. He is maybe the little jealous goose that AJ won a title in his tournament match, and then he just lost his tournament match to Bobby Roode. We then go, the winners of those 3 matches, Styles, Roode, and Killings, face off in a 3-way match, the winner of which will face Abyss in the final. So that is the opening match of the November 9th Impact. The final takes place on the same episode, by the way. So AJ Styles defeats Robert Roode and Ron Killings to advance to the final of the Fight for the Right tournament.
And this is the famous 3-way that everyone talks about.
The Styles, Roode, Killings 3-way that just happened.
5 stars.
Yeah, we just had the 20th anniversary of it as we podcast right now. You can go check out the link where in our bio where you can get both the poster and the Styles Daniels Joe t-shirt. See?
Look at us.
For once, we're plugging merch, not at the very end of the episode.
We're just going to do it throughout the entire episode.
Constantly. Jerry Lynn is sitting in the crowd with the X Division guys pointing and advising Sabin, Lethal, and Dot. Styles goes up top, but Tracy grabs his leg. Daniels and Hoyt unite to put Tracy in the front row. A fan with a drink excitedly spills it all over her while chanting TNA. Tracy slaps him, which distracts Roode, and all this commotion allows AJ to roll up Ron in the ring as AJ is selling his leg.
My favorite thing about this is like Roode, I feel like doesn't care about the match loss as much as he cares about the PR nightmare.
We're gonna get a lawsuit for you slapping that fan, Tracy.
That's why he's like, yeah, we need to get new consulting.
Yeah, which doesn't really go anywhere. But yeah, Robert Roode Incorporated is under threat. It's a newly formed company, and you're gonna take the thing down with your temper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so AJ advances to face Abyss later in the show. Backstage, Rude is berating Tracy about all the lost money because they didn't get to the Fight for the Right tournament, about how they need crowd control and an image consultant so people will love him and spend their money on him, and demands Tracy go out and get PR and image people right now.
I kind of like it. But I like, that he doesn't really care about the match as much as he cares about his image.
Yeah. Because this is like the first hints of the Rude character. We're told that he is rich now from his investing on Wall Street. He is a company. He cares about the corporate image. He has his secretary. How are you feeling about the early stages of Bobby Roode as a singles wrestler?
I'm liking it. I don't have a problem with it. I'm interested in see how Rude develops.
Yeah, he doesn't really have like his in-ring identity yet. Even like as I was saying earlier, like his finish is not the fisherman suplex, it's the freaking crossroads. He hasn't even worked that part out yet. So like in ring, it's still pretty raw, but it's nice to see him like they're trying to do something with him, which I appreciate.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it.
We have a little backstage vignette where Mitchell hands Abyss his mask to head out for the main event in the Fight for the Right finals.
It's kind of a fun little moment.
It is. It's one of those like cool stylistic vignettes. And the main event of this episode, Abyss defeats AJ Styles to win the Fight for the Right tournament and earn a shot at Sting at Genesis. Andrew Thomas sends James Mitchell and Christopher Daniels to the back at the start of the match. Abyss wedges a chair in the ropes. The referee tries to pull it out and fails. I appreciate the effort.
It's a good reason for like why it's still there.
It's just so hard. I guess and Abyss is one of the people I guess you could credibly say he's really big and strong, so he just really wedged it in there.
Yeah, and then little Andrew Thomas couldn't get it done.
Mike Tenay, this is where he announces that the winner of this match will also face Kurt Angle next week on Impact. Abyss slingshots AJ into the chair. The X Division crew are once again watching from the rafters. Sabin is yawning and stretching. Abyss crashes into AJ and the ref in the corner. Christian runs in, hits Abyss with a chair. He also hits AJ with a chair, and Christian says he's the one true number one contender. Andrew Thomas counts both men out. Double count out. Tournament's over. Nobody wrestles Kurt. Nobody wrestles Sting.
Sting and Kurt.
That's the only solution. We have to put them together next week on Impact. Earl, Hebner, and Rudy come out and try to explain what happened, and we come back from break and the match is actually restarted. They trade some near falls before Mitchell comes out with the thumbtack bag. Daniels cuts him off. As the referee is trying to clear both of them out, Sabin appears, hits AJ Styles with Enziguri, allowing Abyss to hit the Black Hole Slam for the win. Sting versus Abyss at Genesis. Angle versus Abyss next week.
This match is like an overbooked mess, but AJ bumps around like crazy and it makes it kind of enjoyable.
Yeah, it's Angle. Like, there's so much going on between, like, the Christian stuff, the Daniels, AJ story, the Mitchell stuff, the Sabin stuff. Like, there is 7 different angles running through this match, but at the end of the day, it is an Abyss versus AJ Styles match on television.
Yeah. I don't really, like, it's not like the traditional sort of match you would want, but, like, I don't know, it's weird and wacky, and it's still compelling to watch, you know?
And you have the lockdown match if you ever want to watch what the good version of this match could be.
Yeah.
The primetime special on November 16th, we get a feature on Abyss focusing on there perhaps being a personal trauma behind his desire to inflict pain. We're laying some seeds there that there's more to the Abyss character than might meet the eye.
I feel like that happens way later.
We move into it with Sting. And James Mitchell has been the only man that can control Abyss.
The only man?
Interesting.
Because there was a woman. She's coming back.
We get another feature on Sting's return and ascent to the championship as Barry Scott does some chanting. This is where Angle faced Abyss. After that match, the crowd chant for Sting as Abyss and Joe are beating up Angle. Sting repels from the rafters for the first time in TNA history.
I didn't realize that this was the first time. I just kind of assume he always does it.
He actually doesn't really do it at all in TNA. I want to say he only does it one more time. One that I can think of. Maybe he does it some others on like TV.
It's just really hard to do in the Impact Zone, I guess.
Yeah, because he lands on the announce table.
That's the only place they can do it.
Yeah, and then hits a crossbody off the announce table, which is really cool. You know what the dumb thing is? They're having him repel from the rafters to set something up they do on the pay-per-view. But then he doesn't also repel from the rafters on the pay-per-view.
I mean, I guess they did enough.
They introduced it. So, Sting repels from the rafters, takes Abyss out with a crossbody off the announce table. He clears house with a bat. Angle Joe will do some more brawling. And then we cut backstage like 30 seconds later. And Abyss has Sting hanging upside down in some kind of like harness. And then he's hitting Sting with a baseball bat. Abyss, very efficient.
Much more efficient than Sting.
Yes, he gets Sting in this contraption much faster than Sting does on the pay-per-view. It is like, again, it's such wackiness that like we just come backstage and Abyss has Sting hanging upside down and then hits him with a baseball bat. It's like, sure.
I think Abyss is sort of the king of that sort of segment. Of like, let's cut to the back and some stupid shit's happening.
We do eventually get him massacring Rob Van Dam with a nail bat.
The natural conclusion.
Yeah. On the pay-per-view, the NWA World Title match is Sting versus Abyss. Before the match, we get a James Mitchell promo. Mitchell is like, Sting, why are you afraid of the dark when by your own admission, you were at your peak when you embraced all the world's deadly vices? Does he think he can just say prayers and it'll go away? No. Sting looks at Abyss and sees all that evil, but in his defeat will come freedom. He won't thank his creator. He'll thank the man who's the embodiment of evil, Abyss.
Okay. Like, sure. I never thought of Abyss the embodiment of all evil. Mostly just like violence.
We did establish he spawned from a hell portal, didn't we?
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I never imagined him like selling heroin.
Sure.
Is it embracing all of the world's vices? You know, he's everything.
He was Sting's dealer back in the day during his dark days.
Who knows? That's what I believe James Mitchell is implying.
But Abyss defeats Sting by disqualification to win the NWA World Heavyweight title.
Makes sense to me.
If you would remember,
I was going to say, go on your little tangent about how this is actually good and respecting the law.
I won't say it's good. I will say like it is consistent with the TNA lore, but it is TNA canon that when there is a disqualification in a championship match, the championship changes hands. It has happened where the belts change hands from D'Lo and Apollo by DQ, if you remember. Mm-hmm. And I believe, didn't Jerry Lynn and Red lose them by DQ as well? Wasn't there one around there too? So there has been a couple of incidents of titles changing hands by DQ. It's funny the way the finish played out. They did the DQ and then there's a long pause between them announcing the title change. So they played it out as if you wouldn't remember that this is a TNA rule.
To be fair, no one did.
And you didn't either. I quite like that it landed as intended on you as well, where you're like, oh, wait a minute.
I mean, I remembered like immediately after they announced that that's how it works. But in the moment, I did not.
So there's a lot going on in this match.
It's mostly just a bunch of crazy spots and things going kind of awry, but like Abyss having a rough night, not necessarily from in-ring work, just like bro got the shit kicked out of him.
Yeah, because I think these two have good chemistry. I think they work well together, but there's just so many layers of bullshit in this match that you're like, I have no idea how to actually rate this match. I think the work was pretty good, but there's so much bullshit in here.
Yeah.
Sting is in his black and red gear, tights, red trim to his face paint. Looking very good.
Yeah, this is the best Sting look.
This is his video game look is the last one. One of these looks is his video game look, isn't it?
I think this is it.
I think it might be this one because like the Angle video game look is the one on this show too. So this might be where they got Sting and Angle. Sting hits a slingshot crossbody and they brawl through the crowd. Abyss sets up a table and barbed wire by the ramp and then doesn't do anything with it. So we have Chekhov's barbed wire tables. He does go to powerbomb Sting through it, but Rudy and Mitchell talk him out of it because he'd get DQ'd if he would do something like that.
Ah, see, it's a good start.
They laid some seeds. Sting hits a big top rope splash for 2 after Abyss's shoulder wasn't down. The referee is like, hey, get that shoulder down. Sting kicks out of the black hole slam, so everybody's doing that now. Ref gets bumped. Abyss gets the tax, but Sting cuts him off with the bat and hits a scorpion death drop. Mitchell, with a freakish feat of strength, pulls the referee out.
And like astonishing, like strongest man of all time.
Because the referee moves in a different direction than Mitchell pulled him. So it's like there's a lot going on with his strength here.
That's the strength of the devil.
Ah, that makes sense. Sting empties the tax, but fully plays the Abyss role because he's the one that gets chokeslammed in them. It is the wrestling lore, the wrestling canon. He who empties tax goes in tax. Also, shout out Sting for being a sicko who will take a thumbtack bump.
I mean, it's just that he is a sicko. We have confirmed that over the last few years.
And there, shoot tax. His back is bleeding for the rest of this match. The sickest part, really, though. Abyss goes for the pin and Sting immediately kicks out and hulks up. So it's like, fucking Sting. Sting gets Abyss in the Scorpion Deathlock, but Mitchell distracts the referee as Abyss taps out. So Abyss is winning the belt by DQ and still can't even, Sting has to get a visual win over him still.
Again, Abyss taps out twice now. Angle has just broken the fucking... broken the bay.
Sting goes out to the floor and ties Abyss to the harness that he uses to come down from the ceiling, which is just there for some reason because he didn't come down from the ceiling for his entrance in this match.
It's still there from last week.
I guess it was just Thursday.
Yeah.
He then proceeds to hang Abyss upside down after about a minute of tying him up and anchoring.
A minute is generous.
Because he has help, I think. He has somebody off camera who's helping doing the anchoring, and even then it still takes ages.
Yeah, they cut away to give them more leniency with the person helping him.
You don't see him, yeah, but you can see a Sting kind of hand off the kind of harness so that it can be tied. So it's not relying purely on the strength of Sting to keep Abyss hanging there. Mm-hmm. He hits Abyss with a chair multiple times, including one right to the face.
With not a DQ.
Nope, this is all fine. He hangs the man upside down and wails on him out with a chair. This, not a disqualification.
Some expert leniency being held here for the NWA World title.
Abyss also desperately trying to keep his belly covered as he's hanging
I know, it's
down.
so embarrassing for him. He clearly is really self-conscious about it.
Yeah, I feel bad for him. Sting brings Abyss to the top of the ramp after getting him down from his fucking harness routine. Rudy tries to get Sting to stop as Sting takes him up to the stage where the tables are so he can knock him off. Sting pushes Rudy and then clotheslines Rudy Charles, which causes Rudy to disqualify Sting.
Which I actually like.
It must be stated, he disqualifies Sting before Sting throws the Abyss off the stage through tables and barbed wire.
Yeah, I respect Rudy for having his boundaries, which are, you can do what you want, I'm gonna give it to you, it's a world title match, I don't want to DQ it, but fuck you if you touch me!
Yeah.
I think that's perfectly reasonable as a referee.
And Mike TNA does try to cover for them a little bit, where he's traditionally in TNA, even given the disqualification rule, we have tried to give you conclusive finishes in world title matches, but Sting has simply just went too far this time.
And I agree with that.
So you think Vince Russo is good?
I don't think this is a bad ending.
All right.
I think that, it is perfectly reasonable for the ref to be like, fuck it, yeah, you're fine. I don't care if you beat the shit out of each other, but don't fucking touch me. I think that's a reasonable breaking point for him.
Fair enough.
It'd be my rule of thumb.
If you're a referee.
Yeah.
It's I don't care what you guys do to each other, just leave me alone.
Yes, 100%.
There are a few moments of hesitation and confusion before Rudy gets Dave Penzer to announce that because of the disqualification, Abyss, dead on the floor, lying in pain, is the new NWA World Champion. Yeah.
The worst thing about this is just that Abyss should have won, but I don't hate the ending logistically or logically.
Mitchell cackles, Sting looks shell-shocked as Abyss is your NWA champion for the first time in his career.
Only time?
Only time indeed. The only world title reign of Abyss.
I'm glad he got one.
Yeah, he did. The circumstances upon which, because it's always annoying to do the Today in History post of Today in History, Abyss won the NWA title, and you have to post this as the moment Abyss wins the NWA title. But it's nice that he had it. He deserved it.
Yeah, I'm glad he got that, you know.
So the idea of all of that is that Sting lost his cool, presumably because of the corrupting force of the NWA title. So he lost his mind on Abyss, destroyed the referee, hung Abyss and hit him with stuff. Do you feel like that story worked?
I feel like that story could work if it was done well. I just think... we talked about it a little bit, but it was just rushed. I mean, I got the idea, but I don't think it necessarily delivered very much. I don't think you had to kind of think about it to understand it. It wasn't easily digestible.
Yeah, they laid some seeds for it, and then Sting went crazy in his first match.
Yeah. I think what we said before was this really should have been a 6-month long thing. or like a more nuanced thing, or had done the one thing during the Abyss Kurt match to make it feel like it was building up to a point, because he just kind of, I mean, maybe that's the point, is that the title immediately corrupted him. So, like, but I don't know. I don't think it necessarily delivered on its point very well.
No. And it's like, it is an interesting idea that, like, this belt, it's not
I think
Jarrett,
it's
it's the belt.
actively a very good idea. I just don't think this company can deliver on that.
No, that is a bit of a problem. Up next in the heavyweight title scene, more or less, I guess Christian is talking about the NWA title all month anyway, is the last steps in the Christian Rhino rivalry. After Christian defeated Rhino in the 8 Mile Street Fight at Bound for Glory, we continue this feud. We go to the Fight for the Right Battle Royal, in which Christian is brawling at Ron Killings. He eye pokes him, low blows him. He's about to get in the ring when Rhino stops him, brawls to the back as their feud continues, and he stops him from getting in the ring and advancing in the Fight for the Right tournament.
There's also a note that, like, Rhino specifically asked not to be in the tournament because he wanted to focus on murdering Christian dead.
There's a lot of people who didn't want to be in that tournament. BG James didn't want to be in it either.
Yeah, I guess the title isn't worth that much.
They have a match on the next episode of Impact. There's a feature in which they announce, I think it's announced at some point before that it will be at the primetime episode of Impact, the primetime special. It will be a barbed wire steel cage match between Rhino and Christian as they settle their dispute once and for all. But it can't just be a regular barbed wire cage match. There has to be a little bit of goofiness. So on the main event of the November 2nd Impact, it is Christian Cage versus Rhino in a, quote, weapons or escape 4 corners pole match.
It's a very odd dynamic. Mainly because, I mean, it's what is with Russo? I mean, but this is tired ground. But, like, what is with Russo and pole matches?
Immediately as well. The man is back a month and he is like, let me get my pole bullshit in. I just have to get my pole bullshit in.
I wonder what it is about it that he likes. Because I can't think of a gimmick that I think is less important ever than the pole match.
Yeah, like what is it about the like dramatic element of this match that somehow appeals to Vince Russo's brain?
Like legitimately, I think the pole match may be the lowest ranking of like regular match types on my list.
Yeah, it's pretty low. Like there are like I don't care for like inferno matches. I think they're dumb.
But I think the gimmick is like wacky enough. Like at least there's fucking fire.
Yeah.
Like this is just like it's stupid. It's fucking ridiculous.
Do you think it's like the combination of it's cheap and you don't have to beat somebody? But he doesn't care about beating people. I think it's in his head it's like an easy progression of a story that doesn't necessarily involve someone losing. But it's stupid and not good ever. Yeah, there's maybe like I'm trying to think of what's the best pole match of all time, and I don't think there is one.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been one.
There is one wrestler I would trust to maybe have a good pole match, and that is Darby Allin.
And versus Big Bill.
He would find some freakish way to have a good pole match in the same way he has made the casket match good.
Yes, because he would jump off of the pole.
Any other company, any other feud announces a casket match, I'm like, could you not have done any other stipulation? A casket match for Darby Allin? I'm like, fuck yeah, that rules.
That's a pretty tremendous talent, to be fair.
To turn like a chicken shit into chicken salad?
Yeah, and to be it's just, be a freak athlete, I guess.
Be willing to take any freakish bump to make anything work. So the rules of this weapons or escape 4 corners pole match is there are weapons and escape implements attached to the 4 poles. The match is over when all 4 are taken down, and then whoever gets that item from the pole can then use that item in the barbed wire steel cage match on the primetime special.
That's kind of a fun little twist on it, I guess. Like the idea of you have to kind of earn the weapons you want to use. It's like it's a Hunger Games scenario.
A little bit. You can call it in. If this was 2025 and they were using drones to drop in the weapons,
that'd be kind of sick. All right, we've found a way to make this match cool.
Yeah,
I'm surprised no major company has tried to do like a Fortnite like battle royale gimmick with eliminations that's like takes place all over a building, and there's like weapon caches and stuff that they can get.
And they do like make it a tape thing, so you can do some like building gimmicks.
Yeah, that's like that was like primed for a cinematic wrestling match.
Yeah, somehow like somebody just builds a fort and they win.
I think that'd be kind of sick. And think of this Fortnite sponsorship.
Like, if DDT did that, you'd be like, fuck yes.
That'd be kind of awesome.
So the 4 items you can get are bolt cutters, so that you can cut the barbed wire at the top of the cage and escape. A key, so that you can open the door and escape. A pair of chairs, so that you can do concertos. And then a straitjacket, because a straitjacket's been used in this feud before. So whoever gets those can ask the referee to bring them into the cage, and then they use them in the match, in the barbed wire steel cage match on 2 weeks from this episode.
Do you think Dave's friends only complained about the referee handing weapons because they didn't watch this match?
Do you think if they watched this match, they would have been more into it?
No, but it at least explains away their problems with it.
Yeah, I don't really have I don't really have like an issue with referees handing it in. Like, if it was, as you said, if it was like outside of context, and maybe for them it was outside of context, where it's like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, they definitely didn't watch this episode beforehand.
They didn't understand that these were weapons that they had earned, and the referee, because you couldn't leave them in the ring at the start, because then the person that didn't earn them could use them. So you had to have requests that be handed in to the person who actually earned it.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think they still would have liked it, but I think they would have at least understood it. And typical Vince Russo, it's just people parachuting in without context, who don't understand the stories.
The vision.
If only he sat next to the owner every week and explained it to them.
It would work. It would help.
Rhino sends Christian crashing off the top of the floor and then grabs the key. Rhino got the straitjacket during the break. Christian gets the bolt cutters and tries to use them, but Rhino stops them. Rhino sets up a table in the corner. We then have some interference from Frankie Kazarian and Matt Bentley. We'll talk about that when we get to the the Hickenbottom story.
Hickenbottom.
But this interference allows Christian to get 2 chairs to end the match. Rhino gores Christian, tries to put the straitjacket on him. Rhino clearly took way too long getting this straitjacket on, because there's a huge cut, and then suddenly Christian is back in the jacket.
It's like, guys, we've had so much practice. At this point, you should have it like put together.
There. In fairness, I don't think there's a cut when they tried to do it in the cage match. I think they are much more efficient in the cage match, so I think they learned their lesson.
They practiced.
Kazarian and Matt Bentley distract Rhino and get beaten up. But once again, we'll talk about that in a moment. On the November 9th episode of Impact, Christian and Rhino are being interviewed in separate locations to keep them apart before their barbed wire cage match.
I like this bit.
That they can't be trusted to be in the same room.
No, just when like Rhino's like, "I'll kill you," and Christian's still like on the back of the screen, like, "What? Huh? What? What's happening?"
He is utterly confused about how angry the man across the screen from him is.
Yeah, because that like as it gets towards the end of the interview, like Rhino gets geared up and he just leaves the frame. But then they like go back to like Don West and Mike Tenay, and they're just talking. But in the background on the screen is still Christian, and you just see him panicking and looking around because he's like, "Wait, what's happening?"
Oh yeah, because like Rhino's like, "Oh, you don't think I know where you are? I'm coming to get you." And Christian's like, "What do I do?" And
Don and Mike don't even like acknowledge it. It's just Christian in the like background freaking out.
Yeah. So Tenay suggests that the key gives Rhino an advantage. Christian is upset about this because he's faster, stronger, has better penmanship, better skin, and if you want a full list, just ask Rhino's ex-wife. But above all, he has brains. Rhino asks what the bolt cutters are going to do when they're shoved up his ass, which is, you know what, fair. Rhino is going to get revenge next week and make Christian bleed. Rhino's not going to wait, goes looking for Christian, and Christian does look around like, That does take us to the primetime special, November 16th, in which Christian Cage and Rhino face off in a barbed wire cage match. There's a Rhino pre-match promo where he promises to cut Christian in half with a gore. Rhino is one of my favorite promo styles in maybe wrestling history.
Just like an angry dude, bro.
He's just like, I am angry and I'm going to kill you. And that's every promo he ever does, and it rocks.
Also, I think something I only realized recently, how young he is at this point.
He's like 31 or something, yeah.
He's 28.
Is he still in his 20s?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like Rhino to me is perennially like a man in his 40s.
Yeah.
And to like think like that in like 05 he was still in his late 20s is really interesting.
And like it makes sense because he was like super young in ECW, but even to watch him in 05, 06 and be like, that man is a man still in his 20s.
It's kind of remarkable, to be honest.
Rhino in this match is 5 years younger than I am. Oh.
And but looks 10 years older than you.
Yeah, it's crazy. So this is an Escape the Cage rules which I am more accepting of, given there is barbed wire at the top of the cage.
Yeah. Well, again, if you have to like drag yourself through I'm also fine with escape the cage rules if it isn't through the door. Like if there's barbed wire on the top and you can't go through the door, or if you put barbed wire across the door and you have to go through.
That would be cool.
I just like I want escape not to be the default.
Yeah.
Because it's like it has to be a difficult endeavor. I mean, like I don't really like escape rules in cages. They do kind of ruin them for me normally, but like I don't know. I understand it if there's like significant physical pain that one must traverse.
Yeah, and at least like because in this you can use the cage key to escape, but the babyface has it and does not use it. So
yeah, and also you had to earn it.
Yes, he did earn it in his weapons on a pole match.
What a sentence.
They have to request the keys, chair, bolt cutters, or straight jacket from the referee during the match, but only the ones who won them in the match a couple of weeks ago can request them. TNA does not do his climbing contest rant here. I wonder why.
Because it is one.
Yeah, his old AMW Triple X. This isn't a climbing contest. This is a wrestling match rant, and now it's a climbing contest.
Thanks, Vince Russo.
Rhino gets the key, taunts Christian with it, and then throws it out. The key is helpfully labeled Cage Key in all caps, in case you were wondering what key it was.
In case they misplaced it.
We come back from break. Christian is bleeding. He's bleeding a lot. This is maybe the most I've ever seen Christian bleed in a match.
Has he done any big blade jobs in AEW?
Because that was what I was thinking about it. I was like, I don't think of Christian as a big bleeder. Not that he never does it, but it's certainly not common.
It probably doesn't help that he spent a majority of his career in WWE where they weren't bleeding. But like, he didn't bleed in the Derby match, which would be like the one that I would sort of imagine.
Yeah.
He didn't bleed in the Buried Alive match.
And like, credit to him, if there's any match in TNA so far where he should bleed buckets, it is a barbed wire cage match blow off against his bitter ex-best friend rival.
Yeah, it makes sense.
He did pick his spot. Christian's trying to cut the barbed wire with the bolt cutters. Christian hits a big frog splash. Rhino drags Christian's blood across the barbed wire and then hits a big backdrop. Rhino gets the straitjacket, but Christian cuts him off. Christian hits a top rope on Prettier. Christian ties Rhino to the ropes in a straitjacket. He starts to climb, but then decides to get the chairs instead because Rhino's incapacitated. He goes to hit Rhino, but Rhino low blows him. He gets loose, makes a comeback. Rhino tries to concerto Christian, but Christian moves. Rhino TKOs Christian onto an upright chair, which is always the worst bump in the world.
Yet also the coolest.
Yeah. Then Rhino goes to gore Christian, but Christian is standing between the ropes and the cage door. He hits the gore. Christian goes through the cage door. The cage door flies off its hinges, which is a great looking spot. Christian hits the floor. He is gored through the door to the floor, but he does win because he has escaped the cage.
A real Abyss winning the NWA title moment.
Yeah, at least this one, I think, more fits Christian's character than like the monster Abyss winning like a chicken shit bitch.
Yeah. If Christian won the title in that exact same way.
Yeah, that would be tremendous. If Christian was lying on the floor bleeding, suddenly NWA champion, that would work.
Yeah, that would actually deliver.
Whereas Abyss, like the big 6'8" monster, won it that way. You're like, what? No.
Yeah.
Really good match, really bloody, really violent. Crowd are super duper into it. I think it's the best match they've had so far. It's better than their Bound for Glory match. The stipulation could be a little goofy for you, but I think they play it very straight, pardon the pun, because there's a straight jacket. But yeah, I think one of the better matches in the history of the Impact television show. I think maybe only behind Joe and Daniels.
I think we both went 4 on it.
Yeah, 4-star match.
Yeah, it's really good.
So this is, more or less, Genesis would be the 1 year point at which Christian has been in TNA. How do you feel about Christian's first year in TNA?
I think he's a welcomed addition, if not like a total game changer. Probably has had a little bit of it stolen out from under him with Kurt and with Sting coming in. But like overall, like it's been fine, if not like super impressive.
Yeah, because like the babyface run, he had some good matches, but he was just trying to be like the Rock style babyface too much, and that's especially watching it in hindsight.
Which is just ass. It's just not a good gimmick by any standards anymore.
And you're a famous Rock hater, I learned recently.
I mean, he was never my guy. I don't really enjoy him.
So a guy kind of doing a Rock knockoff is your personal nightmare.
Yeah, like I mean, I think it's just corny, and like. I think it's dorky, and if you don't have the charisma of The Rock, like, why are you even trying?
It's also, I think, so every time somebody does it, firmly rooted in its individual time period. Mm-hmm. Like, if you watch The Rock do a 1999 promo, you're like, that's a man doing a 99 pro. And same with Christian. It's like, you look like a man in 2006 that's starting to be cool in 2006.
MJF in 2023 or 2024 when he was a babyface.
Yeah, you're going to look back at that and be like, that is so, like, weirdly of its time. So that I think it just ages terribly. Not that it was great in the first place, but it ages even worse.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't do much for me, I think. And also, Christian historically better heel. So I think it's like, it's not a bad run, but like I'm kind of more excited for what's to come as he is firmly just like a heel now.
He has been substantially better since September or August when he turned on Sting. Like substantially, like it's night and day. He is like, not that he was a bad part of the show, but he is a much better part of the show now. I'm actively excited if Christian comes out for something, where I was like, oh, let's see what this Christian thing is before he turned heel. Christian then spins off into a feud with AJ Styles, but we have to go backwards a little bit to talk about the AJ Styles Chris Sabin stuff first, and Daniels as well, I guess, as we have interlocking stories this month.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of stories that happen for TV that they just don't deliver on the pay-per-view.
Yeah, because like AJ is involved with Daniels and Sabin the whole month, and then just randomly has like a pay-per-view match with Christian that's set up at the last minute.
It's very silly. I don't understand it, but like I'll take it.
Do you think they only just realized, like, oh no, we have nothing for Christian on the pay-per-view, let's take Styles out of the X Division title match, which was maybe meant to be a three-way?
See, in my head, I thought it was more of a Styles thing. Like, maybe they realized, why are we going back to the X Division? Well,
yeah.
Like, they had that, like maybe, like, there was a Vince Russo comes in, he immediately is like, all right, AJ, X Division is my, like, happy place. And then goes sort of like, well, he might be a bit beyond this now.
Yeah. Or, well, because as you see by the end of this, it's setting up a different attitude for AJ. So maybe Vinny Boo was like, oh, fuck this X Division shit. I want him to have personality.
But there can be no personality in the X Division.
Ever. Only old personalities being inflicted on new wrestlers, apparently. Though we haven't quite gotten to that part yet. So AJ and Sabin were having those issues through the Fight for the Right tournament. As AJ defeated Sabin to win the X Division title.
It's a bit of an issue.
Some notes after that match, which this is one where I'm like, were they just guessing and they were wrong, or did like plans change immediately? But TNA wants AJ Styles as the centerpiece of the X Division, which is why Chris Sabin's title victory at Bound for Glory was ignored on Impact and he lost immediately. Russo is high on Styles and believes the move to Primetime is a good time to re-establish Styles top of that division. He loses the title in the next TV taping after that note, so...
That's why I kind of think maybe like he had an idea and then had a realization of that's not the best use of AJ. Because like if he comes back and he's not been watching the product and he's like, I'm now in charge of it again, he probably thinks AJ Styles X Division champion is my easy plot, my easy spot. It's my thing I can go to. It is concrete. And then like after seeing where he's at, he's probably like, oh well, maybe this is a little beyond that.
This guy has moved on a little bit from October, November 2004. And he does say he hasn't been watching wrestling since. I don't believe it. But he does say that. Angle told Sabin that he was a great wrestler, but he didn't like his look. Angle said he looked too dirty and didn't stand out.
That's a classic story.
Angle later made the suggestion, and was apparently serious, that Sabin do a gimmick where he looked like Pigpen in the old Peanuts comic strip, and have food and dirt all over him. Let's just say a lot of people excited about Angle having creative input after that were shaking their heads.
That's the stinky kid.
Do wrestlers just have the worst ideas?
Yes, that's how they need non-wrestlers to book things.
Like, is it just the worst? When we talk about like, oh, you know, like how do these bad ideas get through? Do you have to just think about, was that the compromise from the 15 times worse idea all the time?
Well, yeah, because, like, famously, guy with terrible booking ideas, Bryan Danielson, who, like, always pushes stupid-ass shit,
Yes.
and it's, like, is the greatest of all time.
And, like, there was that Jake Hager AEW interview where he was like, I wanted to be Groot with my hat. And you're like, whoa, we're so stupid.
Is it bad I don't hate that idea for Jake Hager comedy gimmick?
That's true. He was one-upped by his hat. His hat did have more personality than he did. So leading into it is not the worst idea.
Like, I think that's kind of fine for him specifically.
You know what I think the issue is? Wrestlers only have ideas for bits.
Yes, because they're not very funny.
all they can do is like individual bits. It's like, what if Chris Sabin was the Peanuts guy? There's no like story or like long-term narrative, even though they're fucking non-stop talking about that shit. All their ideas are just like, what if I had one bit, and that bit can be funny, but then they often just do that bit until you want to die.
Yeah, there's no level beyond that.
So Sabin ends up costing AJ Styles the Fight for the Right tournament final match, which leads to an X Division title match on the primetime special. During the Samoa Joe Jay Lethal match, Sanjay comes in to break up Joe attacking Lethal after the match, and Jerry Lynn is like, Sabin, get out there too, and Sabin is just like, no.
Sabin's like, why would I?
And there is a whole like thread through the month of Jerry Lynn trying to like guide and instruct Chris Sabin, and Chris Sabin is just like, leave me alone.
I kind of thought we had moved on from this, to be honest.
Well, it's setting up an angle with Jerry, so it's not going nowhere at least.
But like, it just felt like we've been doing that for months, and then like they kind of felt like they were on the same page again briefly.
Yeah, because he was like, look at my belt, I won it, and Jerry was kind of like, I guess you did.
Yeah, like you've sort of proven me wrong.
But then they continue to like sit in the crowd with Jerry watching matches as Craven's.
Which is, again, feels like they're on the same page. Like Jerry's like, all right, these kids ain't all that bad.
But no, Sabin is bored and wants to rebel. Mm-hmm. So later in that show, we get an X Division title match. It is AJ Styles defending the belt against Chris Sabin and Christopher Daniels.
The true three-way.
The Styles Daniels Sabin three-way. There is a Styles Joe Sabin three-way next year that is like, it kind of rocks, and it's one of the most, I think, underrated matches in TNA history.
Okay.
It's edited to death for TV though. That's the only downside.
This is fun. Mainly because you're seeing the dissolution of the AJ Daniels team. They're back to their own like gear again.
Yeah, so like when Daniels lost his Fight for the Right match and AJ tried to help him after the match, Daniels was like, oh, you know, you have the X Division title now and I lost my match. Wine.
I know, like their problems with each other are very silly.
Yeah.
They're very like surface level.
It is like, we need to invent problems with these men very quickly after they were a seamless team for 6 months.
Like just have a conversation together, you know?
Yeah, that's what Rhino's saying.
True. Rhino is the representative of the audience.
AJ and Daniels don't work together in this match until they do, and then they don't anymore. It's very funny. A bloody, bandaged Christian Cage, because this match took place shortly after the barbed wire steel cage match. He wanders out, grabs a microphone, like bandage on his head, blood still visible, like out of it, and he's like, I'm undefeated. I'm the real #1 contender. I really like that bit.
Yeah. It's also like, in my mind, does he think it's the tournament finals?
And he's in it, yeah.
It's like did he get the shit kicked out of him so much that he saw AJ and he's like, it's the finals. I gotta go out there and let them know I'm the real #1 contender. So
AJ dropkicks Christian off the apron, brawls to the back after Christian did interfere in the Fight for the Right finals as well. He hit both AJ and Abyss with a chair in that match. So it is like an intersecting story, and Rhino does come into it as well. So they do like try and tie it all together, but it does feel a little messy.
Yeah, but you know, we'll see how it progresses a little bit, I guess. We are kind of like marathoning it into 2 weeks.
Daniels counters the Cradle Shock into a crucifix pin to win the X Division title. The third champion since Bound for Glory.
I don't have a problem with it. The X Division title can be a little jumpy.
All right. AJ's mad that Daniels won the belt.
Again, he's mad at Daniels. It's not his fault.
He took his belt unhonorably because AJ was not currently present.
It's not his fault. He wrestled the match.
He did. He beat the guy in front of him.
What's he meant to do? Go out there and help AJ?
Yeah, help his friend fight Christian.
He's got a damn title to win.
And he did.
Yeah, so AJ should stop being such a whiny little bitch.
So this is not only AJ Styles' final X Division title reign,
which is kind of crazy,
as it comes to an end after 2 weeks.
For now.
This is also AJ's final televised X Division title match.
That's kind of crazy.
He has like a couple of 2007, 2008 X Division title matches against like Samoa Joe and Jay Lethal. But this is it. This is it for AJ. He is never in an X Division title match on television again. He's in TNA for another 8 years after this, 7.5. And he never has another X Division title match.
Which makes me again think that like maybe that was part of why like Russo like was a reconsideration or something. Or maybe AJ came up to Russo and was like, I need to be above this now.
It's like, yeah, because he was in the heavyweight division in '05, in it being kind of generous, because he went like X Division champion, won the world title, lost the world title, right back to the X Division. So, like, he flirted with being world champion in 2005, but went right back to the X Division, then went into the tag division, which is fine. Like, he had a good tag, like, the LAX matches were really good, the AMW matches were really good, he had a nice little tag run with Daniels, but you would have to imagine coming out of that, AJ would have to be like, let me play with the big dogs. I want to wrestle Christian. I want to wrestle Sting. I want to wrestle Angle. Why am I stuck down here with Chris Sabin doing Jerry Lynn angles?
Yeah. It certainly feels like maybe a general backstage consensus.
Yeah. That they were like, we do need to move on from this. That spins off into 2 matches for the pay-per-view because Christian interfered, cost AJ the X title. It spins into AJ versus Christian on the pay-per-view. And Sabin gets, I guess, technically a rematch against Daniels, even though he wasn't champion. And I guess this should have been... Sabin just gets a match against Daniels. There's not a good reason for that.
It makes very little sense, actually, now that I'm considering it.
Yeah, just as I was trying to rationalize it, I was like, no, that makes no sense at all, because like this would be his X Division title rematch, and he lost. And he got pinned, too, so it's not even you can like do the 3-way thing where it's like, oh, you got the shot in the 3-way.
Like, in my head, it was like, oh, he could have beat, but he didn't.
Yeah, he got pinned. So, yeah, Sabin just gets another shot at Daniels, because sure.
Because who cares? It's the X Division.
That's the attitude, yeah. Which brings us to Genesis. JB has Daniels. JB asks about winning the title from AJ. Daniel says, we're best friends, but when it comes to titles, his first priority isn't friendship, it's victory.
Makes sense.
Says he and AJ built the X Division, and he's going to show Sabin why he's the longest reigning X Division champion of all time.
Okay.
And then we get Daniels versus Sabin for the X Division title as Daniels retains.
An interesting little match that doesn't really get a chance to get going because there's too busy focusing on like AJ stuff and Lynn stuff and, you know.
Yeah, like the crowd are with them at the start and they kind of lose them a little bit in like the heat segment, I guess, because I don't think they hate Sabin that much.
Yeah, I don't think they love Daniels that much.
Yeah, Daniels is kind of like the guy that they liked when he was with AJ. And like Daniels did have momentum at the start of the year, I guess. Like they were super into him with the Joe stuff.
Yeah, there was that period where like Daniels was like hot.
Like when he did that like return to attack Joe for like the proper Daniels babyface turn, the crowd were super into him, but it feels like...
It's cold.
Yeah, coming out of the Styles and Daniels team, it doesn't feel like Daniels has momentum there anyway.
Nah, it has certainly cooled down.
Sabin looks to try and use a chair, but AJ comes out and removes the chair from the ring. And Daniels hits a big dive over the post onto Sabin on the floor. Daniels hits a tight DVD followed by a BME for a near fall. Daniels reverses the cradle shock into a crucifix that really looks like it was meant to be the finish. And then Daniels immediately reverses the future shock into a different cradle for the pin. And I believe like Rudy Charles walks up to Daniels and says something right after the finish. And I think it's him being like, sorry, I fucked that.
Interesting. But hey, Rudy's got to call it like a shoot.
Sabin tries to use a chair after the match. Jerry Lynn comes out and stops him. Jerry Lynn throws down his staff badge and says, if Sabin has a problem, let's solve it. Sabin shakes Daniels' hand, but as Lynn goes to leave, he pulls Daniels into a cradle shock, as Sabin is not a man to be trusted.
He's a snake.
He is. And then the other match on the show is Christian Cage versus AJ Styles. JB has Christian before the match. He asks if he's overlooking AJ. Says AJ is just one in a many growing list. He's waiting for the winner of the main event. And then hits the if you don't know now you know catchphrase, which I think is the first time he's hit that as like his heel catchphrase.
Doesn't exactly stick with me, to be fair.
Someone in NXT used that too. I don't remember who. It might have been Carmelo Hayes. But anyway. Christian AJ, first time ever match, I believe, at this point. Their only real proper, like, lengthy match. They do a TV match or two. This is their only pay-per-view match. How are you feeling about Christian AJ?
I don't really feel a lot. Like, I only watched a couple of days ago, and I don't really remember much about it, to be honest.
I only remember the one instance where Christian nearly died.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really have much to say about them. I think, like, they feel like on paper they'd have, like, really good chemistry.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, Christian has, like, some problems where he's not, like, the more dynamic guy in the match. Like, he can kind of get lost in it, I feel, sometimes. So, like, maybe it's just a little bit of a case of that.
Yeah, like, I think that's the historical impression of this match, because you see on pay-per-view, you see Christian Cage against AJ Styles, hell fucking yeah. And then you watch the match, and, like, it's not bad. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, like, it's just kind of a decent little pay-per-view match that doesn't leave a lasting impression.
Yeah. It is kind of fun that this match is on the same show as Joe and Angle.
Yeah.
Like, these are both really big sort of like first time matches. One is treated much more as one, but like, because like, you know, I feel like if you advertised cage styles as like a bigger deal, it could have been a bigger deal too.
Yeah, that's like a pay-per-view main event in different circumstances where you could carry an entire show on AJ and Christian.
Yeah.
So AJ looks to lift Christian overhead as an unprettier counter, but Christian over-rotates and does a full flip and nearly dies.
It's pretty fucking gnarly.
It happens to Christian at least like once or twice a month.
Yeah, he's got a wacky relationship with contorting his body.
He is an underrated bump freak in this era.
Yeah. Even like to this day, he's still kind of a weirdo. He'll bust out some crazy shit.
AJ does his big flip dive, but on the rail side and just fucking hammers his legs off the rail.
Yeah. AJ does that a lot.
And like, you know he's gonna do it. Like, it's not like he tries to mitigate it. He just goes full force every time. He's like, I'm just gonna eat it. I'm just gonna eat it. Christian catapults AJ into the corner, but AJ comes back with the reverse DDT. Christian tries to use the chair, so Daniels runs out to stop him in the same way AJ did earlier in the show. Daniels and Christian have a tug of war over the chair, but this allows AJ to go for a roll-up, but Christian just sits down on that roll-up attempt, uses the chair as leverage, and again pins AJ. So Daniels tried to stop Christian from cheating, then accidentally cost AJ the match. This causes Styles and Daniels to argue after the match. Jay Lethal and Sanjay Dutt come out to calm things down. Rhino follows and is like, you two go away, I got this. He talks about how he just had his best friendship crumble and he's not about to watch that happen to somebody else.
I really like this, actually. I just like the idea of Rhino being like, I've seen friendships really fucking break up lately, and it sucks, and I would like to stop this for someone else.
You guys, you're on the road to a barbed wire cage match, and you don't want it. It sucks. So he demands they shake hands. Daniels offers a hand. AJ's like, thanks, Dr. Phil. If I needed a psychiatrist,
fucking
I'll give you a call.
Yeah, you ICE agent.
Okay.
Dr. Phil was out doing ICE raids.
Yeah, I forgot that he went all the way down the rabbit hole. Fucking Dr.
Oh, yeah,
Phil.
he's like a freak.
I used to watch the shit out of Dr. Phil.
The thing is, it's like, I hate to be the one friend who's too woke, but like, most of Dr. Phil was just like, let's find like the people going through the most like ridiculous mental health struggles possible and like put a big camera on them.
Because it is funny that like Dr. Phil and Jerry Springer are fundamentally the same show.
Yeah, but like one got treated with some sort of like reverence and respect and one was considered trash TV.
Yeah, but one dude put the word doctor in front of the name and was like, well, you know, he's doing real work here. Whereas you said, it's just as like trashy and exploitative. And I've watched enough of it. It used to be on at like 3 a.m. every night in Ireland. And I watched a lot of Dr. Phil. And yeah, it's trash. It is trash.
Yeah, it is kind of vindicating that he ended up being like a gigantic freak.
It makes sense in hindsight, yeah. So AJ has a new attitude. Mike and Don are aghast when AJ said that. They're like, that doesn't sound like AJ Styles at all.
I mean, at different points in time, it sounds like AJ Styles.
That's true.
I'm sure he's told many a person that's tried to like have him explain his feelings and called them Dr. Phil. That feels like something that's come out of AJ's life.
The other X Division feud this month is the simmering tension among Paparazzi Productions.
What do you mean? I think they went to Wrestlers Court and everything was fine.
Our boys, they're not getting along. After our Austin Starr, he had a triumphant debut in the Kevin Nash X Division Gauntlet Battle Royal.
Is that the most controversial man in wrestling?
No, this is Austin Starr. He's a different guy.
Oh, sorry.
Easy to mistake. They look very similar if you look very close, but Starr and Aries.
Is this the guy who posted the photo of the tiger eating pussy?
What?
That's the famous Austin Aries tweet.
No.
Oh, come on. Don't make me read the Austin Aries tweet.
You might have to read the Austin Aries tweet. I'm sorry I'm not clued into the culture as much as you are.
It is, to describe it, it is a drawn image of a tiger-human hybrid with 3 eyes eating pussy from the back. Hashtag World Vegan Day. When you know she's vegan and doesn't taste like battery acid and wet pennies from eating Slim Jims and Kraft mac and cheese.
Excuse me?
At Austin Aries, 6:30 a.m., November 2nd, 2018.
6:30 a.m. That would be Australian time.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
This is a very famous tweet. I can't believe I'm having to explain it.
Austin Aries. He truly is the king of controversy.
He is the king of controversy. You cannot deny it.
Do you know what I only just got?
I sent you the image, by the way.
Oh, I'm not gonna have to look at it. But like, he's called Star because like Aries is a star constellation.
Ah,
I only just thought about it. Oh God,
that's stupid.
Why is it like that? Where did he find this?
What do you mean?
Where did Austin Aries come across this image?
Probably some vegan Facebook page.
Probably some vegan 4chan. Shout out Aaron Taub, who's one of the replies on this. This tweet is every bit as upsetting today as it was when it was first released. I'm going to take a look at some of the quote tweets on this Austin Aries tweet.
All right, this is a brief interlude.
Billy Gunn Facts tweets, Billy Gunn would never tweet this.
I don't think that's true.
THG does the... remember when he did the Wrestling Twitter Awards?
Yes.
That was the worst tweet.
That's accurate.
The worst tweet of the year was given to that.
That makes sense.
The second worst tweet of the year was Ryan Satin.
Saw it.
Is New Japan without women same as WWE running shows in Saudi? Number 4 is the Melissa Santos yummy penis tweet. This was 1 year, by the way. This was the year 2018.
This is a goat year.
I wouldn't put that in the worst section. How dare they? But yeah, what a tweet.
Shout outs number 7 at Alan Cheapshot. What's wrong with smoking dick?
Yes, naturally. All right. What were we talking about?
Austin Starr.
Oh, yes. So, Bound for Glory. Austin Starr won the X Division Gauntlet Battle Royal. Kevin Nash for Bound for Glory Gauntlet. And Shelley was jealous. Nash was all about him. He was like, look at this new hotness. And Shelley was like, I wouldn't here too. So, first Impact of the month, Shelley's with Nash. And he asks if Austin Starr is better than him. Nash confirms that Johnny Devine is out of Paparazzi Productions because he refused to edit the German snuff films.
You gotta applaud a man who would take a stand to go work for Raven.
He's like, this I cannot abhor. I must go be Raven's subservient lackey.
I must go to the morally good leadership of the Raven.
I must arguably go create my own German snuff films with Raven.
Live in the ring.
Austin Starr comes in. Nash says Starr brought back the X Division. Nash asks Shelley to film every frame of Starr's matches. Shelley's like, why? And it's because he's the Austin Starr.
Not a great reason, but we'll take it.
The November 9th Impact, P.D. Williams faces Austin Starr and Johnny Devine in a 3-way match. PD and Devine are already in the ring, which doesn't bode well for them. They do reinforce that Devine has been fired from Paparazzi Production. Nash is on commentary along with Shelley. Today is like, hey, you're latching onto this new hot guy, and they try to sow some seeds of jealousy between Nash and Shelley. But Nash says he and Shelley went for sushi in a movie yesterday, and they're fine.
I wonder what movie it was.
All right, where are we? This is November 9th. There was apparently the 3D re-release of The Nightmare Before Christmas.
That sounds appropriate.
Oh no, there is a movie right here that is the movie they definitely saw.
I have one as well, and I'm curious to see if it's the same one.
Borat?
It wasn't Borat. I had 50 Cent Get Rich or Die Trying.
Different kind of movie.
But both movies I could see Kevin Nash and Alex Shelley going to see together.
I hope they did a double feature.
That's a perfect double feature.
Yeah.
Completely unironically, that is a perfect double feature.
If you were to walk into a bar and that's those two movies, the two movies that somebody says their favorite movies of all time, those would be good movies.
The 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Oh, that is in their realm of comedy.
Which was at the end of its goddamn 6-month fucking cinema run. August 19th to December 15th.
Big hit.
It was a big hit.
There was no streaming back in those days, so they just left it in the cinema forever. Devine hits a moonsault. Nash says that's something out of his playbook. Shelley goes for a close-up shot of Starr, allowing PD to throw Shelley into Starr, and then hits Devine with the Canadian Destroyer for the win. And Nash is very mad at Shelley for this.
But the company was very happy with the debut of Austin Starr.
Yes, apparently they were very happy with his Bound for Glory debut. They're happy with this gimmick, as if they didn't have Austin Aries on their roster for 6 months. They're like, oh, this guy.
This guy has it. Where's he been?
He's wearing very sparkly tights now. I like it.
Talk more about their bullshit backstage segments. I'll be back in a sec. That was very demeaning. I didn't mean it for that way, because these segments are very funny. I just wanted to clarify, The Shelley and Star stuff is funny. It's not the peak of like Paparazzi Productions comedy, but like it's still good.
Yeah.
You got to see ass, you know?
So after their incident, they couldn't get along once again. There's jealousy. Kevin Nash decides to take them to wrestler's court. On the primetime special, Shelley and Star, they're pissing backstage. They're standing at the urinals. They're arguing about last week's match. They shake on letting Kevin decide. And when I say shake on, I mean like shaking their dicks while they're peeing. Nash is watching this shaking from the stall behind them and says, "Shut the front door," in the way that Kevin Nash says that is wormed into my brain forever. Shelley asks if Nash is taking the Browns to the Super Bowl. Nash replies he's got a little log jam. Nash ducks down and reemerges in a judge's outfit to preside over wrestler's court. Star said Shelley cost him the match last week. Somebody is going to be found guilty tonight. And then the segment ends with the musical sting from What the Hell Are You Waiting For?
What?
That's the song that ends. It's an instrumental version of What the Hell Are You Waiting For? The Jay-Z and Linkin Park song.
Oh, yeah, because they keep doing Linkin Park instrumentals.
I don't know why. It's a different one than last time, but these Paparazzi Production segments, they're just like, do, 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 at the end of them.
Well, that's Numb. You just did Numb.
Did I?
Yeah. Do, 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 do,
Yeah.
do. That's Numb.
Oh, yeah, I just had the lyric from the song rather than the name of the song. Classic.
Yeah, but like this isn't the first time because for some reason they did it on the pay-per-view too. They just keep adding Linkin Park knockoffs.
They just need to make themselves more trendy, and they do it via Linkin Park.
To be fair, I find a choice.
Could be worse.
Like Linkin Park would still hit today if used.
You wanted it to be used for the All-In match?
Yes, I wanted Heavy as the Crown. Which I have now changed, actually. I have found a better use for it.
Yeah.
I want Heavy as the Crown to be the Don Callis family theme.
Oh, just their theme song?
Yeah, it should be like their unit theme.
And then becomes Kyle Single's theme?
It could. My trips to work now have been listening to the songs on my playlist and then working out which wrestler should have them as themes.
I think that's a good use of time.
Yeah, I want Ash Nico's Riot for the Triangle of Madness.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep more in mind as I go. Another really good one, but I forgot what it was.
You should start like making a spreadsheet and send it to Tony Khan.
That should be my job. Just work out what real songs we should give to wrestlers.
Yeah, Tony, if you're listening, give Liam a job.
Please. I'll find a cool theme for Xander Khan Jr. when you sign him. It'll be the Pirates of the Caribbean theme.
The Yuji Nagata version.
Which is just the Pirates of the Caribbean theme.
But it will be his version.
It'll be muted just like Yuji Nagata.
We go back to Paparazzi Productions. Nash has heard the arguments and withdraws to Chambers, which is his toilet stall, as court is now in recess. We come back one more time. You may have been worried about a hung jury, but all you have to be worried about is a hung judge, says Kevin Nash.
Hey, yo.
He cites the precedent of Shawn Michaels versus the Blues Brothers in 1995 and finds in favor of Austin Starr. Demands Shelley give him $100.
Is the implication that the Blues Brothers cost Shawn Michaels a match?
I was going to look into it, but then I didn't bother. I was going to be like, is that an actual match? Did they actually like look into an incident in which the Blues Brothers cost Shawn a match? Or maybe it's something like Diesel cost Shawn the match or something like that? Maybe,
I don't know.
Maybe it's his own precedent. But Nash says, nicely done to Starr as Shelley looks dejected. The back of Nash's robe is open, revealing his ass, as Shelley says, wow, he must work out.
Which, by the way, I don't think was meant to be kept in, because it was over like when they faded to black.
Yeah, Nash is just walking away as the Linkin Park stinger plays once again. And that is like how it airs. It's like, wow, he must work out. Shot of Kevin Nash's ass, Linkin Park song.
It rules.
It's like it would be made up as a joke, as a bit, but it actually aired as is in this TNA Impact television show in 2006.
Of course it did.
That does take us to the pay-per-view in which we have a tag team match. Lance White and Ron Killings face the tag team of Alex Shelley and Austin Starr. Before the match, Nash says he has a bad feeling about this one. They really need to win, so he needs to count on Shelley and Starr to give 90% tonight. He wants to put Wrestler's Court behind him. Starr wants to know where his money is, and Shelley says the check is in the mail. Check your box. They put their hands in and then start grunting. Mm-hmm. And then we get a tag team match as Lance White and Ron Killings defeat Alex Shelley and Austin Starr.
So they only gave 89%.
And it wasn't enough. Lance Hoyt's a man who always gives at least 93.
That's true. It's a fun little like pay-per-view tag match, but it's nothing special.
Yeah, it's one of those that are like, it's very much thrown on the show just to continue to tell this little story, but it's a good little match.
Yeah.
Nash is immediately on commentary, and he immediately starts talking over the ring announcer, and you can actually see, if you look in the wide shot as the entrances are happening, TNA is chastising Nash for talking over the ring announcer.
Mm-hmm.
Nash does talk about the promise he sees in Chris Sabin, maybe planting some seeds there. Nash talks about the X Division title defense he just had in Budokan. And my favorite part is Mike Tenay is the most bemused looking man in the world as Kevin Nash goes on this 30-second tangent about how he did this fancy splash and won the match in Budokan, and he's still Budokan X Division champion. And Tenay is rolling his eyes. He's looking into the distance. It's wonderful. They should be a commentary team together, except on WCW Thunder. Nash says he's calling a mandatory X Division meeting for Impact, so we'll cover that in the next episode. Kellings and Starr do some dancing antics. Nash is aghast at Lance Hoyt's tattoo. He's like, what the fuck? Why would you get that?
Ain't we all?
They spend the match working over Hoyt's leg. Shelley demands Starr go film him as Shelley is going for a figure 4. This delay causes Hoyt to roll him up, and Nash is like, what the fuck? Nash goes up to Starr and is like, what are you doing? And Starr is like, Shelley told me to, and Nash is just like, you don't listen to him! As our paparazzi production nonsense continues, and we are on the cusp of the Paparazzi Championship Series.
The peak. Warrior.
Kevin Nash, if you watch the show, you will see his arm is in a sling. He had surgery on his rotator cuff, which may alleviate some of the pain he experienced in his neck recently.
Vindication.
Which does, Dave says at one point, apparently still stem from Toy Box incident.
Vindication.
He lifted that toy box once and he had to get surgery.
That sucks.
That's what your body does to you, man. Just ask Bad Bunny.
Hop.
That brings us over to the tag division, starting with the continued feud between LAX and AMW. If you remember, this started heading into Bound for Glory when Hernandez hit the border toss on Gail Kim.
Now with added Petey.
Yes, we have flag burning, racism, and Petey Williams. We'll get into it. On the October 26th Impact, the Naturals challenged LAX for the NWA World Tag Team titles. This is the rematch, or the match that they get from winning the Gauntlet match all the way back at No Surrender, when they won that match to become number one contenders. This is their shot, and they lose in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, because they haven't had their mean streak yet.
That's true. They're still kind of baby faces until this match.
Mm-hmm.
And they're firmly heels afterwards.
And they're cool, finally.
You're into the Naturals. They've won you over.
I like the Naturals. They got the long pants now. The gear's looking good. They look like little pricks.
They're wearing leather jackets.
Up Bully Ray.
Is it just because they're beating up Bully Ray that you're like, oh, maybe I'm into this?
No, it's because they look like the Young Bucks.
They do. That was like a comparison that people did used to make all the time.
I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, it's a specific, not stereotype. What's the word I'm looking for? Archetype, yeah.
They replayed the border toss on Gail Kim. AMW jump LAX during their entrance and brawl all over the building. I like the way, like, the LAX are jumped before the match and the Naturals still lose in 2 minutes.
And they beat the fuck out of him.
Security eventually ejects AMW. The Naturals run wild before Andy Douglas is jumped to the floor. Homicide drops Chase with the Gringo Killer. Conan hits Douglas with a slapjack. And Hernandez border tosses him for the win. Douglas just looks shell-shocked at the top of the ramp. Shane Douglas, that is. As the LAX celebrate. The November 9th Impact, TNA and West throws us some footage of AMW doing an autograph signing. They're just signing some 8x10s when suddenly LAX appear from nowhere, attack them. They smash Harris's wrists against a rail and then border toss Storm into a wall.
It kind of rules.
I do think they added little like splat noise when he hit the wall.
I don't know. It just, the Homicide like crawling up from behind that wall and jumping is very funny.
You would be pissed if you were next in line for an autograph.
Oh, hopefully LAX then started signing autographs.
Or they started like ripping up other people's autographs.
So no one gets one and it's fair.
Later in the show, LAX's music hits. Conan says nobody jumps LAX from behind. LAX calls out to PD, who's leaving after the match, because this happens straight after the PD Williams Austin Star Johnny Devine match. He calls out to PD and asks, hey PD, you're not American. You want to burn the flag next week? And PD's like, yeah.
PD's like, I guess. I mean, like, not really like super Canada pilled anymore, but I'll give it a shot.
Conan says the American flag stands for lies, exploitation, and racism, so he's going to spit on it, he's going to urinate on it, and then he's going to burn it.
and we will have nothing to say about any of those statements.
That brings us to the prime time special, November 16th. Eric Young opens the show, leading fans into the Impact Zone to celebrate going prime time with this 2-hour special. Eric Young says he has a big announcement. LAX's music then hits, which causes Eric Young to scream, "Sniper! Sniper! Get out!" as he runs out of the building. Tremendous bit. Conan says they're militant thugs 24/7, 365. This country has turned its back on the immigration issue for too long, so Conan tonight has a message. He's going to burn the flag. AMW's music hits. They brawl for a bit. They face down Conan. This allows LAX to regain the advantage, but Gail Kim arrives and hits a top rope Rana on Homicide. She tries to Rana Hernandez too, but then he maneuvers her back into border toss position, but then Harris makes the save as AMW stand tall after Storm super kicks Hernandez.
This specific LAX segment this week.
This aired on television in 2006, man.
Oh, God.
Can you imagine if a wrestling feud was based around a character going on TV being like this country has turned its back on the immigration issue for too long?
It would take it.
Even like Eric Young doing the sniper bit would probably get him cancelled these days. So later in the show, Christy Hemme is chastising LAX about threatening to burn the flag. Not only is it immoral, it's also a federal offense.
That's why they're gonna get Petey to do it.
Yeah, he's their patsy. He's their pizza.
Yeah, I think that's legitimately it.
Conan says stop being such a patriot and be a journalist and follow them. Petey walks up and goes with them. So again, later in the show, we go back to the flag burning. Christy Hemme is trying to get them to stop. This is for all the exploitation and racism and stealing of land and everything they've done to their ancestors. Conan is like, Petey, I'm going to let you do it, as Hernandez like gasses it up. Petey then monologues about all the things the flag represents. Politics, war, greed, but it also represents one more thing. And Conan just like sagely nods his head and is like, yeah, racism. His delivery of that fucking killed me because it's so obvious Petey is like setting up but Conan is like, speak racism.
Speak on it, Petey.
Petey says no, opportunity.
Huh?
He came to this country with a dream, and this country gave him a chance to fulfill that opportunity. Petey says they can burn it over his dead body, and then launches the blowtorch into the distance. They jump Petey to try and get the flag back to burn it anyway, but then sirens appear, and Conan says, it's the Popo, before LAX flee. As then Mike Tenay does a little speech about what Conan was trying to do, but then Petey is a real American hero.
I've always said this.
I think, when I think of America, I think of the hot dog eating contest.
Yep.
I think of their various bad sports.
Uh-huh.
I think about their cult-like relationship with college football.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about real American hero Petey Williams.
So true.
Those are the things that are most quintessentially American to me. That does set up the pay-per-view match, which is America's Most Wanted challenging LAX for the NWA World Tag Team titles. It seems reductive to talk about a tag team championship match after they tried to burn the flag on television, but that's what it's building to. JB has LAX earlier in the show. JB is aghast at them wanting to burn the flag, but Petey stopped them. Conan says, like a true Canadian, he's a coward, and if he wants to serve a country that sends its people to get slaughtered under false pretenses in Iraq, then that's fine. Conan fucking spitting this month. Again, how did this air without anybody being like, what the fuck?
Oh, God.
He says it's his constitutional right to burn this flag, and no amount of emails or long-distance phone calls can stop them. JB is like, you know Jim Cornette's real mad about this. And Conan is like, screw Jim Cornette, we don't take orders from no white boy.
Hell yeah.
I do wonder, obviously the emails and long-distance phone calls thing, I do wonder like how many complaints they did actually get about this, how many like calls and emails to Spike TV there were about like threats to burn a flag on national television.
They didn't do it.
They threatened to do it though. Later in the show, JB has AMW and Gail Kim. LAX tried to take them out after burying them in the Mexican flag, but they're still here. But then Conan tried to burn the American flag, and that's truly too far. Harris says they may have never been America's favorite, but they will always be America's most wanted.
Bah.
Storm says the First Amendment protects them from the government, but not from AMW.
Bah.
He then gets a little racist doing fake languages, and then gets a lot racist by saying LAX are only good at swimming and drywalling.
Not a bah. Gonna say, not a bar on that one.
It was going so well until the racism. And that does bring us to the match in which LAX defeated America's Most Wanted to retain the NWA World Tag Team titles.
Kind of a fun little match.
Yeah.
They're like, these are teams that are good together. They're like a little wonky and a little dangerous, but in a good way, you know?
These are like big beefy boys and also Homicide throwing their bodies at each other.
In like a Sasha Banks match kind of way. Where you're like, it's a little sloppy, but it makes it better. Sasha Banks. I guess that was more that era, to be fair.
Yeah, she still kind of dies, but more in a more of a structured way these days.
Yeah, like it really was like a Sasha era thing that was like the matches were kind of like super dangerous.
Especially like it's the Charlotte matches in particular. Like those two fucking killed each other.
Yeah.
AMW have their slightly revamped theme here with more gongs at the start, more like hammer bongs. Conan says the First Amendment will protect them from the consequences of burning the flag tonight, as we start with the brawl at ringside. Heat on Harris, hot tag to Storm. Harris goes for the usual like left arm lariat off the ropes, but Hernandez trips as he's coming in, and they just like collide full force, and it's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Hernandez hits Harris with a top rope cracker jack. Hernandez hits Storm with a rough alpha bomb where Storm just comes down on its side. Also, again, looked kind of awesome because he just kind of dumped him. They hit the death sentence on Hernandez, but Conan distracts the ref. This allows Homicide to hit Storm with the blowtorch, and Hernandez scores the pin. Homicide is about to Gringo Killer Gale when PD makes the save with a pipe. Jim Cornette comes out, says LAX are guilty of gross misconduct and bad taste, calls the racism they experience perceived, which, Jim, way to deny their lived experience.
Listen here, you stupid sons of bitches.
Gives a hoorah speech about all the people who died for the flag to defend their rights, and that is literally one of Conan's points. He is literally like, all these people died in vain because I don't even have any rights. Nobody has rights. That's the problem. The crowd are with Cornette for the hoorah stuff, but then he strips LAX of the tag titles and the crowd start booing and chanting bullshit.
They're like, that's a little far.
It's like, we actually like them as wrestlers. We want to see them as tag team champions.
Which is very funny.
Cornette then says they have until Thursday to hand over the belts or they will be fired. So a wild month, a wild angle, the kind of thing, every step of the way you're like, this would have caused 17 different culture wars if it happened today. Which somehow makes it feel all the more timely to watch now.
It feels so timely. It's crazy.
It's very strange to watch somebody go on TV being like, how dare you demonize immigrants? And you're like, yes, preach. It's very, very strange. But because like people talked about how like cutting edge this was at the time. And it's one of the very, very, very rare instances of a wrestling company using a current like political issue in a way that doesn't feel real, corny, and bad.
Yeah.
I guess the only issue being like the baby faces in hindsight do seem real corny and bad when they're like, oh, racism. That's our response to you.
But like, again, like it could have just not been that. It was so close to just not being that.
Because the AMW lines about like, oh, we're never America's favorite, we're always America's most wanted, and the First Amendment may protect you from the government, but not from us. That stuff is good.
Yeah.
And then they veer. They
do veer.
But interesting angle, good match. That brings us to the continued adventures of the newly franchised Naturals.
Of course it does. Just as they're getting good, everything's going well.
October 26th Impact, they do lose to LAX. After the match, Shane Douglas slaps Stevens, but Stevens slaps Shane Douglas back.
It's fucking awesome.
Andy Douglas then decks Franchise. Franchise, bleeding from the mouth, smirks.
This is what he wants from the newly franchised Naturals. He wants that mean streak.
He's finally gotten through to them. They finally have the killer instinct. So in the Fight for the Right Battle Royal, there's a period where Brother Ray is talking to Franchise. Brother Ray's not in the match. Runt and Devon are, but Brother Ray is at ringside. And Franchise is just like whispering in his ear. And then 2 weeks later, we get an in-ring promo segment.
Which I think is good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like, I just like the attack, you know? I just think it's like, so like they have like this really kind of like odd promo back and forth, and like Shane Douglas is like, Bully Ray, you whispering in my ear, you disrespected me. And then Bully's like, I have so much respect for you. What are you doing? It's just, I disagreed with what you whispered to me sultrily during the match. And then like Franchise is like, he puts over the Naturals and he's like, yeah, they earned everything. What have they done? and then says that the Dudleys are washed up. True. And insults ECW, which I think is where Ray has a real problem.
Yeah, because like they never actually explain what it is they have a problem about. Like it is this aloof thing where it's like, well, you whispered in my ear and I'm mad and you're mad and we're both mad, but we're never going to tell you what we're mad about.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, was it like cut or something, or was there like an angle cut, or was there like a line?
I just think
promo?
they don't care about telling us.
It's just like, we need a reason for these guys to be at odds, and this is it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then they do the angle. Franchise slaps Bully, and then the Naturals jump him. They pull out a table. They whip Bully through a table they set up in the corner. Mike and Don are like, where the hell's Devon? He's not coming to help. And then we cut backstage as Devon is lying in a pile of rubble groaning.
I think the beatdown's really good. And like them like putting him through the table looked really cool. I don't know. I think like there's a really simple way to make someone cool, which is just like, we're going to have like 2 young guys beat up some old guys.
It does help. A tables match between the Naturals and Team 3D is made for the next week on Impact on the Prime Time Special. Before that match, JB has 3D. He asks about the issues with the Naturals. Last week was the night the Naturals stood up and the world took notice. They committed the ultimate sin of putting Bully through a table. Now 3D will be the last thing they ever see, which I think might be true. I think 3D might be the last thing the Naturals ever see in this company. We then have a tables match, single table to a finish. If somebody is put through a table, their team loses. 3D are about to put Andy Douglas through a table, but Shane Douglas pushes him out of the way and eats a 3D through a table instead, so takes a bullet for his boys. Naturals hit a 3D on Bully, and then they slam Devon through a table with a double spinebuster for the win. They said 3D had never lost a tables match, even though Royal Rumble 2000 is arguably the most famous tables match of all time, where they lost to the Hardys. They've also been beaten by Road Dogg and X-Pac, Shane and Vince McMahon, X-Factor, Kane and Undertaker, Lance Storm and William Regal, and Batista and Ric Flair, and that is only counting straight tag team matches. They've also lost like 6-man tag team tables matches. But they did lose to the Naturals.
To be fair, it's like it's very weird to like give Naturals this like push before they get bounced from the company.
I wonder, because we are about to talk about a pay-per-view match that has a botched finish. And I wonder, is it just the case where they fucked the finish to that match and they're like, fuck it, we don't care.
Yeah, maybe.
So that takes us to Genesis, where the Naturals are backstage with JB and Shane Douglas. The table 3D were put through has 3D was here on it. They brag about beating 3D in their own match. They're like, 3D fled to Japan because the fans there still don't know any better. They still think 3D are the best tag team of all time. They then proceed to list 100 tag teams better than Team 3D, which I thought was weird, but you know what? I'm into it.
But poignant in a certain way.
The Naturals proved otherwise, and 3D aren't here tonight, so they will beat Jay Lethal and Sanjay Dutt in a tag team match instead. Jerry Lynn leads Lethal and Dutt out as far as the ramp. Andy Douglas hits a very nice looking running knee. Dutt hits a seated senton that looks more like he got power bombed. It's like he was left like too short and then just came back down on his own head. Lethal adjusts Dutt's moonsault trajectory in midair at one point, which is kind of cool. Franchise tries to interfere but gets decked, but this interference allows the Naturals to beat Dutt with what was meant to be their finish, which is a missile dropkick powerbomb combo. Except Andy Douglas missed the missile dropkick so bad he hit Chase Stevens in the ass, and Chase Stevens just powerbombed him and won anyway, and Don was like, what a great finisher.
But it's like, in theory it is.
It would be like, because Chase was too far away, which was the problem. And if Andy actually hit it with them halfway across the ring, it would have looked awesome.
Yeah.
But Andy left it short, hit Chase in the ass, finish kind of looked like shit. And I do wonder if there's just like, we're trying this experiment with this team that they clearly don't 100% believe in. Like, they had them squashed by LAX in 2 minutes this month. If they believed in the Naturals, that wouldn't have happened. So maybe this thing that is still like on the fence, new booker has just come in, he sees this finish and he's like, just fuck off, we'll blow this off pretty quick.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, bro, they have the Natural Disaster, which is a great finish.
That's what drives me crazy. It's like an all-timer finish that somebody should steal.
Yeah.
And we round things out, as we always do, with VKM. Oh, dearie me.
At least this is the famous one, you know?
There's some meat on the bone here.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
So during the Fight for the Right Reverse Battle Royal, BG James was meant to be in the match, but apparently he refused under grounds that are a little unclear. So Kip James was in the match instead. We also saw Matt Bentley at one point standing in the stands dressed as Raven.
I forgot that these two things were united.
We're not supposed to realize he was dressed as Raven, I don't think, but he was clearly dressed as Raven.
He's meant to just look like a weird freak.
Then the following week, after the Ron Killings Lance Hoyt match, the James Gang interrupts. BG shakes Ron's hand as Ron is like, what the hell are you doing? 3LK family drama lives. BG talks about how a couple of guys who couldn't get over hired BG and Kip to carry them, but they couldn't fool them anymore, and then fired them, and then carried on pretending they were the real stars at that stable. He then accuses TNA management of dropping the ball on the very marketable 3 Live crew. Says if they can't find him work, then he knows where to find it. The James Gang has been back together for 6 months, and management is dropping the ball again. So he throws his TNA hat into the crowd and says, we've seen the last of the James Gang.
Yes!
It's over!
Thank
Our long-lasting nightmare!
I'm free!
We will never see the James Gang again.
Why are you saying it like that?
It's because we'll never see the James Gang again. Kip says BG has gone soft and then says TNA Spike TV, and then his mic is cut before he can go any further. Kip goes to the desk to get on the headset, and then that mic is cut too. He stands on the desk to try and shout something out as we throw the break.
He's gonna drop a slur.
Probably.
But they would have left it on for that, and he would have been cheered.
During the Christian Cage Rhino match, the Weapons or Escape 4 Corners pole match, Maverick Matt jumps in the ring with his Raven look and attacks Rhino. And then after the match, a green-haired Kazarian also attacks Rhino. Matt joins in on the attack. Rhino gores Matt and then smashes Kazarian through a table. So whatever this reboot is, it's certainly already going well for those two boys.
It'll get better.
On the prime time special, Eric Young leads a fan conga line out. TNA thanks Spike TV for giving them the prime time and once again encourages you, as usual, to text your friends and instant message them about TNA. Eric Young says the sniper's gone now, so he's going to make a big announcement. Kaz and Maverick Matt with a gremlin-looking Johnny Devine interrupt. They're all dressed very gothy. Kazarian says their great redeemer has opened their eyes.
Miro.
Yeah, he would have been like 19 at this point. That would have been cool. It's no longer about winning or losing, but what you're willing to sacrifice. Now, the next show is Genesis. A new theme song hits, and Voodoo Kin Mafia come out.
Help me, they're in my house!
Dun, 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 dun. They destroy Kazarian, Matt, Divine. They walked out 2 weeks ago. Now they're back.
So the implication here is we can go somewhere else. They couldn't go somewhere else, and now they're back.
They've rebranded as the Voodoo Kin Mafia.
And what's the initials for that?
That's VKM.
What could that mean?
Very kill myself.
Which is how I feel watching them.
And now they have the permission to do anything they please, because they got one thing to return, and that's creative control.
How did they get that?
Because they made contractual demands, I guess. That's how they didn't go elsewhere, Liam, because they got creative control.
How did they get that?
I like the idea that, like, within the confines of this being its own in-universe thing, it's just like, our stories were bad, and now we're writing them ourselves.
Because it's fake.
Yeah. Kip has dyed his hair as well.
Which is cool. It's the one cool thing that's happened.
His hair is now red. VKM has decided to use this creative control to declare war on Paul Levesque, Michael Hickenbottom, and Vincent K. McMahon.
Vincent K. McMahon.
They give their history of DX from their perspective, that they were like the stars and the things that got over. And then Sean and Hunter, they like rode the coattails and then pushed them to the side. And then bury current DX because VKM are good and DX are not.
True.
This does draw from the crowd a DX sucks chant.
The blow-off is going to be amazing.
When they do the interpromotional show and they wrestle DX.
Yeah, of course.
And to be, like, this was at the peak of terrible 2006 DX. Like, this was right around the time of, like, the Survivor Series Spirit Squad shit. So, like, DX were dog shit. It was an easy dunk. People hated that shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so cringe. I can't remember the context of this next line. Kip says they're the biggest pieces of shit, but BG takes... What? Oh, he's...
I think he says that DX are the biggest pieces of shit.
Ah, yes.
But I like to imagine he's talking about themselves.
But BG then takes the mic. They will come by air, sea, and land. They're bringing war to their front door.
They already did that. It's called Cookie Gate, and it was better.
And it also featured BG James.
I know.
And it was better. He was better in that too.
I know.
On his online blog, Jim Ross reacted to the VKM storyline on Impact. TNA using the WWE as part of a storyline makes no sense to me. I am sure they have their reasons, but I would rather devote the valuable TV time promoting my own stars and not providing another brand the stretch. I don't know what that means. Trying to recreate the Monday Night Wars may be a nice goal, but is about 10 years too late. But then again, I could be wrong.
That's remarkably nice of Jim.
He's like, it's a bit stupid, but you know what? Maybe it'll work.
Yeah, it won't, so you don't have to, Jim. It's fine.
And that takes us to the pay-per-view, in which VKM faced Kazarian, Maverick Matt, and Johnny Devine in a 3-on-2 handicap match.
Yep.
This new act once again going very well for Kazarian, Maverick Matt, and Johnny Devine. They're all fully gothed out with like white kendo sticks. They tap the sticks on the ring post. VKM have the full entrance with the little slide doors that open up on the side of the stage. They did, I believe, have that on TV too, but they didn't actually shoot it properly, so you didn't see it on TV, but you saw it here.
Yeah. I like the entrance.
I like the theme song as well.
Mm.
It's too bad it's for these guys.
Yeah.
BG's pants say war on them, so he clearly wants to be booked by Tenru.
Amazing reference, Garrett.
Thank you. I even wrote it into the notes.
So you wouldn't forget?
Definitely, so I would forgot that joke if I didn't write it into the notes. BG does the HBK flying forearm, but then screws up a Kip up deliberately, like for comedy. Inverted comatose comedy. Kip pedigrees Matt, tunes up the band for a super kick, but abandons it because he thinks it's stupid. He stops a Divine flying nothing and hits the Missouri boat ride for the win. BG grabs a mic and calls out Vince, Shawn, and Triple H using their government names. The ground war is about to begin on Impact.
Okay.
We were talking about that Connecticut house show. I believe that's when they filmed what is to come. The ground war.
They should bring a tank to them.
That would be one of the most iconic moments in wrestling history, I would have heard.
It would kill them instantly, I hear.
There's many DVDs that could have been sold off the back of it. After the match, Maverick Matt and Kazarian have Divine blindfolded in the ring as Raven's music hits. It turns out he's the guy behind this group.
It's not Miro?
It's not Miro.
Oh my god.
Wasn't Raven teased as like the Dark Order guy at one point?
But I don't know if he was teased.
But like, remember, he was randomly in the crowd when they were like teasing who was the Exalted One.
Yeah, I remember vaguely this.
And I think people were like, my god, it's Raven.
I think that was more of like a red herring. Or a raven.
Caw.
A different bird.
Not a magpie that attacked me today.
Garrett was viciously attacked by a bird.
We have talked on this podcast extensively about fighting birds, and I am vindicated in my thinking it's harder to fight a bird based on that magpie attacking me.
And I just say you're wrong.
If the scorpion tried to attack me, I would have gotten away. The bird can come. The bird was like 50 meters behind.
You are forgetting giant components of this, which include being stuck in the room with no shoes.
Yeah, but like that bird at one point was like 50 meters behind me, and I was like, all right, it's fed up, I'm safe. So I was like walking as if like, yeah, I'm fine. And then it came back. It flew back.
Yeah, that wouldn't have happened in a 5x5 room.
I would have been able to keep my eyes on it the whole time. You are right. Fucking birds. But yes, Raven comes out. He is the man behind this new stable. He is the redeemer of Kazarian, Maverick Matt, and Johnny Devine. They remove Johnny Devine's blindfold as Raven cracks Devine repeatedly with a kendo stick. Dawn struggles with what color the kendo stick, but Mike today informs him it's purple. Dawn is like, in the light, I can't work out what color Raven's is. And Mike is just like, it's purple.
Thanks. Don West reveals colorblindness live on Genesis 2006.
I relate to my king, my colorblind king. Divine sits there and stoically takes it as Raven punishes him. Raven leaves as Divine gets back to his feet.
Also beats the fuck out of him.
It did look like it hurt. Those things left some marks. The idea is that they're bringing back Raven's flock with Bentley and Kazarian as members. They didn't seem too happy when first being told.
Shocked to learn this.
I'm sure this first month of it has really won them over with the quality of creative.
Well, they look better.
They do look cool.
Yeah, they look better than they looked with their shitty ass jeans.
They do look cooler, I guess. That's the bar.
They've gone from a 1 to a 2.
But they are constantly getting their ass kicked by Rhino and the Voodoo Kin Mafia.
Good for them.
And that is it. That is the month that is November 2006. The first, real full Russo month. And there is certainly signs.
Yeah, it feels Russo-y. TV's okay. It's least interesting. But we had a really kick-ass pay-per-view main event, and that's the real takeaway from it.
Yeah, some real good matches this month with that and with Christian and Rhino in the cage match on TV.
Yeah.
Those are legit, go out of your way to see. They're worth watching wrestling matches. And then there's some other good stuff. And then there's pole matches, and there is tag teams breaking up left, right, and center. There's a bunch of just Russo staples, a bunch of wackiness. Stories that should be 6 months long that are 2 weeks long and also don't make sense. We're getting the full gamut of Vince Russo nonsense. But as you said, the TV is more watchable.
You gotta give him that.
We will be back on Patreon at tnachat.com with an episode of Rain Takers in the next week or so. You can follow us on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam on Twitter at the Gleet Muda, the podcast on Twitter at TNA History. Subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me, or follow us on TikTok at TNA History. Check out our merch in the description below. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Help me through my house!
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Warrior.
But can you believe it? Kurt Angle's in the Impact Zone!
Warrior.
Think this is funny? No. Why would you do this? Told to. Get a life! Get a life!
Warrior.
We haven't always been America's favorites, but we will always be America's most wanted.
Warrior. Death to ECW. Long live TNA. Warrior.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity, and I don't give a damn!
Welcome, everybody, to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 55. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we are talking about the month that is December 2006, leading up to Turning Point 2006. I am Garrett Kidney, and I'm joined by Liam Jones.
What a December to remember.
That was this month. That was in this month.
I knew that, and that's why that was a good reference.
There is a couple of notes that will mention December to Dismember on this episode of the podcast.
I'd rather forget it.
I don't think I've ever watched that show in full.
I know that Sylvester Turkey is on it.
Yeah.
As I clarify that.
I know there's a really good Hardy's M&M match. I remember that. That's the one good thing on the show.
I mean, they had to give it a go, you know?
Well, the whole thing is we'll talk about it because it's relevant somewhat, but Heyman got dumped after the show. They changed the entire show. They got rid of Heyman's show. They changed the Elimination Chamber, so all his fucking hardcore boys like Rob Van Dam and CM Punk got eliminated and were a bunch of nerds. And then they fired Paul Heyman or sent him home, and he was gone for a few years.
The whole deal.
Yeah, it's a real big deal. It's not a changing it, because Heyman was only, around on the periphery post-Brock anyway. It's not like Heyman was this big force in WWE post-Lesnar. But, yeah, it is an interesting thing. And, it is, again, we'll raise the question, because the relevance here is, should he go to TNA? And will people want him to go to TNA?
Yeah, they will say that for the next 10 years.
Yes, we will get closest in 2010. But, yes, it begins now.
The show having such... highlights as Balls Mahoney versus Matt Striker.
Whoa, dream match.
Elijah Burke, the Pope, and Sylvester Turkey versus the FBI. Davari versus Tommy Dreamer.
Yep.
Kevin Thorne and Ariel versus Mike Knox and Kelly Kelly.
Yep.
Yep.
Do you think if the brand immediately found the identity it did a year or two later, people would have been super into it?
A pseudo NXT?
Yeah, the weird landing ground for kind of guys who don't fit elsewhere but are good.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, they never cared. So that was really the only thing that was stopping it, you know?
And that is the only thing that made it good in the end, because this is the version that they quote unquote cared about, you know?
It's so funny that the 3 people they eliminated, they got rid of Punk immediately. And then Van Dam doesn't even make it to the end.
Nope.
So it's like your final three of Test, Big Show, and Bobby Lashley.
Big Show, who we'll also talk about because he's also on the way out the door.
Coming to TNA soon.
Yeah, maybe he'll get rid of that slave name, as he said.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he's like, someone called him Big Show in that hiatus after he left before he returned for the Mayweather match. And he's like, don't call me by my slave name.
That's crazy. Take me back to any internet forum in like the early 2010s when everyone would say the same shit about the WWE names.
Yeah. But before we get too much into wrestling, how are you doing?
Okay, just chilling, surviving, moving forward.
That's all we can do.
Yeah.
I've completed Naruto.
Well, kinda.
Yeah.
A version of.
We have watched the manga adaptation of the anime, I guess is how you would put it.
We've watched the manga canon version of the anime.
So I know everything that happens in Naruto up until the end of Shippuden. There's this thing called Boruto I keep hearing about, but you know what? It's fake.
I've never heard of it.
You've convinced me it's fan fiction, so I will believe you.
It is. Which, probably gives the impression that I dislike it when I enjoy it, but yeah.
Yes, it is a 6-year journey. I was looking back to see when I first tweeted about Naruto. It was July 2019.
Pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID. That's wild. That's really crazy. It took us fucking 6 years to get through about 500 episodes, but we didn't probably watch 500 episodes.
We watched 479.
Is that the number?
Yeah.
All right. That's not bad.
Yeah, and not including... we watched other stuff as well. So, bounced around.
Yeah, my hot take is it's a good show.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm the guy who comes in and says Naruto is good.
Yeah. What about One Piece?
It's fucking ugly as shit.
Whoa.
I'm sorry if you're like a super One Piece lover and a defender and diehard, but I think those are some of the ugliest character designs I've ever seen in my life. I'm sorry. I hate how it looks. I detest how it looks. I can't get past how it looks.
Anime Twitter coming for Garrett.
Come for me. I will defend them with my Kiba's my favorite Naruto character take. That's how I'll deflect them.
I'm sure that'll go over well.
They'll be like, you know what? We thought he was crazy about this One Piece take, but we heard that Kiba's his favorite Naruto character. So you know what? He's sane. He's logical. He's reasonable. He's dead right.
Yeah, I think that'll be the thing that placates them.
Famously reasonable, understandable people, Joshi fans.
I will never say a bad word. I don't know what you're fucking talking about. You're crazy. That
was the biggest Freudian slip I've ever had by saying Joshi fans instead of anime fans.
I don't know where that came from.
Oh my god. Yeah, they're both the sadist group of people.
I have no idea where that came from at all.
Fundamentally capable of being normal.
Yep, I've always said this. And I do not co-sign anything said here.
But yeah, I enjoyed Naruto. I think it's a really good show. I think it's a show worth watching. It is the first anime I have quote-unquote watched, quote-unquote, start to finish, inverted commas, quote-unquote, more or less.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good place to start because it's a good show based on my infinite knowledge of anime.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how other things stack up, or if we'll develop nostalgia as it was the first one.
Yeah,
because everyone likes the first anime they saw, because it's the new medium.
And I technically I watch Pokemon and Digimon, but they barely even count. They're just
Digimon more so, but they both barely count.
Yeah, if you were too mainstream in the 90s on actual television, you're not a real anime, really.
Yeah,
get fucked a Dragon Ball.
I was gonna say, except for maybe the one.
But yeah, I enjoy my dive through Naruto. We will have some sweeping up to do, so I will fully understand, and then obviously consuming whatever Boruto is.
Who knows? It could literally be anything.
It could be. That's the thing. You were telling me last night it was maybe about aliens and technology. So I've been watching a lot of the X-Files, so I'm prepared for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna put on the first episode of One Piece and be like, this is what it is.
I wouldn't know the difference. I wouldn't know the difference. I would recognize the art. Damn. The X-Files is a very funny show where The first 2 or 3 seasons, they like to like dance with the idea that like, oh, there's a line between science and technology and magic, and everything kind of sort of has a rational explanation until increasingly it doesn't.
And they go, nah, it's all bullshit, crazy shit. Don't fucking worry about it.
And then they're just like, there's genies. This genie's 500 years old. She gives wishes, but she gives wishes that are bad.
And it's not technology, I swear.
No, there's no technological thing behind it. There's no like, oh, she got chemicals in a lab kind of bullshit. There's nothing to underscore it. It is literally just genies are real in the world of the X-Files.
I hope that means like, you know, there's some like earlier things where they're like, they definitely weren't real. And it's like, oh, genies are real, but ghosts, no.
Because like it was the whole premise of the show, right? You have the true believer and the skeptic, and the true believer is always like, oh, it's aliens, oh, it's magic, oh, it's blah blah blah, and the skeptic is like, they're
That's
Mulder,
insane, woman.
You're crazy. No, the woman is you're a crazy person.
I took a 50-50 shot.
She is the skeptic. And yeah, then it's very funny when you get to like season 6, where she is still like, listen, Mulder, there's got to be an explanation for this. It's like, after all you have seen at this point, Scully, come on.
I hope then she goes, yeah, all right, fair.
Every so often, literally, it is just like, really?
Like, come on, it has to be a goblin. Like, it can't be anything else.
Yep. Like there's an episode where she gets very excited because the genie, it's the same episode, the genie, one of the guys wishes to become invisible, but he immediately walks out in front to get hit by a truck because the truck can't see him because he is invisible.
That's his fucking fault.
He did not think it through. A very good point.
Like, don't go in the middle of a road. Like, I don't have to be invisible to be hit by a truck.
Yeah.
That's not on the truck.
Scully finds the body and is like,
also, terrible wish.
Listen, they didn't think it through because the first thing he wished for was a boat, and she dropped the boat in the middle of their like trailer park, and he's like, "What do I do with this?" It's like, you didn't ask me to put the boat in water; you just asked for the boat.
And if you had said put the boat in water, I would have put it in the fucking Pacific Ocean somewhere.
And like, there's a whole thing where like his brother is in a wheelchair, and the genie is constantly like, so there's not like an obvious thing you want to wish for, like pointing at the brother, and the brother's like, good point. I should get a gold-plated wheelchair.
To be fair, though, would she have just done it for him? Would she have just been like, yeah? Or would it be like, all right, I wish that my brother was out of the wheelchair, and then she just flings him across the world?
You see, like, the whole point of the episode is everyone always wishes for greedy things. So that's the reason she's, like, all cynical, because man is like, oh, you always want power, and you always want to be beautiful, and you always want money, you greedy pieces of shit. So then Mulder eventually gets her, she comes from, you unroll her from a carpet, and then you get 3 wishes, naturally. And Mulder's like,
classically,
I will be the man who is fair and decent. I will ask you for peace on Earth. So then she removes everybody on Earth other than Mulder.
She's like, yawn, heard that one before too.
Yeah, it's like, you got it. Peace on Earth. No war anymore. It's just you.
Yeah.
And then classically, he did eventually wish for her freedom. What a coward.
So it's her greed.
Yeah. Oh, I can't live my life. I'm always subject to all your bullshit. Because she only became a genie because she found another genie and she also asked for long life and power. And that genie was like, get fucked. I can give you long life and power by making you a genie too.
I wouldn't mind being a genie.
This is one episode, by the way. I wouldn't mind being a genie either.
It's not my go-to. I want to be a werewolf. I want to be a creature of the night.
Yeah?
No, wait, fuck. I meant vampire. My mind was in 2 places. I was thinking of the werewolf movie.
Yeah. I think I would choose werewolf over vampire myself, though.
No, terrible choice.
Why?
You're not in control.
But like vampire, you have a whole set of rules, too.
Yeah, but like, you can get around it.
You can't even walk into a place without being invited.
Yeah, and then I will simply invent... I'll wear a sign on my chest that says, come on in, and when they read it, they'll read it out loud, and then I'll walk in.
So you'll like literally, you'll walk to the front of the door and you'll point to the sign and just stand there until they read it.
Yep.
That would probably work a surprising amount of times.
I also think it's pretty easy to manipulate someone into let you in their house.
So like you're like, oh my god, my kid got hit by a car.
My phone is dead.
Phone. Yeah.
Yeah. Or, adversely, I can just kill people on the street. Why do I have to be in the house?
You can also lure them to you.
Yeah. I will, under the guise of real estate, they will travel to my castle far away.
Also, you could become a real estate mogul, which feels like an unmined source of vampire lore.
You gotta keep it low key.
But like, if you become the world's largest real estate mogul,
Yeah.
you will own everybody's house.
I don't think like money's important to a vampire at a certain point.
But I don't mean it for money. I just mean you'll own their house, so you don't have to be invited in. Like,
Oh.
it's like a workaround.
Or
If
I
you
own
own-
a construction company
Yeah.
that builds all the houses.
Mm-hmm.
And I can say, technically, whatever Dark Lord bestowed this upon me, technically, I should be allowed to go in whenever I want.
Yeah, but I wonder how that works. That if, like, say you build the house and before you sell it, you're like, it's mine, so I can go in and out. When you then sell it, I wonder, does that reset the invite? Or is it set to the building, or is it set to the occupants?
Well, then it wouldn't be set to the occupants, unless, because like, then if they went to a new house, I wouldn't be allowed to get in that house, surely.
Yeah, so it is probably set to the building, right? So if you give yourself permission before you sell it, that it's genius. How has there never been a vampire real estate mogul?
Well, the first one was kind of that.
Yeah, he did have a castle.
Nosferatu was kind of about real estate.
And then he did move to England, which was his mistake.
They brought the plague. Mm-hmm. And I would bring the plague.
I've read Dracula. That's one of like the few like classic literature things. It's like, I've read Dracula.
I'm bringing the plague wherever I go.
Really?
Yeah.
You are sick right now, so listen.
And I brought the plague.
You are prepared. Mm-hmm. All right, let's talk about TNA.
Okay. Another plague.
Depending on the era.
All of them.
Before we jump in, you can head over to patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com where you can check out.
Hey, Garrett. You know what carries the plague?
What carries the plague?
Crows.
Yeah?
We have a shirt with a crow on it.
Whoa! And you know how you can not get the plague? By buying the shirt, because it'll scare the crows away because they'll think you're a crow?
Yep.
Yeah. You can head to the link in our description where you can buy the Scorpion versus Crow t-shirt. You can buy... Well, we have a new poster for the PCS.
And
yes.
Wait, are we saving that?
That'll be next month. The split's not
Oh,
on
next
the
month.
TV
Something's
after this.
coming. You'll never know what it is. Fuck you.
But because the PCS has started this month, we'll have a PCS poster, and I think we'll probably do a PCS t-shirt as well with the same design. It's a really cool design, so I think it's worth... We'll probably do like the PCS t-shirt in like the PCS orange as best as we can.
And the PCS could mean anything.
The Paparazzi Championship Series. What else could it mean?
Yeah, but for legal purposes, it could mean anything.
That's true. Yes, so you can go check out that in the link in our description. If you are a patron at patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com, you can save 10% with the code that's in our pinned post as well. So go check that out there. You can save 10% on the shirts or posters. We have a bunch of the posters. Our posters are really cool. I think you should go buy them. It's approaching Christmas. If you want like a last minute Christmas present for the You've Got to Be Kidding Me fan in your life, that's the perfect place to go. You can go to patreon.com/kiddingme, save 10% as well. And while you're there, you can listen to Gift of the Pods. Whereas we're really coming up toward the end of... Wow, we're so woke. We're coming up toward the end of Lucha Underground Season 1. So we'll be talking about Ultima Lucha soon enough.
And buy the shit we make.
Yes, that's the most important part of Christmas.
Please go purchase our stuff so I can afford clothes.
Yes, so Gift the Pods, Raintakers, all of our other shows about Ring Cat King, about Wrestling Society X, about the Monday Night Wars, about Randy Savage's album. Also, after next month's episode, we'll be doing the draft and the end of year awards for 2006. So that's coming up too. So you can check all that out at patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. And also link in our description wherever you are to find the link to merch. Yippee! That brings us to the month that is December 2006 in TNA.
Oh, December? It's beginning to feel...
They do open the pay-per-view this month with like a Carol of the Bells version video package. You were bemused because there's a bunch of like things on the screen and like, you know, Christmassy phrases and they don't rhyme. It's meant to be like a carol, but that doesn't rhyme.
Well, they rhyme a little bit and they give up.
Yeah, they did. Toward the end, they're just like, oh, fuck it.
But maybe that's true poetry. Maybe you don't need to rhyme. Maybe rhyming is conforming.
It is. Rhyming poetry is honestly like a shortcut to good poetry.
You need to be able to make it resonate without the ease of a limerick.
Legitimately, like if you're like, oh, the Cat in the Hat did this and that, it's like, oh, all right, you have a nice little. It sounds nice to your ear, but what does it mean? What does it make you feel? Whereas if you're like, the flowers in my soul are withering due to the oppressive thumb of capitalism, you're like, damn.
Damn.
That brings us to the news.
Speaking of oppression.
Reaction coming out of the Genesis pay-per-view and TV taping the following night from The Office and the wrestlers is not positive regarding the booking committee's handling of match finishes, promos, and logic on the show.
Well, there was some problems.
Believe it or not, they did not like Abyss and Sting.
I'm shocked, personally.
The general feeling is that the bookers aren't paying attention to details of logic and consistency in the application of rules.
Ooh.
During Jeff Jarrett's media conference earlier this month, he talked about focusing on the positives of Russo's booking, but the same mistakes that were made when Russo was in power in WCW have come to the forefront the last few weeks on TV, including the pay-per-view. One TNA talent who is among the most easygoing in the locker room was said to be openly questioning among friends the finish of Sting Abyss, arguing that it made no sense to fans why shoving the ref prompted a DQ but not all the other rule infractions throughout the match. They didn't listen to our show.
Yeah, I justified it and explained it. So, go forward in time, 19 years.
And you'll finally understand.
Exactly.
Lance Hoyt.
AJ Styles.
It seemed like they were making up the rules as they go, he said. Says another talent. Everyone was rolling their eyes about Sting and Abyss afterwards. Regarding Angle ending Joe's winning streak, one longtime TNA wrestler tells PW Torch, I'm not sure if that was best. I personally think they should give the rub to someone else. Angle didn't need it. The attitude in the X Division isn't any better or worse since Russo arrived. They talk amongst themselves as if they're in the same boat as they were before, for better or worse. There's no sign of changing priority level.
Well, they've accepted their place, and I appreciate that.
And given Russo's historical booking of cruiserweights, I think coming out level is a plus.
Yeah, him just being like, whatever. It's better than actively burying.
Yeah, you get the same 12-minute pay-per-view match and 2 segments on TV to build it? Sure.
Yeah.
Regarding one source saying that Jarrett has seemed too busy or above mid-card wrestlers, one mid-card wrestler defends Jarrett, telling PW Torch, I have nothing bad to say about him. He's always shown an interest in my personal life and never seemed too busy to be cordial. He's been great.
Okay.
Jarrett has remained in charge backstage just as he was when he was an on-air presence. Between Jarrett, Russo, and Dutch Mantell, an outside observer stopping by the locker room wouldn't think one had more power than the other based on how they conduct themselves or react or how others react to them. Apparently Vince Russo writes, on average, twice as much for a 1-hour show as the old booking team did.
And boy, can you see it.
And keep in mind, they were cramming too much in. I think the first show of the month, there's a Naturals against AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels match. So there's the perfect encapsulation of what this show is now.
Yeah.
Where it's the Naturals don't get an entrance. They're already in the ring. Styles and Daniels make their entrance. I think they go to break. Between the break and the start of the match, they show Kurt Angle arriving to the building. They show a serotonin promo. Then they go to the match, which is 3 minutes long. Who gives a fuck? There's a bunch of extra people standing around for no reason. Rhino comes out to further that story, and the match is sponsored by Sonic 06. All of that happens in 4 minutes, real time.
It's a regular modern day Raw.
It's crazy. Actually, yeah, you were right that the whole show stuff before they come back from break thing that WWE did was really infuriating and really
in
bad
between
pacing.
Entrances.
Yeah, where someone would come out and the match wouldn't start for 12 minutes.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what this is.
Yeah, it's just faster paced.
So it's better even so.
Probably is better.
Well, because you get to it quicker at least.
So because they tape so much, they have to edit a ton of original stuff out before filming. Then after filming, they wind up editing even more out because they still can't fit it in an hour. The latter has been happening for some time. That's why there's the feeling that basically everything is rushed and no angles have time to breathe, basically because that's how it is.
Yeah.
And you might think, next year, they get to 2 hours. They work all those pacing issues out.
Yeah, of course, that's all the time now.
They just simply add more content.
Yeah. That's because Russo starts writing 4 hours.
Yeah, and then he has to cram the 4 down to 2 and then the 2 down to 90. It is a little better in the 2 hour era. It's not quite as frantic as these shows are. These shows are crazy.
Yeah.
These shows have 25, 30 segments crammed into a 1 hour television show.
It's I don't even really mind it, to be honest.
Listen, it is the hot controversial take. It is better.
Yeah, I mean, it's we've had so much like slow plotting TV in this company's history that like something going 1,000,000 miles an hour isn't a killer for me.
Too much happening is better than too little, objectively.
Yeah, especially when you like have to be entertained by it. Doesn't mean it's always going to be good. It just means it's better than the alternative.
It at least keeps new things flashing in front of your eyes every 90 seconds.
Yeah.
The Wrestling Observer has a slightly different stance from the X Division guys. From multiple reports, the consensus, particularly among those in the X Division, is very negative regarding the current direction of Vince Russo.
Well, I thought they didn't care one way or the other.
Dave is still getting in mixed people who like him, and the people who have no confidence in them haven't changed their minds either. So really, like, everyone who hated him hates him, everyone who liked him likes him, and it's the same as it's always been.
Yeah, he's got his boys, he's got his guys, and then there's like also a group of people that have never worked with him and who are like, okay.
The reaction to Angle has also changed greatly over the past week plus. It's starting to be the same reaction as in WWE. Angle is taking a super hands-on approach, talking to everyone about their matches, promos, and rubbing people the wrong way when he tells wrestlers that he's the greatest wrestler of all time.
That fucking rules. Eat shit.
I imagine like Kurt walking up to Sanjay. It's like, Sanjay, I watched your match. And you know, as the greatest wrestler ever, maybe you shouldn't do that moonsault in that place. Maybe you should move it around. I'm the greatest wrestler ever. Have I told you that?
That rules.
Dave says it's one thing for others to say he's one of the greatest, but you sure don't tell other wrestlers that when you are critiquing them. He's also telling them that he's going to be running the company. Right now, for public consumption, Jarrett is 100% sticking by Angle.
That's awesome. To be like, and just so you know, I'm going to be in charge soon.
Yeah, when I tell you you should do that differently, please keep in your mind that, like, I'm probably going to be your boss in, like, 2 months. So, you know, you probably want to listen to me, the greatest wrestler of all time, Kurt Angle.
That's really funny.
I kind of love it. It's really silly. Dixie Carter was at the Genesis pay-per-view, but not the TV taping on Monday. She continues to cut back on the number of TV tapings she attends now that she has 2 young children at home to care for.
Grow up.
Yeah, work harder, Dixie.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about your stupid children. I take it back. It's a joke. Dixie, one day I want you on the show.
Liam, sexist, hates Dixie Carter.
No, I don't. I've probably been more staunchly pro-Dixie than most.
You certainly like her more than Velvet Sky does.
Yeah, but that's not very difficult.
Several talents have been a little turned off by the increase in scripted lines they've been asked to read as part of Russo's attempt to guide their promos, but Russo has been flexible in allowing changes as long as the gist of his intended message gets across.
Sounds like the correct way to do that. I don't know what you want from me.
Pretty fair. One neutral observer says Angle's language often sounds mumbled because he almost always has a mouthful of chewing tobacco, a habit dating back throughout his WWE career, if not before.
Why is that news?
I don't know. But if you hear Kurt Angle not speak clearly, it's the chewing tobacco.
Okay. What? What the fuck is the point of even saying such things?
This is what I love. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that from this month that is just like, no one would report this anymore. It's just the kind of bullshit that no one says anymore. Dave doesn't critique anything anymore because he knows people will get mad at him on Twitter. So they made Alicia Klein look more attractive, so I liked her more. He says basically at one point this month.
Yeah.
Numerous TNA wrestlers say that there is an actual TNA talent drug policy. It is about 4 pages of small print that is part of the talent contracts they signed. It does explain what is not allowed, but to a person, not one has said they've ever been tested or heard of anyone tested other than Kurt Angle during recent interviews. They say that doesn't mean there haven't been tests, but they all believe that if they would have heard about them through the grapevine if they were. There doesn't seem to be any concern in the locker room about the policy or lack of obvious enforcement. It's seen as a situation where a wrestler who is showing signs of a problem will be dealt with, but no one is protesting in any way the lack of random tests.
Yeah, I'm sure the wrestlers aren't exactly throwing arms over that.
Wrestlers famously great at self-policing that stuff too.
But it's like, yeah, if they're like, 60% of the people in this roster that doesn't even apply to, they're like, yeah, I don't have to go and piss into a cup randomly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a shit.
I included this one just to make you mad.
Oh, great. It's ratings.
It's mostly, I don't care about the numbers. It is the phrasing of it.
Yeah, okay, hit me.
TNA Impact has drawn disappointing ratings so far in the Thursday primetime slot. It could be spawned as the low end of acceptable, and that's probably fair, but it's still disappointing.
Okay, so none of what you said was anything then. Fuck you.
So
like,
stupid.
What do you mean?
It's so stupid, bro.
It could be spun as, like, pretty good, but, like, you know, I'm not going to accept that because I have a preconceived notion of what the rating should be.
I like the way it's not even like it could be spun as pretty good and those people would be like coping. It's like it could be spun as pretty good, and that's actually acceptable and correct.
And they're probably right when they say that, yeah.
However, I have decided it's bad.
It's so fucking stupid.
Followed by a note from the Wrestling Observer. Spike and TNA are closer now than ever before after this primetime special.
What are you fucking... Oh, God, man. What are we doing?
We've been doing this forever. We can't escape.
We can never escape it.
From a Spike standpoint, the 1.0 is proof that TNA in primetime can be competitive in bringing a new audience to the station. Since they charted these things, they knew a lot about the 11 p.m. ratings when they were good and were the UFC fans sticking around, and they were wondering how the show would do without UFC because its lead-in is currently CSI, which apparently draws mostly older white women. And even without the UFC, it's done fine and everyone's happy. And still, everyone's like,
pretty
wow,
fucking disappointing if you ask me.
Yes, I have decided it's disappointing. BG James was the December guest for TNA's monthly conference call with the media on Tuesday afternoon. We'll have too much VKM this month. The main topics surrounding the VKM program were discussed. BG said at least 3 letters have been sent from WWE Legal to TNA that he is aware of. He quickly said, "Don't quote me on that," and revised it down to at least 1. He said that's why they can't use Triple H or Shawn Michaels, but they can use Vince McMahon because that is his legal name.
Okay.
So that's why we say Hickenbottom and Levesque.
Hickenbottom.
BG suggested that a dream match of DX versus VKM would probably never happen, but he would love to show up on Raw with Kip and have the match.
Why wouldn't you want to have it happen on TNA Impact?
It's a fair question. We might do a 1.2 rating and PW Torch might finally be fucking happy.
But it just also, it's like, okay, so you're really spelling it out what you actually want from all this. You know?
He just wants to be back on Raw.
Yeah.
BG said that he doesn't have the WWE schedule and he's good friends with Jeff Jarrett, so there are 2 reasons why he would turn down a deal if offered one. Sure. BG also joked that he's completely out of shape, which is why he wanted to do the angle with Kip so they could stay far away from the ring as possible and have fun doing a wrestling angle, which is a great thing to say when you're on a media conference call promoting TNA wrestling.
I'm dog shit and I shouldn't be in a ring.
We are politicking to avoid wrestling for the betterment of us and everybody else. Thank you for our contracts.
Oh, God. He's the worst of all time.
He said their invasion of WWE could be viewed as a rehash, and it's not as good as the original invasion, DX invasion at the CNN Center at WCW's Ready for Nitro.
Yeah,
but
and also, like, I'm shit, and I'm, like, fat as fuck, and, like, I shouldn't be in a ring because it's, like, gotta be terrible for everyone involved, and the angle I'm doing isn't as good as the one that I did before, and also it's not even that good. So, all in all, yeah, I think I'm doing really well and worth my money so far.
If nothing else, it has people talking, which he said is great for the company, apparently. TNA's Voodoo-Kin Mafia, Vince Russo, and Jerry Rohrer showed up at a WWE house show in Knoxville and interviewed fans on camera for Impact, which I don't think they used. They did use on-camera interviews, but I thought they were backstage at the Impact Zone.
Maybe they were, like, retapes of the same thing.
Or WWE was like, please do not air that. It is filmed at our event.
And we can get you for that one.
TNA's website has a story that BG and Kip purchased tickets to the show and brought their cease and desist papers into the arena for Triple H to sign on behalf of DX.
See, that's a good bit. Film that bit.
Yeah, there's like a tinge of like 2 good ideas inside the sea of utter unbearable slop, and they never rise to the surface because it's utter unbearable slop. During the main event, Triple H waved at BG and Kip, but didn't sign the papers. BG encouraged DX to come to Orlando, Florida for a live event where Triple H could sign the papers. BG said on TNA's website, how do you feel about doing a BG?
I'm BG James and I'm a stupid fucking idiot. Unfortunately, our attempts to serve Levesque were unsuccessful. We also noticed many of our fans' attempts to stay awake during the main event were also unsuccessful. The good news is that the fat... The good news is that the fat, oily guy was nowhere to be seen. At least the great fans in the city of Knoxville, Tennessee were spared that suffering tonight.
Damn, he sounds so eloquent.
It's pretty good, right? It's a good BG.
I particularly like the start of it.
Yeah. That's the thing that, like, you know how you gotta have a phrase to get into an accent?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's the one I use for BG.
It gets you right in his mindset. The Kurt Angle versus Samoa Joe match at Genesis was booked to go 25 minutes, and Kurt had dispensation to go 30 if he thought it would make it better. A lot of people who were aware of this were shocked when he went home early, and to the best of the knowledge of the Wrestling Observer, nobody had an explanation for it other than it was Angle's call, and that's when he called for the finish.
I mean, okay. Again, not a big deal. Guy was like, yeah, we can go 30. Fuck it. No, we can't.
Yeah, he's like, wait a minute, let's go 12. And the match was still awesome.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, going longer does not necessarily make a match better.
Tell that to every wrestling company of all time.
I know. Literally, chop 10 minutes off every match you ever do, you fucking fools. Angle wanted to do 10 straight Germans, and then like the whole thing is like, Joe is big, that'll be impressive. But then he did 3, and he was like,
he's like, oh, Joe's big.
Everyone on the show was told to stay within parameters and not go over because they wanted 30 minutes left for Angle Joe, because they were well aware everyone was buying for that match, and the idea was to produce match of the year. Which is, if you think back to that show, there is that really weird stretch toward the end of the show where they are very clearly stalling for time.
Yeah.
Because they went short.
Yeah, I don't think it mattered.
No, I don't think it made the match worse, and I don't think going longer would have made the match necessarily better.
Yeah, I don't think and you couldn't really tell from the match either that like stuff was cut.
Yeah, like it didn't feel like they worked like the start of a match and went to a finish. It still felt like a coherent professional wrestling contest.
Yeah. Though
there is like a weird through line of Samoa Joe dream matches going short between the Liger match, which went much shorter, and like what did feel diminished because of how short it went, and now this one.
That one's still a weird up in the air case, huh?
This week's Kurt Angle appearance on the Bubba the Love Sponge show once again didn't focus on his pay-per-view match 2 days later, but on him claiming he would not just be doing an MMA match, but 4 MMA matches.
Kurt just seems to be fucking doing his own fucking thing at the moment.
This gets better. He claimed that the first would take place on a TNA pay-per-view in May or June, and that he had been training that style, but wanted 6 months of good training before doing such a match. He said the first opponent would be Tito Ortiz, Chuck Liddell, Randy Couture, Ken Shamrock, or Daniel Puder, and then cut most of his promo on Puder.
He's like, yeah, all these people that it could be, but then the guy most likely.
Yes. He claimed it would do 1 million buys if it was in UFC and promoted off UFC television. It may very well, but it's not doing 100,000 in TNA, Dave says. He also claimed the match would have headbutts legal.
Fuck yeah!
He's doing headbutt MMA.
He doesn't even want like pride rules. He just wants fucking headbutts.
He wants to throw heads at people's skulls.
That rules. Maybe he should be in charge of TNA.
I love, like, Dave gives this, like, earnest analysis. It's like, no commission in the country would actually, like sanction a headbutts legal fight. It's like, Dave, he's Kurt Angle. Just run with it.
He's just being Kurt. He also says he's gonna fucking run TNA.
He's gonna be throwing headbutts while running TNA and fighting in the UFC.
Sounds fucking awesome, to be honest. We should live in that reality.
Bless Kurt. I love these interviews every month because he just says shit, and it's great. Paul Heyman left WWE this month, while Big Show made it clear he has no intention to re-sign. Big Show and Kurt Angle are friends, and Show lives in Tampa, so there's speculation already begun within TNA that Show might be open to signing. He's friends with Kurt, and he's lazy, so TNA could be a great fit, said one wrestler, noting that he can work 3 times a month, still be around wrestling, be close to home, and not have to travel.
That's fucking awesome. I mean, yeah, like, there's parts of, like, you know, we saw it with AEW at the start, too, where it's like, you know, part of the appeal was you don't have to go on the fucking road all the time and fucking break your body and travel and, like, whatever. You know? Like, that was a big plus. So you would see it, especially if you live in that area, like, how it could be, you know, something to consider at least.
That was, like, the big thing with Nash in TNA, where he's like, I live 20 minutes from Universal Studios. I drive there. I do some bullshit. I go home. I get paid.
Yeah. Sounds like a good fucking job.
You take it if you can get it. I'm surprised Big Show never did TNA. I'm sure there was discussions, and maybe they were like, is he worth it after we've already signed Kurt and we've already signed Sting, and our roster pay bill is suddenly getting a little bit top heavy? Because Big Show would no doubt be, at the very least, a mid to high 6-figure contract, which maybe they were like, maybe not right now. But yeah, it's an interesting one.
I don't know how it would have gone, but you know, could have been something.
Yeah,
could have got like Big
he...
Show who can move versus Prime Joe.
Yeah, I was about to say who would he work, but then like him against Joe was like a one-off. Build it up like he built the Steiner match would.
Yeah, him versus Abyss. No, there could have been some fun there.
Yeah.
Paul White.
Yes.
No more BS.
The large event, or whatever he would have been called in TNA.
Yeah.
Probably, like, you probably couldn't trademark the Giant, right?
I'm not sure.
You could probably, I would imagine it would be pretty hard to get a trademark on something as like obscure as The Giant. So maybe you could go back to his WCW name.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Regarding December to Dismember, Test used a chair shot on Rob Van Dam and then climbed on top of the chamber with Showen and jumped off with an elbow drop onto a chair, covering Rob Van Dam. Test got the pin in 14 minutes, to which fans responded by chanting TNA.
They're like, we're really waiting for 2009.
It's really funny that like this is the moment where fans are like, TNA is big enough and like fans are aware enough that if something bad happens on WWE TV, then they chant TNA.
We can show our displeasure by saying the name of another pro wrestling company.
But then also now TNA is like the exact same style of product.
Yeah. Even then.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not like it's fucking ROH, you know?
So it's not like TNA can like pat themselves on the back where like there was a fucking "We Want Wrestling" chant on their own pay-per-view this month.
Yeah. It's like you're in the same fucking set, you know?
They can't even be like, hell yeah, fuck you WWE, go fuck yourself. Look, they're chanting, oh wait, our show's the same as yours.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you don't really have much of a high ground to stand on, but you know, it's more the fact that you have become counterculture enough to be the chant used when we want to show our displeasure for something on the show. It's like, when they chant CM Punk, they weren't just going, we love CM Punk. It was, hey, we're saying something that you won't like because we're pissed at you.
Because this thing sucks.
Yeah.
Has there ever been AEW chants on a WWE show?
Yeah.
Oh, like during the Fiend match there wasn't there? The Fiend Rollins match?
Yeah. I mean, there's been AEW chants before. There was AEW chants when Billy Gunn was at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
When they had the classic, we'll buy your pissant company line.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's going well. They really got rid of it.
Mm-hmm. And good luck being like, hey, billionaire who has more money than us, we'll buy it out from under him.
Yeah. He will just fund it if he wants to. You could literally fuck him over in every facet, and if he wants to, he can just keep doing it.
Yes, that company could lose $200 million a year, and it could still exist if they want to, because they're fucking bro.
Yeah.
TNA ended up being fined $225.
Holy shit. That's straight out of the Big Show budget.
Yeah, that's why they couldn't sign him.
They were actually $225 short.
And Big Show just wouldn't move.
Yeah.
After the fire that took place at the Hard Justice pay-per-view, OSHA conducted an investigation of the Universal Studios after the fire, and the fine was not for having an adequate emergency action plan. So that's the reason they were fined $225. They didn't have a plan for if something went wrong.
I feel like that should be a bigger fine.
Yeah, $225 is not like the disincentive you would want for what happens when the building catches fire during a live event.
And like, maybe everyone could have like died.
Yep.
You know, it feels like there should be more like, hey, we should fix this. You should not have this problem come up.
From this point forward, at TNA events, specific employees have to be designated to have portable fire extinguishers as part of an emergency action plan.
Well, that's good.
It seems smart.
It does seem incredibly smart.
Seems like if the place catches fire, you have to put it out.
Yeah. Steve and John, you're in charge if the whole thing turns into a raging inferno.
The only guys who can stand between the fire and Abyss.
Oh my god. Maybe Abyss should be in charge of getting rid of it.
Yeah, he probably could, I think. Because like he does his pose and fire shoots up, but it also goes out. So I think that's part of his abilities. We should probably mention Heyman. I brushed past it real quick. This is obviously the end of 2006. Because like the thing about Heyman, and I think like he never wanted to work TNA. That's always like my headline thing. No matter what anybody says, there's no world in which he like earnestly wanted to work for TNA. It was all a bunch of bullshit. But it's really funny how like if he had become available in August. Would there be a world where instead of looking to Russo, you would look toward Heyman a little stronger?
I mean, they probably would have made a play.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't see a world where they don't make a play. But, like, Heyman's busy. He's got to go, like, run his, like, pseudo-porn babes websites and his bullshit business stuff and just, in general, be the sleaziest man to ever exist.
That Heyman hustle stuff is real creepy, both now and in retrospect.
Yeah, it's so, like, I don't know. It would make fucking Barstool Sports cringe.
He really does seem like a man who has never like moved beyond the culture in which he was raised.
Yeah.
It was like his 90s shock jock extreme culture, which was really like that was the moment and the zeitgeist, and he found great success in that moment. And it just felt like he never, like even like 2002 SmackDown, when that stuff, there was still fucking horrendous stuff on both WWE and TNA television at that point. But like the cultural moment was moving on and away from that stuff. And he still had like all the like Billy and Chuck stuff and like the Don Marie Al Wilson stuff and all the like the kind of classically Heyman 90s stuff. And then like even fast forward to when he had the brief run back running Raw in like 2019 or whenever that was. And like same thing, it happened, had all like the weird Heymanisms coming back in again. It's like he really just never left that stuff behind.
The Heyman Hustle is the disruptive media platform founded by legendary WWE writer, director, producer, personality Paul Heyman, who currently serves as special counsel to the undisputed Universal Heavyweight Champion and certified perennial WrestleMania main eventer Roman Reigns. Home to the anti-influencer hashtag HustleBootyTempTat supermodel brand. The Hustle provides exclusive content and covers the latest news, viral videos, and trends in all things sports entertainment, metaverse, and gaming. Paul Heyman has been hustling since he was only 13 years old when he sold his startup movie memorabilia mail order business to purchase a camera and photo lab that he set up in his parents' basement, leading to him becoming a photographer for several New York City-based entities. In 1993, he took on two multi-billion-dollar entities in the pro wrestling industry, Vince McMahon's WWE and Ted Turner's WCW, by launching Extreme Championship Wrestling, making history and ushering in what would be known as the Attitude Era. In his spare time, he co-founded the Park Avenue-based Looking for Larry agency, which is known for its wildly imaginative campaigns for 2K Sports, NASCAR, Smart Cups, Monster Trucks, EA Sports, and the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Las Vegas, newly rechristened the Virgin Las Vegas, where Heyman's agency established the hashtag HustleBootyTempTat supermodel brand as a legit competitor to Sports Illustrated swimsuit models and Victoria's Secret angels. The hustle, as one can see, is real.
Sure. What a deeply unpleasant vibe.
Hashtag HBTT.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking GoDaddy.com, it's fucking Barstool, it's just, you know, it's Stern, it's fucking all this bullshit.
It's not even original. It's just the same old bullshit rehashed and being called disruptive.
Anything that calls itself disruptive isn't disruptive.
It's one of my least favorite words because it's like it's the kind of word that you say when you're not doing anything. It's like we're disrupting the market. It's like you're just being like
so you're being annoying.
Yeah. And like you can be like Uber is disrupting the market. You're just a different form of taxi. Like that's all you're doing. We've had taxis for as long as we've had cars. Like, you're not doing anything. Like, the delivery method is different, but it's the same product. It's like, and there was a quote this week about how, like, HBO Max were like, after the success of The Pit, we're going to try this whole produce lower budget but higher quality stuff more often approach. The way, like, television fucking used to be before you, quote-unquote, disrupted it with your bullshit.
Yeah.
Ugh. I hate tech bros. I hate technology. The technology has not built anything good in like 15 years.
Yeah, it makes sense why he's like an AI guy.
That is the news. That brings us to broad topics, starting with the dream match of the decade to the rematch, Kurt Angle versus Samoa Joe. Which is worse, once in a lifetime or dream match of the decade done immediately again?
Dream match of the decade.
Do you think so?
No, I mean, like, dream match of the decade is way better.
Oh, okay, yeah. Which was better earned? All right, go back to the original match. Dream match of the decade or once in a lifetime?
Once in a lifetime. Because, like, yeah, that is.
Is there, like, would you have, like, a once in a lifetime match now?
Austin Punk.
Yeah, that probably is, like, the last one left, isn't it?
Punk Omega.
Yeah. Damn, CM Punk, the only star left in wrestling, I'm hearing.
I guess you just have to think of like top guys from AEW and WWE that have just never crossed paths.
Like, would you consider Roman Kenny that kind of match?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just based on like the two biggest guys of the company.
There's not a lot of those kind of real top level guys anymore that haven't wrestled already. Because I seem like AJ and Kenny have probably wrestled at some point, right?
I mean, yeah, if you're playing it like by the lore of the like letter, they have had matches, I think, when like very early.
But yeah, it would feel more special now.
No, 100%. That would be a dream match of the decade contender.
Is Devitt too far gone to have like a Kenny match feel special?
I mean, it'll feel big, but it wouldn't feel like that.
As like the kind of two Bullet Club leaders, AJ too, but that's already happened. That had like mean something.
Again, well, they've also wrestled before.
Yeah, extensively as well,
Multiple
but
times.
especially in tag teams.
And in singles.
But like most notably in tag teams.
They had like 3 Best of the Super Junior matches against each other.
It does feel like there's like it's kind of the death of it, because like no one's like Seth Rollins' dream match, you know?
Well, no, because they're talking about real stars.
Bless Drew McIntyre, but I'm not like, holy shit, dream match of the decade, Drew versus Jungle Jack Perry.
Yeah, but like there's, I mean, Seth is the worst one because by far there's nothing that would make me care.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, Drew is a big man who hits things hard, so at the very least he has that going for him.
At least you would be excited for a good wrestling match.
Yeah. You know, there'd be some like Gunther things, I guess.
Yeah, Gunther against Kenny. It's really Kenny. Kenny and Punk are the two guys.
I mean, there's Ospreay.
Yeah.
There's like probably like when I was trying to think of like more modern examples of like Roman matches, it was like Swerve and Hangman are interesting.
Or like Okada, Walter.
Yeah, there's like Okada stuff. Because AEW has actual stars that are interesting.
And presumably Japan will eventually create a new slate of stars that you will be like, Okada wrestling Ozawa would be cool.
Nah.
But
Nah.
they're so fundamentally incapable.
But, you know, there's some interesting combinations of people still out there. The problem is, I think, on the WWE side, it's just Roman.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone else that's, like, an interesting, like... They have a lot of people that would be cool for, like, the undercard of a Forbidden Door.
Yeah.
But, like, the only real sort of main event thing that is a first time is, like, with Roman matches.
I was trying to think of, like, Cody matches.
But, like, they would be mostly retreads.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of stuff Cody's already done.
Yeah, it'd be like, I think the most interesting would be like something like, I guess, like a Cody, like MJF thing, which has obviously extensively been done.
Cody Punk hasn't happened yet, has it? Which would have been a match that would be infinitely more interesting in AEW than will ultimately end up being in WWE.
It truly could have happened 3 times and I wouldn't know about it.
I feel like that match, if that did happen in AEW, it would have felt big. And it'll happen in WWE and I won't care.
I mean, but that's unfair to put on them because, like, again, they could fucking resurrect the corpse of someone and put it against someone in WWE and I wouldn't care.
It is a fundamental problem there, isn't it?
Like, it's not even on the talent. It's just, I'm
Yeah.
never gonna care. Like, there's nothing that can be done about it. Like, I just will never care about anything they do.
So, if you remember, at Genesis, Kurt Angle beat Samoa Joe, tapped him out. Joe's like, hey, I want a rematch. Kurt Angle, no.
A little bit of a bitch about it.
He's like, I have wrestled you. I'm done. I have to wrestle other people. Moving on. So we go to the November 23rd Impact. This is only a 3 Impact month, so you would think, oh, this will be light and breezy, except there's still 100 segments per show.
It is becoming more.
Like honestly, if you were to go, like the most dense months we've done are the months that had weekly Asylum pay-per-views and weekly Impacts, where they're like 8 shows a month. And honestly, there's this 3-show month probably beats some of those 8-show months.
Yeah, because there's just like there's so much like intertwining as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of crossover.
Even
angles.
with like especially Kurt.
Yep, because he crosses into 3 programs, I guess, in one way or another.
I mean, like, if you were to watch just this first episode of TV, you would have thought it was going to be, like, Kurt and AMW versus LAX.
He is the true American hero. Get fucked. Canadian American hero, Petey Williams.
Petey and Kurt ever wrestle?
One-on-one, I don't think so.
I feel like they'd have good chemistry.
Yeah, because Kurt didn't do a ton in the X Division, but every time he did, like every time he wrestled like Jay Lethal, or he'd have a random match against Amazing Red, or he'd wrestle Frankie, like he goes really well with the X Division guys, but he didn't do a ton of it. So November 23rd Impact, Kurt Angle arrives midway through the show. We'll talk more extensively about the AMW LAX angle when we get to it, because there's a bunch of stuff, but Kurt Angle involves himself in that as LAX are once again attempting to conquer America. Kurt Angle makes a save, runs wild on LAX. Angle stands tall. Joe's music plays. AMW Cornette PD, get out of here, because who gives a fuck? We're not important. And we're back from break. Joe and Angle are back in the ring together. Joe talks about how he was undefeated for 18 months, admits Angle was the better man at Genesis. He lost to an Olympic gold medalist, but that was one night. And he admits, while he lost on one night, he wants to see what happens every other night, wants a rematch. Angle says he'll give a rematch on one condition. They make sure nothing happens to each other before Turning Point.
And the crowd is kind of like, oh. Thought it was going to be more like impactful than that.
It's a weird one, because it's a thing that makes sense in hindsight, because Angle is involved in the LAX
they
stuff.
retroactively like fix it.
So like it's a thing that makes sense for the story next week, but doesn't really make sense for him to ask for now. I guess he did just run off LAX, so maybe he's immediately like, oh, they're gonna fuck me up. But yeah, it's one of those things. Like, I think they have a much better explanation for why he accepts the rematch in an upcoming episode.
Yeah.
But here it is like, okay. Joe agrees, and they'll make sure nothing happens to them. It's like, it's very strange. It didn't work. It didn't make much sense. The following week's Impact, we are going to have a main event. It's going to be Kurt Angle and Petey Williams facing LAX for the NWA World Tag Team titles. One problem, LAX start killing everybody tangentially related to that match other than Kurt Angle.
Yeah, they really start going for it.
It's just like, we can take out AMW, we can take out PD, we can take out everybody, so it's just us and Kurt, and then you might figure out what happens next. But opening of the November 30th Impact, Letitia Klein makes her TNA debut. She's with LAX. She's the new backstage interviewer. She'll be our backstage interviewer for the best part of the next year or so.
She seems confused.
She does seem, she has an energy of like, how did I get here?
She's very like WWE announcer coded, because when they first come in, they're like, I don't really know what's happening or why I'm here, but I am, and I'm gonna try.
Yeah, they don't even like introduce her. It's not even like, Letitia Klein here, new TNA backstage correspondent. I don't think you get the name of her until the next week when somebody else says it in a promo.
Yeah, someone else says that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, someone else mentions, oh, hey, Letitia. And then you're like, oh, I guess her name's Letitia. So she just appears on the show with no context. But she's backstage. She's with LAX. Conan says Cornette is infringing on their First Amendment rights. Conan says Angle is aloof and overrated. And tonight they're going to find out what LAX is all about.
Conan's like, I've had to talk to him backstage, and he's always fucking telling me about how he's the greatest of all time.
He's insisting he's my boss? I don't think that's the case, but...
And it feels racially motivated.
A note from the Wrestling Observer. The new interviewer, Letitia, is not someone from Spike per se. Spike does want TNA to have more women on the broadcast, but she was a TNA acquisition. Jesse Ward, who works in production, and some may know from Tough Enough, found her somewhere. She was brought in several weeks earlier for an audition, which she was, according to Dave, absolutely horrible in, so of course she got the job. Jerry Borash is said to be unhappy over it, and there are people surprised that Jarrett didn't stand up for Borash on the move.
Ooh, drama!
Borash and Russo were tight in the WCW days, but had a falling out later. Borash is still doing on-air segments where they plug merchandise, but that's another negative because Don West, who is doing that, is better in the role. So JB really catching the heat from every angle in this month.
It's very funny that they're like, everyone's like, what is happening? Why are we mixing it up in this facet?
Yeah, it's like, why did we bring this new woman to do the job of someone like JB? Very good backstage interviewer. I think it's his best role. So it's like, why are we bringing somebody in to take the job of somebody who does a good job, and then we give that guy the job of somebody who also does a better job? It's a musical chairs where everybody ends up doing something worse, and everyone's kind of mad at each other. But listen, Letitia's work, and that's important.
Yeah, she has to fucking make some money.
Yeah. It's not like they fired JB. He still has a job.
Yeah, everyone's getting paid.
So during the show, LAX, they take out James Storm backstage with a ladder. They take out Chris Harris. They're choking him on some steps as Gail is screaming distressed. And then later in the show, they also take out Petey Williams as he's about to do an interview. He's jumped. LAX asks Angle how he'll do all by himself now that AMW and PD and anyone who might help Kurt Angle have been taken out. So then we get the match.
You know what's funny about this again? It's like... At no point did they go, maybe we should try and take out Samoa Joe. The guy that we know is supposed to be backing him up.
They agreed very publicly last week that they should watch each other's back, so maybe we should add him to our hit list. Though it also might suggest that they also just fear him.
Yeah. Or they thought that, like, Joe wouldn't actually do it.
They should have tried to recruit Joe into LAX.
But it's, Well, that'd be one problem. But hey, I don't know.
So that does bring us to the main event. Kurt Angle versus LAX for the NWA World Tag Team titles. The match was supposed to be Angle and Petey, but starts as a handicap match because Petey was taken out before the break. Mike Tenay is furious that LAX are using their own system against them and availing of the legal system. We'll talk about that, but they are still NWA Tag Team Champions due to the legal system. And Mike Tenay does not like that they're getting due process.
Yeah.
Furious. How dare they critique our system and then use it? Disgusting.
Yeah. It's almost like as if the system is hypocritical.
It is like that meme. It's like, you criticize society, yet you take part in it. I'm very smart.
Yeah.
As LAX begin to take over, Samoa Joe arrives on the and steps on the apron, fulfilling his promise to watch Angle's back. Angle makes the tag, and Hebner just allows it. Earl is like, sure.
Again, it makes no sense. But you know, they have lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
They will bring this up.
Joe runs wild. Joe locks in the coquina clutch. Angle locks in the ankle lock. As Jim Cornette appears at ringside and Earl Hebner calls for the bell, Conan and the LAX lawyer are there shouting at Jim Cornette. I love the idea that the second Joe appeared, Conan's like, let me get the lawyer.
Well, they have so much merit here. They're like, A, he was not a signed participant in this World Tag Team title bout.
Yep.
Also, you did a screw job.
Yeah.
So there's layers upon layers of a mistrial. Not a mistrial, but yes, a mistrial.
There is, I think, a conspiracy at this point from Jim Cornette to try and get these tag titles off these people who have earned them.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think that too.
The match is ruled a no contest due to Joe technically not contractually being in the match. Don, in my favorite call, is like, that's the right decision, but I'm mad because it would have been cool to have Angle Joe as tag champs.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt too.
Don is like, yeah, like listen, that's fair. Joe wasn't in the match, but I wanted him to win.
Also, because it was cool. For a second I thought they were tag champs, I was like, all right.
Yeah, Joe and Angle do shake hands as there is mutual respect because Joe fulfilled his promise, but they do not win the NWA World Tag Team titles. Homicide was apparently really upset when Angle popped his ear in the TV match.
Probably could just end the sentence there.
Homicide was really upset.
Yeah.
He was so mad he wanted to go right there, but he kept himself under control.
Well, that's good for his future job perspectives.
And listen, I think there's a large number of people Homicide could kick the ass of.
Yeah.
I think if there's a list of people Homicide could shoot on and Homicide would win, and that's a pretty big list. Kurt Angle's not on it.
Do you think he has the fork though?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope he comes out armed in every fight.
Who wins in a fight? Kurt Angle just using wrestling or Homicide with a fork?
I still think Angle with wrestling because I don't think the fork can do enough damage to stop a takedown.
Yeah, but you can get taken down with the fork in your hand and then just start fucking gouging.
But I think once Angle takes you down, he can control you enough to mitigate the fork.
I don't know. You don't need much.
If you were to say a knife, I would lean it more toward Homicide. I just don't think the fork does enough immediate damage to stop Angle from controlling your body.
Especially if he's aware of the fork.
Yes, if he does see the fork coming. If it's a stealth fork, he can unleash after he's been taken down. That's a different story because then he can use it with an element of stealth.
Mm-hmm. If he has it in the boot,
That's our new T-shirt: Homicide with fork versus Kurt Angle.
That's a cool shirt, to be fair.
The Go Home Impact, December 7th, we have a very big main event. It's kind of a crazy main event.
On paper, yes.
In execution, less so. But the main event of this episode is Kurt Angle versus Abyss versus Rhino versus Samoa Joe versus Sting versus Christian Cage.
Which, again, on paper, sounds crazy.
It does sound like the biggest match you could possibly do without giving away singles matches.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier on that show, there was a feature on Angle Joe where that Angle goes in the proper reasoning why he gives Joe a rematch. He talks about how there was a man from Iran, he does name them, I won't even try, that beat Kurt earlier in his career, and it would have haunted Kurt if he never got a chance to avenge that loss. It turned out that man from Iran was the man he faced in the finals of the Olympics. He beat him, he won his Olympic gold medal, he got his revenge, he got his vindication, he realized that, he was better, he had his mountain to overcome, and if he didn't have that opportunity, it would have haunted him. He sees that in Samoa Joe. Kurt Angle is Joe's Iranian wrestler, so in order to give Joe that chance, he will give him the rematch. Which I thought, yeah, that's a really good rationale for why Angle changed his mind on this, compared to the oh, watch my back and you can have it kind of thing.
You know what, though? I think I don't mind it being a thing that is told retrospectively.
Yeah.
Because, like, you don't necessarily need to know Kurt's motivations for why he does give Joe the rematch in the moment. But it is nice to, like, have that, established afterwards.
Yeah. And certainly better than them not doing it at all.
Yeah.
I love Kurt in this promo, by the way, because Kurt is like, is there fear inside me? Yes. Will I lose sleep over this? Yes. Samoa Joe is a fucking killer, and I'm scared. But that's when I'm at my best.
It's the Kurt character is very interesting.
Yeah.
Because, like, he isn't just, like, a fearless warrior taking down everyone. He is, like, a man.
Yeah.
He is a man with fear, realizing that he has a challenge to overcome.
And it would be so easy for somebody like him to come in and big dog Samoa Joe. It'd be like, oh, I'm the biggest star in the world. Joe has to beat me to prove something. As opposed to he comes in and is like, I'm scared shitless of this guy. Have you fucking seen him? Where I will still beat him, though. Joe talks about how Angle took his reputation, and Angle states, win, lose, or draw, this will be my last match with Samoa Joe.
Well.
So we get to that main event. Rhino doesn't even make it in the match because of a thing with AJ we'll talk about in a minute. It gets to the finish. Abyss hits the shock treatment on Angle, but Joe makes the save. Tomko boots Joe as he does the muscle buster to Christian. Angle breaks it up. Angle checks on Joe and then hits him with Olympic Slam and pins him. So their deal to watch each other's back may not have extended to this competitive match, to be fair. There are opponents in this match.
Well, yeah, they should technically they shouldn't have, you know, because this is just a match where they're competing against each other. But it is also interesting that it's like Kurt that takes the opportunity, you know.
And like Joe made the save when he got shock treatment. Like Joe was on Angle's side, he fulfilled that promise, but Angle's like, "Fuck you, I'm gonna win the match."
Yeah, so you know, it's there are little signs of Kurt being a little slimy bitch.
And this does firmly enter the era in which Samoa Joe is now just beatable.
Yeah. But so far he's been beaten either by Kurt and through bullshit.
Yep. He won't remain an unbeatable monster anymore. Which is like it's the biggest critique of like the pivot out of an undefeated streak, where like he went undefeated for 18 months and now he will just like whenever you need him to get beaten, he can be beaten on TV. Like it becomes like, oh, we can just beat Joe now, so we just do, instead of like we should really remain very thoughtful about how and when we beat Samoa Joe.
At least for like the foreseeable future. Like
Yeah.
there's obviously going to be a time where it is just that way, unless someone is like a part-timer. Because you simply cannot just have a guy who never gets beaten forever. It just doesn't work. If they're going to be on TV every week in some capacity, like there is no story being told then. But you can definitely like still sort of play that line a little bit longer.
Certainly not 2 weeks later on TV he should be beaten again.
But I guess in like for the case of this story, it does make sense that at least it's Kurt and it's not clean.
Yeah, and he is being fucked over in a way.
Yeah.
So that brings us to Turning Point, 2006, December 10th, from the Impact Zone in Orlando, Florida, in which the main event, once again, overcoming the NWA World Title match, is Kurt Angle versus Samoa Joe. Before the match, JB has Angle. He promises, once again, this will be his last match with Samoa Joe. And after tonight, people are going to know for sure who the better wrestler is.
And they did.
Yep. Samoa Joe defeats Kurt Angle in the rematch. The capital letters _ rematch is how it's built.
I really like this match. I think it's a little weird at the start. It's a little kind of maybe just off kilter because like the crowd isn't as like molten immediately. They do get there, but I really love how like just grimy and filthy and real like this match feels. It really does just feel like a proper professional wrestling match in a way that isn't really seen in especially like a WWE at this time, but even especially in a TNA in this time. It's not something you really see either. It feels something more akin to like a New Japan or a Noah or a Ring of Honor match taking place.
Yeah, it's a match where like the physicality of the wrestling is like the core of what they're doing. Like everything is about, as you said, grimy just wrestling. They're throwing each other and they're doing holds and they're getting down on the mat. Like Angle does a slingshot crossbody in this match that is like beautiful in how ungraceful it is.
Yeah. But like, it doesn't need to be like graceful because it's a man just flinging himself.
Yeah, it's what a slingshot crossbody should be, which is like, as you said, just throwing your body at the other man with a reckless abandon.
How tall is Kurt?
I think Kurt's like 6'1", right? He's in that range. That's how tall Kurt is in my head.
He is 6 foot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, so he's 6 foot in. Apparently, he's 5'9", 5'10", 6 foot in wrestling height.
Yes, he's gimmicked height.
Yeah, so yeah, he's closest to around 5'10". So basically, I mog him and could beat him because I'm taller.
Oh, you're right. You could beat anybody smaller than you.
Yes,
only if you have a fork, though.
Samoa Joe height.
I love trying to ascertain wrestler heights because it's such a minefield
I'm
of bullshit.
subtracting a couple inches.
Yeah.
Because like Joe is billed at 6'3", so he's probably 6 foot.
Yeah, that feels a little tall. He is probably like shoots 6 foot 6'1".
Yeah.
So I think he is slightly taller than Kurt, right?
Yeah. Wikipedia says 6 foot.
All right. So you can beat him too?
Yeah.
Less confident though.
Yeah.
Interesting. You're more confident that you can beat the man who's not an Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, but because he's like 68 and dead.
That's true, and he has numbness in his hands, so that does limit his amateur wrestling skill.
Like, he probably, like, he could throw me around a little bit, but I feel like I can outlast him.
Your youthful dexterity.
And I'll gouge his fucking eyes out.
You have no qualms about fighting dirty.
I gotta do what you gotta do.
Especially if it's a street fight. If it's a street fight, just whatever happens, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like, no one should ever try to fight me because, like, you will win. I'm not, like, a good fighter. But I will do some permanent damage to you in how dirty I will fight.
Yeah.
Like, you may go blind.
You go. That's a bold claim.
Well, I'm going to put my thumb as deep into your eye socket as possible.
You're gonna claw that shit out?
Yeah. I will do whatever is necessary. I don't want to be hurt.
That's fair.
I'll bite you in places. I'll tear shit off. I'm gonna, like, remove skin.
Scratch. Grow your nails out expressly for this situation.
Takes, man.
Angle Joe.
Yeah.
I love there's a spot in this match where Joe's against the ropes. Angle's against the ropes and Joe goes for a clothesline and Angle ducks. And Joe just connects, like, neck first with the top rope.
Yeah, it's something you don't really see very often.
It looks disgusting and great.
Because he doesn't, like, bounce. He just, like, gets caught.
He just hits it and it doesn't move.
Yeah.
It's where Excalibur would start talking about how they're high-tension cables.
It's true. That a rope is actually a misnomer.
Ooh. Angle, which is true of TNA's ring as well, by the way. Not WWE's. WWE's is a rope.
Is that true?
Yeah, WWE still... Or maybe they've changed it, but WWE historically has still used ropes. TNA and AEW have already been high-tension cables. But WWE might have changed it. That might not be true now anymore. I'm not sure.
I'm trying to think if I've ever... I don't know. I think they've always been taped.
Yeah, so it's tough to tell.
So I think they're ropes but taped.
Angle does a full flip bump on a Joe German. Angle hits the Olympic slam for 2. A bunch of ankle lock counters, coquina clutch counters. Angle grabs the ankle to escape the coquina clutch and then grapevines it, but after a minute, Joe reaches the rope. Angle drops Joe with the run up the ropes belly to belly. The ref is bumped. Joe gets a visual submission on Angle. Angle low blows Samoa Joe, goes for a chair, swings, misses, chair rebounds off the ropes, hits Angle in the face. Joe gets Angle in the coquina clutch. Angle looks to go for the ankle again as his escape, but Joe crosses the legs, cuts that off. Angle taps out. Crowd go wild. Samoa Joe defeats
I really
Kurt
like
Angle.
Joe, like, not falling for the same escape twice.
Yep.
I think it's a really good finish.
There's a bunch of little things in that I really like. That is the first one that, like, Joe learned that Angle hasn't escaped the coquina clutch through the ankle lock. So if you cut that off by crossing your legs, and like they did a really good story. Like they told that story in the moment very well as well, where Kurt started going for it and Joe had it like scouted, like really well executed. And the other is like I really like that Angle only started cheating after Joe got to the ropes on the grapevine, because like
yeah, he's like, oh shit, I have nothing left.
That's Angle's burning hammer. Like, grapevine means Angle wins 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
So when he got the grapevine on the ankle and Joe got to the ropes, that's when Kurt starts to panic, because he's unleashed the Olympic slam, he's unleashed the ankle lock, he's done his quote-unquote death move, and Joe is still coming. So that's the point at which, you know, low blow, steel chair, Angle, all bets are off. I'm going to do this by any means.
Yeah.
And I do like the extra pressure, I guess, that is placed on this being the last match by your word. Like, if he wins, he has no reason to pursue a rematch. He can smugly be like, I beat you twice, I'm out of here. Yeah. Whereas if you say this is the last time we're ever wrestling and then you lose,
it's like, shit, maybe I have to go back on my word here, you know?
Yeah, so there's an extra pressure, an extra desperation. So I think all of that works really well for the finish of this match and the storytelling of this match. And as you said, the actual work of this match is just Joe and Angle getting down and dirty, grimy wrestling. And yeah, really, like, I think it's as good as the match before. They're good in different ways, which I think is fun.
Yeah.
The first one is like your more standard, like, we're Kurt Angle and Samoa Joe, and it's kind of like the aura match, where it's just like, holy shit, this match is happening. And then this match is more like your kind of grimy work ratey match with some more like storytelling aspects filtered in. So 2 very good Kurt Angle Samoa Joe matches for 2 very good reasons so far.
Both extremely worth watching.
Kurt Angle's wife was at the pay-per-view, and she did nothing to offset her reputation for being, quote, one of the reasons Kurt Angle has gone crazy, quote, over the years. She was outspoken backstage about a variety of things. 5 years ago, she spoke out in an internet posting about RVD stiffing her husband in the ring, saying it wasn't professional. Ironic, considering Samoa Joe looked pretty beat up after the pay-per-view match with Angle on Sunday. Angle was potatoing him pretty hard during their pay-per-view match. Joe's tough, but observers thought he might be getting a little ticked off about it.
Okay, you say that Homicide could Samoa Joe.
He's bigger, so Angle would have a harder time taking him down. Mm-hmm. I would still back Angle. He's a shoot Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah.
Even in his broken, weird state at this point, I do think he could beat most non-professionally trained fighters.
Yeah.
Though Joe has done some MMA training, so maybe that'll stand to him a little bit. I don't know.
I think it depends, like, how much of, like, a hit he can get in.
Yeah. And there is the question, like, I think Samoa Joe is cool and comes across as tough in a professional wrestling context.
Yes.
I have no idea if he's actually tough at a fight. You know, I have no idea. I don't think he's gotten into many of them.
Yeah.
So he might not actually be able to go in an actual fight.
Yeah, like in wrestling, you seem like the toughest bloke of all time, but
who knows what would happen if you were actually to fight someone who knows how to hurt somebody.
Yeah.
The decision regarding passing out or tapping out was debated internally, and it went back and forth, but they ultimately decided that Kurt should tap out, which Dave disagreed with, and I disagree with Dave.
I don't think either one matters. To me, like, I guess, like, it just comes from having watched, like, a lot of MMA and fighting growing up. It was like, it doesn't matter how you get it. You still get it, you know? It's like, someone passing out isn't any less, like, a loss than someone tapping out. It's just how it goes, you know? They're essentially the same thing. They are, like, all because tapping out in a real fighting context, it's like, you're doing it because you have no choice. Like, you will be permanently injured if you don't, and you pass out because you have no choice. You're just gone, you know? Like, they're both a sign of just not having anything left. Like, to me, I never really saw the difference between the two. I can kind of understand it, like, from a visual storytelling perspective, but, like, it's never been something that I've cared about one way or the other.
Yeah, because I guess the wrestling storytelling thing is, like, tapping out is seen as, like, an act of cowardice. You know, you're giving up.
Yeah, it's seen as, like, giving up, but it's like, in any real fighting situation, it is like, it's not at all. It's not like a shameful thing to be like, I'm going to break my arm right now, you know?
Yeah. Whereas passing out is like the act of defiance and courage. But as you said, in any real fighting
stupidity.
Context, it's dumb. You're dumb not to tap out if you're a fucking god. Especially in, like, the case of the Angle one here, where he does go for the ankle and lose it, and then he knows he's fucked. He's just in the guy's choke, so he taps out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a problem with it. I can see the storytelling. Like, it has a storytelling device too.
It is certain, and, like, AEW is a company that is obsessed with the pass out.
But again, I don't mind it. Like, if it's not like because you know, half of, like, fighting finishes are fucking passing out. Yeah. That's what happens when you get choked real hard.
It does suck.
Yeah, you go out.
The NWA World title match this month is somewhat a continuation of the Sting Abyss stuff, as those two men are involved. We had a third, Christian Cage.
But he's kind of been involved tangentially even through the last month.
That's true. Even when he was like doing a pay-per-view program with AJ while also involved
But
with
the
Rhino.
AJ thing felt like out of place because it was still the Sting thing, you know?
Yeah, because he was doing two separate things. He was doing AJ, he was doing Rhino, while the more important thing he was kind of really doing was the Sting thing.
Yeah, because he wanted to get the shot.
November 23rd, Impact. Abyss, the new NWA World Champion, opens the show, enters the Impact Zone. James Mitchell says he stands before you like a proud father with the new NWA Champion. Says to Sting, it's better to laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints. Despite all Sting's preaching, he's no different from Mitchell and Abyss. Asks Sting to be honest that he got into wrestling to wallow in all of its pleasures, just like the rest of us. The crowd then chant, "We want Sting." He invites Sting to come home for good. Sting's music hits as a man that definitely looks like Sting hits the ring. He runs off Abyss with the bat and reveals, oh my god, it's not Sting, it's Christian Cage.
There was a part of me I was like, yeah, Sting doesn't normally dress like this. I was like, is he doing a new thing?
Sting has decided to drip himself out in the latest 2006 attire.
Yeah, good on him.
Christian asks if this is what he has to do to get a title shot around here. He refers to Abyss as the mass or word. Not the first time he will this month.
And you've been saying it all week now.
Listen, you're the phased watcher around here, so don't you dare throw that at me.
I'm just saying, ever since you watched this show.
Christian suggests he's going to take Sting out to take his rematch. Sting descends from the rafters onto the announce desk. Sting says he's going to get his rematch and he'll happily go through Christian tonight, so says, see you later tonight. Christian demands Sting put his number one contender shot on the line. Sting says it's showtime as we crash to the opening titles, which is presumably accepting.
I would assume, because showtime implies action.
I do love a crash to opening titles. I do love like an opening segment. Yeah, we'll go do Sting, a Christian, world title on the line, main event, a world title shot on the line. And then you get the opening titles. It's like, that's TV. That's TV, baby.
That's TV, baby.
So main event for the first time ever, free on television, Sting and Christian.
Kinda crazy.
Yeah, they're just throwing shit out. That like TNA is very conservative about what they put on television as TV main events. They've been very conservative.
I think every promotion is.
And too conservative, would you say?
Yes. I think every promotion inherently is, except WWE, because they don't give a fuck. I think it's a part of, it comes down to sometimes how many quote-unquote stars you believe you have.
Yeah.
That, like, you're less than willing to, like, do big star versus star matches on TV. But, like, my thing is always, like, it's TV. You don't have to have clean finishes. You know, you can have big, like, matches with stars in them and then do bullshit and not lose anything. As long as your pay-per-views are, like, more protected.
Like, I do understand the appeal of being like, let's save the first Christian Sting match for pay-per-view. I don't think, like, I think we overrate the meaning of first time ever matches.
I don't think, like, a first time ever match is inherently a big deal.
Yeah.
I think it's up to you to make it feel like a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. So, like, you can throw something, like, the downside is we actually never get a proper Sting Christian match. We get another TV match in 2007, and that's it. That's the two singles matches. Like, that's the problem is we ultimately never get this on pay-per-view. But,
yeah.
I think we get too precious about, like, well, we've got to protect that match for when we do it down the line. Whereas I think you can do it now and do it down the line, and it'll still mean as much if you do it well.
Yeah. I don't think, like, just because people have wrestled once before, it ever, like, it doesn't kill the idea of the match necessarily.
Yep. Sting stalks Christian down to the ring during his entrance and jumps him to start the match. Jim Cornette joins commentary. TNA says that LAX will defend the tag titles against Kurt Angle and PD next week. That's where they announced that here. Sting fires up, and him beating Christian's ass is very enjoyable. I really like the Sting comeback and Christian just like bumping around. We didn't talk about it in the fucking humongous main event too, but there was an Angle and Christian segment that was very similar in that match too.
Yeah, Christian is... You know, he's such a great, like, backing off, like, shithead heel.
Mm-hmm. And when you get, like, stars of the caliber of Angle and Sting just beating his ass, it's very satisfying.
Especially, like, an all-time babyface like Sting.
Yep. Ref gets bumped. Christian rakes Sting's eyes. Sting reverses the Unprettier into the Scorpion Death Drop and locks in the Deathlock. Christian taps, but there is no referee to see it. A hooded man emerges from the crowd. He attacks Sting and reveals himself to be the debuting Tyson Tomko.
Fuck yes!
Tomko is
My
here.
childhood.
Tomko, give me a beat.
I'm very excited. I'm excited to see Tyson Tomko, and I'm excited to see him with Christian. And also, it means we're very close to AJ.
Yes, we're Christian Coalition is imminent. Tomko, like, this is like, I think people forget what a kind of what if Tomko was at this point. Because, like, he gets over at one point as a singles guy. He's doing great work in New Japan with Giant Bernard as, like, the original Bernard and Anderson team. Like, that it's the same thing. They've basically changed Tomko for Carl Anderson. He's doing really good work as, like, a career renaissance outside of WWE, kind of proving that he's not just, like, your stock WWE big man who has no value by himself.
Yeah, like the Terminal 2004 guy.
Yeah, I always, he's much later. Mason Ryan is always my example of, like,
I always think of, like, just like anyone that was in La Resistance.
Yeah, Rob Conway.
Like, just Rene Dupree, Rob Conway,
Sylvain
just like
Grenier.
Exactly, just all these, like, big jacked up dickheads, you know?
So Tomko drops Sting with a press slam into a fallaway slam. One of my favorite moves. It always looks great when you just drop him down out of the press into the fallaway. Cornette enforces that Tomko doesn't work here, as Tomko drops Sting with an Argentine neckbreaker, and we go off the air. Tomko has arrived in TNA.
I'm excited, man. I like Tomko.
I'm excited for Christian Coalition stuff because, as I said, like, this is an era of TNA I have not rewatched. Like, this is the year I started watching, so, like, basically everything from now on, bar, like, little bits and bobs, because I haven't done rewatches of TNA from after 2007. So, like, I haven't watched this stuff in 18 years in its completion, rather than popping in and out for, like, social clips and stuff from individual shows. So I'm excited to watch all, like, the Christian Coalition stuff again.
Yeah, like, this is sort of an era of TNA you just remember, you know?
Yep. Christian Cage has been pushing hard for TNA to bring in Travis Tomko from just about the time Christian started. The idea had always been for 2006 that Christian would win the title, turn heel on Sting, and it would lead to them meeting at the December pay-per-view where Sting would get the title if he was staying, or put over Christian if he wasn't. That changed greatly through the year as Jeff Jarrett changed plans, as he always does. It became about Jarrett instead of Christian, but he had pushed that when he did turn, Tomko would join him. So this has been in the works for a while.
It's crazy that he just does New Japan and TNA at the same time.
Yeah, that becomes an issue eventually, but yep.
He really does just bounce back and forth a lot.
Yeah, because, like, TNA and New Japan are obviously in bed with each other at this point. You had New Japan guys for the World X Cup back in May, and TNA guys will regularly work New Japan, including the Dome shows, for the next 4 or 5 years or so. So, like, it makes sense. There's a natural crossover there at the moment. But yeah, he just works TNA New Japan full time.
They never did anything with Bernard.
It feels like, it's funny that, like, he has an established, well-known U.S. tag team partner. You know, like, Albert is a name guy in America. So the idea that, like, let's make Tomko's tag team partner AJ Styles. It is funny. They're like, we're doing a tag team with them, but we're not going to pluck it's not like it's Manabu Nakanishi, you know? It's not like you're plucking some random Japanese guy. It's like a guy with WWE experience, and you're like, AJ.
Maybe it was just the thing. I mean, it seems like this was kind of the plan, the coalition thing, because with the AJ turn already being, like, firmly established at this point.
It does seem like stuff is lining up. They're telling stories.
I love stories.
Following week's Impact, Christian Cage comes to the ring with Tomko. Mike Tenay says it will be Abyss versus Sting versus Christian in a 3-way match for the title at Turning Point, because technically Tomko's interference caused that Christian Sting match last week to end in a no contest. So Christian has been rewarded for that with an NWA World title match.
Because the good guys and the medium guy want to kick the shit out of him.
So Christian formally introduces Tomko to TNA. Christian says he's undefeated, the biggest star in TNA. Maybe it'll be a single threat match because he plans to take out both Abyss and Sting before Turning Point. I'm not sure how that works. Would he have to pin himself?
It's wordplay. Don't question it.
Christian alludes to some previously unknown connection between Tomko and Abyss. Tomko apparently knows something about Abyss.
What could it be? Perhaps he is another one of Abyss's many brothers.
That's true. He's a park. Christian refers to Abyss as a slobbering word. Twice this month.
You just don't expect it, you know?
You don't. You really don't.
It's like, I mean, like, It is just like looking back on things with 2025 eyes, but like you would just be watching something and then just be, oh.
Yeah, especially from Christian. I was like, there's people I might expect that from in 2006 TNA. Christian's probably not really one of them.
BG James.
Yeah, BG James could say any shit, and I would be like, yep, it's BG James.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Mitchell holds back Abyss as Christian wants him to come down, so Mitchell's the smart man. A Sting dummy descends from the rafters. A Sting looks to jump Christian and Tomko from behind. It was a distraction. Sting wants to talk to Abyss man to man, face to face later tonight, but asks Abyss to come alone.
It's so funny that like we have to split this segment up to two things on this show. Just fucking have the conversation now.
Yeah, it's like, everyone leave. I want to talk to Abyss.
Why do we have to do the fucking let's talk later bullshit?
It's a hook, you see, to get people to stay watching. Which is probably the idea. It is legitimately probably. We'll do that opening segment to be like, hang around. The Thing wants to talk to Abyss man to man.
But who is that like for? Who is in there like, oh fuck, I need to make sure I'm still here to see the Sting Abyss talking segment?
I've heard clips of the Ariel Helwani Vince Russo interview, and based on that, I think it's for the casual fan. That wrestling is apparently not serving anymore.
Okay. Let me tell you what, I couldn't give a flying fuck about the casual fan. The casual fan can go fuck off.
There was a Brian Alvarez quote this week where, like, Tony books wrestling that he likes, and I'm like, the dude is a billionaire doing a vanity project. What the fuck would be the point of him booking wrestling he doesn't like?
But, like, isn't the old adage, like, you should make things you like, because then other people might like them?
That was the Jerry Jarrett idea, yeah. That, like,
if you're serving one person, you might be serving some other people, you know?
Yeah. Presumably there are wrestling fans that are the same kind of wrestling fan as you out there. You're not an isolated, like, outlier.
I don't know, man. Fuck it. Like, AEW's best television of the year is the fucking Continental Classic when it's just 6 fucking matches between guys.
And like, if you were a billionaire launching hundreds of millions into the startup of a wrestling company, what the fuck is the point of you being like, and I'm going to use that money to produce wrestling I personally don't like? Like, what the fuck is that thought process?
But also, I also think it's, like, incredibly stupid to, like, think that the casual fan, like, expects one certain thing. As if there isn't just, like, people who can watch something and then appreciate it or like it or find enjoyment out of it. Like, it can't just be wrestling for some reason. It's like it has to be a skit or some bullshit. Like, why do they think people just won't enjoy the wrestling part of wrestling?
We also think this casual fan is the dumbest person alive at all times.
Well, they think the casual fan is fucking them.
Yeah.
They think it's them. They think it's, oh, you know, you have to do fucking television. You have to do cinema. And it's like, the thing that's going to stand out to them is the dudes beating the shit out of each other because they don't actually see that on anything else. You're not going to tell better stories than what's on TV. You're not going to do better comedy than what's on TV. So, like, there's places for it, obviously, on a wrestling show, because, ironically, the people that kind of stuff serves is the people who are watching every week who will get bored of the same shit, not the new people who have never seen wrestling before. Just show them fucking wrestling!
Yeah. It's a thing that drives me crazy.
Have you never watched pro wrestling with someone who has never seen it before? Like, because it's so fucking, like, easy to see the things that stand out to them, which are, and fucking block your ears if you're a fucking 40-year vet in this industry, it's fucking flips and blood, motherfucker! They're the two things that people who have never seen wrestling before get, like, enamored with, because it's something they can't see in anything else.
There's a reason, like, Ninja Mac doing that fucking black flip spot in the Best of the Super Juniors goes more viral than your Bloodline cinema.
Yeah, it's like the reason, like, if you ever watch a show and they're like, whoa, who is this Will Ospreay guy? You know? Who is this Darby Allin? Like, or they see Mox and they bleed and they're like, what the fuck is this? Is this allowed?
Yeah.
You know? Like, it's so insane to be like, yeah, the boring, annoying, lame parts of wrestling are the thing that's gonna get people in there. I truly don't, like, the thing that I don't understand is, like how has no one ever watched wrestling with a non-wrestling fan? Because that's the easiest way to see what fucking resonates with them.
And, like, here's the thing, they haven't. That's the problem.
Then stop fucking using them as an example, because you don't know.
Yeah.
You clearly don't.
All of these people have been living in their same podcast bubble for 20, 30 years, never getting outside of it. Their vision of wrestling is so much more broken into them by Vince McMahon than they even know themselves. They're so like corrupted by Vince's vision that they if they see it done any other way, they don't even know why they're rejecting it, other than they don't realize that they've been incepted by Vince's wrestling by a monopoly for 20 years. And the thing that drives me crazy is like they always talk about what somebody else might have thought. You know, somebody else might have been confused by this story. Somebody else might not have liked this or that. It's like, fucker, if I'm watching a review of something, I want to know what you think. What was your reaction?
They don't ever have one, though.
That's the thing. They're fucking hacks. They can't think critically about stories. They can't assess these things in interesting, thoughtful ways. So they always have to invent another person out there who might have been confused or who might not have liked it, because that's how they can approach the criticism, rather than like, what was my personal response to this piece of art? What was my personal response to this story? Which is the reason, like, when we're talking about this kind of stuff a lot, I'm like, by the letter of the law, wrestling booking says you should do XYZ. But like, how did I feel? What was my reaction? When I was watching Full Gear, I saw a lot of people say, well, you shouldn't put Moxley and Kyle back to back with Fletcher and Briscoe. Which is like one of those things that you're like, oh, well, wrestling booking 101, if you were to write it in a textbook, would say, don't put the two hardcore matches back to back. And then I would simply ask, in practice, what was the negative effect? Was the crowd noticeably worse? I think the crowd was about the same as it was for the whole show for those matches. Maybe a little better for those matches than it was the whole show. Arguably, the crowd was a little better for Kyle Briscoe than it was for Kyle and Mox. So, in theory, that should be flipped by the wrestling like logic. The matches, while they were based on like violence and plunder, they were very different kinds of violence and plunder. Mox and Kyle was a lot more grounded, gritty, no holds barred style, and Briscoe and Kyle
and
was...
even like, if you do want to have the opinion of like, oh, putting them back to back was a mistake, like I think you can have that opinion after you've watched them.
Yeah, and then you
when
explain
you've
why.
Seen
Yeah.
the content of both matches. But when like you have a knee-jerk reaction to being like during the entrances and going, what are they doing? They don't know what they're doing. They're putting on two like in a row. It's like, well, you don't know, do you? You don't know what the match is going to be about. You don't know how it's going to be presented comparably between the two.
And there might be even a thematic reason why you decide to present them back to back. Who knows? Like there might be like a storytelling reason why you're like, I think these two matches work as a couplet. It's like it drives me crazy that we approach so much wrestling criticism from either like a philosophical way that we don't even really understand why, or from the perspective of someone we don't know, an imaginary person we don't know that we've invented in our head.
An imaginary person who we've invented in our heads, who magically will always back up the opinion I'm trying to display.
Yes. It's funny how that works, isn't it?
And it's like, again, if you have you have a real person next to you, you're watching it, who's watching wrestling for the first time, and they have these opinions, then sure, it's a valid reason to bring it up, you know? It's going to be, at least, it's going to have some meaning, you know? But when it's just nothing, it makes no sense. It's like, who cares? You're lamenting something that doesn't exist.
Yes. Instead of saying, what did you think of the match? What did you think of the characters? What did you think of the story? How did it make you feel? That's what I want to know from a review. I don't want to know, well, you know, somebody else might have thought this was confusing. What's that fucking useful for?
Yeah.
Later in the show, Sting comes out for a conversation with Abyss.
I think someone might have been confused that this segment was happening because they didn't see the first part of it.
Yeah, what if you only tuned in halfway through the show and you have no idea why Sting is talking? Why didn't they play a video package right beforehand to recap what happened?
That's true. Video package would have solved this.
Abyss follows alone, no James Mitchell. Sting has a chair for Abyss. Abyss doesn't take the chair. Sting hypes Abyss up about how he's a great athlete and a champion, but then asks, why do you let Mitchell lead you around? Is he looking for someone to lead him out of the torment and pain he's in 24/7? This causes Abyss to take the chair.
Damn, he had to really reflect upon this.
Or does Abyss want to be his own champion and his own man now? He then leans in and he calls Abyss Chris. It's Chris Abyss.
It's Abyss Christopher.
We get his shoot name for the first time. He is named Chris. Which, usually I have a problem with them doing shoot names like that.
But when it's like a monster character,
When he's like an unknown guy behind a mask called Abyss, I'm like, all right, I understand you. I know what you're going for here. As opposed to like the thing here is not that like, ooh, it's Insider. I know you're. It's like, oh, you're trying to connect with them as a human because you're trying to connect with the human, not the monster. So good, thumbs up.
it's like if like he was doing the same segment because she's like, okay, Will.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, what do you want from him, man?
Abyss looked up when Sting called him Chris. Mitchell appears on the Tron and calls Abyss an animal. Abyss like reaches out longingly to Mitchell when he appears on the Tron and then clutches the NWA title, which I thought was like some really good physical drama from Abyss.
Yeah. And again, like we're not saying like dramatic tension and storytelling in wrestling is bad. It can be good.
Yes, most people just do it badly.
I just think that, like, if you want to take this show for example, it's like, it's the first time watching, I don't think they're going to care about, like, Abyss longingly grasping the title or looking towards Mitchell more than they're going to care about, like, them swinging chairs.
Yep.
I think one of those things will resonate more than the other for the quote-unquote casual fan.
Yeah, that's it. If this is the first segment you've ever watched, you're not going to be like, oh, that was a really good, like, bit of nuanced character work from Abyss. You know, you're not going to understand it.
That's what I find interesting about, like, that whole sort of talking point that we hear. It's like, I feel like all of the points that you make are like, these are big parts of the show that are good and are useful, but I feel like they serve the long-standing fan more than they do a theoretical casual fan.
Mitchell says before Sting starts trying to save souls, he suggests Sting starts with his own. Sting encourages Abyss to make his own choices and leaves. Christian and Tomko jump Abyss. Tomko drops Abyss with the Argentine neckbreaker, which is very impressive. That's the torture rack into a neckbreaker move, which is awesome again. Another great big man move, and even better doing it on a guy the size of Abyss. Before Sting comes back in to run them off. Sting offers Abyss a hand. Abyss looks conflicted as Mitchell comes out and slaps Sting before leading Abyss away.
Well, but like, think about the fan who doesn't know that Sting was a horrible drug addict in the 90s.
Yes, you're like, why are they talking about how Sting, the ultimate babyface, who was presented as like the heroic Avenger character for his entire career, is like, oh, you love the allure of the inside of wrestling, don't you, Sting? That makes no sense to them. But we do not care about casual fans.
No, I'm gonna stop barking about it now because it's gonna become repetitive and annoying. But like, it is just, I don't know. Why do we like even let this be? I guess I'm sick of wrestling's talking points being the same 5 fucking things as it has been for like a decade now. Like, what are we doing? Yeah, I wish we could just like analyze these shows with artistic merit instead of like useless, benign bullshit.
And it's a thing like going back and reading all of these torches and all of these observers. It's like same shit. It's just, and it's not like the wrestling is different.
Like, it's just different fucking buzz like words and different phrases.
Because we don't have like good, interesting critics of wrestling and interesting people who think about wrestling on a level deeper than what if somebody in Iowa was confused. Go Home Impact. We have a video feature in which Mitchell, Christian, and Sting discuss Abyss. Tomko knows a secret. Sting sees a human being in there, and Mitchell thinks Sting and an army of angels couldn't take Abyss.
Which I think is a good line.
Later in the show, Cornette's in the ring. He makes a couple of matches official for the pay-per-view before Christian interrupts him. Jim seems to be busy preventing people's First Amendment rights lately, that he's not doing his job, says Christian. Suggests there's something in Abyss's background that would make Jim Cornette's stomach churn. Christian goes on to tell Abyss's story, but Abyss hits the ring and runs wild. Tomko drops Abyss with a boot, and they beat on Abyss until Sting makes the save. Sting, once again, offers a hand to Abyss. Abyss accepts it and pulls him into a black hole slam.
That's a good bit.
It's the second time he did that. He did that to Jarrett last year in like the King of the Mountain build, if you remember, when they were trying to recruit him. It's always a great spot to be like, handshake, black hole slam.
Nah. Actually, I know what Abyss did.
What do you think Abyss did?
I know what it was.
What was it?
See, he went to prom, right?
Yeah.
And he was driving home, and there was this girl in the front seat with him. She started giving him roadhead. And then he crashed the car. Yeah, and then what he did was he just got out of that car and he fucking left.
No.
Yep. And then he started hanging out with Cody Rhodes.
Right.
And you won't believe what happens next.
What happens next?
But he turns on Cody Rhodes.
What?
And then brings this guy called Wardlow in. Yeah. And boy, does that go places.
This is war.
Wardlow vs. Abyss would have been perfect.
I forgot about that story.
The closest thing AEW's gotten to a Katie Vick angle.
I like how that's just fucking AEW canon now, by the way.
Yeah, MJF got roadhead and almost killed a woman.
Yeah, it's just, and now he was a babyface afterwards.
Like pretty quickly afterwards, wasn't it? Wasn't like that wasn't too far off the turn.
Yeah, that's so funny. How does Tomko know about this is the question.
Well, let me tell you. Mm-hmm. He was actually a first responder.
Oh, good. That's nice.
Yeah, he was an ambulance driver in Long Island, New York.
You saw MJF run away.
saw
Sorry,
Abyss.
Abyss. Oh, sorry. I'm mixing up stories.
What's Tyson Tomko up to?
I think he's had a rough run of it.
Oh,
He had a rough stretch post TNA because he did that TNA return in like 2009 2010 when they were doing like the story where he was attacking AJ that got dropped when Hogan came in, and then he kind of I think he had a tough time after that, but he seems to be doing okay now, I think.
his last match was in 2013.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's not great.
In the toilet story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, seems he has some businesses. So hopefully that's going well for him.
I hope his life is going okay after that.
I truly wish nothing but the best for Tyson Tomko.
Shout out to my boy.
Does he have like a Twitter?
I think he has an Instagram. Because the anniversary of his debut was actually like last week. I can tell you when it was. It was on these shows. I have the date in front of me. November 23rd. So yeah, it was last week.
Travis Tomko Real. He's got a nice beard.
Right.
Alright. Let me deep dive into Tyson Tomko.
And his Instagram, see what's happening.
He went with Post Malone.
Oh.
That's not good for him.
Enjoying culture.
Yeah, I don't know. Doing some stuff. He's living a regular life fishing. So I hope he's doing well.
It is the dream.
Yeah, good on you, Tyson Tomko.
Not even 50 yet, which is crazy.
Yeah, I hope you are content in this world.
That is all we can ask for.
If you want to come on the podcast and talk about TNA, feel free.
Yeah, open door for Tomko.
Invitation. We are big Tomko heads.
The main event of this Impact is the six-way match that did have Abyss, Sting, and Christian all in it. So that was your pay-per-view go-home segment as well.
We call it the Tom Coalition here.
Yeah, we don't respect Christian Cage. It's better wordplay. Tom Coalition's better wordplay.
A little forced.
That brings us to Turning Point, in which Abyss defeats Sting and Christian Cage to retain the NWA World Title.
This wasn't an awful match.
I liked it. I thought it was like well worked. There's a little bit of clumsiness here and there, but like these are three good heavyweight wrestlers having a pretty good heavyweight title match.
Yeah, felt bad that they got cut by Joe and Angle again.
Yeah, second month in a row that they're put behind Angle Joe. And like the first month you do get it. It's Angle Joe first time. This is the month where the title match could have went on last.
Yeah.
JB has Christian before the match. Christian mocks the idea that Abyss is a man. This isn't about saving souls. This is about Christian. He wants to regain something he never lost. Tomko knows Abyss's dirty secret. They don't want to reveal it because it's embarrassing. But maybe, just maybe, if Christian doesn't leave as NWA champ, they'll have to say it.
Wow. It's just, I like that. It's just embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's not like life changing or anything. It's not going to like ruin him. It's just like somewhat uncomfortable to be out there.
Well, he was suggesting to Cornette it's the kind of reason that would have required dismissal, and now he's like down to like, it's just it's a little awkward.
Maybe he's implying it's embarrassing for the company, which would imply that it is something more nefarious.
But I thought Abyss was birthed from a portal back in 2003.
Yeah, maybe he killed Lollipop.
Do you think Goldilocks knew the secret?
Yes, because she knows all.
She does. She's very smart.
Yeah. Lollipop? Fuck, I keep saying Lollipop when I mean Goldilocks. Goldilocks.
But maybe he did kill Lollipop.
Yeah, as I was thinking, but like I was like, Goldilocks would be perfect for the Christian Coalition.
She should be in it, especially as like the movie star Goldilocks character.
Yeah.
The darling.
She was doing Timeless Tony Storm before Tony.
That's the realization I just had. Did Timeless Tony Storm take it from Goldilocks?
I assure you she doesn't know who Goldilocks is.
I think she does. I think she's a secret sicko.
Do you think she was watching her NWA-TNA tapes?
She was listening to this show is what I think happened.
Tony, if you want to come on the podcast, talk about some TNA, feel free.
I think those timelines loosely add up.
I think they're timeless.
Sting hits a big dive off the top onto Abyss and Christian on the floor, starting Sting. Actually, no, he did a dive off the King of the Mountain penalty box as well this year. So even this year, Sting is like can I jump off things? I would like to jump off things.
He's always been a bit of a freak for it.
Sting hits an electric chair on Abyss. The Tower of Doom superplexes Christian. Sting hits the Scorpion on Christian, but Tomko pulls the referee out. Abyss clears out Tomko, press slams Christian to the floor. My favorite part of that is Tomko is like 3 feet to the left of Christian as he's being press slammed to the floor. Does not try and catch him or intervene in any way.
I mean, why would you?
He's just like, yeah, you can eat that shit. I'm fine.
Yeah. He wants to win the match, Garrett.
Abyss lays out the tacks, but Tomko curb stomps Abyss's head into them.
Burn it down.
Abyss black hole slams Sting into Christian, but misses the tacks for the win. He also kind of missed Christian a little bit. It was a great idea for a finish. You saw exactly what they wanted, and it just didn't hit. But I am glad at least that Abyss has 2 months as NWA World Champion.
Yeah, it does. Something works, you know? Like, it is a good footnote to exist.
And at least, like, it would have started, like, not only the way he won the belt, but if he had lost it 3 weeks later, not even like a full pay-per-view cycle, like you had 3 weeks as champ, it would have really started. I'd like to have a Rhino-esque reign as NWA World Champ. So at least he had one pay-per-view successful retention.
In my head, just gotta get in the books.
And he beat Sting back to back. He pinned him this month.
Yeah, after a perfect finish. That went exactly the way everyone intended.
Well, at least he pinned him. He pinned Sting.
Yeah, he did pin Sting.
The only other heavyweight feud this month is Rhino against AJ Styles. Continuing from Rhino being a little naggy bitch and AJ being like, leave me alone.
Yeah, it's a very silly little feud.
The first impact of the month, AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels defeat the Naturals, and what Don West tells us is the final time AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels will team together.
Ever.
They actually don't team together that much after this. They only have like 2 or 3 matches together.
They do it.
Yeah, and they teamed together in 2007 as well, so... they also plugged the Third Degree Burns CD, and I was trying to work out why the CD's called Third Degree Burns. And I didn't come up with an answer.
Third Degree Burns, because after the impact, you can get burnt.
You do burn a CD.
Well, I don't think it's that.
No, but that when when you put files on it, you burn files onto a CD.
I know, but I don't think it's that.
That's probably not. But listen, I've got nothing else. They may have simply thought it sounded cool.
It's probably just some like play on impact, alright.
You got nothing.
Well, it has to just be a... But why is it a 3 as well?
Yeah.
Instead of the word third.
It's confusing. I don't know why it's called Third Degree Burns. I own that CD.
Because everything they do is a pun on impact, you know? So, like, you have to assume.
It gets back to Impact or TNA somehow.
Yeah. Let's ask Dale Oliver. He reduced it.
The Naturals are already in the ring. Styles and Daniels run wild, hit Andy Douglas with the high-low, followed by the Frog Splash BME for the win. They replay the finish. It is sponsored by Sonic the Hedgehog Next Gen.
Everything has a next gen.
That's what they call it. Mike Tenay says Sonic the Hedgehog Next Gen is what it's sponsored by.
Is that you're saying it like that isn't a thing that exists, but I don't know Sonic enough to know if that is or isn't.
Well, it's the game that would be known now as Sonic 06.
Sonic 06.
Yeah, which is famously known as one of the worst Sonic games, which is saying something because most of them are bad.
But like Sonic 06 is iconic.
Is it?
Yeah. Sonic 06 is an iconic video game.
Yeah.
It's the only canonical Sonic game with bestiality in it.
Yes, it is. And I guess like the game was just called Sonic the Hedgehog. That was the name of the game.
That game, unironically, always made me really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because like playing it felt like it was some like fake game that someone made online. That was pretending to be a Sonic game to like install malware.
Yeah.
Like it never felt like a fucking real video game.
Yeah.
Because like just the way it looks.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right. I feel like Sonic has that problem with like 40% of Sonic games. Where they're just like, we don't really know what Sonic is. Like post 2D games.
But like a lot of them, they're like, we're just throwing Sonic in hyper-realistic worlds.
Yeah. Like Sonic Frontiers is another one of those like, we don't really know what Sonic is meant to be in 3D, so we're just kind of doing shit and seeing how it turns out, and usually quite badly.
I think because it always kind of looks like a fake Unreal Engine game. that like a fan made.
Yep. It looks like the kind of thing that only 2 minutes of footage should be. And there should be like an IGN headline that's like, fan remade Sonic and Unreal Engine, and you only see 2 minutes of it, and you know, like, you couldn't actually make the game like that.
Or like you just see something on YouTube and it's like, oh, what Pokemon should look like.
Eurogamer gave it 2 out of 10. Its lowest score.
Yeah, but like, again, it has traveled beyond that. It is like a fundamental part of gaming history.
I like how the subhead on that Eurogamer review is feels a little flat, and then you give it 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
I'm sure the comments about this will be very normal.
What did they give it?
There's 119 comments about this 19-year-old. Is the 2 for the bestiality content, somebody asks?
The users of Giant Bomb have given it a 1.8.
That's out of 5 or 10?
Out of 5.
Okay, that's slightly better.
Yeah. One person gave it a 4 out of 10.
Whoa, that's swinging. That's slightly above
yeah.
1.8 out of 5.
You gotta give, 4 out of 5.
Oh, that's much better than 1.8.
That's what I'm saying. I want to read the most helpful review by Blaze Hedgehog. The subheading is broken, rushed, and just not very fun. It's a long-ass review. Should be getting paid for this.
Yeah, I hope they are.
Dead on review, I'm a huge Sonic fan, but even I have to admit this game is pretty bad. The one thing you didn't mention, though, sound design. Though the voice acting was very questionable, I actually thought that a good deal of the music was quite good.
That's okay. That's the one thing Sonic does usually have going for it.
17 years ago. Huge Sonic fan I am, but this game sucks so bad. Great review about a terrible game, man. Come on, Sonic Unleashed. Prove the world wrong.
I'm on the legacy section of the Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
And one of the notes, the main theme of Sonic the Hedgehog and the theme of Sonic His World was sampled in Drake's 2017 song, KMT. It's funny you say that this is a game that looks like a fan-made remake. There's a fan-made remake of this using Unity Engine.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. I think I remember playing a pretty decent chunk of it.
This is the generation of Sonic games I just completely missed. Like this, Sonic and the Black Knight. There's another one in that. Secret Rings is the other one in that era that just like I have not laid hands on at all. So I've no idea. I know this game's reputation, but other than that, I have not laid hands on it.
What's the one where you fight the water?
Sorry?
What's the one where you fight the water?
Is that the werewolf one?
No.
Is that Sonic and the Secret Rings?
No.
Is it Sonic Lost World?
What the fucking water guy called?
I have no idea.
Chaos.
Yeah.
Sonic Adventure.
Which people like.
Played that one too. It's another he turns into a kaiju. That's all I remember. Sonic always had good art, like good box art.
Yeah, because Sonic is like it's the thing about Sonic. Sonic is an iconic character. Sonic looks awesome. He's one of the coolest character designs. Shout out to how he's inspired multiple generations of furries, but like most of his games are bad. So you have to like be like, I love Sonic because Sonic is cool objectively, and then you have to like dance around the fact that like, well, his games are like. The good ones are 7 out of 10.
Like Mega Man.
I haven't played enough Mega Man, honestly. I played like 2 Mega Men.
That's enough.
They're very similar, so I think it is enough. Listen, if you like that formula, there's a lot of it there for you.
Yeah.
What do you send me a photo of? Is this going to be Sonic porn?
No.
Oh, it's just nice box art. Okay.
Yeah, it's Sonic porn, alright. Hey.
Shout out Shadow. Also, like, an amazing design. Shadow looks so cool.
Yeah.
And then you have to play the games that Shadow's in. And, well.
Well, he has the one with the cool guns.
So Sonic the Hedgehog Next Gen is the sponsor of AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels versus the Naturals. Styles and Daniels got along the whole time during the match, but the second Rhino shows up after the match, AJ is like, fuck you, and leaves.
Yeah.
For some reason, all the X Division guys are also watching this. I don't really know why.
To get them on the show.
Yeah, because they don't do much else this month. The following week, we get AJ Styles' character development. He does a sit-down interview with Mike TNA. AJ doesn't like Mike's characterization of his team with Daniels as on again, off again, which I think is fair. They've been pretty on again.
Yeah.
They've been teaming for like 6 months, Mike.
They just had one problem.
He says friends argue, they'll sort it out. AJ, however, doesn't trust Rhino. He thinks Rhino wants something. AJ then delves into his backstory. All they had when he was younger was a black and white TV in the trailer.
I know that would have been in vogue when you were a kid. Not for me.
Mike is like, I'm so sorry, I didn't want to embarrass you. And AJ's like, where were people like you when I actually needed you? Because today's like, I'm just trying to help. It's like, I don't need your help. Or Tanae says, I didn't know you then. AJ retorts, you don't know me now. TNA tries to get things back on track, and then Rhino walks in, having overheard everything. AJ is bemused at the idea that Rhino was just in the vicinity of the interview, which I do love.
But also, he mentioned him 12 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It didn't come in right after he started talking about Rhino. He waited until he was talking about his personal life.
But I like that. It's oh, so you were just hanging around, were you?
How very convenient.
But it's one of my least favorite tropes in wrestling is the guy who is interrupting the interview just is happening to be there when they're talked about. So I love AJ being oh, what a coincidence that you happen to be here, you fucking spying on me piece of shit. Rhino relates to AJ's upbringing, tells him there's a better path. AJ says next time Rhino gets in his business, there's going to be trouble.
Trouble.
So we have a story about these poor boys who have gone down different paths. Then go home show. We open Impact with Rhino in the ring. He's mad about what happened with AJ last week and calls him out. He was I was a certain level mad last week, but then I thought about it, I'm madder. Daniels comes out, tries to talk down Rhino. He sees the same issues between AJ and Rhino that Rhino was warning about. So he's you're kind of creating a self-fulfilling prophecy here, Rhino. AJ jumps Rhino from behind and they have a pull apart as security separates them. Main event of that show is meant to be the super duper multi-man, six-man match.
That is what they defined it as when they were promoting it.
The super duper multi-man six-way match? Mm-hmm. It's very catchy. It was Resident Stay is one of their branded match types. What did they call it? All-Star War? Was that it?
Something like that.
As Rhino's making his way to the ring, Styles jumps him, brawls to the back. As TNA announces Rhino versus Styles for the pay-per-view, which we get. Rhino versus AJ Styles. There's an interview right before the match. Rhino sees a lot of himself in AJ as they both came up poor, but Rhino allowed people that would help him in. But AJ is turning that down, and Rhino's not going to let it slide. If AJ doesn't want that help, then he's going to beat some sense into him, which seems, I'm sorry, Rhino, very egotistical.
Yeah.
If you're oh, I really want to help you, AJ, and then AJ says no, and then you're well, fuck you, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. I think AJ's right. I think he wanted something.
I don't think AJ's wrong here. It's just fuck this is also even if you want to break it down, it's at the end of the day, you're not doing this for me. You're doing this for you. You fuck. Yeah. Your friendship broke down. So you're making yourself feel better by getting your nose into my business, and I don't want you.
That is actually very true. It is very much projection. It's listen, your shit went down. My shit is actually fine. Me and Daniel, we actually don't have any issues right now, buddy.
And just leave me alone.
And you can give Rhino the benefit of the doubt the first time he offers support. It's oh geez, man, this is going tough. Do you want my help? And if AJ says no, you should accept that personal boundary and you should move on to something else.
Yeah, this is Rhino's problem at the end of the day.
AJ jumps him and jump starts the match. They struggle to get a camera in place for their brawl. They're oh, we're going to go to the back to see the brawl. We're having technical problems with the camera, so we're just going to hold on a shot of the impact zone for a while.
It was very weird.
Rhino drops AJ on a garbage can, and AJ just slides off right on his face.
Yeah, there's a lot of AJ just kills him. He really is Darby of this era.
Yeah. He doesn't do the kind of the real high. Actually, no, he does. The fucking lockdown spots are just as crazy. Yeah. He is just Darby Allin.
Yeah.
I was going to talk myself out of him doing the true top end crazier stuff, but he hung from the top of a building and dropped onto a steel cage.
Yeah.
That's right up there with anything Darby's done. So, you know what? AJ is Darby.
Just because he doesn't have glass involved. This is the one difference maker. He was even the wacky weapons guy. He had that chainsaw.
Yes, he was the first. He didn't cut somebody with it, though. He should have cut Engelberty. AJ is bumping all over the place. He tears his tights, and you can see his butt. They were nice tights, too.
Rest in peace.
And we will be going to Long Boys pretty soon. So maybe that was his impetus. Maybe he's my ass is too big for tights now. I need to go to Long Boys. Rhino flings AJ over the rail. AJ rotates, lands on his side and face. They finally get in the ring, and the match actually starts. AJ doesn't do his slingshot dive anymore. He teases it, but he doesn't do it because he's a bad guy. Rhino dumps AJ over the top to the floor. AJ does a full rotation, lands on his feet, immediately sells the leg. They spend like 5 minutes attending to him, checking on him. Doctors, referee throws up the X. AJ's in trouble. They're about to stop the match as Andrew Thomas is informing Rhino about his decision to stop the match. AJ jumps back to his feet, rolls up Rhino for the win. Andrew Thomas, without breaking a beat, just counts the pin, which I respect. That's a referee.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they didn't ring that bell. The match is still going.
They missed the pin because they inexplicably cut to Dave Penzer during it. So you see Dave Penzer's reaction to the pin, not the pin itself.
Which I guess kind of sells it.
That they didn't expect it, I guess, yeah.
Like, I mean, it's not good, but like, if you want to like make a justification for why it could be.
Yeah, it's not an intentional choice, but there is something to, like, yeah, the fact that, like, even the production wasn't expecting AJ to do a roll-up, so the production missed it too. Yeah, AJ dances, Rhino is shocked. And after the match, again, they brawl.
He's shocked at the dancing.
Yes, he doesn't mind the being screwed by bullshit, but he does not like AJ dancing in his face. And they brawl after the match.
Mainly because his ass is out.
Yeah, he doesn't like that AJ bottom. That brings us over to the X Division. We've kind of danced around some Daniels stuff, but the continued program this month is Daniel Sabin for the X Division title.
You may be forgiven for not remembering that was a thing.
Yeah, very similar to Rhino. The same story is like a jerk intervening himself in where he's not belonged and he's meant to be a babyface. Jerry Lynn.
Yeah, this Jerry Lynn stuff is weird and bad.
The first show of the month we talked about the X Division. We're just inexplicably watching the Styles and Daniels against the Naturals match. I think that's meant to be the small bit of X Division build up because Sabin is there. The following week we have an X Division #1 contenders match. It is Chris Sabin, Jay Lethal, Sanjay Dutt. Daniels is at the desk as we get some LAX and AMW stuff again because nothing in this show can just be like, you know, it's just we're doing an X Division match and that's fine, right? We're just doing an X Division. Nope, we have to have an angle and some bullshit and somebody's on commentary in this 3-minute match. You can't just have the 3-minute match. Daniels breaks down all of his opponents on commentary
and what he would do to beat them, which was really like kind of interesting. He's a good commentator.
And again, it's like that it justified why he was actually there. He was there for the post-match angle. That's what they wanted him there for. But at least like, he brought some meaningful analysis to the desk as opposed to just waiting until his angle happened.
He's also there because he's the champion.
That's true. Lethal and Dutt work together a little. When it comes down to them, Lethal hits Dutt with a dragon suplex, but Sabin steals the win. Sabin and Daniels get into it after the match, but Jerry Lynn gets between them.
Get your nose out of this business, old man.
So what do we have? Do we have anything on the fucking goal?
Pretty sure the next thing is just them announcing that Lynn is the special ref.
Yeah, there's a JB segment where he does his little talkie deals where they announce that the match will happen. Lynn will be special referee. That's all they got. That's all they got for the build. That's all they got.
There's no fucking build, bro.
That brings up. They don't even get like TNA's standard pay-per-view formula is like backstage promo with participant video package match. They don't even get the video package or the backstage promo. It's just straight Daniels versus Sabin for the X Division title with Jerry Lynn as special referee. The match it's fine. There's a Sabin hip toss to Daniels on the ramp as he shouts, "Don't patronize me, Don," at Don West. Don's like, "I'm not patronizing you." Daniels hits a very silly elbow off the top to the concrete floor, which must have been an absolute nightmare for his hip. Daniels retains with the BME. It's a disappointing match for these two. I think these two had a really good TV match back in like early 2005 when they were doing qualifiers for that Final Resolution Ultimate X. They had a better match then. This match, it's fine. Like it's really weird how like I'm not sure, is it being agented differently? Is it being produced differently? Is it just there's less motivation for these guys? But like,
I know, it feels like a motivation thing.
They're just working closer to like WWE style matches as opposed to like TNA X Division style matches.
Yeah, everything feels slower and less exciting and less invested.
Yeah. So like this match is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Perfectly decent little match that you'll never think about again. But like you know, that's not what the X Division is. You want the X Division to be the match that you remember on pay-per-views. It's not the BG James match. After the match, Lynn is like, "You lost to Daniels fair and square. Show him respect." And my favorite thing is Daniels is like, "I don't give a shit about this. Why are you involving me in your bullshit?" Daniels gets more mad about this than Chris Sabin does. Then Jerry Lynn gets in Daniels' face, slaps Daniels. The referee gets between them. Then Jerry leaves as Daniels calls him a bitch.
It's all very stupid.
Jerry is a bitch.
What a silly, dumb angle.
He's been nagging Chris Sabin for months. Now Daniels is like, I don't care about your crusade, bro. I'm X Division champion. I just retained my belt. Fair and square. I don't need his respect. I have a title. And they're both mad at Jerry Lynn.
Yeah. Like if the good guy and the bad guy both think you're a dickhead, maybe you're a dickhead.
Maybe you should just butt out of people's business, huh? The other thing in the X Division is the Paparazzi Championship Series. We have finally reached it. The debut of the PCS.
This is like it's funny because like this is the one that I remember the most. But like I think the earlier stuff is better.
Well, this is still like the launch of the PCS. We haven't gotten into the competitions yet. But I think I have to rewatch it to have a take on that, because like the stuff with the Nash early paparazzi production stuff is really good and really silly and really funny. And even like the earlier Shelley stuff with like the Planet Jarrett stuff is really good and really funny. But we'll see how this stuff holds up. Warrior. So if you remember, when Nash was on commentary last month, he said, I am holding a mandatory X Division meeting on the next episode of Impact. He follows through on his promise. He introduces the PCS, the Paparazzi Championship Series. Because, he's like, the X Division has lost something. He's not wrong. It has. So this is his solution. Says the X Division will be subject to some tests.
They need characters.
Sanjay Dutt immediately says, I'm not going to pee any cup. You wonder why?
Guess head.
Nash says they're all going to hold hands in a show of solidarity. Some people refuse, and Nash is just like, are you afraid to hold another man's hand?
Woke.
Nash starts singing Kumbaya as they zoom in on Senshi looking bemused. Lethal and Sanjay go to leave as Nash accuses them of being juiceheads. Dave doesn't like this. He thinks it's worse than the DX skits on Raw that they're trying to mock.
That's actively not true.
The man has bad takes all the time. This podcast is mostly just the catalog Dave's bad takes.
He forever has.
He's like the last person to ever work out why anything is good. And yet he's like the first critic in the world of wrestling. So the following week, it's drug test time. Sanjay and Shelley have cups of, frankly, very yellow pee. I am worried about their hydration levels. Those boys need to be drinking more water. Their pee should not be that yellow.
No, that's it. Yeah, that's what that should have come up in the testing.
Nash says, much to his chagrin, they all passed their drug tests. The bad news, Shelley has chlamydia. To which Shelley responds, the clap? Oh. And that killed me.
No.
The chlamydia thing does lead to a better line during the push-up contest, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Psychological testing starts next week. Nash wants Shelley and Star to get their job done because they have a tag team match tonight as he stirs the pee with a straw, suggesting he will drink it.
He should have drank it for real.
But listen, it's very nutrient rich, I'd say.
No, it's not. Actively.
The yellowness of it, what else could be in there?
Pneumonia.
The Austin Star gimmick was a collaboration between Austin Aries himself and Dutch Mantel, by the way, if you're ever wondering. It was kind of his idea.
Because it was bad.
You hate Dutch.
Yeah, he's the fucking worst booker in the company's history.
You're dead right. The match, Lance Hoyt and Ron Killings defeat Austin Starr and Alex Shelley via reverse decision. No entrances for this one, both teams already in the ring. Ron Killings hits a big dive that's not sponsored by Sonic 06, it's sponsored by Sonic Rivals.
Wow, we got a lot of Sonic going on.
Which is a PSP action racing game that I've never heard of in my life. But it's like a 6 out of 10 game, apparently. It's better than Sonic 06 by all accounts.
But it's not Sonic Racing.
No, because like the people really like the Sonic Racing games, even the one that just came out this year. Those get really good reviews, but this is a precursor to them, I guess. I've never heard the word Sonic Rivals in my life.
They're not in cars in this one.
Yeah.
And there's Sonic Rivals 2.
I assume they're like running on their feet.
Yeah, they are. They're running on their feet.
Which I guess makes sense because Sonic goes fast.
Yeah, the cars never made sense.
Well, I guess the cars are to even the playing field for like Tails and Knuckles. Because Sonic would just win.
Well, like, Shadow can teleport.
That's true. That does feel like cheating. But you know what? Running super speed also feels like cheating, so. Tails can fly. Tails can float.
Tails can fly pretty fast. He does race Sonic.
Knuckles, if there's any hill components, Knuckles can climb real good.
Yeah. Depends on the track.
Shelley and Star argue about who should be in the ring, but Shelley rolls up Hoyt with a handful of tights. A jealous Star shows the paparazzi cam of Shelley having the tights, which causes the referee to reverse the decision, and Alex Shelley is very mad.
But also Austin's a fucking idiot.
He did cost himself the match too, but
Yeah, and it's like, I think this is the part where like, because at the first, like, Nash is all in on Star, right? But like, by the time we get to the pay-per-view, like, Nash is like a little playing both sides. And
Yeah.
like, I have to believe he was like, the fuck are you doing?
yeah, we just won, bro. Like, that's what we want. We wanted to. I said, literally, go back and check. I want you to get the job done. Didn't say win by fair and square, did he? He said get the job done. Shelly got the job
exactly.
done. And then the next week, we have psychological testing in the Paparazzi
Warrior.
Championship Series. He's doing ink blot tests, and he asks what these
Warrior.
wrestlers see in these ink blots. Senshi sees
Warrior.
in everything. Shelly sees his heart after Nash broke it. Aries sees himself with titles. Shelly sees a PlayStation 3. Nash snaps on Senshi and says, does this not look to some degree like Jim Hellwig?
Warrior.
Nash accuses Sanjay of being on the gas, to which he goes on a run of, what's this look like? The juice? What's this look like? Testosterone? What's this look like? Barry Bonds? Tournament begins at Turning Point.
This is just all the prep you see.
We know they're clean. We know they're in of good mind, of good soul.
Somewhat.
We know Shelly wants to play Sonic 06 on his PlayStation 3. That does bring us to the opening match of Turning Point, which is a 5-way match. Senshi versus Austin Starr versus Jay Lethal versus Sanjay Dutt versus Alex Shelley in the opening round of the Paparazzi Championship Series. You get points based on how long you last, basically. If you're first out, 2 points, and then everything up from there. Or 1 point, sorry, and then everything up there. They're there for 5. So kicks off. Nash is on commentary. Nash suggests Senshi is so warrior focused that he needs to shake the ropes. Do you think they were trying to get Low-Key to do a warrior impression before they were trying to get Lethal to do a Macho Man impression?
I don't think that. No.
You don't think they could have convinced Low-Key to pretend to be Ultimate Warrior?
I don't think they could have done that, no.
Nash believes Austin Starr's work strongly resembles his own, which Mike Tenay struggles to work out. Dutt gets Shelly in the camel clutch. Starr pulls Shelly away from the ropes to stop Shelly from getting a rope break. Shelly submits. Nash is like, hey, he still gets a point.
They're all like, what?
Lethal is eliminated by a Senshi shotgun dropkick to earn 2 points. Starr does a mount pin on Dutt, drawing a that was gay chant, to which I will say, this is all gay, pals. It's wrestling, come on. Dutt runs wild as Nash says, you wonder where he pulled that out of, probably a syringe. Starr puts Dutt down with a brainbuster at a 450. Sanjay gets 3 points. Commenting on Starr, Nash says, put some black leather pants on that guy. It's me. Shelly comes back out and distracts Starr, allowing Senshi to win with a roll-up. 4 points Starr, 5 points Senshi. Nash is aghast. Shelly wants to high-five after the match, but only gets a handshake low down. And Shelly puts an L on his forehead, directed at Austin Starr. And that is our X Division stuff for the month, as the PCS will continue into January.
The PBS.
That takes us to the various miscellaneous, because we have to end on VKM, so we have to end on Tag Division. EY and Bobby Roode.
The most controversial match finish maybe ever.
I think if you go to patreon.com/gettingmeyourtnachat.com and listen to the watch along for this episode, I don't think you have ever been quite as animated at anything we've ever covered than you were at the bikini contest between Eric Young and Tracy Brooks.
Well, you know, I respect the sport. And if you're going to compete in a sport-based product, I expect some sort of upholding of the rules.
It's important.
A general attempt to be made. And I was frankly a little disappointed by all efforts.
You know, you really think of Vince Russo as a details man. And for him to miss these important details in his story, especially when, frankly, an important part of the match was whether or not the outfits were set to the rules. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, it was one thing if it was just, you know, the whims of a madman watching to complain about the logistics of the outfits. But when it's brought into question during the contest itself, and yet I find no self-analysis, no self-awareness, that's when I take a problem. That's when I take umbrage.
Yep. We shall get into it. On the November 23rd Impact, Thanksgiving night in the United States, also, well, technically it's Friday here, but it was yesterday Thanksgiving as we record this. Eric Young is in the crowd, rocking, for the first time in TNA history, a turkey suit.
A staple of the company.
Yes, we would go on to have 11 other turkeys in TNA history.
Name them all. Go, right now.
Eric Young, AJ Styles, Alex Shelley, Rob Terry, even though Robbie E lost the match, Jesse Goddard, Dewey Barnes and Norv Furnham, Grado, Chris Adonis, Glenn Gilberti, Jay Vidal, Brian Myers, and as of last night, Ryan Nemeth.
Perfect.
It helps that I cut together an every Turkey and TNA history video this week. It makes it a little bit easier. It probably would have been a little harder for me if I hadn't, but literally I had looked at every single one of them this week.
I was also doing it for the audience.
Yes.
Rank them now, best to worst.
Well, Eric Young, interestingly, only meant to wear the turkey suit without being mandated to wear the turkey suit.
So that's automatic number one. He's doing it for the love of the game.
He simply introduces the turkey suit out of love and joy.
And it, you know, quite frankly, it's disgusting to see how it's been bastardized.
And turned into a punishment?
Yeah. The turkey suit was burned out of love.
Yeah. The AJ one's great because AJ struggles for a long time getting that dopey turkey costume on himself.
And they just don't edit it?
No, they leave it there, and then Kurt Angle comes out in his pilgrim costume being like, what the fuck? And it's a very surreal setting. Most of them, then, they all follow like a nice pattern. There's the occasional somebody tries to get out of it and then is forced to wear the turkey suit. There is the occasional Glenn Gilberti doesn't want to wear the turkey suit until Scarlett Bordeaux thinks he pretends he looks attractive in the turkey suit, in which he gets into wearing the turkey suit. But for the most part, you have the standard lose the match where they're... Actually, no, I think my third favorite might be Dewey and Norv. Because they wear the turkey suit as punishment. But I think closest to the spirit of Eric Young, as nerds, they get super into the turkey suit and start gobbling and make the bromans very mad.
Yes.
And then the end of that show ends with them doing stereo crossbodies or stereo splashes as turkeys. So those are the important turkeys in TNA history.
And us for bloody watching it, am I right?
But yeah, he's in the crowd as Mike Tenay's running down the card. He appears behind Mike and Don at one point, wishing everybody a happy Thanksgiving in his turkey suit. Later in the show, Robert Roode is in the ring. He's talking about Eric Young is in a turkey suit, and that's an embarrassment to the sport. The crowd does not like this. They tell Roode he sucks, which does get to Roode, we learn. Roode wants a rematch with EY. EY beat Roode on the Genesis pre-show, which we didn't watch. Then he demands EY get in the ring, so we have the singles match that is Eric Young versus Robert Roode.
But who gives a fuck about this match? It's not why we're here.
Yes, Roode jumps EY before the bell beats on him. EY jackknife pin on Roode. I took no notes between that. The match started and the match ended. Whatever happened, who knows? EY scatters. Roode is furious. He berates Miss Brooks, because of course this is somehow her fault.
Well, he can't take the blame himself.
He says Brooks walks around flaunting her body, but she didn't get hired for her body. She got hired for her mind. He's real mad that the people love EY and hate Roode. Says if EY ran for president, he'd probably win. He'd probably even beat you, Tracy Brooks, in a bikini contest.
There's a lot of commentary on election.
Yes. Which, I guess we're in the midterms? Yeah, this would be a midterm year, because 2008's an election year, isn't it? So we're in the midterm elections. Presumably Bush losing quite badly.
Yeah, a lot of one side of the political spectrum is being very vocal on these shows.
We shall get to that in a moment. Who knew how political... I'm trying to find the funniest person who could be political. Letitia Klein could get. But yes... Roode is like, oh, he's so popular, he could probably even beat you, Miss Brooks, with your attractive appearance in a bikini contest. The next week, Eric Young is in the crowd. Miss Brooks is looking for Eric in the crowd, and somebody informs Eric that Miss Brooks is looking for him, and then she challenges him to a bikini contest. Yeah. She took the quip seriously.
Yeah.
To be fair, that would get to me too. I would also be like, no, I could beat him in a bikini contest. Come on.
Fair enough.
EY is worried, and he will begin his weight loss voyage. He has 2 weeks.
He doesn't even have 2.
About a week and a half. Yeah, he has about a week and a half. The following week, we see EY in a sweatsuit. He's getting ready for his bikini contest. He's trying to hit the average weight of a woman. He's trying to get inside the woman's head, feel like a woman, become a woman. Eric Young says trans rights.
Eric Young egg.
He is a trans icon. He then wrestles Senshi.
Senshi doesn't give a fuck about EY's journey of self-discovery and just murders him.
He does murder him. He doesn't get an entrance. Most of the match is taken with Mike and Don talking about the pay-per-view. Tracy appears at the end of the match. She exposes her breasts to Eric Young, which distracts him, shocks him, stuns him. Sensi hits a shotgun dropkick on a Warrior's way as Tracy and Rude watch on from the ramp. And then that does take us to the pay-per-view. Before the bikini contest, JB has Eric Young. The bikini contest is up next. JB has heard Tracy is even willing to get naked to win.
Also, a staunch DQ.
It should be. It's not a naked contest.
It is a bikini contest.
If you actively remove the bikini, you should be disqualified.
Unless you keep the bottoms.
Interesting.
But then technically, like, I would have to be assured that everyone on the voting committee, in this case, not the asylum, the impact zone, I would have to be assured that they were voting based purely on the bottoms.
That's true. You can only look at
so
her
it's
from
not
the
about a
waist down.
DQ, but it would put the whole thing into question.
You would have to adjust the judging rubric.
Yes, I'd have to clarify.
Eric Young is worried about this development, but JB points out that EY has something that she doesn't. Cojones. EY is man, hear him roar, as he pulls his robe open. This disgusts JB, as he suggests EY should put something on down there, which means he was probably naked himself, I think, is the implication, or wearing something far too skimpy.
He was on the first layer.
We then get the bikini contest.
Yes.
There's a red mat, a podium, some inflatable palm trees in the ring.
Straight out of Carlito's talk show gimmick.
Yes, that's where they got it. He probably wasn't doing that anymore at this point. This is late 06.
I think he was definitely doing that.
Was he still? I thought they gave up on him by then.
No, he was like pushing 207.
Ah, you know what? They showed some perseverance there. Miss Brooks comes out in some business attire. She has a themed outfit before she reveals what is meant to be her bikini.
First of all, I appreciate a theme.
Yep.
A theme is integral to a performance like this.
Yep.
Some would say paramount. The problem is,
Yeah.
when she reveals her quote-unquote bikini. I am shocked and appalled to say it is not a bikini. It is lingerie. You could not wear that material in the water. It simply would not work.
It would be very impractical at the very least.
And thus, I would have to disqualify one Mrs. Brooks.
She's simply not attired properly.
Nope.
I've seen the photo shoots they show us through the years. That woman does own a bikini.
I'd put money on it.
So it had to be a conscious choice not to. And you wonder why. Was she trying to sabotage Robert Roode? Is it an act of defiance?
It's an interesting theory.
Don apologizes for his horniness as Mike chastises him. EY comes out in a pink robe, still gets his pyro for this bikini contest. Don says the only way EY could win is if he got some incredible surgery, but it doesn't appear like he did. Mike then goes like, how do you know? And Don is like, well, he's wearing a robe, but I can see dimensions.
Mathematics, the schematics.
JB introduces this. He calls it a showcase of skin, an exhibition of exhibitionism. The crowd will decide the winner. Miss Brooks won the coin toss backstage, and she will go first. To which TNA derisively says, she gets to go first. Won the coin flip. As like sarcastically and dismissively as he can. It is very good. Tracy is wearing, as you said, closer to red lingerie with a tie. Mike keeps asking Don for his analysis, but then every time Don starts getting horny, Mike starts shaming him, which is a dynamic I do appreciate. It's like, Don, what do you think of this? And Don is like, yeah, well, you know, I'm a red, but how dare you, Don? Come on.
That's why I'm a true analysis. I'm providing actual insight.
That's true. EY is next. He has a bikini t-shirt.
And, you know, I have to simply say,
Yep.
it is swimwear.
You could wear that while swimming.
It is something you would see at the beach. Technically, it would count. It wouldn't be a high score.
Yeah.
But any score is beating a DQ.
Well, Rude does not agree with your assessment. Rude says that's not proper bikini attire.
Well, and that's where I have my problem, all right?
Yes.
If you were just taking a stance, all right?
Yep.
If you were just like, oh, he's dressed a fool. He's dressed a darned fool.
He is bringing this contest into disrepute.
Yes, I oppose vehemently the idea of claiming the validity of his outfit does not count, because I say to you, Sir Robert Roode, Mrs. Brooks' outfit is less of a bikini than Eric Young's in this instance.
Damn. It's like we're in a court of law. He demands Slick Johnson disqualify him, to which TNA quips, well, the title changes hands on a disqualification, doesn't it? Which popped me tremendously. EY says he's not done and pulls off his shirt to reveal SpongeBob underwear.
And this is where we have another problem. EY has fucked himself now.
Yeah.
Because he is also not wearing a bikini.
He's just down to underwear.
Underwear is not appropriate swim attire.
There is swimwear attire that can be appropriate underwear, but underwear
Yes.
cannot be appropriate swimwear attire.
Exactly. So now we're in complete disrepair, as both competitors should be DQ'd.
It is ruled not to be a bikini. Brooks was about to win again when EY demands one more try. He reveals SpongeBob swimming attire.
That one does in fact count.
Yeah.
EY does in fact win. But on a technicality. And I would argue, if my client, Mrs. Brooks,
Yeah.
should have been given the opportunity to wear a second outfit.
And a third.
Eric Young was given multiple chances to finally present himself in appropriate attire, and Mrs. Brooks should have been given the same.
Objection. Eric Young was wearing swimwear attire the first time.
To which he willingly removed.
Oh, damn.
I rest my case.
So they go to the crowd vote. Brooks gets some cheers. Mike Tenay says, more boos than cheers, isn't it? Don responds, maybe they're saying something else. That might rhyme with booze. And again, very silly. I enjoy it. The commentary does lean into overly leery pervy at times with Brooks. But I enjoyed Mike's and Don's dynamic here. Because they kind of buried it the whole time, which is the way you should go.
Yeah, of course.
EY gets a big pop and wins, so Rude jumps him. EY does a little dance and bails. Rude is furious and demands that Tracy get Eric Young to sign the contract and join Robert Roode Incorporated by any means, because if EY works for him, then the crowd will have no choice but to love him. But if Brooks can't get that done, maybe she'll be fired.
And now we are at the core of the issue.
Yes.
That Robert Roode sees his former tag team partner being loved by the crowd and simply wishes that for himself. And is that not an admirable feat?
Well, the problem is that Eric Young is himself, and the crowd respond to his inherent authenticity.
Perhaps Robert Roode is also authentic, but he's just authentic about money, investments, and stock.
Yes, and maybe X the Everything app.
An X the Everything app.
He wants to go to Mars, I heard.
Sure.
So yes, he is insecure about his former tag team partner. And maybe there's a deeper layer to this, Liam.
Maybe he's insecure about his own body.
Maybe he just misses his former tag team partner.
Maybe that's why he wants him in the corporation.
Yeah, he's not jealous of him. He's not insecure about him. He's just not with his pal anymore. And he just kind of misses it.
And that's understandable.
That is the continuing
Let's never
adventures.
talk about this again.
Up next, Serotonin.
Serotonin, baby.
There is 3 Serotonin video packages. If you don't remember who Serotonin are, they are the group that Raven is leading of Matt Bentley, Johnny Devine, and Frankie Kazarian, who will get new names, but I'm not sure have they gotten new names yet.
I don't think we know anything about them beyond Serotonin is coming.
Yeah. So during the break before the AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels match, we get a broody vignette for Raven's new group. We're told they're coming soon. The following week, pretty much the same thing. Another broody vignette for Raven's group. They're apparently super smart, and this is where they are dubbed Serotonin. So they're delivering happiness to our brains, Liam, is what I think what we're supposed to take from that.
Oh, they get happiness from pain.
Oh no, that's a worse.
Schadenfreude. Dream match.
Schadenfreude versus Serotonin? You know, if you did a straight up match, it would probably be a pretty good match. Even throwing Raven in there.
Serotonin versus Ronin.
That would also probably be a pretty good match.
Yeah.
Like Matt Bentley, Kazarian, and Johnny Devine are good wrestlers.
Yeah, they could have a good match. Good DGUSA.
Yeah. Gabe should have booked that. That would have been a great King of Trios group, honestly.
Yeah.
If one of the meme groups were Serotonin, that would be a great
As
King of Trios
Serotonin.
group. Yeah, as Serotonin.
With Raven.
They have to be. You couldn't leave behind Raven. The Go Home Impact, we get one more about how caterpillars can transform into something beautiful. So this is a transformative process that Serotonin are going through.
2006 TNA, very pro-trans.
Yeah, we're all about going into cocoons and emerging as our true selves. That brings us to baseball. We're in TNA's yearly detour into baseball. Same thing last year, turning point. If you remember, AJ Pierzynski and Dale Torborg made an appearance. They did a whole thing. There was a baseball match with the Diamonds in the Rough. Bobby Heenan was there, which was the coolest thing about it. Bobby Heenan's not there this year, so it's slightly worse. But on the pay-per-view, Jim Cornette comes to the ring and he welcomes Dale Torborg and AJ Pierzynski to the ring. They're back. AJ still has the X Division title that was gifted to him last year. They introduce David Eckstein and his brother Rick. He has the World Series MVP trophy with him. He also
freaking files. Release the Eckstein files.
They did. It's called a book.
Oh, okay. That's what this whole segment was about.
Yeah, the files are in the book, and they're putting them out. Please don't go buying David Eckstein's book thinking there might be something else in there. It's apparently a very motivational children's book. There was apparently a TNA chant at the World Series. He's here. He's plugging his book. The crowd chant, "We want wrestling." They cut to the crowd while they're chanting, "We want wrestling." I don't know why. Eckstein talks about how he loves Rhino and he loves Lance Hoyt and he's promoting his books. And as he's promoting it, Dale and AJ want to get to those files, so they start pulling the pages out of the book to see what's in there.
They start redacting them.
They do redact David Eckstein's book by removing pages from the book. AJ is like, "This is my ring, and I earned this title, the X Division title that was gifted to him."
I mean, there's some crazy stories in that about Bubba Ray Dudley.
He's not around this month. Wonder where he is. There's no sign of him in this pay-per-view cycle, so...
Makes you think...
Torborg, drop kicks, Rick Eckstein. And then starts choking David. Lance Hoyt appears, comes out, and drops the Demon, who Mike Tenay does refer to at one point as the Demon, with a big boot. Lance directs the baseball lads to the hard camera for a pose, because they were posing to the wrong side. And Lance is like, "Boys, the camera's that way." So there you go. David Eckstein, World Series MVP for 2006, is here in TNA. The idea was to get the footage on ESPN SportsCenter and into mainstream media. It got some coverage in both major Chicago newspapers because Pierzynski plays for the White Sox and the St. Louis Dispatch. Eckstein plays for the Cardinals. It made some TV in both markets as well as Orlando. And press time, ESPN was expected to do something with the Wii Sports Illustrated as well.
Sports Illustrated?
Yeah, Wii Sports. You play tennis, you play bowling. It has a great theme song, but you can only do it with your arms. As opposed to other video games which you play with your feet, apparently.
You play with your fucking heart.
Yes. So that is the development in baseball. We'll get some more stuff coming down the line as well. That takes us over to the tag team division. AMW continue their feud with the Latin American Exchange.
This feud has been a million years.
You say that. It's been 6 weeks.
A million years.
It's because we do 4 months between episodes now.
Okay. It's my fault now.
You see, when you watch the first part and then 2 months later watch the next part, it makes it feel longer when in fact it's only been 3 weeks of television.
Wow. If you want to take Jim Cornette's side, that's up to you, I guess.
That's true. How dare they use the system? They're not stable for another frickin'... Oh god, I pushed myself into a corner of having to do math. 17 years!
Shock the system.
November 23, Impact. Jim Cornette comes to the ring. If you remember, at the Genesis pay-per-view, he issued an ultimatum that LAX will have to turn over the World Tag Team titles or be fired. So he comes to the ring. He introduces Petey Williams. Mike Tenay and Christy Hemme in the teaser before the break hype up Petey as a real American hero. He is American through and through. He saved the American flag. He's an American champion of democracy.
I love America.
PD says he knew what was happening with the American flag wasn't right, and somebody had to stand up. None of the Americans, apparently. That somebody was PD. They're going to raise the flag to the ceiling as they play an instrumental version of the national anthem that's immediately interrupted by the gunshots of LAX's theme song, and you could not have a more on-the-nose political commentary imaginable.
Yeah. Imagine them doing any of this today.
That is simply the only thought we can have every month about all of this, isn't it? They simply wouldn't get away with it. You wouldn't get away with like a 15% as tame version of this. Never mind, they're interrupting the flag with the gunshots so that the immigrants can use the American legal system to keep their jobs.
Yeah.
Conan comes out with a lawyer and serves Cornette some papers. They're going to use the American system against them. They get due process. Cornette's trying to unfairly strip them of the titles. PD looks to stand up to them, but gets dropped and draped in the Mexican flag. AMW makes the save, but Conan throws Gale to the ground and LAX take over again. And this is where we get the entire detour into Kurt Angle, PD, Samoa Joe, all of that stuff. So we've covered all of that. It sets up the tag match for the following week, which is LAX versus PD Williams and Kurt Angle. But through that show, LAX take out James Storm, they take out Chris Harris, they take out PD Williams, which brings you to the main event where you do the match. They retain the title via legal process, I guess. And then the next week, go home show, we have PD Williams versus Homicide.
Which is a fun little match on paper, but is kind of overshadowed by like just everything that is constantly happening with AMW running in and LX running in and brawls and flags and
And an entire classic TNA fashion. It all happens within the space of 15 seconds. PD's out for revenge after LAX took him out last week. They trade counters in and out of the Canadian Destroyer and the Gringo Killer, which is, I think, kind of the cool thing about this match. It's like the two guys with the death finishes.
Yeah.
But PD gets the roll-up for the win. Hernandez border tosses PD after the match and drapes the flag over him. AMW makes the save and runs off LAX. Gale taunts LAX with the Mexican flag. So later in the show, Letitia has LAX. Conan is mad and he wants the Mexican flag back. And he proposes that AMW and LAX face off in a non-title flag match, a turning point. Winning team's anthem being played. So flags in either corner. It turns out to be closer to a ladder match because you get the flags off the poles and then you have to hang them from like a thing in the middle of the ring, ladder style. To
ironically, unironically, a better version of a flag match.
Yeah, it made the match better. Like if you were just like get the flag off the pole, that's terrible. Whereas get the flag off the pole and then hang it in the middle of the ring off a ladder, it's just a ladder match then, really.
Yeah.
That does bring us to Turning Point 2006, December 10th, from the Impact Zone in Orlando, Florida, as we had that flag match. Obviously, before the flag match, we have our classic pre-match promo. Conan says, soon everybody will be speaking Spanish, and tonight everybody will stand at respect for the Mexican national anthem. So LAX defeat America's Most Wanted in a flag match.
It's kind of a crazy fun match. Like, it's not like some AMW classic pay-per-view match, but like it's pretty fun. They do a bunch of shit. It's kind of like you always get like one crazy death spot in an LAX match.
Yeah, like these two teams don't have like the 4.5-star classic you could maybe think are possibly in them, and maybe if in different circumstances they could probably
different
have.
era of TNA.
And I think the bigger disappointment is they don't really have like a full blood feud match where these, because these two teams, if they were doing something like a full street fight where everyone bleeds and everybody dies, I think would be the best version of the match between these two teams.
Or the cage, or
yeah, if they had a cage match, yeah. Whereas the two matches they do have, I think, are good like 3 3.25-star matches that are trying to be 3 3.25-star matches.
Yeah.
So the flags are on poles in each corner. You have to get the flag, climb the ladder, hang it to win. If you don't, it will be eventually returned back to its pole. So you have to get it twice. Gale hits a moonsault off the top to the floor onto Homicide. And she goes crazy because anytime Gale gets to wrestle in any regard, she's like, yes, I will do a moonsault to the floor. Because I love doing anything that's not just standing around. Harris dumps Homicide overhead onto the ladder, and Homicide just barely catches the edge of the ladder in the worst way imaginable. Harris then gets crackerjacked onto a ladder. Storm hits a sunset flip powerbomb on Hernandez off the ladder.
A very smooth one too. Like not like that weird like stop and go, just like tippy toe right onto the mat and then just hits the powerbomb.
Because I get why they stop and go, because it hurts less.
Yeah.
But when you do the full like fluid through, it looks much better.
Yeah.
Gale drops Homicide with a missile dropkick. She then tries to hang the flag, but Conan grabs her and pulls her off the ladder and pulls her to the mat by her hair. P.D. Williams comes out and tries the Canadian Destroyer Conan, but Hernandez stops him. Hernandez then does his big Air Mexico dive, but he does it from a standing start in the middle of the ring. Like, he doesn't hit the ropes and do it, which is so impressive to just middle of the ring standing dive straight into that dive. Homicide and Harris both try to hang the flag from either side of a ladder. Storm climbs the ladder, smashes Homicide with the bottle, but the glass from the bottle also ricochets into Chris Harris's eye, so he falls off the ladder too. Hernandez then hangs the Mexican flag for the win. Storm is furious at Chris Harris. Gale is like, you got glass in his eye, but this does not calm down Storm. Then LAX and Conan stand for attention for the Mexican national anthem, which the crowd largely do respect.
Yeah, there's a couple people that turn their backs, which is very funny. But, like, for the most part, everyone's like, yeah, okay, they won.
Yeah, and they like LAX, so they're like,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll respect their victory. I do like Homicide because he's bleeding from the back of the head after he took a glass to it. So he's like struggling to stand. He can't quite pay attention. He's like, oh my God. But he's like doing his best to stand for the anthem. After the match, JB has Storm, who is raging. Says Harris quit. He's not hurt. That's an excuse. He left Storm down. He left America down. Says Harris has until Thursday on Impact to apologize to Storm and America.
Yeah, I just love he left America down.
Because he's like, did you see that? Did you see that anthem being played in America?
Which is very funny, again, because, like, the crowd was like, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good song. We all just enjoyed the Mexican national anthem because we have respect. We're like Booker T. Respect. That's a new one we have to do until it happens, like we did Warrior. As AMW are on the brink, and LAX the titles weren't even on the line, but they are still NWA World Tag Team Champions. I like the way the titles weren't even on the line, which is like, should be in theory, if I were like the day before this show and I saw, well, flag match, but the titles aren't on the line, you're like, oh, well, AMW are winning, I guess. But like, nope, America failed again.
Yep, I thought it was really interesting too, that little like, they're like, this is for the first time in history. America lost the flag match.
America has been defeated live on pay-per-view by another country. And we close the show, as we always do, with the Voodoo Kin Mafia.
I don't want to do it.
We have to, and there's a lot of it.
But I hated it, man.
It's truly, truly, truly abysmal.
Oh, God.
Because, like, people remember this very badly. People are, at the time, people thought it was dog shit. And yet somehow, so that's the frame of mind I'm going into it, revisiting it, that, like, this is bad. Everyone thought it was bad, and I remember it being bad. And then somehow watching it, it's even worse.
I mean, it's some of the worst shit you'll ever watch.
It's really like down, like you might be like, oh, the Tracy Brooks against Eric Young bikini contest, that's not wrestling.
That clears this like 5,000 times over.
Yeah, that's 1,000,000 times closer to being the kind of professional wrestling I would like to watch compared to this BG James bullshit.
I've truly walked away from these few years of TNA thinking that BG James is the worst wrestler of all time.
He's definitely a very, very high-level candidate.
And because when I say that, I don't mean like including fucking bullshit like shindy guys or whatever. I mean like worst wrestler to be in major wrestling promotions, like who has made money, who has done the thing and been in like wrestling on a meaningful scale. I truly believe I have not seen a pro wrestler that I despise more in ring, on promos, character, general vibe, just everything about him is just distasteful.
Mm-hmm. You know what the most frustrating thing is for me? Theoretically, like, TNA is probably giving him an amount of creative freedom. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of wrestlers who were forced to do a lot of dog shit because they worked for bad bookers and they just had to do the shit. Mm-hmm. I am certain, like, I'm sure there's some stuff that was out of his control, but I don't get the sense that TNA is like, you're doing 3 Live Crew, you're doing homophobic promos, you're doing WWE call-out stuff. Like, I don't get the sense that this is an edict from high above. I get the sense that there is an element of his creativity in here, which makes it even worse. That, like, you were given free reign.
It screams him.
Yeah, it's like you were given the opportunity to show your true self. You know, if you were ever in your career like Vince McMahon held me back, Vince McMahon held me down, Vince McMahon didn't give me the opportunities I deserved based on the crowd reactions I was getting. Which, like, that's the one thing you'll give him. 1998, New Age Outlaws were popular. Like, that's you can't deny that. They're not popular now, but 1998, they had some catchphrases. And so if you want to be like, Vince didn't give me my chance to be a star, you watch this shit and you're like, well, Vince was dead fucking right about that one.
Maybe you just weren't. Maybe you shouldn't have ever been, like, left to your own devices.
Yeah. So, first day back of the month, the Voodoo Kin Mafia are in Stamford, Connecticut, as they begin what they call Operation Cease and Desist. BG makes a comment about how they can pal around with a big fat oily guy at home if they want because the Democrats have been voted in, but not on their watch. The woke 2006 Democrats will allow the big fat oily guy in people's homes.
I'm not being a part of this, I've decided. I hated this so much, I skipped segments. I don't even skip segments, like, ever. Like, I will 2 times speed them, and I will grip my teeth, and I will watch the worst of the worst. But I actively had to stop watching this fucking show, because this shit was so fucking bad.
And there was 3 segments per show for, I think, every show this month, including a big pay-per-view segment. Diabolical stuff. So we go back to VKM later in that show. They talk about how bad the dumb to the extreme skits are, which is what they call DX, because they can't call them DX, so they call them dumb to the extreme. Do you get it? BG shouts at the sat nav because Kip they're going to the target. They're in the hunt of the target. So Kip put the target into sat nav, and Liam, they went to Target, the store. It's the store, Liam. They went to the store.
I'm slapping my fucking knee. It's so fucking funny, man.
They throw shit at Target. BG is mad that Kip thought Target meant Target, the store, rather than the Target.
Silly fucking idiot, Kip James.
And then, at the end of the show, post-adrenaline rush, as a show-ending teaser, we get the final VKM video, as BG is complaining that they're lost in Connecticut as they stumble across WWE headquarters. The following week, VKM are back in Stamford. They want WWE to sign a cease and desist. They're just doing to WWE what WWE did to WCW. They've got 2 words for Vince. Stop, please. Later in the show, VKM are back. A man is in the trunk of their car and he hands them a cone. They use the cone as a megaphone. Asks Vince, Paul Levesque, Michael Hickenbottom to come out with their pants up. Kip says he wants the $20 from 4 years ago he still owed and giggles. Later in the same show, the 3rd segment again, on the same show, VKM are on the phone being like, you know we're out here. They're still sleeping outside in a SpongeBob blanket. It's a very SpongeBob month after dark. It's
what is this SpongeBob sponsorship?
We're sponsored by Sonic this month, guys, not SpongeBob. It is 1:23 a.m. Kip wakes up having a nightmare about the big fat oily guy segments. BG says they're real and they'll be on our next pay-per-view. The go-home show. We're in the VKM newsroom as Kip and BG are doing some political commentary.
That's what I've always wanted.
Yep.
To hear these 2 racist old fat fucks. I can't call one of them fat. One of them is in amazing shape all the time.
It's like a Weekend Update SNL style, I think is what they're going for. He throws to BG in front of fans chanting DX suck. They want DX to stop it now. And BG James, he's not wearing pants, Liam. You see, it's because the newsreaders are usually shot the waist up, and it turns out he's not wearing pants. It's comedy. It's
cocking balls out.
Later in the show, we go back to the VKM newsroom because 1 segment wasn't enough. They bury the opening of The Marine, the opening weekend, the box office. The Marine's name was bleeped because they're afraid of being sued because they're cowards, I guess. BG has snuck a night vision camera in for fan reactions of this show, and they're all asleep. They're asleep because
it's a boring movie.
As we're forced to watch this segment on this show, which is not at all boring. I would rather watch The Marine than these segments.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a bold statement. I haven't watched The Marine since I saw it in the cinema in 2006, but I'm sure it's fine. Later in the show, Mike Tenay blessedly informs us that VKM will perform their next skit from Jump to the Extreme at the next pay-per-view, Turning Point.
Oh, thank God. I was really, worried that on a show that was paid for, you wouldn't have to sit through this.
A show that has 6 wrestling matches, a bikini contest, a baseball segment, and this.
Vince Russo.
Letitia is outside the Dump to the Extreme locker room. A large fat man comes out and accosts her while knocking on the door, then asks where catering is. Dave gives us her assessment of Letitia. The name of the new interviewer is Letitia Klein, whose age is being listed as 28. She was tons better on the pay-per-view than she's been on TV, and seemed to have gotten over her nervousness, and was also made up to look a lot prettier. She's... Dave. She's already better than the majority of women WWE has hired in the same spot. Still, when it comes to interacting with talent on interviews designed to get over matches or characters, they should use Borash. But she was doing good in the skits, Dave says.
Dave's horny now, so she gets a pass.
Old Dave, even like the 2006, not really old. Like 90s, 80s Dave is crazy. He says some shit, but it's so funny. He's like, you know what? I preferred her because I thought she looked prettier.
I mean, I guess it makes sense.
Later in the show, Letitia is backstage as a fake Vince is there. I think it's the same fake Vince from the Cookiegate segments, which were infinitely better at trying to do the same thing, by the way.
Yeah. Because it was based on something like real.
And PG was actually in those ones.
Yeah.
He has a chicken in a cage as he loves cocks.
Yeah, because that's the jokes that they used to make.
Mm-hmm. Vince fires Letitia, as she says, only in TNA, and he struts away. How she would know that, I don't know. She's been here a month.
And also, not literally, like, because like, this is a bit that is done on other shows that you're making fun of. So, like,
yeah.
So, like, it's not only in TNA. Also, you're ripping off for, like, a WWF angle. So, like...
There's layers of plagiarism here.
Yeah.
VKM come out later in the show. They are dressed as Michael Hickenbottom and Paul Levesque.
Hickenbottom!
A reminder that one of the men involved in these segments is the head writer of WWE SmackDown right now in 2025.
Yeah.
They're interrupted by a fake Spirit Squad who take bumps for cross chops and then leave. They then bring out a fat, oily guy who does a little dance and then super kicks one of the Spirit Squad. The oily guy is Tiny, by the way. If you remember Tiny, the bellkeeper from the Asylum days. If you're wondering who's the oily guy, Tiny does not go on to write Lucha Underground, as the WWE oily guy does. But VKM's music hits. Help me, they're in my house.
Still, theme is goated.
It's one good thing they have going for them. It is a good theme. So the segment does not end. The music hits, and the segment continues.
Segment does not end.
They reveal themselves to be Kip and BG James.
Holy fucking shit.
It's not Michael Hickenbottom and Paul Levesque at all.
I really thought it was them.
They inform us that they were having some fun and games. This was parody, but now we're shooting.
This is legally parody.
Quotes JR that Vince doesn't care about Kip and BG, but apparently WWE wanted them to stop because they kept sending cease and desist letters. They talk about how all the WCW and DX invasion stuff went down. BG, not his best promo in the world, he just kind of stutters his way through it.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yes, but Vince is going to sue TNA for a parody after you did all that WCW stuff. The hypocrisy. The crowd chant, screw you, Vince. So BG issues a $1 million challenge for DX to face VKM because they're insecure about how WWE presents VKM within DX history. They talk to the bean counters at TNA, and they're willing to put up $1 million to get Triple H and Shawn Michaels anywhere. No wrestling match, no angles, no spots, no finish. Just men versus those pussies. Vince has to accept, or they'll prove to the world that Vince, in BG's words, the one good bit of this promo, is a gutless piece of shit. You know what I realized? I forgot about this when I was thinking about this, but Triple H tears his quad like a month after this.
Yeah.
Which I think is the only reason it didn't happen, actually.
Yeah, that it was actually like moving towards that direction, as we know.
Definitely gonna happen. They were definitely gonna do the match, and then Triple H blew out his quad again.
As
and
BG
you know what?
said, you know, I'm a piece of shit and my wrestling's bad, but you know, this angle is good fun, and it's definitely going to pay off.
It'll get people talking. You know what the worst part of this angle is?
Every waking second I've spent looking at it.
And then it transitions into an even worse angle. The angle they do after this, coming out of this, is worse than this one.
Simply, how is that possible?
Oh, you will see. You will see. After BGJ's rant on Sunday's pay-per-view, which included harsh, unscripted language, as soon as he got backstage, he said, in effect, go ahead, fire me. I got carried away.
It says, fine me.
Wasn't scripted. Oh, it says fine, so he's not even that cool?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was gonna let it flow, but then I was like, not because of miscategorizing what BG James allegedly said, but because he's not that dope.
Yeah, if he was like, because that was the Joe one. The Joe, like when he's doing the shoot promo where he looks down at Dixie, he's like, fire me, I don't care. That's cool. Sorry, yeah, he said, go ahead, fine me. I got carried away. During his speech, everyone gathered backstage around the monitors to watch and listen. A lot of people in TNA are keeping a close eye on Dixie Carter, seeing how she reacts to this situation. It's the first time getting the full legal court press from WWE. Does she have the stomach for the fight, or will she prefer to just lay off and stick to promoting family-friendly, non-controversial product she preaches about?
I'm sorry. There is 0% of this show that is family friendly.
There is, like, the main world title angle is the devil trying to tempt a Christian man into relapsing.
Not to mention the bikini contest and serotonin and LAX.
Even Angle Joe is like a bloodbath.
Yeah, like, what are we doing?
Like, there's what's the most wholesome thing on this? Save Daniels?
Literally nothing.
The PCS is chlamydia jokes.
And it's piss and being on the gas.
Yeah.
I guess maybe Rhino trying to save a friendship.
Rhino tried to save a man's soul without trying to tempt him into the evil ways of wrestling.
Yeah.
I think the gutless piece of shit thing was the thing that they probably took too far. So the one good thing he said he got in trouble for. Yeah. But that is this month's VKM bullshit. It doesn't get better. It frankly doesn't get better.
Good to know.
It's diabolical trash. That is the month that is December 2006, Turning Point 2006. We'll be back with a new episode of Gift of the Pods and Rain Tickers coming up on the Patreon feed, tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. Check those out. We'll be back whenever we're back with the Final Resolution 2007 episode of You've Got... You see, I'll just keep pushing and we'll eventually get them back down to an episode a month someday, at least. But yes, the Final Resolution 2007 episode will be your next episode. After that episode, we'll also have drafts end of year awards as well. So look forward to those. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett and Liam, on Twitter at the Gleet Muda. No, not the Gleet Muda, at the Smoke McTavish.
It'll be different by the time you look at it. Don't follow me. Fuck off.
Thank you. And at the podcast at TNA History. Subscribe to us on YouTube, and You've Got to Be Kidding Me. TikTok at TNA History Pod. Oh no, Twitter is TNA History Pod. TikTok is TNA History. That's our show. Thanks. Bye.
A hot ending.
Woo!
Do damn thing. Woo.
Warrior.